Hello, everybody! Yeehaw to you and yours. Welcome to the Summer Showdown presented by Ultimate Esports and myself, Spragels. Hi, everybody. I am so happy to be here with all of you. We're going to see an amazing day of Pokemon Unite in front of you, playing with the Showdown format. I'll talk a little bit more about that here in a sec. We have a match almost ready to go right away. Before we hop over to it, let me bring in my co-caster, the incredible Jeff Hoogland. Hello, Jeff. How are you?
Howdy. Good to be here, Spragels. Excited for a fantastic day of Pokemon Unite.
As am I. This format is something that you and I played around with a bit, Jeff, on our Stream Team Dream Team, where the teams are almost drafting against themselves. So I wanted to create a format where we would see a variety of different Pokemon, but I didn't want to have to go through the arduous process of having teams pick and ban, and it would take a very long time. So what happens in the Showdown format is that teams will not get to use the same Pokemon twice within a series. So, for instance, if the first team comp that a team uses has Lucario and Hoopa and Blissey and all of these Pokemon that you often see in a competitive setting, they cannot use that in Game 2, and they cannot use that if it happens to go to a Game 3. And Jeff, you and I got to play it. It was super fun getting to play like this.
Yeah, and I think you really hit the nail on the head, Spragels. This format gives us a lot of comp diversity without that extra wait time that a normal draft that these team battler style games tend to have, and it's a ton of fun. We're going to have best of 3 for all of our rounds up until the grand finals, where we're going to see best of 5 to really push the limit on the compositions that the teams that make it all the way are going to have to come up with.
So we're going to get this first game started here in a sec. Our players are ready, right, Jeff?
They are.
All right, so we're going to get this first match started between Bad Junglers and the SteveTeamDiveTeam. Did I get that right?
You did. Steve, my cat, and Breadbox TTV, 2 players that Spragels and I have played with a good bit on that Stream Team Dream Team we've played with, and they are battling in the Dive Team.
They are
character selection screen here now.
They are loading in here, and I believe I need to swap the names here really quickly. I will do that here in just a sec. By the way, if you'd like to support what is happening right here, a donation, membership, anything like that would be much appreciated. This is funded by myself and Ultimate Esports. If you want to see more of these, just consider supporting what we're doing here. I would love you forever. And now I'm going to switch these team names, which for some people would take 1 second, and for me is going to take 10 years.
One of the things that's going to be really interesting to see that we see kind of happening here in this first game is for our left side team here, they've got the Blissey and the Hoopa locked in to start, it looks like, while SteveTeamDiveTeam has simply Blissey. So where these teams choose to spread out these more powerful characters through their composition is definitely going to be a focal point that we're going to look at throughout the course of the day.
Yeah, that's, I think, one of the most exciting things about this, and something that teams are going to have to make big decisions on, right? Or when do you use your Hoopa? When do you use your Blissey? And we're talking about these 2 Pokemon specifically because they happen to be some of the most overpowered Pokemon inside Pokemon Unite. And when do you use a Dragonite, for instance, or a Cramorant, which is insane right now? All of these choices are going to be extremely important because you can't use them again.
Yeah, and we see 2 very different composition choices between these 2 teams as we dive in here, with our purple team, our left side team, choosing to play almost every one of the best characters in this same composition at the start, while our right side, the orange team, has chosen to split up Blissey and Hoopa between the compositions they plan to play today.
Yeah, that is really interesting. So one team deciding, hey, we're taking the most try-hard team possible and we're throwing it in right away. I kind of love that strategy, but also it's going to hurt them in games 2 and 3. Obviously, they need to win game 1. That's their plan.
We see different starting Pokemon splits here, with 3 going into the bottom path for the SteveTeamDiveTeam, while we have just 2 more traditional from the purple team here.
This is interesting seeing Trevenant down here. I love seeing Trevenant. I feel like it didn't get its day in the sun really in competitive play, so it's kind of cool to see. Ooh, Lucario almost getting caught out here in the top path. Also, the Greninja, Steve, my cat, only a level 4, might go down. No, back to their goal. They're going to be okay.
We see full heal being instrumental in allowing Steve to escape there, stopping the stun from the Hoopa that otherwise would have allowed them to secure a KO. We're hitting into that 850 mark here, that first big engagement between these two teams, fighting over this contested, valuable experience.
And taking a look here, we've got 2 top for our orange team and then 3 top for our purple team right here, getting pushed back a little bit. And even though they're at a disadvantage, it looks like they're faring pretty well in this top path.
Yeah, the fact that they were down characters there, but they had better positioning was a big deal for our orange team there. The purple team was just late to those Bs, and Greninja and Lucario were able to take that valuable experience off the map largely uncontested.
Yeah, looking good here in this bottom path. I mean, you know, that classic tri-lane in the bottom path, it works really well, and they have a Cram to kind of contest the enemy team Cram. They have a Blissey to deal with the enemy team Blissey, and then that Trevenant just to put a lot of pressure right in their face.
We see Lucario kind of doing those Lucario things, but getting caught out thanks to key stuns from the Machoke and the Hoopa here on the top path.
I gotta say, dealing with a Hoopa in any path is mean. Ooh, look, 2 coming down here to the bottom path. We actually have a switch, 3 going up top. That was a nice little play right there. I think that might surprise our orange team, SteveTeamDiveTeam right here, as Ashley Luna's trying to fight back, doing pretty well with this extreme speed Lucario, and here comes the Greninja looking to clean up this entire fight right here. Greninja with these big execute moments, but it might not get the KO, and it doesn't, Jeff!
What?
It doesn't!
What a disaster, Spragels. Not getting a single knockout here in the top path, and both of the highest level characters for our orange team going down there, giving up a ton of valuable experience to purple.
Wow, I swear that fight, Jeff, was on a razor's edge the entire time. That was so close to the entire purple team going down, but orange did not get to secure any KOs in that fight.
Really interesting decision point here. We see the Cram in the top hat cleaning up these Bs, but notably they broke this top point here, giving extra catch-up experience over to the orange team. It's going to be very important that purple be able to secure this first Dreadnought.
And here we go. Orange team positioning pretty well. They've got all 5 members down here. Everyone's really down here. They got to watch out for this Hyper Beam, but this could go down to anyone at any moment. It goes down to a Blissey with an Egg Bomb. Big Unite move coming in, and oh no. Oh, wow.
What an absolute disaster for purple.
Yeah, that was so difficult for purple team. Look, that could have went either way, but it was the Egg Bomb from Breadbox with the huge secure right there. And then the second you saw that, we had the Greninja level 9, and they cleaned up that entire fight.
Yeah, and it's important to note there, like, the orange team gets the extra experience from the Dreadnought, and they have the catch-up experience spawning in their top path from their upper point being broken. Rotom here, going to exert some mat pressure, but not really going to do anything other than that, as we see the purple team spread out across the battlefield here, clearing all those yellow dots.
Bad junglers right here, looking all right score-wise, 87 to 84, but level-wise, it's not looking so good for them, as we have a push here onto this bottom path, a Unite move trying to push them back, but this Cram is going to go down, reset a couple with their health right here, and they're going to continue to score, maybe wiping out this goal. We're going to have to see as Greninja comes in to clean this thing up here.
And this kind of mat pressure that we saw the Rotom generate while it walked at the top point here is something that we don't see in competitive play that much anymore because Hoopa allows such quick rotations. But our orange team has elected to play Hoopa in a later team composition, and they were unable to push off this pressure on their outside point because of it.
I think, of course, the big moment you think about with Hoopa in this game, of course, it's early and it's late, but second Dreadnought, if you're level 9 for this second Dreadnought, that is one of the biggest Hoopa moments throughout the entire match. This Hoopa right now desperately trying to get that level 9 so it has its Unite move for its team right here. Orange team will not have that either way. Hopefully, for bad junglers, they can get that level 9 Hoopa.
Yeah, and look at this. Bad junglers choosing to simply punt this Dreadnought, knowing that orange can't really get up back around to it. Oh, maybe they just missed the timer? Because they're coming down very, very late now.
Yeah, I think this is going to be tough for them. Huge secure here for our orange team as they kind of push into our purple team right here. I think really what happened there, Jeff, if I had to guess, was they were just doing everything they could to get that level 9 on that Hoopa. They weren't able to do it in time, so they were in terrible position for that fight.
Yeah, and we saw SteveTeamDiveTeam acknowledge what was going on the map, be like, none of you are here, this objective is going away ASAP.
Huge fight happening right here. We got a Cram Unite coming down. We've got that Hoopa Unite. They're going to have to use it at some point, right, before Zapdos. So here comes a big fight. Hyper Beam coming in. It looks like this Cram is going to have to run, and it can with that dive as the Trevenant starts pushing them all around. Not much it can do, though. Pushing the Hoopa down. We've got Greninja trying to fight back, but it looks like they're going to be in great position to secure this Rotom once again. So both Rotoms to our purple team, both Dreadnoughts to our orange team. Oh, almost.
We see Rotom heading on into this goal zone again here, but again, you'll watch these good teams play Pokemon Unite time and time again. This Rotom does not do anything other than exert a little bit of pressure and waste some time for the opposing team. Our purple team knows that they cannot successfully push this into the second goal zone.
Yeah, without a big fight and a big win, just a lot of momentum, it's really tough, especially under that 5-minute mark with those jump pads. It's just not going to happen. We got a little sneaky moment right here. Lucario looking for a score, but Machamp watching this goal like a hawk.
Yeah, and it's so difficult to get those sneaky scores in. Not only did our bad junglers team have good positioning here, but Hoopa was ready with a portal at a moment's notice to bring up extra backup if they need it.
All right, we're at the 3-minute mark. 1 minute until Zapdos right here. Level-wise, this is looking pretty solid for our SteveTeamDiveTeam. Ooh, we've got a little fight possibly breaking out for this Dreadnought. Greninja just backing up here, making sure that it can stay alive. You don't want to lose too much for this Dreadnought. It's the least valuable Dreadnought of the game.
Yeah, and Steve, my cat here, kind of acknowledging that, hey, I'm the highest level in this game. If I get knocked out here, it's really bad for my team.
And right now, it looks like a Hyper Beam is just going to be able to secure this. Of course, we could get something from... No, we could get something from SteveTeamDiveTeam, but this is what Dragonite does, and they didn't want to commit too much to it. You can even see Greninja just heading back in the center to go get more experience right now. It's level 14, and with this new feature, Jeff, we know that every single member on both teams has a Unite move ready to go for Zapdos.
As we head on into this last fight, the Bad Junglers purple team is a little bit ahead on points, but the SteveTeamDiveTeam team is up on experience here with 2 level 14s and a 13, giving them a slight edge as we head into this endgame engagement.
Just a couple of eggs going back and forth, waiting on that Hoopa Unite. You've got the Tree and Greninja moving around top. It looks like SteveTeamDiveTeam is able to kind of push them in the area they want. Unite move coming out from the Dragonite right here, and Machamp. Here we go. Cramorant coming in right here, but the Hoopa with the huge stun. We've got 2 KOs for our orange team, 1 for our purple team. 3 go down.
There.
Wow. Wow, Jeff. 4 down for SteveTeamDiveTeam. The only one up is the Greninja. It does not have a Unite move. It's going to look for a steal right here, but it's going to be extremely difficult. Here comes that Greninja. It is around the pit. It's going for a KO. Can it get it? It gets 2. Can it get Zapdos? It gets Zapdos! It gets Zapdos! What an incredible play!
Okay, some points got to get in here. It is not that big of a lead for the Bad Junglers. Blissey is getting in. Trevenant looks like it is getting in. Can Cramorant get in, or will it be knocked out?
Wow, 2 points separate these teams. Now just a little more, 102 points. I cannot believe that play. No way Greninja was able to do that. I got to tell you, someone who plays with Steve, I know he's cracked on the sticks, but what a performance, Jeff.
Yeah, and we saw there a decision from Bad Junglers. They pulled off of that objective, trying to knock Steve out inside of that engagement, and ultimately, I wonder if that was the correct decision.
Well, I mean, I would say at this point, no, maybe not. You know, it's tough. It's tough, right? But those are those moments that are so hard when you see someone walking towards the pit and you think, should I attack Zapdos here? Should I attack the enemy here? It's so close to going down. What is the best strategy? 10 seconds left, but they actually don't need a ton to come back right here. They just need to win a fight. It looks like, though, they are just being pushed out with an incredible defense by our orange team. SteveTeamDiveTeam going to take game number 1 here in an incredible finish fight at Zapdos.
Yeah, Steve's Greninja was clutch when it was 3v1 in the pit. It was unstoppable with a tier 2 goal zone buffing its life total.
Wow, what a fight. And what an incredible first match to start this broadcast off with, Jeff. That was really awesome to see.
Yeah, ton of knockouts on both sides going back and forth. Kind of a low damage game overall as we look at the stats, though.
Yeah, it didn't feel like there was a lot of fighting happening back and forth. I don't know if I've ever seen a Trevenant with that low of a damage number. It was running Curse Hornleech, right?
Yes, it was.
Yeah, I think this is just a symptom of, and I talk about this a lot with damage numbers, it really doesn't tell the full story of the match all the time. One thing that you can say for sure is there weren't a lot of big fights between these two teams, maybe two throughout the entire match. That first Dreadnought and then really Zapdos.
Yeah, if anything, I think it kind of shows that both of these teams understood when they should be taking engagements and when they should be backing off of those engagements. Neither team was really all in at points where they were overextending and getting knocked out a bunch or fighting for extended periods.
Now, I think one of the most interesting things is going to happen here, Jeff, and that is that these two teams are going to not only switch sides, coming back to us while you work on our next match, not only switch sides, but of course, these two teams are also now going to have to change every single Pokemon they played with, and that is the most exciting thing about this format. You are going to see two completely different squads of Pokemon head into game number 2. A lot of top tier picks from both teams in game number 1. So I really want to see what their game number 2 build is going to look like.
The thing that stands out in my mind from compositions as we head on into the second game here is that SteveTeamDiveTeam has not used their Hoopa pick yet, and they were able to best the Hoopa composition from bad junglers without one of their own when they had an inferior mobility around the map. So I'm going to be interested to see, can bad junglers flip that script on its head as well and potentially win a Hoopaless versus Hoopa matchup in this second game.
Yeah, I'm going to be really interested to see it too. I can't wait till we just see some wild picks come out of this. I want to thank everybody for being here. I see a ton of you in the chat. Smash that like button like it's Smash Brothers, of course. This is going to be a super fun day of Pokemon Unite. No more Blissey. That's a great point coming from Val's Ryan in the chat. No more Blissey. Both teams using up their Blissey in game 1, so I can't wait to see what gets brought out here in game 2. Again, if you want to support what I'm doing here, !donation, !member, you can support this stream and this tournament, and hopefully we can have many more like it. Can I turn up Jeff's audio? I absolutely can turn up Jeff's audio. By the way, this is the first time of us doing this, so please let me know if the audio doesn't sound right or anything like that. We're heading into our team selection right now. I'm going to move these names around, and I'm going to make Jeff a little bit louder. Thank you for that call out.
We see Bora Reach locking in the Shell Bell Gengar here with double glasses. Going to be looking to burst some things down. I've watched Bora play before, and I know for a fact that this is going to be a Hex Sludge Bomb Gengar out of them in the central area for SteveTeamDiveTeam.
Let me tell you, I know that name as well because they have lit me up playing that build. So they're a great player, and this is going to be really interesting to see. Switching our names around right now.
For the bad junglers here, look at this team composition, Spragels. This looks like a verbatim Week 1 Pokemon Unite team comp. Pikachu, Eldegoss, Wigglytuff, Lucario, and Cinderace.
Wow, you're right. This is a really interesting composition here. SteveTeamDiveTeam, first Delphox we're seeing of the tournament. Honestly, I'm surprised we might have not even seen it first round. I think Delphox is incredible in this game right now, but not being run here by bad junglers. Wigglytuff coming off the bench. This is going to be pretty cool to see.
We had a question in chat a couple of times that I actually don't know the answer to, Spragels. Are emblems enabled for these direct challenge tournament matches? Do we know?
I have no idea. I was thinking the same thing.
We will make a note to ask our folks what's going on with that. I'm not sure offhand if those are enabled. We'll try and get you an answer, folks, in round 2.
Yeah, let's take a look here. Steve heading to the top with Hoopa. We've got a tri-lane in this bottom path here. Wiggly, LD, Pika, and that's going to be a difficult path to deal with. Even though they've got that Slowbro, I really think that Pika Eldegoss is just so tough and probably out-damages and out-secures that Delphox pretty well.
And it looks like here, something to note too, is that it's been flipped here how these lanes are split in this game. In the first game, if we recall, SteveTeamDiveTeam had 1-1-3 with their character split, but they are 2-1-2 with bad junglers doing the inverse.
I'm being told in the chat that emblems are not enabled for this tournament.
That is good to know. We appreciate the information, chat, coming through as always.
Yeah, here we go. A little 2-1-2 action. We've got that Haunter just waiting here in the tall grass as well as that Hoopa. It's going to be interesting to see what happens in this top path as we've got ourselves, it looks like an evolution on our Slowbro in the bottom path. Is it going to be a Scald or a Surf? I'm not sure.
We see a dive on in here. Huge knockout if they can get it. Oh, they're both low. There's the Gengar putting the first one down here. Can they get any dunks in? Going in onto the... Woo! Big burst from Gengar.
I think they probably don't realize how mean that Haunter is going to be. It's going to be extremely mean, put a lot of damage down here. But take a look at this. Bottom path not going well at all for the SteveTeamDiveTeam as they get pushed back there. Slowbro goes down and almost getting a Delphox KO too as the Sing is going to come out here. Oh, they didn't even need to. They didn't need to walk it and sing it. It goes down.
And this is kind of exactly what you expect with these character splits in the early game. SteveTeamDiveTeam has decided that, hey, we're going to be a little bit behind in this bottom path start, but we're going to get ahead in the top path where our powerful damage carries are in Zarina and Haunter.
Serena, by the way, such an incredible Pokemon right now. And, you know, Wiggly, you got to run, buddy. Such an incredible Pokemon in Unite right now. We're going to have to see how this Lucario stacks up to what I think has become, without question, one of the best top laners in the game.
Definitely. And we see here, you know, kind of the downside to Zarina is the fact that she's a little bit weaker than Lucario early. But looking at the level, Steve has made that a non-issue here. Level 7 for Zarina for Steve My Cat, and only level 5 for Lucario here from the bad junglers.
Yeah, Niwatori, I hope I'm saying that right. Taking a look here.
I wasn't even going to attempt it.
Here we go. What a huge sing. Do you remember Wiggly? Oh my gosh, it's so beautiful. I can't believe this Slowbro is still standing. It is a Surf Bro. It does go down. Eldegoss making it out there. Now we have 5 members of our bad junglers down here for this Dreadnought, and we're not going to have the same for Steve Team.
Now, something noteworthy here I noticed on our Eldegoss is that is the knock up CC-like attack from them as opposed to the healing that we typically see out of this character as a support.
Wow, wow, woo! Wow, this Hex Gengar lighting them up. My gosh, Jeff, I love this format so much because you don't get to see this in normal competitive play. But now we've got a Hex Gengar, we've got an Eldegoss. This is awesome.
Yeah, wow, look at it popping off after a 4 KO streak. There's 2 more.
Oh!
Can we get another? And there's the escape with the launch again afterwards.
Jeez, Gengar. I mean, here we go. It looks like they're deciding whether or not they want to break this. They are going for the call to break it right here. Up 170 to 46. Level-wise, this is getting out of control right now. Bad junglers need to do something to take this match back into their hands.
Yeah, and we talked about that level differential between Zarina and Lucario, and that has continued to just extend even further as Steve is almost level 10, and Lucario has just ticked over into 7 here.
Here we go. This does go down for the bad junglers, so they get a little something here, but it looks like our Zarina is just going wild right now, stomping some holes in the entire enemy team. They got to get away from it, or it's going to KO the whole squad right here, dodging right outside of that incredible Unite move by Cinderace, and then here comes Gengar looking for another KO. No, it must have missed its Hex. It was not able to finish that off.
Fire Spin allowing Breadbox there to escape an otherwise certain knockout from the Cinderace there. Very clutch suppression from them in that instance.
Now, I gotta say, this has been such an incredible first series of games. 2 awesome teams. I think they're both playing extremely well. Right now here, game 2, I feel like SteveTeamDiveTeam is really exemplifying why this format is exciting because we're seeing some really cool picks and they are dominating here in game 2.
Man, Zarina is Steve My Cat's main character here, and you can absolutely see why as he stomps through this top path, and huge knockouts here for both teams as Steve goes down as well.
You've got to recognize, though, when a member of Steve Team... Oh, wow, this is a huge pickup. I was just about to say, when a member of Steve Team goes down, they're actually giving up a lot more than bad junglers right now because of the level differential. That 3 KO from Pikachu was a huge equalizer.
Okay, and this is what we talked about in that first game, but the script is flipped now. We have Lucky Guy on Hoopa for Steve Team, while the orange team here, Bad Junglers, 2 of their members were in the top path, and they are just not present for this Dreadnought fight as they get an easy 3 KOs for Steve's team here. You
know, Jeff, a lot of people think that when we talk about Hoopa being essentially the most important Pokemon in the game. There's a lot of argument that it isn't. And I've just got to say, if you look at Game 1 and Game 2 right here, you will see that the Hoopa from both teams was so unbelievably influential in these matches. So I can't understand how people don't recognize that this Pokemon is game-changing beyond belief.
Yeah, mobility is everything, and understanding where people are on the map and being able to punish them appropriately. And Hoopa not only prevents your team for getting punished for doing certain positioning things, but it allows you to also punish the opposite team in a similar way with just incredible pushes around the map. Speaking of incredible pushes.
Yikes. I mean, that is a huge moment right there. SteveTeamDiveTeam stuffing that Rotom in their faces. They're way up and they know it, and they're playing like it, and they are not taking their foot off the gas here. They are trying to bury bad junglers right now.
That was a big catch-up, though. Steve did go down on Zarina there, which meant that the Cinderace is now up to level 13. The Cinderace did rip its Unite move a little bit late there at about the 310 mark, though. So we're probably going to see this character looking to take a lot of wild Pokemon off the map. And we're going to want to watch for that when that yellow dot comes back up over the top of Cinderace's head, because if the Zapdos fight gets started aggressively here, Cinder is likely not going to have its Unite move back for the start of it.
I do have to say, though, a level 14 Cinderace, you can never be too, I'm not coming up with the right word, but uncautious. You've got to be careful when you've got a level 14 Cinderace on the other side. It is a team destroyer.
SteveTeamDiveTeam using their positional advantage that having all of their points give them, getting a really proactive positioning around the pit here. They're up by over 200 points. The onus is definitely going to be on bad junglers here to get in and make a push at this objective.
We've got 6 seconds left. Still no yellow dot above Cinderace that would indicate the Unite move. We do have one for the Wiggly, though. A pretty big Unite. And, oh, here we go. It looks like this Eldegoss might be caught out here. Able to pull back a little bit. Everyone just waiting for this fight. Wiggly coming in here through the bottom. It also getting caught out a little bit. The positioning from SteveTeamDiveTeam, amazing right now. Cinder needs to get in this fight. Where are you, buddy? Your whole team is going down. Oh, wow. This Cinder's going to have to snipe from a bush at this point because SteveTeamDiveTeam just ripped the entire enemy team.
Yeah, and the Cinderace was doing what we said it was going to have to do, and there's that Unite move back up. It was trying to get that Unite move that it used late there, and ultimately it just wasn't present for the last game team fight because of that use at the 3-minute mark this game.
I gotta say, I mean, of course the Hoopa was a huge differentiator there, but the positioning from SteveTeamDiveTeam around that fight was incredible. They are going to put more and more points on the board. Delphox getting the points in. We're now 694 to 101. This is one of those matches that you almost can't come back from, but they are going to get another push with 4 members of Steve Team down.
Well, and just look at the delta here between these scores, though. Literally every member of bad junglers could deposit 100 AOS energy, and it would not put them back in the lead. This over 600 points is almost assuredly insurmountable here.
Yeah, this is going to be extremely difficult for them to deal with.
Not to mention, as we look here, all of the SteveTeamDiveTeam is coming back up on respawn here as they come off these timers, and it's just so difficult to push through this this tier 2 goal zone with the healing and shields that it provides.
Yeah, this game is over. 14 seconds left of what some people call garbage time, but this is over. An incredible effort by bad junglers. I gotta say, SteveTeamDiveTeam's game 2 was extremely impressive. Game 1, very close. In fact, I think almost essentially stolen from the bad junglers. But game 2, SteveTeamDiveTeam looked amazing.
Yeah, and I don't think it is coincidence there that we saw the composition with Hoopa in it to start kind of have that commanding early game start in both of the games that we watched here, even with the SteveTeamDiveTeam ultimately taking it 2-0.
And why don't you continue to break this down as I take a look at what our next game is going to be here, Jeff?
Just incredible damage numbers from Steve my cat here as we log 103,000 damage from this arena stomping around the map with both Breadboxer and Bora putting up good numbers there. A whopping 15 18 knockouts from Bora and 11 from Steve. Those two characters working in tandem to burst down the opposing team again and again and again.
Yeah, incredible match, incredible game too, and it's a lot of what you're going to be seeing here today. A lot of games that are exciting like this, where you get to see two teams play team compositions that, as you can see from Bad Junglers, we used to see maybe 6 months ago or so, and from SteveTeamDiveTeam, a composition that I've never seen played in a competitive format.
Okay, what do we have our match that we are going to be jumping on into next, Spragels?
It looks like we do have a match that we're going to be jumping into coming up here. I'm going to pop back out to you and I for just a second, and then we're going to head to a little be right back screen while we figure this out and get our second game loaded up here. We're going to take maybe a 2-minute break. Don't go anywhere. Don't answer a phone call if it's from a family member, even if you think they might be in crisis. This is more important. We will be right back here in just a sec. All right, we are getting our next game loaded up for you all right here. Jeff is loading us in. We've got, is it Kakuna Matata versus the Pokebros?
It is Kakuna Matata. What a fantastic username.
Kakuna Matata. What a wonderful name.
It's what the Weedle they say, I am told.
This is great. This is great, Jeff. We've got Spodyak, Genbet, Junction, Sly Toad, and Flame Jam against Animated Eagle, Atmosphere, Raptor Arms, Olsen VGC, and Pokebros. I bet the team is named after Pokebros.
That is ideally what we have here. We have our 10 members loaded on into the lobby, just waiting for them to get started here. I think the one thing I'm going to be interested to keep track of so far today is how many teams burn their good composition in the first game, and how many save it for ones further into the match.
You know, when we played it, Jeff, I don't know if we did full tryhard first. I don't think we did, actually. So Jeff and I have played this format before in a best of 5 setting. In fact, in a 5-game setting, so we could use just a ton of different Pokemon. And I don't think we went full tryhard game 1. And when I say tryhard, chat, I'm talking about things like Hoopa, Blissey, etc.
All right, we've got our players heading on into the loading screen here, and it's hard to say exactly what we're going to do until we see check marks here. As we see our first check marks happening on Slowbro and Venusaur and Greedent here.
And I'm just getting our team names ready.
We see Hoopas locking in for both sides here. Perhaps not quite full tryhard, though. No Lucarios or Zarenas here. Looks like we're perhaps going to have a Greedent versus Machamp top path with Hoopa Slowbro Ninetales versus Hoopa Slowbro Venusaur on our 2 sides here.
This is a pretty interesting comp. You know, one Pokemon's here that I gotta say I think people are sleeping on. I made a video about it recently, Jeff, and that is Duraludon. I think this Pokemon is still extremely good, really difficult to deal with, can rip objectives very fast. I think a lot of people are sleeping on how good this Pokemon is.
Yeah, and I think we see that happen in all sorts of games, but especially MOBAs, where they take the numbers on anything and they just pull them down a little bit to the realm of reasonable. People are like, oh, this is just reasonable now. It's no longer cracked in half. Get it away from me.
Yeah, I need something that's completely broken or I'm not going to play it right here. We've got a traditional 1-1-3 happening from our orange team, the Pokebros, and we've got a 2-1-2 here happening for Kakuna Matata. It's going to be really difficult for this Machamp to deal with. Focus Band going down right here, looking for a score. Looks like they are able to get that stack, but probably going to go when they head back home. They do get KO'd, but now taking a look at this bottom path, the 2-on-3 is going to be really difficult for our purple team, Kakuna Matata, to deal with.
I really love that the competitive metagame in Pokemon Unite in general has kind of split to a point where we're seeing both these 2-1-2 strategies and 1-1-3 with real trade-offs happening between what you're doing and why here, as we see our purple team get ahead in the top, but be behind in the bottom where they have fewer characters.
And you're just going to have to decide what you care about more and at what point of the match, right? As soon as Hoopa becomes level 4, it can head top and bottom very easily. Ooh, right now we have multiple members of the Pokebros getting ready for this fight up here in the top path. Duraludon trying to rip some damage out. Greninja almost going down. Looks like it's going to be able to get away. And of course, you can't KO a Greedent no matter how hard you try.
You see a little bit of brawling in the bottom path as well here. Very similar levels, all level 4s in the bottom for both teams.
Yeah, look at this Ninetales here, just barely making it out. I love seeing a Ninetales again. You remember when that was on every single team, and then the game said no, and they nerfed it 1 week later. Here we go.
Teams kind of kiting around each other here as we're kind of in that no man's land mid-game here, waiting for Dinos to spawn and eventually those second Bs at the 720 mark.
Ooh, nice little fight here, and I love seeing so many Surf Bros. Look, I'm a Scald Bro main myself at this point, but of course, Scald Bro has its disadvantages, Surf providing so much disruption and hindrance to the enemy.
Really, I can't commend the Pokemon Unite balance team enough. One of the things they've really done a fantastic job with a number of characters is not only making sure characters are playable, but also making sure most of their moves feel competitive. And Slowbro is yet another character to join the list of, hey, you can play all 4 attacks on this character and be happy about it.
And take a look at this right here. Oh, no, not able to go down, just able to heal themselves. And then this Machamp goes down once again. You know, the amazing thing about what they're doing here top, and I'm seeing it mentioned in the chat as well, is they're really stopping this Machamp from getting all of its stacks and becoming super, super strong. And that could be a difference maker.
We see here our central area characters, the Greninja for our left side team are already level 9, while Duraludon is only level 8. Having this huge Unite move here from Greninja is such a big leg up in these engagements.
Yeah, Machoke is going to stay top at this point. Pokebros really has no shot to take this. This is a level 10 Greninja pushing them around. I love that early Unite move, getting Duraludon out of there. Down goes the Dreadnought to Kakuna Matata. They are looking great right now, but you do have to notice that Machoke is up there, getting its stacks, getting powerful, so even though they shut it down early in the game, it's going to get everything it needs for the late game.
Yeah, and I really love that decision from Sporadic there, the Greninja, acknowledging, hey, I have a small advantage here over the opposing central area character. Let's use that advantage to take them off of the map before they can catch back up to me.
Ooh, nice Unite move here from the Duraludon as they just rip this apart. Ooh, almost stolen there by the Venusaur right now. Venusaur looking pretty mean, but its health is going to get pretty low. Can it steal? No, it cannot get the KO. Close from the Duraludon.
Yeah, we see 2 Unite moves there, 1 from each team, and 0 knockouts coming as a result is a pretty rare occasion.
Take a look at this. I mean, I really think teams are going to underestimate the amount of damage. It's like you've got a Cinderace with a big old burst at the end of it coming from that Duraludon, and now they're looking to break that top point. Big score there.
Big old burst there. 4x KO streak from Machamp on the back of its Unite move, popping off inside of that engagement.
Looking pretty great. We're going to have a Dreadnought coming up soon. You know, someone in the chat, DSXNet, does mention, Jeff, when you said all Pokemon moves are now viable, what about Garchomp? What about
Garchomp? I agree. The Dragon moves on Garchomp could definitely use a boost because those ground moves, they are bangers.
Look at you, Jeff. You're an outraged Dragonite player. You're a ground Garchomp player. What won't you do?
What a huge knockout here. Hoopa going down for the orange side team, meaning they do not have that whole portal to walk through for our orange team at this objective.
Wow, I mean, this is... Oh, whoa, oh my gosh, Machamp! Wow, what a big moment right there. But 4 members now down here for our orange team. They're respawning. Hoopa bringing them back, though. This fight is continuing right here, as now they're pushing 4 members of the purple team down, almost, except for Green.
Machamp ultimately went down in that engagement, but it bought time for Hoopa to get back, and then that Unite move was up and ready and got everybody back in with a huge steal from Hoopa on our left side team.
Hyperspace Hole doing some damage, getting that last minute steal, kind of unbelievable. As my buddy Lush says, why does it do damage? Why does it do damage?
We see Slowbro going down here, eventually buying a little bit of time as the orange team is looking to defend their bottom goal zone here from a potential push as they turn their eyes to the Rotom in the top path.
Taking a look at this Rotom, it's going to go down pretty quickly here. They've got great secure here on Duraludon. However, our purple team is coming up to fight this right now. If they can get a good knock-up, that's exactly what they needed. Knock that Duraludon up so it can't secure, but it still does.
Yep, we see that Dragon Pulse popping off just in the nick of time there. And again, this Rotom, ooh, we've got a bunch of Unite moves from the orange team here, 3 of them. I think they're looking to walk up here and press their buttons.
Man, this Greninja has been aggressive with its Unites, and I gotta say, I freaking love it right now. Duraludon actually getting pushed back right here, and it looks like they might not be using their Unites for this Rotom. I thought, Jeff, given it was about 3:40 on the clock, you throw those Unites right there. I mean, you're not gonna have another shot, really.
Yeah, I think, again, that proactive use of the water dive from the Greninja was a huge factor and pushed them out there. That Duraludon got chunked to almost nothing. I was like, no, this push is just done before it started.
Wow. What an interesting fight right there. We got the focus band for Duraludon down, so they're probably not going to want to take another engagement before Zapdos that could trigger that again, although it's on, what, about 70 seconds or so? So it's going to come up right around Zap. Unite moves are going to be up for every member of both teams. Greninja might be cutting it close, but I doubt it. I think it'll have it back.
Big knockout here as Venusaur goes down, and this trade is good for our orange side team. They traded a level 11 Hoopa for a level 12 Venusaur, giving up more experience than they got, as we see orange close in on this Dreadnought, looking at a little bit more of an XP lead as we head on into the final engagement.
Yeah, this is a nice moment for our orange team right here. An easy secure, no Dragonites on either side, but you've got a dragon that secures things, and that is Duraludon. Right now, some great positioning in this Zapdos pit already. 15 seconds left, but our purple team, the Kakuna Matatas, they're ready to go here. Our orange team looking for a way in, but they do have that Hoopa, and that's a way in.
I've been talking about levels a lot. Greninja has farmed to level 15. The fight is going to be about, can the orange team play around this incredibly high-level character from our purple team?
You're seeing this play here from Greninja. So what we're looking at right now is not only can it watch the top path goal, but it also puts itself in a position to not get caught out early in a fight. Right now, Slowbro is in trouble, needing to get ported in. Here come the Hoopa Unite moves. Here comes the Duraludon Unite, and that means they can rip this very, very fast. Our purple team's going to need to do something about this, as our orange team is just looking to rip, and they do rip it down with Ninetales getting the secure.
We see everybody spreading out to get some points in here. 100 in the bank, another 100 in the bank. Can Machamp get in? Machamp gets in. We have Hoopa counter scoring in the top path, going to put us to within 100 points. This is anyone's game skill. 100-point deposit from our blue team, our purple team, whatever color team this is, could put them back into the lead.
This is so incredibly close, and not to mention 100 points. What if Venusaur scores that 19? We get another little pickup here or there. We get another 10 or so from Hoopa. This game is really, really close. These teams don't even recognize how close it is, and here we go. Big fight at our bottom path as they're trying to push them off the goal. Greedent looking to score right here, not able to make it happen yet. That Duraludon is so incredibly low, but they are pushing them back right here. 2 down for our Kakuna Matata. I don't know if they're going to be able to make something happen at this point. Greedent getting pushed back. We've only got 30 seconds left, but here comes that level 15 Greninja.
Yeah, I think this is going to be all she wrote here with 4 members of the orange side team up, and the Hoopa to kind of portal them around wherever purple could apply pressure. The timer is running down, and this game is running out.
Here comes the Unite move from Greninja, though. They're looking for some KOs. Obviously, our orange team resetting, heading back to base, and going to land on their heads. Greninja, they can't take the whole squad right here, and that is going to be a win for our orange team. Pokebros taking game number 1.
Yeah, I really liked the positioning our orange team took in that end game engagement, kind of acknowledging, hey, there's a level 15 Greninja on the opposing team. We're probably not winning an all-out team fight here. We have better secure with our Duraludon. Let's just take this bird off the board.
I gotta tell you, the strategy from Kakuna Matata to shut down this Machamp early was obviously very, very smart, because once that Machamp got going, it was a beast to deal with.
Yeah, Machamp was definitely the strongest carry on the side of the Pokebros here, putting up the highest damage. Not surprised they're at 78,000, but speaking of damage, Spodyak here on Greninja breaking the 6-figure mark here.
Yeah, I gotta say, Spodyak was looking incredible in that match. Both teams had some real standout moments for a lot of their players. Taking a look here, you know, something we were talking about earlier, Jeff, is this Slowbro right here. 52,000 from Raptor Arms, that is our Scald Bro, while only 18,000 from Sly Toad. But of course, again, that doesn't tell the full story, because there is a ton that you can do with Surf and Telekinesis that you can't do with Scald and Amnesia.
Yeah, definitely. And Slowbro's job, you know, depends on what your team composition looks like. And when you have a Greninja outputting the amount of damage that Spodyak is able to do, a more supportive Slowbro that's providing disruption with that Surf and Telekinesis slots into their team composition a little bit better.
And now, Jeff, I'm coming back to us. We're going to talk about this a little bit. We're at the point where I get most giddy, because we're not going to see a single one of those Pokemon again. If that was your best Pokemon, if Machamp was the best that that player had to bring out, what do they bring out for game number 2? And are they saving maybe their second best in case they have to go to a game number 3? Do you try to shut it down now? Do you play kind of your, we're excited about this comp, but maybe it's not the comp? This is the time where teams really get to experiment, and that is what the Showdown format is here for.
Yeah, definitely. Now, notably, both teams here have used up their Hoopa character picks, so we are going to see a 100% Hoopa-less match from here on out for game 2, and if there is a game 3. We notably have not seen any Blissey's from either team yet.
Interesting. I'm still hearing from the chat that they're having a little trouble hearing you, Jeff, and I really do want to fix that here. So hopefully we can make something work with that, but I'm surprised that they're not hearing you. On my side, the levels show that you're coming in loud and clear here. Okay. We're going to have to look at this.
Check 1, 2, chat. Chat says, I don't know, I hear Jeff. Whenever you ask chat about audio, you always get 50 of one and 50 of the other.
Well, I'm happy that everyone's saying that they can hear you good. I hear them just fine. Everyone's saying, all right. They can hear you. They can hear Jeff. The question is, yep, some people have said they can hear your beautiful voice. There you go. I know if they say it's beautiful that they can hear you just fine, Jeff. Heading in here to game number 2.
All right, we got our character selection screen. Make sure you flip those team names and scores around here.
On it.
The Pokebros are on the left side, and they are up 1-2-0 here against the Kakuna Matatas, as we see Blissey getting locked in for both teams here. That kind of second best supporter pick in the game right now.
And I'm still messing with the teams because my computer skills are, let's face it, not incredible. Let's see.
We see Dragonite for both teams here as well, and Wigglytuffs, actually. So these two teams kind of on similar wavelengths for what their B-tier lineups look like as we head on into the second game of this match.
Ooh, we got a Delphox. We got a Blissey. Both teams the Blissey. Both teams with a Wiggly. Dragonite for both teams. This is almost a mirror matchup right here, but now the Machamp. Look at that. That Machamp coming out for Kakuna Matata.
Yeah, so the difference between these two teams here, our top path melee brother characters, Zarina for the Pokebros versus Machamp for the Kakuna Matatas. And we have the Delphox with that deadly fire spin versus Cramorant, which can either surf or dive on in depending on what you're looking to do. And we see these teams again executing different splits, one favoring a 2-1-2 even split, while the Pokebros are 1 in the top and 3 in the bottom.
Yeah, it's going to be interesting to see how that's going to affect the match here. And one of the biggest things that's going to be interesting, of course, is seeing no Hoopa and what that's going to do to these two teams. But they're on even footing. Both teams not bringing a Hoopa to a Hoopa fight.
We see the Whirlpool from that Cramorant early securing both of these 5s, which is huge here. When you are behind in this bottom path in terms of number of characters, securing any of these wild Pokemon as Blissey gets another one there. This is a really big deal. Kakuna Matata getting ahead in the early game in the path where they should be behind.
Yeah, that's right. I mean, the extra pressure that they have here from the Pokebros didn't seem to make too big of a difference. To be fair, Delphox isn't the best in path early. Its secure isn't amazing. While it does have good damage, it just doesn't KO things like a Blissey or something like that. So it might not be adding too much here. As Dragonite getting caught out here, possibly Spodyak having to back up a little bit, but Machamp taking every little bit of those bees.
Yeah, bees basically uncontested for the Kakuna Matatas here in the top path as we head to the bottom where our Pokebros are looking to maybe try and close the gap that they have to start here despite having more characters here.
All right, heading down to this top path right now. I'm a little distracted by the chat coming up with ways that Kakuna Matata could be a song. It's pretty exciting. We're living an exciting time when Kakuna Matata is playing. I got to tell you that, Jeff.
We see this Wigglytuff here. Look at it walking between the paths like it's summer of 2001 in Pokemon Unite.
Taking a look at Raptor Arms right here with the big heals. Did we see if both Blisseys were the heal-in Blissey, or do we have a Safeguard Blissey considering we have Wigglies around?
I have not seen. I can check that from here, right? It looks like we've got heals on both sides for our Blisseys this match.
You know, I find that interesting. Wiggly is one of the Pokemon that I feel like you run Safeguard for because that Sing can be so devastating. But both teams deciding they don't care about Sing, they care more about the healing.
Well, kind of the flip side of that, too, talking about the Wigglytuff. Wigglytuff's Unite move in the late-game fights provides a similar unstoppable mechanic to keep your team safe from crowd control.
That's a great point, actually. Having the Wiggly there might be the reason they don't need it, as this is looking pretty good here for Kakuna Matata, pushing up here, actually getting pushed back, but Champ hiding in the tall grass, getting a nice big triple KO.
Every single team fight has broken in favor of the Kakuna Matatas so far this game, with their Dragonite not only already being a Dragonite, but coming down here at level 9 with its Unite move, hopping on in here to these much lower level characters.
And look at that, setting up the ring to fight in, and every single member of the Pokebros is saying, no, I gotta get out of here, we gotta run. Ripping that down even without Dragonite, as Dragonite provides the front line, throwing some eggs, pushing them down. This goal is going down, and Kakuna Matata looking great here in game 2, 165-9.
We see that push onto the second goal zone, looking to take their point lead and extend it even further. Remember, that jump pad that lets you launch yourself from your home zone does not come up until the 5-minute mark, so these scores are incredibly safe here for the Kakuna Matatas.
Jeez, 215-35. We have a Dragonite here for the Pokebros trying to take this Rotom. It looks like it's pretty uncontested right here. If it's able to charge up this Hyper Beam in a reasonable amount of time, it's going to get it here. But here comes Kakuna Matata, the Machamp coming in with the Unite move, and they are able to take it. Wow, wow, what bad news for the Pokebros.
Yeah, this objective is running at their point. And again, talking about that when that launch pad occurs here, we've got a Unite move for Blissey. We've got a Unite move back up for Dragonite. This might be time to escort this Rotom in to extend their lead even further.
And here we go. We've got Unite moves coming in. This Rotom, they want this push right now. I mean, we just have fireworks coming from both teams right here as it does go in. That Rotom now, they're putting points on the board. And you know what? This was just pointed out by my chat. I actually don't know the answer to this. The scores near the individual players are resetting for some reason often. I'm not sure why.
We're going to call that a feature here in this version of the spectator client. We got some nice upgrades here, but it looks like that feature was added in here as well. Hopefully they'll get that corrected here in our next client patch. But we do have the total score at the top for our teams here, with the Kakuna Matatas having an almost 300-point lead here in the early game.
So you'll notice that the Pokebros won game number 1. They looked pretty fantastic, but right now Kakuna Matata is just handling them here in game number 2, and that kind of makes me more excited than anything, because if this goes to a game 3, we have even more interesting Pokemon picks.
Oh, someone in chat is pointing out the little numbers next to the Pokemon are actually representing the amount of AOS energy each character currently has in their pockets, it looks like, as opposed to the total they had scored, which is what they did previously.
Oh, thank you so much, chat. And I also saw a question about Glaceon. It is allowed in this tournament, but Icicle Spear is not, because there is a slight bug with it. It's hard to replicate, but there's an issue there.
Interesting to see here as well that, you know, we called these team fights in favor of Kakuna Matata, but getting a really big push-up for the Pokebros to secure this second Dread Dog.
Yeah, sorry, just doing a little business with the chat there while a big fight was happening. The Pokebros looking very good right here, but score-wise, even if they take Zapdos, it's not necessarily a done deal when the score is this out of control for one of these teams. Big Sing coming in right here. God, I miss you, Wiggly. It's so fun seeing you fight here, as we have the Dragonite coming down from the Pokebros, just trying to push them back right here so they don't put any more points on the board.
Yeah, this is one of those games where the Pokebros don't just need to win a team fight at Zapdos, they need to win a team fight decisively. They need 4 or 5 members of their team alive so they can run and score and actually create a lead instead of just barely catching up.
These eggs really keeping this Delphox away from this fight. I mean, just incredible displacement here by Kakuna Matata as they want to secure this Rotom, but they also want to wait as long as possible before they have to. Catching this Dragonite right here. Nice move from the Tallgrass. Here comes the Hyper Beam, though. Pokebros getting the secure. They knew they had to stop that Dragonite, and they couldn't do it.
We see a bunch of knockouts coming in return here, though. This Rotom ultimately not going to do a whole lot. Even if it walks in here, it's not the biggest deal, and extending the experience lead that they already have will really matter for the Zapdos fight at the end of this game.
Yeah, this is going to be a really interesting final fight. I will say, though, you know, with Kakuna Matata so far ahead, they can make a play. They can run away from this fight if they need to, score top and bottom. They have a lot of options, whereas the Pokebros, I feel like, have very few, which is just win, 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 win every fight, and then win at Zap.
As we head on in to the final end game engagement here, we have 5 Unite moves for both teams, with the Kakuna Matatas having the more aggressive positioning inside of the Zapdos pit itself, with a bunch of folks hiding out in this bush.
So I feel like if I'm Kakuna Matata, Jeff, right here, I'm just looking to take this Zapdos pretty fast and move on from it. Either way, you're way ahead. Let's see what these teams do, as it looks like Pokebros are being forced to make the move. Kakuna Matata, everyone waiting in position for this fight.
Yeah, and remember, the positioning really matters in a game like this where there aren't any Hoopas. Your team needs to be where they need to be because there is no backdoor portal to get them all together Avenger style.
Oh, here we go. Here comes the Unite move from the Dragonite. Both teams are going to start fighting here. We don't have the Wiggly Unite yet. The Delphox Unite coming in. Wiggly Unite here from Kakuna Matata as they push them out with the Machamp right now. 1 down for the Pokebros. This could be 2. 3 down for the Pokebros. This is going to be 4 as this Wiggly goes down right here. Zarina right now is in no man's land. They're going to look for the steal here, but I don't think it's going to be possible. Zarina coming in, getting KO'd. That's a full team wipe unless this Egg Bomb comes from out of nowhere and secures it. Kakuna Matata taking game 2.
And I absolutely love the addition of being able to see who has Unite moves up here, because we can kind of see what happened in that endgame fight. Blissey for the Pokebros went down without pressing. It's very powerful attack, and ultimately that was a big part of what swung that fight in favor of the Kakuna Matatas.
And now this is just so difficult to come back from. They have to win so much to fight back here. It looks like Pokebros going down here in game number 2. Kakuna Matata, what a wonderful game. Number 2.
And you know what? This is exciting. This is our first game 3 of the tournament here, and we are not only going to have a Hoopaless match for this third and final one of the round, we're going to have a Blissey-less match too, Spragels.
No Hoopa. no Blissey, no Dragonite, no Machamp. I mean, there no Cram for one of these teams. There are just so many Pokemon that don't get to come here into game number 3, and this is why this tournament was created. This is why we are doing this. I can't wait to see what they bring in here. Taking a look at our scoreboard right here, 12 KOs for Spodyak. Whether he's Greninja or Dragonite, they are popping off.
Yeah, look here. 2 characters on the side of the Kakuna Matatas having more total knockouts than the entirety of the Pokebros team here. Just absolutely dominating every team fight in this match.
Oh my gosh. 112K. Looking amazing. But of course, we've got the Cramorant here at 84. Machamp at 73. And taking a look at the damage numbers for the Pokebros, you can see that this was a one-sided battle. Kakuna Matata really taking game 2 here.
We're going to have to start calling them 6-figure Spodyak here because they don't know how to do less damage than that, Spragels.
That's right. 6-figure Spodyak. Change your name. Change your name. We are going to head back to a couple of talking heads here as we get ready for game number 3. That was an exciting game too. So I'm seeing some questions in the chat. They ask me, Jake, why can't you use Blissey? Why can't you use Hoopa? What are you talking about, you silly fool? These are Pokemon that are in Pokemon Unite. Well, this tournament today, the Summer Showdown, is using the Showdown format. What that means is in a series of games between 2 teams, once you use a Pokemon, you cannot use it again. This creates some really interesting dynamics where teams have to decide what they're going to bring into a possible game 1, 2, and 3 against their opponents. When are you going to use your Hoopa? Game 1 or 2? Are you going to use your Blissey early, or are you going to save it later in case you need it? When are you going to use your top laner that you love, like your Machamp? All of these decisions change in a tournament like this, Jeff.
Yeah, and this is our first game 3 of the day. This is where we really kind of start scraping the bottom of the Pokemon barrel, figure out, okay, which playable ones do we have left that we haven't used yet as we head on into the character selection screen here.
Moving here to game 3, I'm going to move our team names around while Jeff analyzes what exactly is going on here.
Oh, that is a Crustle and an Espeon and a Snorlax locking in here as Spodyak is locking into Cinderace. That doesn't surprise me. That is another character that 6-figure Spodyak can put up some damage numbers on.
I'm still doing it.
Callahan Smith with the Get Good Super Cheer in chat. I also hope to get as good as 6-figure Spodyak someday in Pokemon Unite.
You'll be there if you just keep working at it. I know it, Jeff. I just know it. Let me save these team names. One day I'll have someone smarter than me able to do this, but today it is me. Let's see what the chat's saying. Buzzwole's coming into this next game. Thank you so much, by the way, for the super chat. Thank you for the support.
All right, we're gonna want to jump back to our heads here. We have a small issue with our players in the game here. We have a player disconnected, so it's got to get loaded in here, and we can get this lobby remade lickety-split and get these players in appropriately.
Fair enough. Heading back to our talking heads while Jeff deals with this, I'll tell everyone a little bit more about what's going on in this tournament. I'll talk to you about some of the teams that are playing. I mean, we have huge teams playing. I saw GG in there, Ground Zero in there, IX, TOS. I mean, every big name almost in Pokemon Unite is coming out to play in this exciting tournament, and you're going to see it. You're going to see it all the way to the grand finals here on my YouTube. I want to thank everyone for the support. Thank you for being here. Thank you for liking the stream. If you can super chat or become a member, that means a lot to me. Also, of course, donation, exclamation point donation. It lets us continue to do things like this. I would like to have another tournament like this in the future, but I had to get this one done, Jeff, before Worlds. I needed to see teams play with this format before Worlds. I did see a question here about Glaceon earlier and the bug. I don't have all the details on the bug, but the issue is Icicle Spear has some weird interactions with its damage. So unfortunately, if you're going to play Glaceon in this tournament, you cannot use the Icicle Spear build. I'm sure that's something that's going to be fixed pretty soon because Glaceon might be playable at Pokemon Unite Worlds. I don't know yet. However, I guarantee they're going to want to get that bug fixed very, very quickly as we're waiting here for our teams to load back in for game number 3. How's it looking, Jeff?
We are getting our teams back out into the lobby. I've got a code here. It's so nice that in this patch we don't have to wait 5 minutes for a lobby to get remade anymore. God bless that new feature.
That is so nice. You know, it's interesting. The scoring feature I think is pretty interesting too. So I kind of liked knowing who scored what, but it's also really valuable to just see right on the sides of your screen how much Eos energy someone has, especially near the end of the game, as you know, Jeff, where we can quickly decide how possible it is for these teams to come back.
Well, and not only that, too, we not even just need to look at how big some of those Eos energy pockets are sometimes. We've seen the difference in competitive be, well, this person only has 8 energy, and that scores really quickly and can be the difference maker inside of really close games.
Yeah, I gotta say, Jeff, the chat's saying that you're looking pretty handsome right now. I'd have to agree with them. I'm in my summer do here for the summer showdown. It looks like Jeff's in a little bit of a summery outfit, too. Is this a short sleeve polo you got on?
And it is a short sleeve polo, you know. I'm not part of corporate America anymore, but sometimes I like to look the part.
I think you look great. I'm wearing shorts. I don't know if you're wearing shorts. You may not be, but you could lie to me and tell me that you're wearing swim trunks right now, and I think people would be pretty excited.
I might not even be wearing pants, Spragels. The world may never know.
Perfect. I mean, that's exactly how I like hanging out at the pool with my buddies. Nobody's got pants on, but we do have some polos on as we're getting ready for our next match here. It looks like our teams are just about ready to load in right here. Game number 3, and as you saw earlier, some extremely exciting Pokemon picks coming out in game 3 because they used up a lot of what would be considered top tier staple picks in games 1 and 2.
We have our players at the character selection screen again, and it looks like I have a full 10 people picking characters. Yes, excellent. Everyone is loaded in, and we're going to have a fantastic game 3 here as we have that bottom of the barrel scrape as our teams try to cobble together their 11th through 15th most playable Pokemon compositions.
Here we go. I love seeing the Crustle right here. Of course, that critical hit Crustle looking freaking beautiful. We've got Espeon actually making its way into a tournament right here, and Pokebros using a lot of Pokemon that, you know, when you look at their roster, I think, wow, I can't believe they haven't used any of these. These are all top tier choices.
Well, I meant bottom of the barrel like Lucario.
Oh, absolutely. Yeah, bottom of the barrel like a Lucario or Zarina, something no one would ever use.
Yeah, and I actually think one of the things talking about good game balance inside of Pokemon Unite is I really think they've done a great job of getting a lot of these melee brawler characters to similar amounts of balance. For a long time, Lucario was just this indisputed champion of the top path. And like you mentioned, Zarina, Machamp, Lucario, all of these are very reasonable and competitive choices for teams now.
I'm seeing Renshaw Realm in the chat saying they hope they yawn flail to troll me. Nothing would make me happier, Renshaw, than seeing a flail yawn Snorlax, but I don't think they could do it. I don't think they could handle the embarrassment.
We see Lucario being a little bit late to the party, looking like 2-1-2 for both sides here with Crustle plus Zarina in the top path. And notably, an interesting choice here I'd like to call out, there is an XP share on Snorlax in the bottom.
Yeah, that is interesting to see right here. But I mean, they're here in this bottom path. Maybe they're using it for a little extra movement speed or not worrying too much if they don't get the secures. Also, I think XP share works in an interesting way that a lot of people don't recognize. It can still get the KO and share experience with the team in a pretty cool way as Lucario goes down in this top path. Nice catch by that Crustle.
Yeah, Zarina hitting its level 5 breakpoint, not quite to that final evolution yet, but unlocking that stomp attack upgrade for that big area burst damage here as Crustle is looking to hit its level 4 breakpoint before these bees come out.
All right, Crustle getting the level 4, looking good. I can't wait to see this Pokemon used because I really do think Crustle is very, very close to being a possible choice. It just gets outshined by some Pokemon here in the meta as Lucario's in trouble. Once again, getting pushed back. Huge attack there by Crustle, but they're not able to pick up the KO.
Absolutely love this brand new Hollowware for this Crustle. I think Crustle, hands down, has the best Hollowware choices in Pokemon Unite currently.
Now, Jeff, I want to talk to you a little bit about this Espeon. So we've got a Psyshock Espeon, and it doesn't see a lot of play, but it does get a Unite move at level 8, and that Psyshock is incredible burst damage and stun. I think this Pokemon is very close to being competitive, and this is a format it can really shine in.
Yeah, and we see Espeon paired with the Snorlax. These are two characters that probably have the best last hits from early game characters between Psyshock and Snorlax's tackle for the first 4 levels.
Snorlax's tackle is one of the meanest things to deal with in Path. I swear to you, when I am against a Snorlax, I feel like I can't really do much of anything. The Wombo combo from that 1-2 tackle boosted is just insane.
We see Greninja getting to the bottom path while Cinderace is rotating up to the top. Going to be 2 to 3 here, but with the durability of Snorlax, that might not necessarily be a problem if we have good positioning.
Let's take a look at what they can do here. Again, you know, we're going to have a big burst of damage right here. And look at that Psyshock. Just incredible steals there from that Espeon as we have a nice break up in the top path. Interesting choice to break that top path goal.
We saw that in the first game as well, choosing to aggressively give themselves map position at the cost of giving the opposing team valuable experience. These extra Audinos that start spawning here are not a free thing to give to the opposing team.
We have got about 5 seconds until this Dreadnought. I see some questions in the chat about how long this stream will be. Long. This is going to be a long stream. We have a ton of teams that are going to battle it out for this championship here. And look at Kakuna Matata just getting ready for this fight. Coming in here with the big X Scissor, and here comes that Unite move from Spodyak. Putting Spodyak on any Pokemon that can deal some damage is huge. Nice Unite move from the Espeon as they are pushing Pokebros back. It looks like they're going to be able to get this secure right here without too much trouble. 3 members of Pokebros still fighting, but they are just completely kept out of this fight as it goes down to Zarina.
Yeah, you know, just a completely dominating team fight there. 2 Unite moves for our left side team to 0, but perhaps biting off a little bit more than they can chew as they push up there, but getting in some goals in exchange for the experience they're giving up here.
Ooh, I'll take a look at that though. I mean, that's a big moment. We talk about this a lot, and I think people don't realize how big that is. If you get a big KO, you get Dreadnought, you push in a little bit. If a lot of your team goes down after it, you've almost given up the entire advantage you just secured.
Yeah, I mean, look at the levels across these teams. Cinderace has just ticked into 10 there, but Greninja is almost there as well now. And the fact that that first Dreadnought went over to our left side team is almost a non-factor in how balanced these characters' levels are at the moment.
Now we have this Rotom, both teams just getting ready for it. I love this from Snorlax, trying to get in there and catch somebody out. Here comes this big Greninja Unite, however, getting a couple KOs here. Wow, that was just chaotic as you see the clones fly off and fight the enemy team. 3 down for Kakuna Matata. It looks like they're going to be able to rip this here. Pokebros taking the Rotom.
Yeah, and this is kind of the other side of the coin, right? Like, we saw our purple side team win the team fight at Dreadnought in a dominating fashion because they had Unite moves, but that meant that they did not have Unite moves available for the second team fight. And speaking of, just back and forth as the team with their most powerful yellow buttons there takes engagement after engagement.
Yeah, I mean, take a look at that here. So it's really interesting. These teams, I feel like, are trading experience back and forth. They're trading score back and forth. And right now, both teams getting ready for the second Dreadnought. And you're going to see this is going to look a little different than what you might see in a lot of competitive games, not just the spinning and dancing, but because neither team has a Hoopa. So they have to walk down here all by themselves.
This is going to be our first kind of honest team fight here. There isn't just one team that has a bunch of Unite moves while the other doesn't. We have 4 Unite moves on each side here, and these characters are looking to brawl.
Here we go. Snorlax coming on here. Big Unite from the Cinderace and Trevenant as everyone's just getting pushed around right here. Crustle gets the Unite. Zarina with some huge stomps right here. Kicking those soccer balls. 2 down here on Pokebros. But there goes Cinder. Look at that Unite from Cram. Everyone down on Kakuna Matata. Oh boy, Kakuna Matata goes down.
And I feel like, in my mind, that fight there is the precursor to what we are most likely to see happen at the Zap fight. Both teams had characters with good levels in good positioning, and it was won in a dominating fashion by our right side team here.
Looks like they're trying to push back here. The Pokebros getting taken down right now. A couple members going down, but such a big fight for them. Not great for Kakuna Matata right there, but it means no worries, Jeff. It does mean no worries.
I mean, once this point is gone, you don't have to worry about the outside point for the rest of your days, Spragels, as the purple team pushes forward yet again.
That's true. They can make no scores for the rest of their days because that point is gone, Jeff.
What an incredible Unite move from Zarina there, saving the Cinderace from an almost certain knockout, as Espeon is actually the first character to tick level 13 in this game.
This is looking pretty great right here for Kakuna Matata right now. They're going to be able to take this Rotom, I think. Just look at this. You've got Crustle with the X-Scissor. You've got Snorlax with the block. They're just pushing it as far away from Pokebros as they possibly can. But here come the Pokebros, the Leaf Tornado, one of the old school securing moves, not able to get it. Great positioning there from Kakuna Matata.
All right, we're heading into that 2-minute and 45-second mark, so we're not quite at the home stretch yet, but we're at the point where, okay, we're not using Unite moves for the next 45 seconds. They're saving those for the most important fight of the game. As we look towards character levels, there are multiple 13s on both sides here and pretty evenly split. This could be anyone's fight here as we head into the end.
It really could be. I mean, I'm not sure which side I think has the advantage here. This is really, really close. I love some of the KO secures here that you're going to be able to get from the Pokebros. Wow, this is an interesting play. Kind of pushing them out of the pit there. I thought we might have a little bit of an engagement. 10 seconds left till the last Zapdos fight of this series between Kakuna Matata and Pokebros.
We see good positioning inside of the pit from both of these teams. Our left side team is up by 70 points currently, meaning they're kind of in the defensive position. The onus is on our orange team to start this objective and get a lead because they are currently behind.
And you can see them starting with the spins, getting ready for another big fight here. Kakuna Matata not worried, getting ready. They've got their Spodyak set up in the top. Here comes the Greninja looking for a big KO right here as Tree gets one. Greninja gets two. Wow, 3 down on Kakuna Matata, 4 down. They are cleaning this up, and we've got Cinder. It didn't make it into the fight. Looking for a snipe right now. This is not Reddit, my friend. You are going down. 5 down for Kakuna Matata. Pokebros taking Zapdos right here.
It isn't good in my solo queue game that you ruined by attempting it, and it isn't good here in the Summer Showdown. Do not camp in that bush, Cinder. You need to be in that team fight here in such a dominating fashion for the orange team in this end game engagement.
In my defense, I wasn't trying to ruin that game, Jeff. I just wanted a cool clip to post online.
All right, we're going to see an endgame push here. We are up by a little over 200 points here. So that means 3 scores are going to need to happen for our purple team. So they need to siege this outside point and push through to the inside as well, with 2 Unite moves here for them still also.
This is actually looking pretty good. This push isn't going too bad, but Snorlax getting everyone pushed out of here. 3 members down right now for Pokebros. 2 members down for Kakuna Matata. That's 4 down. If they're able to wipe this, they might be able to come back right here. They've got to deal with this tree. So difficult to fight on point, though. It's got the shields. It's got the healing. It's got the Horn Leash. It's pushing them back, and now Lucario is back in this fight. Oh, what an incredible push, but it wasn't enough. It just wasn't enough. Pokebros taking game number 3.
Trevenant is unsiegeable on that tier 2 goal zone. I almost thought for a second the 2 Unite moves from our left side team are going to allow them to get the push there, but the tree stands tall and firm on defense.
What an incredible series, Jeff. I mean, Kakuna Matata and Pokebros playing some amazing games right here. You love to see it. I love to see the variety from these 2 teams. Do you think Spodyak is still going to be 6-digit Spodyak in that match?
All right, drum roll, please. Ooh. We came up quite a bit short here, Spragels, and honestly, this was the most evenly matched of all of those games that we saw here. Both of these teams kind of reaching deeper into their character roster to figure out what they wanted to play. Ended up giving us a pretty balanced game 3 with a lot of back and forth.
It really was. And I do have to say, all jokes aside about the Reddit moment right there, the positioning from Cinderace was obviously very intentional. I just want to point that out for until someone thinks they made a huge mistake. They actually wanted to make sure that they weren't caught early in that fight. Unfortunately, It just meant that they weren't able to engage for so long, and it really did not work out for Kakuna Matata.
Yeah, and I mean, that engagement in the Zap Pit, it was just over so quickly.
Yeah.
The Trevenant atmosphere put their Unite move in to give more damage. The Cramorant Unite went up and started blasting people with the splash damage as that fish bounces around, and it was over before Spodyak could even walk out of the bush.
That's right. Coming back to Jeff and I. All right, ladies and gentlemen, we are going to be getting the next match ready. As I said earlier, you're going to see some huge name teams in this tournament. GG is here, IX is here, Blvckhvnd is here. I mean, so many top players playing this format. You're going to see a ton of games, and if you, as you've been asking, how long is this stream? It's a long one. We got a lot of teams signed up. I think almost 100 teams are competing in this tournament, which is pretty huge. So we're going to be looking for our next game. Don't go anywhere while we pull that up. I'm going to hit you with a little be right back screen. In the meantime, maybe you can try to figure out a way to put a team together for the next one of these, because it's going to be pretty exciting. I will see you all very, very soon. It's time for the real star, the chair. Chair, 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 chair. I'm saying chair, chair. I'm saying it weird, but I'm saying chair. The chair is the star of the stream. All right, Jeff, we are coming back here, getting ready for our next game. What do we have to look forward to?
We have the only Phantoms versus the fighting composition here as we head on into our third round of coverage in our bracket. Our players are in, and it looks like we are getting ready to head to a character selection screen now. Let's get right into the action.
Here we go. Your purple team, only Phantoms. Your orange team, fighting composition, as we see what they're going to pick here for game number 1.
We see no Hoopa being locked in for the left side, with Hoopa being locked in for the right. It seems more teams, rather than less, favoring playing that powerful pink Pokemon right at the beginning, with a lot of bulk still for the only Phantoms. Trevenant, Slowbro, and Eldegoss here in their starting composition.
Yeah, this is really interesting right here. And, ooh, are we going to see 2 all-rounders possibly for fighting composition? I mean, that's quite a fighting composition, I gotta say.
No check mark yet. This could perhaps be a central area Machamp, but it is attack weight stacking. Maybe we're going to see central area Delphox.
Yeah, I think we might have that Delphox thrown into the center, and then we have an all-rounder like Machamp and Lucario in both paths. That could be really interesting. Or 2 of them in one path. That would just be so mean.
Yeah, we could see them both top. Remember, it is a little bit easier to get those attack weight stacks in because the goal zones are a little bit closer together. So I honestly wouldn't be surprised to see both Yuta and Burn It Down run to the top.
Let's see what they load into here. I'm dealing with a little something on my end, Jeff, so I'll let you take the start of this.
We see Experience Shear on the Eldegoss. We've got Cinderace almost assuredly running into the central area. Let's see here for our right side team. Who's going into the center? It is the Machamp going center here with Vizid playing that Delphox in a 1-1-3 composition. We see the action getting started with the monkeys. We come to the first contested Audino here. This first Audino could often set the tone for the path as the side with 3 is able to easily secure it, while Phantom doesn't even try to assist, simply going to get their first deposit to get their attack weight stacks in. These stacking items, for those not familiar, give you a permanent stat boost the first 6 times you deposit AO Surge. Why we see these aggressive scorings in the start, even at the cost of getting knocked out, because the extra stats that you gain from these energy deposits are just so valuable.
All right, I am back here. Thank you so much for taking the start of this here, Jeff. And we've got an interesting match here. We do see that Lucario and Machamp kind of hanging out up there together, which is very cool and interesting to see. We've got ourselves a Scald Bro here in this bottom path.
We did notably have the Machamp in the central area for the fighting composition here, something we're a little bit unsure of as we head into the first beast here, and we're still just brawling here in the bottom. Speaking of brawls, some knockouts coming across for the only Phantoms in the top path.
Ooh, and look at this Machamp. Wow, that Machamp almost went down right there, but able to make it out, not getting taken down by the Machoke. Oh, wow. So close to a couple KOs, but that Eldegoss keeping him alive.
You see Hoopa rotating up here for the fighting composition on the right side, looking to kind of rebalance these paths a little bit here to 2-1-2 as our central area characters head back to where they're looking to farm.
Yeah, taking a look here, we've got about a minute before Dreadnought right now. Delphox, almost level 6. It really needs level 6 to be useful for this big fight. It's a huge difference. Almost going down to that Trev. Its health is very, very low. So is Slowbros right here.
You see Amnesia there getting Slowbro out alive, so a free knockout there, essentially getting some more experience for that Delphox. Look at that level 6 breakpoint, like Spragels pointed out here, so they can unlock that mystical fire attack.
So
Slowbro goes
close.
down looking to deposit some AOS energy there.
Yeah, level 7 Machoke in our top path. Level 6 for our only Phantoms right here. And right now, I mean, do we have any Pokemon nearing a Unite move for Dreadnought? Doesn't look like anyone's even close.
We do have Machoke hitting level 8 here in the top path. This is a knockout. 8 2/3 for the Machoke here, but we need to get that and get down to the bottom still. Hoopa's Hyperspace Hole could be instrumental in making that happen as they leave these wild Pokemon to let Machamp hit that breakpoint.
Well, this is a trick Hoopa, I believe, so we've got no Hyperspace Hole coming. So they're going to be walking down to this Dreadnought as the tree is pushing everyone off this goal right here, just displacing them like crazy. Our purple team collapsing around this Dreadnought right here. It's at about half, and now both teams are here for a big fight. Here comes that Unite move from Machamp. It takes the Dreadnought and gets a nice KO as well.
Love that. Not only does it put up an incredible amount of damage, but it pushes people past that objective, locking them out of being attempting to secure those last hits here as we see every member of our left side team go down inside of this engagement. Big overcap here. 29 points.
Looking really nice fighting composition right now. I mean, take a look at that. A level 11 Machamp. That's so early. This Pokemon is just going crazy in this match.
Machamp easily one of the highest impact Unite moves in this game. Easily swings entire team fights all on its own. And we see some brawling happening here around this this Rotom with 2 Unite moves ultimately popping off to make it happen. Can these 8 points get in here before the Rotom walks? This is huge.
Wow.
Now the Rotom is not just breaking an outside goal for minimal over, it's walking at their second goal zone here.
Whoa, but that's such a big KO. Such a big KO, Jeff. I mean, I don't know. That doesn't feel worth it to me. They just gave up so much by having that Machamp go down.
Every time you knock out a Pokemon that is higher level than you, you clutch in so much experience. So even though that Machamp for our orange type team got a knockout there, the fact that it gave itself up in the process meant that that exchange was nowhere worthwhile for our orange team.
Orange team right now looking pretty good level-wise, but yeah, giving up a ton in that fight. This tree's got to go down, but look at this. Look at the bushes taking them all the way back home almost.
All right, we're gearing up for the second Dreadnought of the game. Orange team notably does have that Hoopa, while not portal does have that Rings Unbound Unite move to pull everyone in, while our left side team has to just walk there using their legs or whatever their Pokemon have available to them.
Some of them have spider-like tree stumps that are coming out of their feet. Oh, here we go. We've got the fight coming down right now. Hoopa could bring the team down. We have 2 members of fighting composition in the top path, but it really doesn't matter. That Hoopa's bringing him in. There is the Unite move. Big Delphox Unite as well. I love the combination right there. Stunning him with the Hoopa and then getting that Delphox Unite. Lucario Unite coming out. We've got Machamp ready to throw down as well for both teams. Both these Machamps just clean it up. However, now there are 4 members down here for Only Phantoms. Fighting composition looking great here as they secure this dread.
That's the Hoopa differential, Spragels. That is why this Pokemon is on every single competitive team in the normal format that we play, and that is why we will almost assuredly see it in one of the 3 comps that each team is allowed to bring today to the tournament.
I would be shocked and awed. I might even be shocked and awed at the same time if they had no Hoopas. I don't think it's possible. That Pokemon is just too valuable. You're going to use it in one composition, but fighting composition, using it in their first game, we're probably going to see it in Only Phantom's second game.
You see here, this Rotom going down really quick. This Rotom has more value for the fighting compositions than it does for the Only Phantoms. Again, when you get this Rotom to walk at their inside goal point, creates a lot of map pressure, giving you time to kind of run around and do other things, whether it's push up on their bottom point or clear your wild Pokemon, or are we pushing in on the second goal zone? Perhaps Slowbro getting caught by a huge push from the tree.
Wow. I mean, here we go. Delphox Unite move coming down. We've got a couple KOs right here. Are they able to push this in and do something with it? No, I don't know. Here comes this tree, just so difficult to deal with on point, and we might be seeing that Machamp go down once again if they can catch it. Delphox almost going down. They are continuing this push, but Machamp now fighting back and able to pull their team out of there.
Whew, speaking of fighting composition, Yuta here, almost level 15 at the 3-minute mark. This Pokemon is looking to put this game on its incredibly strong back and carry it as we head on in towards the final couple of minutes.
Let me tell you, Jeff, I just got Only Phantoms. It took me this entire time to get the play there, but I finally understand the joke. Very nice team name.
Oh, I had to go and subscribe to their Only Phantoms as soon as I saw the name.
Yeah, I mean, I had to as well. I love that website. So here we go. 2 minutes, 30 seconds. We've got Dreadnought coming up. It'll be around long enough for one team to take it, but as we often talk about with this final Dreadnought, it's not that important for either of these teams. So if one team's able to get it, the other team can just position themselves for Zapdos, and it will be just fine, especially when you already have a level 15 Machamp. I mean, it's okay if they don't secure this.
They do end up getting the secure here, and this ticks. Look, I can't remember the last time I saw a game where every character on a team was 13 plus heading into the Zapdos fight.
Yeah, this is huge. I mean, fighting composition looking great here. Only Phantom's going to have some trouble dealing with this. This Hoopa ready to bring the team anywhere they need to be. Right now, we've got the Unite moves coming down here from the tree, from the Eldegoss. Lucario fighting, getting actually caught out right there and KO'd by that Cinderace. So one member down here for fighting composition, as this fight actually might be going a little differently than I expected. 2-3 members down here for Only Phantoms now, though, and Cinderace has to run or they will go down as well.
That was a level 15 Cinderace that did manage to get out here. Our teams are respawning, and we are going to have a refight here in the central area. And I have to imagine the refight favors the team with more Unite moves, and that is currently 2 for the for the fighting competition on the right side of your screen.
And taking a look here, Machamp is just kind of up in the top path looking for maybe a sneaky score right here. They still have a Hoopa Unite. They can bring it in whenever they need. Are they able to get the points? They are not. Just stopped barely by the Machamp on the other side here as Zapdos is being attacked here in this fight. Here is that Hoopa Unite move. Eldegoss almost going down. 2 members of Only Phantoms down right now. This is going to be very difficult. Machamp Unite too little, too late. It looks like this bird is going down. I don't think Eldegoss can make it back in time. No, it cannot, and that is a secure for fighting composition.
Yeah, fighting composition ahead pretty much in the entirety of this game, all the way through to the end, executing an excellent team fight here, and this advantage is insurmountable, even if there was more time on the clock, of which there is not here, as we're in the final 20 seconds of the first game of this round.
Really exciting game one here. Fighting composition looking fantastic, but they're gonna have to switch to different Pokemon. They will not have a Hoopa for game number 2 or a Machamp, and as we saw, they are brutal on this Machamp.
Yeah, I feel like game 2 really lets us gauge kind of the strength of two teams against each other more when we see them split their Hoopa picks like this. Like, was this commanding performance from the fighting composition a skill differential, or was it a Hoopa differential with the powerful positioning that that Pokemon provides?
That's exactly right, and that's something that we're going to find out very soon. If you're just tuning in, the reason we're going to find that out is because this tournament is using the showdown format where you have to use different Pokemon on every single match between these two teams. I'm sorry, Delphox, what kind of damage number is that?
That is the most damage I have ever seen a Delphox do. And we did, in Vizid's defense, we did say at the start we were incredibly tanky for the only Phantoms.
That's true. They are very tanky. I mean, you see 100,000 damage tanked there for the tree, as well as 97,000 damage for the Slowbro. But man, that Delphox just getting it done inside that match. But of course, you have to really tip your cap to Yuta. Yuta just playing incredible on that Machamp.
Yeah, Yuta getting 11 knockouts over the course of that game. They were level 15 at the 3-minute mark. Just incredibly commanding performance for them out of the central area for fighting composition.
Incredible game number 1, and now it's time to get ready for game 2. I'm coming back to our old big heads here, and we're going to talk a little bit about what we could see in game number 2. Obviously, only Phantoms now has the ability to play Hoopa. They didn't have that ability before, and fighting composition is going to have to do something else. Both teams notably not playing Blissey game 1, another Pokemon that I think is absolutely one of the best inside of Pokemon Unite currently.
You know, Spragels, I thought we agreed before the broadcast that we weren't going to talk about the size of my head anymore.
Oh, yeah, so sorry. There's a whole list of things I can't say. Sorry. Oh,
We have
Kakuna
our
Matata
player-
was one of them? Oh, boy, I wasn't allowed to sing that. I sang it like 50 times.
I refuse to not make Kakuna Matata puns, Spragels. That's going to happen for the rest of our days.
I think, oh, no worries. Yeah, you're right. It will happen for the rest of our days. We're going to be heading into game number 2 right here. Again, these teams are going to be switching everything up. They can't use a single Pokemon that they used before. We're probably going to see a Hoopa for one of our teams, but the other team is going to have to pull out something different. And interestingly enough, with no Blissies on both sides, one team could be running Hoopa and Blissey, essentially the 100% locked in competitive picks.
Yeah, and I think that's probably what we're going to see from only Phantoms here. I bet we're going to see they have a full try-hard composition without seeing Hoopa or Blissey in the first one. And I think that that's something we're going to continue to see kind of a different theory process from sculpting these team compositions from these groups. Are some groups seem to be taking Hoopa and Blissey, which are widely accepted as the two best supports, and splitting them across two teams, while others are kind of having a, this is our strongest team composition. We're definitely going to win with this one in most situations.
Yeah, I mean, it's really interesting. You're rolling the dice a little bit with both of these. You're wondering, okay, is splitting it up actually going to be better so we have two really strong teams, or should we put all of our effort into one and make sure we win that match? We're going to have to see what happens with these teams while we wait for them to get ready for our game number 2 right here. Oh, they're actually loading in. I was going to say I am starting an Only Phantoms, so if you want to support the stream, donation, super chat, membership, that's a great way to do it. But of course, you could sign up for my Only Phantoms.
We see a Blissey getting locked in here for the Only Phantoms to start, but no Hoopa yet, as Snorlax is queuing up some held items here, it would seem.
Moving our team names around right now, so that's why they look the way they do currently.
We see Vizid locking in, or not quite locking in, but hovering over the Sylveon here with Blastoise from Tilted Utah. I wonder if perhaps we are going to see that kind of split center up as the check mark goes off of the Blastoise here. Are we seeing a full Eevee composition here?
I mean, I would love to see it. I hope they recognize that one of the movesets is currently not allowed. I think they do. And actually, Jeff, you and I both are big Icy Wind fans, so it could be huge.
I enjoy me some Icy Wind here as we see, again, an incredibly thick team from the Only Phantoms here. Blissey, Greedent, Snorlax, even Venusaur, to a degree, is one of the tankier attackers in the game.
Yeah, that's absolutely true. I mean, this team comp here from Only Phantoms, so incredibly bulky, and this one here from Fighting Composition, so incredibly cute.
All of the evolutions here. Oh, hold on 1 second.
We have a problem.
Okay, it looks like we might be remaking the lobby. Feel free to jump back to our perfectly average sized heads.
That's right. Our heads are normal size, and we're coming back to us right here. They definitely can play that Glaceon. I'm not sure if that was the problem, but they just didn't recognize that they just can't play Icicle Spear. I hope we get to see that team composition because I think that would be really, really cool. Taking a look at, did we see a double Machamp? Is that what it was?
Burn It Down was not present, so they apparently they started the game when they were not ready. I'm waiting to see what's going on here.
Sure, no problem. I'll talk to the chat a bit while we're hanging out and figuring what's happening here. So I got a couple questions. Why no Icicle Spear? There is a small bug with Icicle Spear, and right now it's one of those weird things where it can give an unfair advantage to a team. It's very difficult to replicate, but you wouldn't want a bugged Pokemon competing in a tournament. It's why, I don't know if a lot of people know this, it wasn't a top tier pick, so this didn't really come up a lot, but Dragon build Garchomp was also disabled for most every tournament. I think probably every tournament in the Pokemon Unite Championship Series because one of its builds was also bugged. So that's what was happening with Garchomp, and that is now happening with one of Glaceon's moves. Definitely a playable Pokemon. You just have to use the Icy Wind moveset. Will this live be uploaded? Yes, it will, Fraxo. We are going to be putting this up. How do I join your Only Phantoms? For now, instead of joining my Only Phantoms, I would highly encourage you, like the stream, make sure that if you have the ability to become a member, leave a super chat or a donation. It means a lot to me. I sure would appreciate it, and it will let me continue to put on more things like this. Huge shout out to Jeff for casting alongside me. Also, big shout out to Ultimate Esports for helping throw this event. And there are more games in this event being broadcast over on Twitch at the Unite Mike's Twitch. Zoinks and Excellund are running some games over there. Their coverage will end as we head towards the later parts of the tournament, and it will just be Jeff and I taking the last few games.
Somebody in chat pointing it out there, we're 1,000 likes short of how many concurrent viewers we have right now. It's absolutely free. Just go ahead and smash that button. Help Spragels' fantastic tournament here reach more people on this platform. We appreciate everybody hanging out here today as we're waiting for our players to get queued up in their lobby so we can head into the second game of this match.
I'm very curious, looking into the chat, what has been your favorite part of this tournament? What Pokemon maybe even has been the most exciting for you to see, because you don't get to see it that often competitively. And thank you, Atom. You're welcome for the awesome tournament. I hope we can do many more because this is great. I just blinked 20 times in a row. Yeah, probably while I was looking at this camera. Am I blinking like this? I think I'm blinking a lot, Jeff. I think I might be blinking too much. We've got Espeon. People are saying they love that pick. Machamp, Wiggly, of course, Eldegoss. People are liking Eldy. You know, Eldy is actually a very reasonable Pokemon to have in a lot of team compositions. It just gets beaten out by Hoopa all the time. Hex Gengar from the chat. All right, we're pulling up this next game. They are ready to go, Jeff.
We are heading on in, and it looks like that thick comp is locking in for Only Phantoms here again, as we see that Venusaur, that Snorlax, and that Greedent and Blissey queuing up here with a little bit of damage supplemented by Greninja. It looks like we are running back the triple EV lineup here, perhaps with Burn It Down, locking in another powerful melee brawler, Azumarill.
Yes!
Probably one of the biggest winners of buffs in this most recent balance patch. This character is a ton of fun and very powerful now.
I love this team composition here from Fighting Composition. I mean, look at this. 3v, we've got Azumarill, we've got the frickin' Blastoise. This is an exciting, exciting team comp. But of course, over on the Only Phantom side, they have got a real difficult, bulky mess for Fighting Comp to deal with.
You know, the bulkiness of this team is a nod towards being good for Glaceon. It's one of the reasons why Glaceon is powerful. When it hits that level 10 attack upgrade on that Icy Wind, all of those spears start dealing damage based on how much health your target has, which allows it to completely chunk through these thicker characters like that.
We've got a request in the chat to keep the camera on Azumarill the entire time. I can assure you we're going to be watching some big plays from this Pokemon, especially considering it's uniting a ton. But let's see how they split up these 3 EVs right here, Jeff, because they could split up this central area and get all of them 4 very, very fast. And here we go. Look at these little
Speaking
cuties.
of all of... Wait.
Whoa.
What?
Whoa!
Oh my gosh, they've all tapped excuse me? All right, I know we had a request to follow the Azumarill, but we're going to watch these EVs bully this Froakie.
Here we go. 3 EVs against 1 Froakie. They're running into this central area right now. The Swifts are coming out. They're going to have to back up right here as they are trying to take this Bouffalon down very fast. This strategy is insane. I love it. They are taking it down. They're going to peel off to these Corphish. Here comes Snorlax trying to stop this party. Huge tackle and boosted right there as Snorlax is just taking an insane amount of damage. Only in a showdown tournament like this could you see a strategy like this come out. You love to see it, Jeff.
You know, and here I thought our viewers weren't going to get a special treat, but this 3 EVs 1 Froakie is normally premium only Phantoms content getting here for free on Spragels' YouTube channel.
That is beautiful right now. I do think there are going to be some problems because a lot of people are going to be sharing this video, reacting to it. It's a classic 3 EVs 1 Froakie situation. We all know the reference I'm making. They're up here in the top path. They're going to take down this Big B. We've got ourselves an Espeon now.
We see pushing into this point, this Azumarill getting these attack weight stacks here, getting these small energy deposits to give it extra attack as we head on into the mid game is another huge knockout here. And just look at the absolute chaos here as all of these EVs hit their first power spike. And speaking of power spikes, Venusaur's just like, guys,
hello?
I'm just gonna farm here at the bottom, I guess.
Are there Pokemon around? Anybody?
I'll put some energy in, I guess.
Does anyone care about the bottom path? Hello? Hello? This is, Jeff, that might have been maybe the most excited I've been at the first 2 minutes of a Pokemon match ever. I think they're in the central area again, by the way. I think they're fighting them again over here.
We see Snorlax looking to get in here, but these characters all power spike early. We see that Icy Wind jumping around from Azu as we see huge knockout from the Greedent here, getting them a little bit of catch-up experience.
This is just such an exciting fight. Obviously, the 3Vs being shut down right now. They were so incredibly cruel for so long. They had to do something about it. We've got ourselves a level 7 Wartortle, though, here. So they're looking pretty good when it comes to the center area experience, obviously. They were able to take that essentially uncontested and just hang out there and farm up and become powerful.
And looking at the way the levels lined up, it doesn't look like this 3 EV invade really cost our purple team that much here. They are pretty similarly leveled to everything on the right side. In fact, they're over leveled a bit here as Azumarill is coming down at level 8 2/3, and Wartortle is almost a Blastoise as well.
We gotta, say that this, oh wow, this Venusaur going down, this is so huge. That's giving us a Blastoise right here. So we have a massive Unite move that's gonna be able to push this enemy team away. This strategy is just so freaking exciting for fighting composition. Let's go! Massive triple KO. This Dreadnought's going down. Fighting composition, pulling out one of the coolest picks I've ever seen in a tournament, if not the coolest, and they are crushing with it right now.
You know, I have to ask Spragels, is bullying legal to show on YouTube? Because I'm pretty sure using a Unite move on a level 5 character qualifies.
I actually think I'm not even allowed to talk about my only Phantoms on YouTube either, so this stream is probably getting taken down.
All right, we have a huge push here on this second goal zone, extending their lead 233-271 now as Azumarill is firing off that Unite move with a huge engage here inside of the speed zone.
Wow, what a big move here. Burn it down at level 11. And like we said, we're going to have this camera on this Azumarill a lot because that Unite move is going to come out in every single big fight. Greninja needs to be careful right here. You cannot fight an Azumarill one-on-one.
Yeah, Azumarill having one of the second fastest Unite recharges in the game, surpassed only by Delphox. Comes up almost once per minute if you are clearing lots of wild Pokemon, and Azumarill is excellent at clearing wild Pokemon with its Water Pulse and Whirlpool attacks.
You know, I gotta say, fighting composition right here, coming out with a pretty standard-ish strategy in game 1, but this game 2 is a tower rush, a Zerg rush, a cheese build. This is the thing that you don't expect. You can't believe it's working, and it is crushing here.
You know, we asked in the first game, was there a little bit of a hoopa diff between the teams, but fighting composition showing us that they are no slouches even without that. Oh, God. We're sieging another tier 2, Spragels.
You know, it's weird, Jeff, because I think not being able to really practice against a strategy like this, expect a strategy like this, this team is actually doing so well. But actually, wow, what an incredible push here. That was really great. Really, really nice job by Only Phantoms. I thought that was going in for sure.
Yeah, we see that kind of difference between these two teams there, getting that extra bit push from the second goal zone, allowing them to push that off. But look at how quickly this Glaceon shreds this objective.
Oh no! Leashed! It's leashed! Jeff and I at the same time with the same exact response. Oh no.
All right. Whew. Almost stolen by the Snorlax there, but those icicle spears, the icy wind shards is that attack that deal damage based on HP, are so good at securing last hits on objectives and knocking out thicker Pokemon like Snorlax.
Man, take a look at this Glaceon just doing some work right here. You know, as I was talking about in a video I have for this Pokemon, it really does some amazing stuff with Icy Wind. It's constantly mobile and it's dishing out huge chunks of damage all the time at extreme range.
Yeah, despite all of those knockouts that happened on the tier 2 goal zone for the orange team, they are still very behind in levels here, as we see 2 level 13s for our left side team. Something important to note about these evolutions, they hit their second attack upgrade at level 12. That means all 5 characters on the purple team are going to have their second attack upgrade as we head on into the Zapdos fight here in a minute and a half.
Yeah, it's one of the amazing things about all of these EVs is early Unite moves, early move upgrades, evolving and becoming really powerful at level 4. But obviously they do fall off a little later in the match right here. But here we go, Azumarill coming in, big double KO. They want to push this in. I mean, they might get this next Rotama, and this is just crazy. 4 members down here for Only Phantoms. It is going in. That goal is going down.
This is an almost 300-point differential between these teams as we're closing on in to the 2-minute mark here. This is not just a you flip the big yellow bird in the middle and you win the game if you secure it. The orange team needs to decisively win a team fight to win this game before securing that last objective.
This is just so tough for Only Phantoms right here. But as we were mentioning a little earlier, they have a better late game composition. The question is, can they even get enough experience to make it possible? I mean, this is a level 14 Azumarill, 13 Espeon. It's not looking too good for Only Phantoms, but that Venusaur is at level 13, and that's when it becomes a real menace.
Whoa, huge push here. Are we going to push into their second point here before Zapdos? Looks like we're kiting back a little bit. Some good knockouts there, but the levels are so low for the orange side. Their knockout timers are low with them.
This is a really surprise. I mean, look at this. They're just fighting them in their central area here, essentially. 1 member of fighting composition is over near the pit, but now 2 members down here, actually, for fighting composition here, and only 1 member down for Only Phantoms. They're able to take 3. This is just what we were talking about. They didn't have that late fight advantage. They were pushed out really, really deep right here as they're trying to fight back with these Unite moves. 2 going down, 3 going down now. Blastoise cleaning this whole thing up, and it looks like we're going to have a bit of a refight.
Yeah, and this refight, again, heavily favors our purple side team. They are up a ton of points. They just need to buy time in this game. It is noteworthy that the Snorlax does still have a Unite move here, but that's the only Unite move left in the game at the moment. And these evolutions rip their Unites early. And other than the Sylveon, both Espeon and Glaceon recharge their Unite moves relatively quickly.
Ooh, this Greedent doing some work, taking this Espeon down. Huge timer right there. They're going to be gone for half of the rest of this match here as Glaceon Glacion's coming in with a big Unite move of their own, looking to get some KOs out of it. Take a look at that. If they're able to catch Greninja or Greedent one more time, I think they can get the KO here. No, Greedent survives everything. It's still got a focus span right here. They're trying to take this out. They're way ahead on score right now, so our orange team needs to do something. Snorlax with the Unite, it's not enough. Full team getting wiped. Fighting composition with the 3v is taking game 2.
Yeah, really fantastic, fun game, top to bottom for the fighting competition. They came to brawl from the very beginning, and they brawled their hearts out with a dominating performance.
What a freaking game, Jeff. This has just been such a joy to watch teams play these incredibly interesting team comps. I didn't even think about the fact that someone was going to run a 3v in this tournament, but here we have it.
Yeah, I think just huge Unite moves, brawling all the way to the end, fighting composition, living up handily to their team name.
Yeah, that was so great. Such an incredible match here. Fighting composition looking fantastic. I can't wait to see them. I hope they make it further into the tournament because they're playing incredibly.
We see here ton of knockouts here for Burn It Down on that Azumarill. Really impressive stuff. How much damage did we deal? This team was pretty thick.
Woo! Oh, burn it down. Burn it all down. Oh my gosh. Oh my gosh.
When you deal 142,000 damage and it's not even 30% of your team's damage.
Yeah. What, I mean, well, we said this at the beginning there. They had one of the bulkiest team compositions you could possibly have. Snorlax, Greedent, and a Blissey. I mean, they had a lot of big sacks of damage to sink into, but geez Louise, fighting comp, 142k, 3v. That Blastoise actually going crazy in that match. This is why we have a showdown, Jeff.
It is. Speaking of showdowns, we have IX Gaming, it looks like, for our next round versus a team titled The Retirement Home. Let's take a look at who our players are on that team. It doesn't look like they've quite checked in yet for me to have a player count for them. We're waiting on that.
Perfect. So what we're going to do is Jeff and I are going to take a quick break. We're going to get our next match ready for you. Don't go anywhere, however. I'm serious. If there's an earthquake, do not move, which I actually think is good advice in an earthquake. If there is a fire, stay seated. Stay where you are. Firefighters will take care of it. I assure you, you don't want to miss one of these games. We will be right back in just a sec. All right, everybody, welcome back. We've got a really exciting game coming up for you. We're just waiting for all of our players to load into their lobby, and then we're going to get this underway. IX Gaming versus the Retirement Home. You'll notice a lot of the players from the Retirement Home as top Pokemon Unite pros, and then, of course, IX Gaming, one of your North American representatives heading to the World Championships later in August.
Yeah, I'm really excited to see what a team of this caliber does with this tournament composition. There's a lot of depth there. They're a team that we saw playing Absol before other teams picked it up, and it even got any buffs. And I expect the range that we'll see from them here today should be a treat.
You know, this is interesting, Jeff. So Absol got nerfed, and not only was it nerfed, it had some weird bug issues, and Night Slash was kind of not really performing well at all, but then it did get a fix, and now all of a sudden I'm wondering if we're going to still be seeing that Psycho Cut Night Slash Absol, or are people off Night Slash at this point and we're going to see Pursuit?
Yeah, I'll be interested to see here. So for the team composition today, it looks like Nudo is listed as an alternative for IX Gaming. So they might not be in the starting lineup or playing necessarily. We'll have to see which of the 5 of the 6 players for IX Gaming registered here are playing in our first game.
Well, there you go. If we don't have Nudo, we might not have Absol, but they are one of the best Absol, if not the best Absol player in the entire world. So I was curious what they might bring to this, but IX is just one of the best teams in Pokemon Unite in the world. I'm not saying anything that I think anyone would disagree with. One of the best in the world.
They're one of the best teams in North America, Spragels. We'll find out if they're one of the best teams in the world and London here in a few weeks.
That's true. We will find out if they're one of the best in the world, but I'm going to say it right now. I think they are. I think they're one of the best. I watch a lot of Pokemon Unite. I even play it from time to time, Jeff, and I have noticed that these players are incredible. I can't wait to see what kind of strategy they bring to a tournament like this. I don't know if we're going to see something more close to what you'd expect from a meta composition, or if they could do something really wild.
Yeah, and we've talked about the game theory aspect of how do you split up your, kind of top tier characters in this tournament format. And that's, I think, the thing I'm most interested to see from IX Gaming here is what do these high caliber players think when it comes to, do you take the Hoopa and Blissey, do you split them up? Do you take your most powerful center and put them with other weaker characters so you can try and carry? What's the diversity split going to look like there?
Yeah. Do you try to win all at once with that Hoopa Blissey? Do you break it apart? Do you do something really interesting for game 1? Because, there is also this strategy too, Jeff. What if you want to play your weakest composition into game 1? That way the enemy possibly blows their Hoopa Blissey against your, maybe not most solid composition. That could be an exciting strategy.
Yeah, there's definitely some levels there too. I agree. We've seen a lot of teams favoring putting their highest caliber characters in the first game. So there's kind of a neat, okay, well, if that's the average case scenario, do you try and basically just punt the first game and use up their strongest lineup?
Or maybe even not think of it as punting the first game, but think of it as using a off-the-wall strategy that really could work, especially against a composition that might not know how to play against it. It's really interesting to think how these teams would do it. I'm not sure what I would want to do exactly if I was in this position, but I know you and I played this format, and we had a ton of different team comps. We had our most wild team comp at some point with a jungle invade, and we had, I think at one point, you guys let me play Mr. Mime, so it's going to be really interesting to see, and we're going to find out what that looks like right now for these two teams.
I see Pikadiv immediately locking in an EXP share Snorlax on the left side for IX Gaming. We've got OG using up that Lucario pick in the first game here. So no Hoopas or Blisseys yet, perhaps splitting up those good characters into other games. Here's Retsu moving on over to that Hoopa. Oh, perhaps?
Maybe. We got snow points on that crusty boy. Big Uzi with a double stacking Snorlax. You know, that Snorlax to me, Jeff, looks like a flail Snorlax. It really does.
That's a scope lens on that double stacking Snorlax, Spragels. And big flail energy there for sure.
I think so. I really think so. We got some big flail energy coming out here in game number 1. Okay, so we do have the Hoopa here for IX. They're going with what I think would be looked at as probably their team in game 1.
Yeah, this almost feels like exactly what we were talking about, Spragels, where the retirement home here has kind of said, you know what, we're all going to lock in our 4 fun characters in this first one here. I'm going to flail, you're going to crustle, and we're going to have a good time. And if we get it, we get it. But if we don't, you know, no sweat. We'll get them with the better characters in the second time through.
Man, I can't wait to see this. These two teams are incredible, and they are going at it. I mean, this is a team for those of
Jungle Snorlax.
Oh,
it's Jungle Crustle. Sorry, I apologize. I missed the fact that we had Jungle Crustle.
I mean, I honestly could understand why it could have been either, to be fair. I don't know if you'd look at I think you'd kind of expect that the Eevee would be in there.
Whoa, speaking of Eevee, huge last hit potential there as Eevee secures that first contested Audino here. Those Swifts aren't sure hits for everyone, but for Scary Blue, they are all going right to their mark.
Wow, they're actually doing pretty well against this. Whoa, and they evolve so early, and here they come. They're going to start running them down right now. I got to assume this is Hyper Voice, but you never know. And actually, ooh, they're getting stunned out pretty good here. I think they're going to have to back off.
Anytime you start out kind of even in the bottom path when you're 3-2, you're super happy. When you start out ahead and you are 3-2, it is such a huge leg up.
So we saw this Snorlax go down, but something to remember here is they are double stacking. They will throw their body at stacks. They're so very important when you're running a build like that.
Yeah, double stacking means there are 2 items on Big Uzi that allow their character to be made better every time they deposit AOS energy.
And of course, if they are running, which I have to assume they are running, the flail build, that build has HP markers that kind of let you do more damage the lower your HP is. So a bigger HP pool keeps you inside of those lower markers more. You're going to do more damage with a flail Snorlax.
We see Snow Points getting kind of pushed out here with some AOS energy getting deposited. We has the Hoopa invade in the central area getting ready here, but Crustle is here and ready to go, not going to give up these valuable buff Pokemon without a fight.
Now this is interesting here because Hoopa is really able to dance around this very well. They're trying to put it to bed, but of course it's going to go to sleep at home.
And this is the power of Hoopa, right? Like, it gets to do this extremely obnoxious invade, and there is actually just no punish. And even if the Hoopa doesn't actually get these buff Pokemon, look at how much time it bought for the rest of its team in other parts when Snow Points is supposed to be the carry here. Yeah,
and take a look here. They've got this Dragonite getting powered up here. Obviously, Hoopa finally going down right now, but they're getting a Dragonite powered up here over on IX. It is almost level 8, and there we go. That is that flail Snorlax trying to stay alive long enough to punch Rin one more time, but it's not able to go down as we see Rin playing a Pokemon I almost think I never see him on, which is that Sylveon.
And that's the beauty of this tournament format. You got to really stretch your range, even a talented, flexible player like Rin.
Here we go. We've got Dreadnought coming up here in 15 seconds. Level-wise, the only one close to a Unite move is going to be Bulby here for IX on the Dragonite, but it's getting pushed around here by a Volt Tackle Pikachu, probably the meanest Pikachu you could ever play.
Well, honestly, while there's now a Unite move for the Sylveon here, you gotta remember, Dragonite gets that Hyper Beam at level 8 here, so their ability to rip this objective off the map here, that's a big yawn into a critical hit there for the Snorlax.
They're looking pretty great here. I mean, you see Flaillax trying their best to fight him off, not able to do it. It looks like IX is going to secure this one pretty well. Ooh, Dreadnought actually getting leashed right here, so they're going to have to keep fighting it, but it does go down to IX right there. Flail, Yawn, Snorlax getting in the face of that Dragonite.
You know, Sprinkles, I gotta say, this match almost looks like when our duo queues into a 5-stack.
Yeah, we really stomped those 5-stacks. You're right, Jeff. That's exactly right. Heading up into this top path right here soon, we've got the Oh, never mind. What's the Dragonite doing? They're keeping the fight going in the bottom path, perhaps? No, it looks like they're going to have to pull back right here as we have our teams heading up top, possibly looking for this Rotom, but also just maybe looking to break this top goal.
Yeah, we see the engagement happening. Ideally, you want to break this outside point before the Rotom goes in. We see that Snorlax up top trying to get even more dunks, but getting knocked out for doing so. Oh, not quite.
That's the power of that Snorlax.
Just in time.
Oh, it's going down. Finally, it's going down right here. That Hyper Voice just ripping it to shreds, melting it away. But it's got a ton of stacks right now. I got to assume it's pretty close or fully stacked.
Yeah, huge over here in the bottom path, 35, extending the lead for IX to 211 versus just 40 points.
So IX obviously looking great right now, but we mentioned this earlier, Jeff. This is a, tournament composition. They could essentially take the setup they have right now into Worlds and do extremely well. I couldn't say the same thing for the retirement homes composition, which means game number 2, whichever way this first game is going to go, IX might be at a disadvantage.
Yeah, definitely. It is noteworthy that they still haven't used up their Blissey pick as a powerful supporter. But, no Hoopa, no Lucario in game 2 is going to be a big deal for IX Gaming.
And here we have the Wiggly running up here, just putting everything to sleep. This would be a huge catch if they're able to take down this Dragonite. It's a level 12, and they are able to get it right there and stop this Rotom. Almost maybe getting pushed in there by snow points, but not quite. It was low enough.
That's such a dangerous push there, and IX Gaming was appropriately punished for taking it. Their Hoopa is not present at this Dreadnought to pull the rest of the team in here, and we see 3 Unite moves ready to go for our right side team, looking to take a fight here as Pikachu starts popping off.
Oh, here we go, and a Unite move coming back here from the Slowbro, trying to stop that Pikachu in its tracks. We have the Scald coming out. We have the insane damage from that Hyper Voice, and once again, they're really able to take this without anyone contesting it at all.
We see Snorlax brawling with Lucario in the top path and ultimately winning the fight. Are they going to break this for Xaxis? It looks like it. Opening up this inside goal zone does make the final Rotom of the game a little bit more valuable for the retirement home on the right side.
And they probably need the XP. They might need another stack. I mean, there are a lot of reasons that they want to take that right there and just say, yeah, I recognize it's not the overdunk we want, but we know we're already behind at this point. We just need to get some experience and points on the board.
You see both teams kind of working their way up to this Rotom, the next big engagement on the map. Both teams have cleared basically every wild Pokemon off of here, so this fight is all there is. Unite move from the Dragonite. They're a little bit late for a normal Pokemon, but Dragonite gets to use it more frequently as they just completely dominate this team fight.
Yeah, what an incredible fight right here. Bulby right now almost getting taken down by the flail Snorlax. Look at it go. This is when this Pokemon turns on. It has very little health, meaning every attack can hit for a huge amount. And oh, if it had a couple more crits in there, it might have taken down the Slowbro.
See, this fight still happening here around this objective in the top path. Pretty good reset for the Slowbro here as this fight takes place. Any knockouts that our orange side team can get here give them very valuable experience before this endgame team fight. And
taking a look here, ooh, this is getting very, very bad for Sylvie. Can Sylveon make it out of here? Oh, no, they cannot. And it looks like this is going to be a nice secure here for IX. They are going to take this Rotom. Not a great time for a Rotom to be walking towards your tier 2, Jeff.
Yeah, this tier 2 is at 32, which means if this Rotom walks in and then 100 goes in double time, that'll be an almost 80 point over. And it looks like they're just saying, we got to let this go. This 100 points is worth way less than the 500 points that Zapdos represents in the center of the screen. Let's go ahead and just take care of this.
Here we have the teams getting ready right here. Obviously, we've got a score that's going to happen here in the top path. We've got 100 going in from the Dragonite, but the fight is going to be happening here at Zapdos. We've got the Hoopa Unite. We've got a big old Unite from the Snorlax right here, but it is caught out in horrible position right now, being saved there by a Buddy Barrier, but it finally does go down. 2 members, actually, though, of IX going down in this fight, while 2 members of the retirement home go down. This fight is continuing on the other side of the map. That Dragonite is so incredibly low. Crustle chasing it down, does not get a critical hit, and Dragonite resets. It resets.
Oh, what a disaster.
There we go. And that's going to be a big win in that fight there for IX. If that Dragonite doesn't get that reset, if Crustle hits a big critical hit right there, I think they take that fight. But the retirement home not able to make it happen. Now they're just going to have to try to stop them from getting Zapdos while their team respawns, but I don't know if they can.
Yeah, we've talked about the positional advantage that Hoopa provides a lot so far today. That's the other incredible thing it does. It's like, oh, you were really close to getting this knockout inside of this fight. What if my entire team was just back at full spragels?
Yeah, I mean, what an incredible fight right there. I think that really came down to whether or not that Crustle crit in that big moment right there. If a few of those crit and took down that Dragonite, I think that's the game. But unfortunately, that did not happen for the retirement home. Right now, we just see IX being able to keep them out of the Zapdos. Even if they give up Zapdos at this point, they're way ahead. There's no time on the clock. IX is going to take game number 1 here.
Yeah, definitely into a solid 30 seconds of garbage time here at the very end. Even if they were able to snipe that, which they are not, we'll add a few more points of damage and knockouts to the board here. Just kind of a clinic and a good, powerful team versus a slightly less powerful team in this game.
Exciting game number 1, and it's going to put IX in a weird position for game number 2 as we see the retirement home going with, without question, the, fun, crazy, unique strategy that we might not expect. IX, however, using the tried and true, very meta picks for their game 1.
You see, as we head on into the stat screen here, numbers that are not going to be a surprise to anybody that watched the entirety of that game. I have to imagine the damage numbers are going to be off the charts for IX as well with how durable the team was for the retirement home.
Take a look here. Yeah, 120k damage from that Rin, that Hyper Voice Sylveon right there. Maybe a lot of it onto Snorlax. It took 120k. Almost took the exact amount of damage that Sylveon put out.
Yep. We head on into our second game here. I'm going to be interested to see what IX reaches for and if the retirement home pulls up into a similarly competitive composition to what IX used in the first game.
Yeah, I mean, that was an exciting game number 1, but what I would consider a kind of stereotypical choice from IX, meaning this game number 2, they're going to have to bring something more interesting. I think if they're looking for power Pokemon, they could still, of course, bring a Blissey in there. They could still, of course, bring a Machamp in there, but no Dragonite, no Lucario, no Hoopa, no Slowbro. There are a lot of big name Pokemon that are going to be absent for them in game number 2.
Yeah, I'm really interested to see what top path character OG reaches for here now that their Lucario pick is used up. They are easily one of the best Lucario players around, and they mostly just play that character. So I'm curious to see, are they a Zarina secondary? Are they Machamp? What is their preferred tool in this toolbox?
I think Zarina would be a great call for them. I don't know what they would like to run outside of Lucario. They're known as one of the best Lucario players in Pokemon Unite. So it will be interesting to see them flex onto something else. And then the real question is, do we see some of these players switch positions around? I know that there are a lot of players on IX that can play many different positions and roles, so that's going to be interesting to see as well.
Yeah, Rin and Bulby, their center and attacker slot, kind of often switching back and forth on IX depending on what they have going on here. Our players are in the lobby and we're getting ready for them to get going here, and we'll get to see what decisions they want to make for the character selection in our second game of this match.
Yeah, I cannot wait. And this is why we're doing this format. If you're just joining us, the Showdown format means that teams can't use the same Pokemon twice within a series. So they have to come in with an entirely new composition. And if they head to a game 3, that means all the Pokemon they used in game 1 and 2 can't be used again. Let's take a look at what gets locked in here for these two teams. We've got Machamp right here over on the retirement home for Big Uzi. While we are looking at these get locked in, I'm going to switch these names for a second here. Jeff, if you want to take the helm.
We've got the check mark coming off of Big Uzi's Machamp, perhaps waiting to see, is that really what they want to be doing? IX flip-flopping through a bunch of different things here with OG looking to hover that Machamp here as their pick. It looks like Blissey is coming in for Retsu here in their Hoopa-less game for the second game of this match. We see Snorlax getting locked in for Pikadiv is an exciting one. This is a character that got tuned up a little bit in a recent patch, matching into Mamoswine in this try-hardy composition. Mamoswine plus Ninetales, really mean path together with their lots of stuns and suppression that those characters provide. X attack, notably on Mamoswine, looking to deal a little bit of damage with this monstrous defender.
I gotta say, I'm really excited to see this Zeraora come out for Ren on IX, our orange team right here. That could be a very cool choice right here. And yeah, as we're seeing, this team composition here from the retirement home looks a little bit more like kind of the top professional, top tier composition, but still, I mean, they don't have every Pokemon you'd expect going without a Blissey.
We see both sides here looking to have a 2-1-2 split between their characters, with Snorlax and Machoke in the top, and then that kind of obnoxious ice path here in the bottom that looks like it's getting edged out here a little bit to start.
Yeah, I mean, Blissey secures. Blissey can take wild Pokemon pretty well, and it looks like they're pushing them back a little bit here. Maybe it's the damage from the Delphox, but maybe it's just the Blissey.
Yeah, maybe Blissey's born with it, or maybe it's this giant pound that hits for an incredible amount of damage to secure yet another wild Pokemon here to start. Oh, this would be huge! Retsu barely escapes. Oh,
wow!
Too soon!
Oh no, it could be a double! It's so close! And no, they do go down.
I have to wonder, where was Vulpix through that? They were trying to get some levels in the back, but I think that would have easily been a double KO for the purple side if there had been some support there.
Yeah, I think it could have been as well, as we see a KO happening up here in the top path. Hoopa is going down, and it looks like our Zeraora getting a little bit of a score here. I didn't actually get to see the items beforehand, but I wouldn't be surprised if it is stacking. It's pretty common here on Zeraora.
Ooh, that is a Spark on Zeraora from Rin here. The less used dash attack that gives you 3 short dashes in quick succession that you can use to then deal a little bit of extra damage as well.
And also with Spark, that could mean that we're seeing a wild charge build. Wow, what an incredible move there from Pikadiv. The knock-up stopping them from heading home through that hyperspace hole, and now they are pushing onto this Hoopa. And I don't know if Bunny Biscuit's going to get out of here. It looks like maybe they do, while they score in their face.
Yeah, you can't be too upset with that from the IX side of it. You're like, all right, you escaped without getting knocked out, but we got our dunks in to get our stacking items powered up a little bit more for the rest of this game.
Nice catch there by the Hoopa, and now 2 go down up in this top path for IX. The retirement home looking pretty nice, and we're going to find out very soon if this is a discharge or wild charge Zeraora, but not yet, because Hoopa picking up another KO.
That is a big knockout there. Zeraora was over-leveled on the things that were attacking it. It's giving up a lot of experience there. Bobi hitting that important level 6 breakpoint for Delphox here, giving it that powerful mystical fire to be able to deal some real amounts of damage here.
Yeah, taking a look at this fight here in the bottom path, we're going to find out what kind of Zeraora we got on our hands here. Is it going to... Yes, it is Wild Charge.
Yes, Wild Charge, the attack that we typically see taken with that... Spark attack gives you a ton of mobility with 2 dash attacks, one of which can be used a bunch. The Wild Charge making you invulnerable while you push in damage on the opponent.
And Dreadnought's been up for a long time, by the way, Jeff, and no team has started securing it yet. We are almost 6 minutes, 30 seconds, and damage is just now being poked onto this Dreadnought, and it's definitely going to leash here, so no one is ready to secure this thing.
Yeah, we see not a single Unite move in the game. We've got a couple of level 8s on each side, but that Unite move is kind of the big point where a team can swing this fight if they don't just want to rip it. And here's a level 9 from Snow Points with Snorlax being a bully here.
Interestingly enough, we see Bulby not using the Fire Spin on the Flame Charge build there for that Delphox. OG coming in with a big old Unite move, pushing this Ninetales away, and it might be time to finally secure this thing for IX.
Yeah, we see Machamp here keeping that Cinderace completely boxed out here so they can try and take this objective. Oh, speaking of Machamp Unites, that was huge. Can Blissey do it? Blissey cannot, as Bunny Biscuits, I believe they're on the Hoopa, secures the first Dreadnought of the game.
Bunny Biscuits, what a player so far here in game number 2. I mean, they're picking up KOs, they're picking up objectives, they're looking fantastic.
Yeah, we see that Hoopa Unite move here. That first Dreadnought lasted a long time. This might be a situation, Spragels, where they kind of can't use their Hoopa Unite at second Dread and still have it back for Zap in 2 minutes.
That's true. I mean, it was one of the latest Dreads I've seen in a fight like this. Look at this, just huge fighting here at this goal as Blissey comes in with a big Unite, trying to take down this Machamp. Not able to do it, though. They're pushing Bunny Biscuit back. They're saying, we've had enough of you, Bunny Biscuit. You need to get KO'd, but no. Oh, it does. It does go down.
Almost escaped there, but at the last second, Machamp pushing up on Machamp here with the extra CC from Snorlax. The block is just so mean after you slam into them.
And here we go. They're being chased down here. Can they get this Snorlax? Mamo coming in doing some work, taking down that Delphox as Snorlax does not get out of there. However, they lose Machamp in the trade.
See a Unite move popping off from the Mamoswine there. Again, this is a character that's not going to secure a lot of wild Pokemon, so just want to get that Unite move in before it's no longer safe to use it. 2 good-sized camps here with a 13 over will give our left side team a positional advantage for the second Dreadnought that we should see a timer for here shortly.
Wow, I mean, I would say that these have been some great exchanges for the retirement home here in game number 2. It might be the Hoopa diff. I'm really not sure here. We've got Rotom coming up in the top path, and we've got this Dreadnought spawning in about 20 seconds, and no one seems to care.
Well, noteworthy here that the purple team does have access to Hoopa in this game, so they can take this fight here at the top path, and they can use that Hoopa portal to get down if they need to.
Wow, Ninetales just being put in such a bad position right there. Definitely going down to that push, and it looks like Bulby staying in this fight. So is OG, incredibly low on health, but they did take down 2 members of the retirement home already. Here comes that Zeraora Unite, and it's looking for a big wild charge and a KO right here, and it gets it.
Yeah, you see the Cinderace kind of using its mobility to try and run away here, but that is a sure hit on that Zeraora Unite move. You cannot get away from that one.
Also, wild charge, when it starts going, it's really tough to get it off you. You kind of have to move to another ally for it to target, and that doesn't always work. So it's got a huge combo there to take out carries like Cinderace.
So profitable exchange for IX in the top path there around that Rotom, but that did allow the Dreadnought to go ahead over to the retirement home here, allowing them to kind of increase their level lead as we head towards the final minutes of the game.
Ooh, Delphox Unite here at 3 minutes, and it's one of the few Pokemon that can pull that off no problem. Pikachu, probably a Azumarill. There are a few of them that can throw a Unite at 3 minutes, and that's no problem. They will have it back for Zapdos.
Yeah, Delphox with the fastest Unite recharge in the game currently, base 81 seconds. That then is decreased even further based on every wild Pokemon they knock out here. So all these bees going to help Bulby regain that powerful attack before the end game engagement and get to level 13 here.
30 seconds till this Zapdos. Now, again, selfishly, I'm rooting for the retirement home here just because I want to see these teams go into a game 3 and I want to see their choices. But IX is looking fantastic right now. Getting pushed around a little bit here by this Mamo. I'll tell you, if that Machamp goes down early, this would be horrible for IX.
Yep, a huge knockout here. That Machamp didn't get to fully unite there, and that was a big deal. This is the end game fight here. Mamoswine goes down. Machamp unites here, looking to chase out this red, but there's the wild charge. What a fantastic use of that skill, but the Hoopa makes it out in the nick of time here.
And that means that Hoopa can bring this portal up, throw down the Unite, and characters can come back in, and that one, the one that you're looking for, is Cinder right here. Level 14. Can it wipe this enemy team? It's got 2, it looks like, so far, but no! Snorlax Unite move popping it up in the air. Blissey with a double KO.
IX Gaming kind of showing that they have what it takes regardless of what their character composition is. No Hoopa, no problem, as they are dominating this endgame team engagement.
And here we go. TTV Scary Blue looking to take down this Zapdos as well as the rest of the members of the retirement home. Getting reset in that Hoopa portal. They need this Zap at this point. The match is incredibly close, but they're looking for this flip right now. They know they probably have better secure than IX, but here comes that Delphox Unite move, and it is secured by IX.
Yeah, big engagement here for them, getting a full team wipe yet again here with all 5 members of IX Gaming looking to run down their scores here. Double-digit timers across the board for the retirement home. And they might be going home after this set.
It looks like it. The retirement home being sent to the retirement home as IX is looking incredible. That is a game number 2 win for them. And I mean, what do you expect from one of the best teams in the world?
Definitely. Zero Aura really putting on a clinic in the hands of Rin here. That wild charge, instrumental kind of threading that needles. We have one more team fight here as they duke it out between these two squads. And it looks like the retirement home might be getting sent back one more time here before this game is over.
Yeah, just wiping up the enemy team. IX looking great with some very interesting picks here in game number 2 specifically. Love seeing that Zero Aura on Rin right there, and they are able to take them down. IX is moving forward in our winners bracket.
This is I'm going to say this with a question mark that I should have. Double elimination tournament, Spragels?
Oh, yeah, they go down to the losers and then get eliminated again, yes.
We take a look at the knockouts. OG putting up double digits with the Machamp here as we take a peek at the total damage stats and putting up the highest metrics there as well.
Machamp, by the way, Jeff, I mean, I have to say, I was talking about this in my most recent tier list. Machamp is incredible right now, and it is definitely rivaling, if not surpassing, Lucario as the top path choice, I think.
Yeah, it's just really big, impressive numbers in all of these games, and it just can't be emphasized enough how good Machamp's Unite move is at swinging team fights all on its own.
You know, one thing I love seeing too was Delphox, now that they've fixed its flame charge and it works a lot better. I love seeing Bulby running this Delphox with the mystical fire flame charge. That's a very cool set.
Yeah, that's the second Delphox we've seen today, and it's the second one with that moveset loadout. Just an incredible amount of mobility with the low cooldowns that character has that allow you to dash around and pick up lots of damage consistently.
I think I might be wrong. I think we actually have seen 3 earlier with Breadbox on the Fire Spin Delphox, I think. I could be wrong.
Oh, you are correct. We did see Fire Spin from Breadbox earlier.
So I'm going to bring back our heads here. We're going to be looking for another game coming up right now, but until then, you can just enjoy Jeff and I looking into camera, looking off as we check the chat. I want to thank everyone for being here. This has just been incredible. We have a lot of tournament left to be played. More big name teams like IX. Could IX make it all the way to the grand finals? I think it's totally possible that we see them again in a best of 5. And I can't wait for a best of 5, Jeff, because if a best of 5 goes all 5 games, the Pokemon picks that you are all going to see are going to be incredible. We're going to take a quick break while we wait for our next match. Please don't go anywhere. I'm serious. If the Scream Killer is outside your house, don't go anywhere. If they're going to get you, they're going to get you. You might as well wait for some Pokemon Unite in the meantime. We'll be right back. All right, everybody, we are coming on back here. Spragels, your resident content cowboy, yeehaw, alongside the incredible Jeff Hoogland. We have got a barn burner for you here. Jeff, tell them who is playing.
We have Team TTV, which includes 3 members of the Gaming Gladiators. People have been following Pokemon Unite for a little while, probably familiar with them. We have Lutano and Zugrug and Indie Bear teaming up with Otter VGC as well as Celestial for the 5 members of this team versus the fighting composition, which are the folks that we saw do the triple EV invade earlier today.
I mean, this is just going to be such an incredible match. Obviously, these are a lot of players that you know and love. If you didn't see the match earlier, you would have fallen in love with fighting composition had you seen it. And then, of course, we've got members of GG. You know them, you love them. These are huge names in Pokemon Unite going at it with this showdown format. As I mentioned before, if you don't know what the showdown format is, we have teams where when they select a Pokemon in game 1, that Pokemon can now not be selected in game number 2 and game number 3 if the series happens to go that long, meaning you're seeing some of the most interesting, if not the most interesting team compositions that have ever been in a Pokemon Unite tournament, for sure.
Definitely. We have players trying to figure out which seed they are going into the round, and that's relevant for those of you at home because it determines whether or not you play the top side or bottom side of the start, which determines your left or right starting position. And even though the match in Pokemon Unite is mirrored, so it always feels like you're playing on the left side, whether or not your Lillipup runs up or down in that central area does determine how some of these starting rotations play out for your team.
Yeah, when you're at this high of a level of gameplay, things like that matter, and knowing how to play around that matters. Now, when you're playing solo in duo queue, you don't need to stress too much. Well, we're on the sandy side, it's going to walk down, but when these top players are looking at it, that can change a lot of things for them strategically. I want to thank you all, by the way, for being here. I know people are asking where is chair, and they want to see Jeff's chair. Of course, that is very, very important. I don't know if Jeff's comfortable showing off his chair just yet, but I want to thank you all for being here. Please, if you have a chance, like the stream. If you want to support what is going on here, a super chat, donation, or membership, or gifted membership, if you're feeling inclined, would be an awesome way to support this stream. We're going to be heading into this game very soon, and again, I think it's going to be a hot one. We already saw fighting composition running the 3v invade, so I can't wait to see what they do against one of the best teams possibly in this tournament.
I will say, there are a lot of pictures of my chair up on my OnlyPhantoms, but if the stream manages to get us up to, let's say, 1,200 likes, we're at 1,000 likes right now.
Okay.
There's 1,600 people watching. We'll give up some Jeff chair for free if we manage to get the stream up to 1,200 likes.
Wow. You just heard that, ladies and gentlemen. If we get 1,200 likes, you will see Jeff's chair. Now, I don't know if we're going to get there. I know some people are going to have their hearts broken if we don't. But until we find out if that happens, let's see what our teams are picking here in game number 1, as I need to switch these team names.
We have the team TTV with Zugrug, Lutano, and Indy on the right, Otter, VGC, and Celestial being their additional members versus the fighting composition here on the left. We saw Yuta do a lot of good work with that Machamp in the match where we had watched it previously. They are playing this Machamp into the central area with the Lucario fielding that solo top position as the second all-rounder on this squad.
This is going to be very interesting, seeing, what kind of looks like a very standard setup here for TTV, but no Hoopa, and then seeing what kind of looks like a pretty standard setup here for fighting composition, but no Blissey. This is an interesting choice by these two teams, and we'll see how big the Hoopa diff could be here in game number 1.
It makes me feel very validated in my own theory crafting of this style of format that it seems like a lot of these teams with the higher level players seem to be splitting up their key Pokemon across compositions like I would be inclined to do, as opposed to stacking them all up into a single one.
This is so interesting with the dual all-rounders here from fighting composition. Pokemon Unite keeps adding them to the game, so they figure, why not put 2 in one battle?
Yeah, and Machamp, we've talked about its Unite move a ton. Getting to that Unite move sooner by collecting additional experience in the central area is a big leg up for this Pokemon.
And let's see what we have here. We have what looks like a traditional 1-1-3 in this bottom path for fighting composition, but we don't have the same here for TTV, as they're sending a 2-1-2. 2 top, 1 in the central area, and 2 in the bottom path.
We have a little bit of a philosophical difference between us here, Spragels. You've referred to this 1-1-3 as the traditional playstyle a couple of times now.
Oh, you're right.
But I think that 2-1-2 is the more traditional here. It's how Pokemon Unite suggests that you play the game.
Pokemon Unite suggests that you run leftovers, Jeff. I don't know what to tell you, but you're actually right. 2-1-2 is the more traditional style. I just got so used to 1-1-3 casting so many tournaments, but you're correct. In fact, 2-1-2 is even becoming more popular currently.
I do have to agree with you on that, though, Spragels. As an American, I am morally opposed to leftovers existing.
Yeah, me too. You gotta eat everything on your plate. After this, we're going to cheesecake. All right, let's see. 3 in the bottom path still for fighting composition TTV, with 2 in the top path, and they've brought Celestial, their center path, Cinderace, to the top path for this fight, and it looks like they are ready to go here. 3 for both sides, as Yuta going in, trying to pick up a big KO, but not able to get it done.
Oh man, Lutano making it out on a razor's edge there is a huge escape. Noteworthy that Lutano, that top path Machamp, is actually the same level, a little bit higher than Yuta, who's been clearing the central area for the fighting composition here.
That is pretty interesting to see. I wonder if they're going to give any of it to this Delphox right here. Obviously, Delphox needs some experience to break. It needs to get level 6 before it really becomes something special here. We've got an extreme speed Lucario here looking for a KO, not able to get it, getting taken down by Lutano. Those big Machamp punches.
Yeah, this get in and get out that Lutano's been executing to perfection in the top path with Machamp is really fantastic. It's a skill set that isn't as necessary in other competitive play strategies when you have a Hoopa to bail you out and reset you in the middle of fights.
See Hoopa up here in this top path at any moment ready to send themselves down to this bottom path. Otter being pushed back here by that mean Scaldbro. Scaldbro could be a big difference maker too, Jeff. They've got a Machamp and a Cinderace, both of which would hate to be hit by a big Scald in a big fight.
We see Lutano ticking over to 7, doing an excellent job of keeping up with the same amount of experience that Yuta has had for the fighting composition here. We see Cross Chop from both of these Machamps. So it's an attack that I really love to see.
I love seeing Cross Chop, especially when you know that your Machamp can get a ton of experience right here. Lutano in trouble right now. They need to pick up this KO. This will be really huge. Can they get it? They are chasing it down. No. Able to grab that berry. They are able to score right here, but Lutano lives, getting pushed out a little bit. Another fight could happen. Machamp has not left as both go down.
Okay, fights going in 2 very different directions in different parts of the map here. We have Celestial and the rest of TTV winning a fight in the bottom path around this important objective, and that is a Venusaur from Otter VGC here.
Venusaur looking just fine. Some nice secure there. And it's interesting because, you know, when you do look at TTV's composition here, they don't have amazing secure with a Cinderace. Obviously, pretty great burn. Machamp has some nice burst damage, but that Solar Beam is a huge securing move.
Yeah, we see contesting these wild Pokemon here in the bottom path, looking at that level 9 breakpoint for Otters. They can evolve into that final evolution of Venusaur. Machamp holding off this Showdown easily in the top path here. Just a time waster, not doing anything else of value here.
But there's something important about wasting time when it comes to an important Pokemon like Machamp that needs a lot of experience. However, yes, they weren't able to get really any advantage from that Rotom, and you often don't until some of the later ones. Here comes Machamp just beaten up on this enemy team right here, trying to put some damage down, trying to take down Zugrug. Unite moves coming right back at it, but this Machamp is just so difficult to deal with. Let's see if Celestial can take it down, and it does. Double KO for the Cinderace.
Yeah, then that's, again, an exchange that you're really happy with on Celestial's side. You knocked out a level 10 Machamp, and they knocked out your level 8 Venusaur. This exchange is just so good for you.
I have to let you know, Jeff, the chat is saying that we're 100 likes away from seeing Jeff's chair. I know we have an important match in front of us, but we also have a more important situation happening in the chat right now, as it's very possible we will see Jeff's chair during this stream.
not just a more important thing in chat, but a moral obligation to help chat experience my cheer that they've only ever experienced before through my Only Phantoms free here on Spragels stream.
The question on everyone's mind is, will you sing a chair song for your chair? I don't know if it's going to happen. We shall see. But we have a Dreadnought coming up here in 10 seconds. Both teams ready to fight at it here. And we do have Hoopa ready to bring the Machamp down right here. Delphox coming in with the Unite as well. As everyone is pushing this fight, we have Indy flying up into the air, getting a big KO, and then also healing the team. 2 down here for fighting composition, as it looks like TTV is in a good position to take down this Dreadnought.
You know, some of these newfangled Pokemon Unite players might not remember it, but before Indy Bear was stuck in Hoopa jail, they were firmly planted inside of this Eldegoss jail. And that Unite move slamming in there, healing their teammates back up and swinging the outcome of that team fight really showed.
Beautiful fighting here from TTV. I see the gifted memberships from the chat. Thank you so much for the support, everybody. That's very, very kind. A nice way to support what we're doing here. 5 from Unstable Toad. Love you, Toad. Back to our match right here. We see that it looks like members of fighting composition might be moving up towards this Rotom. This one has more of an advantage than the one earlier, and then a final Rotom would have an even bigger advantage, obviously pushing towards that tier 2.
We see that Hoopa allowing them to port some friends up here as Team TTV is slowly assembling, walking there very slowly like you are forced to do when you don't have the powerful hyperspace Pokemon at your disposal.
And look at this here. Machamp coming in with that huge cross chop and damage. Both Machamps at level 13 now, which means that they are able to stack up that cross chop, getting even more attack stat for their Pokemon as we get a nice big double KO from Lutano. And he's looking to make it a triple here against the Slowbro, and he does.
See that big red number pop up there as Lutano cuts across. Cross chop increases your ability to land critical hits for a short while afterwards, meaning you chunk through for that bonus damage way more frequently and consistently after utilizing that attack.
Rotom getting pushed down towards this tier 2 goal now of fighting composition, and we've got 23 seconds until a Dreadnought spawns in the top path. We've got some nice speed zones here for TTV, so they can walk it down, which will be pretty great for them, but both teams really don't want to have a big fight here at this Dreadnought because it's so close to Zapdos.
We see an incredible level differential between these two teams. 2 level 14 characters for TTV and just a single level 13 here for the fighting composition as we head on into the home stretch of this game.
Here we go, this Dreadnought being eaten up. Really no one fighting for it here on fighting composition. Another 5 gifted subs, Real Rasputin. I love you so much. Thank you everyone for the support. Thank you for being here. These games have been so exciting and amazing. Again, thank you to Jeff for doing this with me. And here we go, 10 seconds until Zapdos.
10 seconds and a level 15 Lutano is ready to go here. We are going to see some big red numbers momentarily here, I would wager.
Wow, level 15 Machamp. Look at this Machamp here up in the top path. It looks like they might be basing here. I'm not sure what they're... No? Maybe
they're just starting to base so they can let it finish in the event that they get caught.
Wow, what a play. I kind of love it. And everyone here just being very cautious around this Zapdos. No one wanting to touch it. But TTV is ahead right here. So they don't need to be the ones to start this thing. It actually needs to be fighting composition.
Yeah, and I think part of the waiting here is fighting composition knows that they're behind on levels, and they're kind of just taking the opportunity to clear some wild Pokemon to try and catch up and close that gap a little bit. As Celestial is also level 15 now, though.
Wow, this is looking so good for TTV right here. These big solar beams, too, just chunking them down as Burn It Down's coming in with that Lucario. But I don't know, this could be too deep. They're going down way early in this fight. A 24-second timer here as TTV is putting their foot on the gas, and they're trying to put some damage here, looking for this KO on this Hoopa. Can they get it? Lutano trying everything, and they are able to take it down. Oh, no, that mystical fire being blocked by a Corphish. Vizid not able to take the KO right there. Lutano saved by the Corphish right here, but here comes Yuta looking for a KO as well, taking down Zugrug. They are not done. 3 members of TTV are down, and they're pushing towards a goal in the top. Nope, they're heading back towards Zap.
Yep, we see Latano gets the reset there, but this Machamp in the center area is going to clear through this objective relatively quickly. Everyone except for Blissey on TTV is going to be up for this fight, it looks like.
Here we go. This Zapdos is so incredibly close, and here it goes, taken by Fighting Composition. After that big KO, they were in such a great position to win this thing, but there are 10 seconds left on the clock. They need to score. Lucario putting the points in right now. It looks like Fighting Composition is going to take this thing. Is anyone else able to put some points on the board? Knocked up! It doesn't go in! It doesn't go in, Jeff!
TTV was up by less than 100, right? The one score clinches the game?
I truly forgot. Whoa! Whoa!
What a narrow margin.
Oh my gosh, 250 to 242. I can't believe it. TTV loses that one by 8 points in an amazing ending right here. I knew it was close. I didn't know it was that close.
Yeah, the team fighting was back and forth, and ultimately Fighting Composition taking a little bit of a weighted flip in their favor with 4 characters to 2, securing that objective with literally just enough time to get a Duncan afterwards.
Incredible match here. And we can see, I mean, look at these numbers here. TTV ahead most all of that game, putting in the damage, getting the KOs, getting the points, but they weren't able to close it out. That final fight was looking great for them for a while, but once Yuta came back in and picked up a couple big KOs, everything changed.
Yeah, that additional level 15 character really allowed them to swing the fight in their favor. It took a close fight and kind of push it up over the edge in the favor of the Fighting Composition.
Now, obviously, that match, Jeff, was very, very exciting, but our chat is excited about something else. We are at 1,255 likes, and I'm going to come back to our two heads here. But before we move on to anything else, I think the chat deserves a little Jeff Hoogland chair. I really do.
All right. Let's do it, huh? What am I supposed to say? Chair, 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 chair. Did I do it? I'm gonna give them a spin.
Give them a spin. Give the people what they want.
Yeah, is that what you want, chat?
Of course they wanted some chair, and I'll give them.
It was good for the chair. The chair enjoyed it.
I'll give them a little of this too.
It's time for the real star, the chair. Chair, 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 chair. I'm saying chair. I'm saying it weird, but I'm saying chair. The chair is the star of the stream.
The chairs, Jeff, they are the stars of the stream. The chat got what they wanted, a little double chair action. I thought that would be up on our Only Phantoms, but we're doing it right here live for the Summer Showdown. I want to thank everyone for being here. We're going to be heading into a very exciting game number 2 between TTV and Fighting Composition. 2 teams that were incredibly close there in game number 1. Oh, and I'm seeing some gifted memberships pop up from the incredible Unstable Toad. 2 gifted memberships and 2 from earlier. Thank you so much. I really appreciate you all. I appreciate the support. This tournament has just been so fun, Jeff.
This is easily the most fun I've ever had watching competitive Pokemon Unite. And you hit the nail on the head earlier when you were talking about the inception of this format, Spragels. We wanted something that gave us composition diversity without the wait time of waiting for 2 teams to go back and forth and ban things and pick things alternatively. And this has just been a treat as we headed into the lobby picking for the second game in this match.
And I'm going to mess around with these team names. So, Jeff, you take it away with the analysis on what they are picking here.
We see Burn It Down locking in that Azumarill. They did a whopping 142,000 damage, if I recall, earlier on this character. They are a true menace as we see the rest of their team floating over a different range of characters. Doesn't quite look like we're going to see the EV invade that we saw against an earlier team, locking in perhaps a little bit more serious picks with an Eos Cookie Potion Absol, I guess?
Yes, please. Yes, freaking please. Is that what we're seeing? I mean, let's keep that Absol happy and fed and tanky.
We see Vizid locking in the energy amplifier on that Blissey as well, looking to unite early and often with that character that gains that big bursty supportive move at level 8.
I got a donation here from Sunny Waffles. Thank you so much. $5. Yeehaw. This is the type of tourney people want to see. Hope to get into casting and competitive one day. Well, thank you so much, Sunny Waffles. Look, this is the type of tournament I want to see. I love what they're doing for the World Championships, but let's face it, the Pokemon variety could be better, right? And this gives you that.
Ooh, we have the double EXP share special for Team TTV, it looks like.
Ooh, I like this. So I assume these two Pokemon are going to be split up, but you know what? Maybe not. Maybe they stay at the same level. Zugrug and Indy, two warriors who know how to handle things in this bottom path and give all the experience over to Celestial.
I kind of like this double EXP share. There's some people that write it off as just like being silly because obviously you can't have them both gaining extra passive experience at the same time. But this bottom path is just so unwieldy in terms of who gets last hits where that it's nice to always have an EXP share working and not thinking about where they're going, just that you're securing in general.
Absolutely. I want to call out a couple things in the chat. Tommy, thank you so much for the 5 months. And Nikhil, thank you so much for the super chat. They got to compete in this tournament, Jeff, and they went up against TTV after winning their first match, and they loved it. So thank you so much for participating, and goodbye, Absol.
And we see Absol getting deleted off the map. Speaking of getting deleted, we have a brawl breaking out here in the top path with Sylveon going down and a bunch of Eos energy getting deposited, providing valuable experience levels.
That's big. That's big for fighting composition. As Hoopa's coming on up, trying to stop some things here. So we had the Hoopa diff in game 1. It went over to fighting composition, but I wonder if TTV is going to win this one with Hoopa. I mean, Hoopa so incredibly important for these teams.
I mean, the first game was incredibly close despite not having Hoopa on the TTV side. So definitely anybody's match here with these two teams that seem very similarly matched in terms of skill level.
Here we go. A little bit of a skirmish happening here in this bottom path. Maybe looking for a dunk after getting a KO or trying to get a KO. Yes, scoring a little bit, stacking up that Eos cookie. Can you believe it that we're seeing Eos cookie get used, Jeff? I love it.
I mean, the thing that surprises me the most isn't just the fact that Eos cookie is yet being played, it's that it's the only stacking item. We've seen a number of builds in competitive before that do double stack the cookie with an attack scaling item. This is the first time I think I've seen just cookie on a character like Absol.
I was wondering if this Absol was going to be running Pursuit, but no, it is not. It is still a Knight / Absol, and again, that move was kind of bugged recently. It did get a nerf, but it also had a bug. Now that bug is fixed, so I was wondering what Absol players were going to be running here.
You see, burn it down. This would be a big knockout for Team TTV if they can get it. Speaking of big knockouts, it goes in the other direction, though. Lucario not escaping through that hyperspace hole and going down here.
4 points left in this goal, and now just 1, setting up a perfect overdunk in this top path. We've got this Azumarill that actually worked really well for fighting composition in the last series we watched them in, so I wonder how it's going to go here in this team comp.
You see Absol trying to clear these wild Pokemon off the map to hit its breakpoints before this fight here. We have Cinder Ace for Yuta ticking over to level 9 here, unlocking that very powerful Unite move for this first engagement. But Blastoise is already here, and it is blasted off, securing this objective before TTV can even get into the beach.
Wow, I mean, they didn't even give him a chance there. That was TTV actually with the big secure right there. Nope, not forgiven. Never forgiven, Jeff. But yeah, but now take a look at this fighting composition actually looking pretty good after that fight. Oh no, Yuta possibly going down. No, stay alive. No, okay, they ate him. They ate him with the hyper voice. There they go.
These Pokemons are really battling their hearts out here in this second game.
That's a reference to a time that I said Pokemons on an official broadcast and I got in trouble for it. All right, it's fair. I said Pokemons. Thank you very much, Toad. I see the donation. I love you so much. I love all the support, everyone. What a tournament this has been. And you know what? This has been such an amazing tournament. I didn't even point out that we saw Lutano on his signature Pokemon here, Lucario.
And here I was thinking his signature Pokemon had moved over to Trevenant. We'd seen that from him a little bit in competitive. Can these 5 points go in here? This is huge. It allows the Rotom to walk at the second goal zone here, providing an incredible amount of map pressure. Are we going to siege here?
I mean, we've got a Unite move here from Azumarill, but they didn't even need it.
Walked.
Yeah, just walked it on in. Fighting composition looking friggin' great right here. They're going to continue to put points in there, stack that Eos cookie all the way to the moon. Our Azumarill here on level 11. Oh my gosh, it's just so brutal 1v1.
Yeah, we're not even 5 minutes into the game, and Azumarill is level 11, and so is Cinderace. There are a pair of level 11s for Team TTV as well. Levels are pretty evenly matched along with the scoreline here so far.
I see a lot of the chat recognizing that me saying Pokemons was a huge mistake. In my defense, I knew that was not what you said. I just said my words wrong. I was immediately embarrassed. I knew it was a horrible decision. Here we are 4 seconds away from another Dreadnought that was secured pretty well by TTV the first time around. Let's see what happens in this fight.
We see a ton of Unite moves popping off here inside of this engagement. First knockout going over to TTV. Second knockout going for TTV as well here as they are pushing them out of this beach.
Yeah, take a look at this. Cinderace picking up some big KOs right here. Lucario going down. That is a triple KO for Cinder. We've got Eldegoss in the air, just making sure it can get some healing and try to get some damage out onto that Hoopa. Zugrug with the Wigglytuff trying to make it out of here, but it is also going to go down as it looks like Fighting Composition is in a great position to take this. However, it's getting leashed, which means the health is fully back here. We have time for another fight. We've got Lutano coming in on that Lucario with a big power-up punch, but he goes down to Absol. We've got Rapid Spin spinning on this Dreadnought, but it's not super low yet, secured by the Absol. Nice secure there for Fighting Composition. Very long Dreadnought fight.
Absol getting caught a little bit here with the Sing suppression from there, but Cinderace not giving this up just yet, supported by the Blissey, looking to push in on this goal zone a little bit.
There we go here. We're getting some damage onto these core fish, just getting some more farm here for Otter as Burn It Down is trying to get out of the situation. Oh, wow, coming in with a huge Unite move. You know, Azumarill can Unite so many times. I think it's going to pick up a double, maybe even a triple. I mean, if it has to 1v1 a Pokemon, it can probably do it at half health.
Yeah, we see here, Burn It Down also took the opportunity to break that second goal zone during that Dread fight here. So this Rotom that's just been secured is walking at their home base. They have to push this off.
Yeah, wow. This is not great for TTV here. You know, something interesting that our chat is noticing here, Jeff, is that you see the orange ping notification in the top right of your screen right here. That means that our purple team is playing on the server of our orange team. So they are dealing with ping this match, and that's always something they have to deal with as we have a huge Unite move. Cinderace going down. Could they pick up even more here? Celestial continuing this push right now, but they are being attacked here by this Azumarill coming in, looking to clean this thing up. Wow, almost going down itself.
That, if Burn It Down would have been knocked out there, that would have been a huge amount of experience over to Blastoise. I do not blame them for trying to chase that knockout despite the insurmountable odds.
Now the question is, are we going to have a Unite on the Blastoise for this final fight? 20 seconds left. This is a level 13 Absol right here, level 14 Azumarill, but the levels are looking pretty good on TTV's side as well, just looking very nice for Fighting Composition.
Lutano is not going to have level 13 for the Bone Rush Plus as we head out into this last engagement here. Or sorry, Close Combat Plus for Power Up Punch here?
Yes, Close Combat Plus. Right now, we have the Hoopa ready to bring the team in, so they actually can continue to farm until someone on Fighting Composition makes them change their mind. This is going to be really good for them to make sure that they can get enough experience, but looks like Otter is caught up here in the top path. However, they are able to get out. We do have the Unite move coming in from Hoopa, an insane amount of damage on Zapdos, and it is secured by the Cinderace here from Fighting Composition. It looked like they were going for a full flip here on TTV, and it did not work. 4 members of TTV are down, and now the points are going to be raining in from Fighting Composition.
Yeah, the first game was pretty close and back and forth, and this one was as well up until these end game fights. Fighting Composition really showing how good their team was at team fighting at the end in both of these games.
I got to say, Fighting Composition looked great in Game 1, but Game 2, this is where they really shined. That Azumarill pick for Fighting Composition is extremely impressive, and it's doing some real work in these games.
Yeah, Azumarill is a Pokemon that I definitely expect to see big things out of, not only through the rest of the day, but probably at Worlds and other traditionally formatted tournaments as well. The character is so reasonable after its most recent set of balance changes.
Yeah, it is just incredible right here. Cinderace, you know, it's a really interesting pick because I think it gets overshadowed mostly by Dragonite lately, but Cinderace is just so good still.
Yeah, running around and pressing the A button with Cinderace while you use your incredible amount of mobility to dance around your opponents is just not really matched by anything else in the game. It lacks a little bit of the last hitting potential that Dragonite is able to provide, but it really makes up for it when you're team fighting.
So taking a look at this here, this is not necessarily the last time that you are going to see TTV in this tournament. They are heading down to our losers bracket, but fighting composition is moving on. They are looking great in this tournament today. Second game of theirs we've spectated, and maybe we're going to see them again.
This was our winners quarters finals here for our bracket. So both of these teams making fairly deep runs into this tournament already. But fighting composition is your winner, taking the game 799 to 285 here.
They were looking great there in this game number 2. I got to say, you know, I was really impressed with both teams in game number 1. Both teams making some great plays in game 2 here. But yeah, fighting comp just looking fantastic. Look at that. Cinderace, 108K and 88,000 there on the Azumarill.
Yeah, really just good team fighting overall. And Burn It Down's pushes with the Azumarill really can't be overstated. Obviously, Yuta doing a lot of the carry on the Cinder as well, but it really felt like Azumarill was the star player that game.
Absolutely. Take a look at this, by the way. You know, you're getting some real healing numbers out of this Eldegoss. An interesting combination here from Fighting Comp where you've got Eldegoss putting down all the healing, and then they're letting their Blissey safeguard. I think that's a pretty cool setup.
All right, I am working to grab us our next match here.
Great. I'm going to pop us out to our talking heads while I talk to the chat right here. So what an exciting game we had there. Game number 2 between TTV and Fighting Composition. And as this continues, the caliber of teams and the caliber of players is getting better and better and better as we move through this. Taking a look at our bracket right here, I can tell you what's happening in our winners bracket currently. I'm just going to see we've got TTV being taken down by Fighting Composition, a team that we've watched twice today, and they're looking incredible. Blvckhvnd is going to be going up against IXGT soon, as let's see, IX Gaming going up against TOS as we speak. Nemesis. I have not seen Nemesis in a minute here, Jeff, and that's another super exciting team that we could see. I see Unstable Toad asking for another chair. It will never happen. You will never get another chair.
It's time for the real star, the chair. Chair. I'm saying chair. I'm saying it weird, but I'm saying chair. The chair is the star of the stream.
All right, a little chair for everyone. I'm bringing Jeff and I back here. I assume we're going to be waiting a sec for our next game. Jeff, do we happen to know what teams it's going to be between?
We are watching Astral Ascendance East versus Astonishingly Bad for our match here. And this is going to be from the lower bracket. Our lower bracket is still best of 3 with our showdown format, obviously, but the loser of this match we're about to be watching will be eliminated from this event.
Yeah, these games really matter. When you make it towards this bottom bracket, it means that unlike the last game we saw where TTV is going to come back and get to re-strategize and fight and continue to fight in this tournament, that is not going to happen for these next 2 teams. We will be back very shortly. I'm going to hit you with a little be right back, and we're going to be here with another match. I love you. Don't go anywhere. I'm serious. If you get a call and someone tells you that they're worried, they think someone's near their house, they need you to come over right now, do not do it. Watch Pokemon Unite instead with me and Jeff. We'll be right back. All right, everybody, we are back. We're coming at you with a new match here. We're heading down to the losers bracket for a little bit, where these teams are fighting for their tournament life right now. This is going to be an exciting matchup. Jeff, who do we have for the people at home?
We have Astral Ascendance East versus Astonishingly Bad, and we're heading on into the character select screen for a Pokemon Showdown format. For those of you just joining us, remember in this tournament, all of our competitive teams have to use different Pokemon in each of the games throughout the course of the match. Once you lock in Lucario the first time, you can't use it again until the next round. And speaking of locking in Pokemon, quite the lineup here from our left side team. Mamoswine, Decidueye, Pikachu.
Yeah, this is looking nice right here. I'm going to get our team names set to go. Jeff can continue breaking this thing down for you.
I was already pretty sure this was the best competitive Pokemon Unite format to ever exist, but as I watch the Mamoswine mirror match here, I am confident that that is the case, with both of these teams bringing what would probably be described as their B team lineups to the first game here. No Hoopas, no Blissies here, just fantastic Pokemon looking to brawl that we don't usually get to see shine nearly as much.
What a team name. Astonishingly Bad. You love to see it. It's just it's so fun when teams decide to pick a name like this.
Interested to see how these players split their loadout here. I would assume we have Decidueye and Cinderace playing the central areas respectively, but we'll see where these players go as our match gets started.
All right, it took me 10 years, but I got the name set up, Jeff. We did it. Astral Ascendance East, your purple team, Astonishingly Bad. Your orange team, here we go into game number 1 of this series.
We see a 2-1-2 for our left side team here and a 1-1-3 with the solo Phantom top to start here. Interesting that the Lucario has someone supporting it and the Phantom is alone here.
Yeah, that's true. I mean, Eldegoss is going to be pretty mean in this situation, I think. But, you know, they've got a real mean path in this bottom here. 2 ranged characters and Mamoswine.
Yeah, and Mamoswine is pseudo-ranged in these early games. Those ice shards getting to fly on in here. One thing that's noteworthy between these two teams is that Eldegoss gives them a little bit of sustain for our orange side teams. They can push up a little bit more aggressively.
And here we go. Cinderace up in this top path, ready to fight right here. And it looks like we must have had a KO on this little Phantom as it's walking back in a top path. Might be a little late for bees here. And here comes Eldegoss from the bottom to help support.
Yep, there is no hyperspace hole on either side here, so everybody has to walk when they want to do rotation. These teams getting balanced out, so we are 2-1-2 on both sides here now.
Taking a look here at this Decidueye, I mean, I'm very curious to see what build this Decidueye runs. I'm hoping we get a big old Spirit Shackle, Jeff.
I have to imagine it's going to be Spirit Shackle, but then Solari Yoshi is always a fan of that Razor Leaf attack, so we'll see what our Dartrix chooses when it hits its final evolution here at level 7.
Heading back into that central area too. Almost there, almost to its level 7. We've got these Mamoswines ready to evolve. That little Swinub becoming a Pillow-Swine here in this bottom path. 1 minute now till Dreadnought, and this Eldegoss really could use a piece of experience.
Yeah, Gossifleur absolutely starving, getting to almost the 8-minute mark before hitting its evolution at level 4 there. Speaking of starving, Mamoswine is a hungry little pig trying to get to level 5 and losing another last hit to Pikachu's Thunder there.
Pikachu is good with every single build that you could put on him. Pikachu is just such an incredible Pokemon. Volt Tackle, Electro Ball, Thunder, Thunder Ball, all of it works. All of it works.
We see this second Bees objective getting ready to come up here at that 7-minute and 20-second mark. Orange team playing 3 in the bottom with just 2 in the top here. We'll see if Trevnin is able to make up that difference with its curse here, as I believe that was a shackle. Yep, there are the arrows raining in from a distance.
We've got those big arrows coming in as the tree is chasing down Eldegoss right now. They're going to be able to clean this up, get some experience, then head down to the bottom path right here. Very close early game between these two teams.
See, I was confident that arrows were going to come out because I saw someone in chat mention that they were confident it was Razor Leaf, and chat couldn't possibly be right.
Exactly. You understood how it works, and now we have a fight ready to break out for this Dreadnought.
All right, so we have powerful securing power from the Decidueye with the Spirit Shackle. Blue team probably inclined to start taking this objective off the board, but this Trevenant diving on in here, trying to take this squishy backline character out of the engagement.
I love the play here by Trevenant. It knows if it can get rid of this Decidueye, they don't have the secure that they might need for it, but it was not able to get it done right here. And now an arrow can secure this very easily for our purple side team. Not even in time. Lucario says, I'll take care of it.
Listen, if someone's going to steal the last hit from you, you'd much rather it be your teammate than the alternative here. We see the blue team fanning back out here across the map to play a little Pac-Man and wipe all those yellow dots off here with the Decidueye going back into its central area.
And now taking a look here, the question is, what's the fight going to be like for this Rotom? Do the teams care about this? They often don't care about it too much. Cinderace right now just throwing a few flaming soccer balls its way. Lucario watching it right here, deciding whether or not it even wants to deal with it yet, as it's fighting over what could honestly be considered much more valuable, those bees.
Yeah, the bees into that knockout, I think both more valuable than the Rotom, honestly, as we see a big push here. Can the arrow find the knockout on the Trevenant? And it cannot.
It didn't get the knockout. They did take down Mamoswine. Trevenant does go down now. Actually, I wonder if that Trevenant should have just not even went in. But of course, they wanted to push that in, get some value for it. But they didn't need to get a ton. Ooh, big miss right there. That could have been what they needed to push into this goal. But unfortunately, well, Lucario getting a huge catch. And there, that arrow finds its mark.
Yeah, we see the Cinderace step up to try and take the Decidueye out, but Lucario providing some crucial support to the very squishy ranged character.
Here we go. Decidueye heading down towards this bottom path right now. Just looking to pick up some experience right here. It's the highest level Pokemon in the match, and it wants to stay that way. The higher its level is, the stronger those arrows are going to be in all of these big fights.
Remember, no Hoopas on either side here. If these players want to get down to this Dreadnought, they use whatever appendage is provided to them to mosey on down to the bottom of the path themselves.
Now here we go. 5 seconds till Dreadnought. No one's really too ready for it. Gloxic right here, a professional player that you probably know, fighting with Eldegoss here in the central area, giving Pikachu a little bit of health as they're moving down towards this Dreadnought. It looks like Cinderace is maybe the only one putting some damage on it right now as this fight is happening in the center. Trevenant goes down. Eldegoss looking to pick up this Lucario KO. Not able to take it down, though, as purple team's still looking pretty good in this fight, but they're nowhere near this Dreadnought as it's being pulled all the way towards Orange's side, and it gets leashed. That means the health is coming back. The Pikachu Unite move coming in. Cinderace is ready to possibly fight for this, but it's really the only one here for its orange team, coming out with a big Unite move. The Decidueye Unite. They are pushing onto this Dread. Trevenant trying for the secure, but I don't think it's going to happen. Here comes the arrow, secured once again by purple, but this time by Eldegoss.
We see, again, happy if you're the purple team, but also wondering, Decidueye, what are your arrows doing here if we've got our friends getting these last hits?
Wow. I mean, I'm not sure if they're all screaming at Decidueye right now, but it's very possible that they are.
We see here these teams gearing up for the next objective on the map, which is this Rotom top. I don't really expect there to be any urgency around this objective. We see both sides valuing knocking out Blvckhvnd higher than knocking out Rotom. When these outside goal zones are up, this Rotom just doesn't present a lot of value. It's like nice to get it, but it's not going to accomplish a whole lot when it's just walking at this outside point.
And they are able to secure it. The orange team does take it. By the way, have you noticed how low of a scoring game this is? 14-9 with 45 seconds till Zapdos. No one is putting any points on the board really for either of these teams.
Yeah, both of these teams pretty evenly matched, though that's about to change in terms of scoring here as these chunky defenders push the Decidueye back out here. Look at all the Aeos energies littered all over the ground with the bodies that Decidueye has sent back to the Pokemon Center.
I mean, wow, look at that here. Pikachu just trying to put some points in for the purple team, but it keeps getting stopped by this Eldegoss. It's been fighting down here with this Eldegoss for quite some time while the rest of the team is fighting up in the top path. This game is so incredibly close. The score is so incredibly close. Goals up for both teams. We're heading into Zapdos with both tier 1 goals, top and bottom, up for both of these teams.
I'm interested to follow the Decidueye inside of this engagement. The positioning on this character is going to be really important. This character hits for a lot of damage, but also takes a lot of damage every time it gets hit. It's important that it plays incredibly far back.
That's exactly right. And I'm curious what's going to happen because obviously these teams are in a position where everyone could fight for one of these goals. They're so close. We've got a Decidueye Unite move now coming down. This fight is starting here a little bit, but everyone is actually still positioned pretty far away from each other as now they are starting to go in here. It looks like we have a Pokemon possibly going down. It's the Mamoswine here going down. No, did it go down? It lived? What happened?
Pikachu went down there. The Cinderace is on top of this Decidueye and just completely takes it out, pressing that A button there, seeing kind of the strength in the one-on-one engagement there. Cinderace plus Tread that I have to imagine get through even a durable Pokemon like Lucario here.
And now we're in a tough position. Do they take Zapdos or do they peel back and score? Trevenant looking for a score right here, and this is definitely going to put them ahead. But of course, they have tier 1 goals that are open as well. At any moment, someone could peel off and start making scores on them. Right now, Astonishingly Bad is looking astonishingly good in the last 45 seconds of this game.
The double scores here from Astonishingly Bad mean that there can't just be a single back cap from our left side team. They need to get in here. They need to either flip this bird or win a team fight ASAP. Huge Pikachu Unite.
Huge Pikachu Unite, but it's not able to pick enough up, I don't think. 2 down here, though, for our purple team. That is going to be a 3rd, possibly a 4th. Cinderace just cleaning this thing up here. Zapdos, there's just not enough time, not enough points. Our orange team, Astonishingly Bad, winning game 1.
Really impressive fashion there. Both of these teams felt really evenly matched throughout the entirety of this game, and then kind of a differential in the 2 central area characters there. Cinderace was able to jump in on top of that Decidueye with its incredible amount of mobility, and Decidueye just does not have a good one-on-one matchup into a Cinderace in a spot like that.
It's being pointed out that I got confused by the double Mamoswine. I did indeed, because I thought, wait a minute, I thought that Pokemon got KO'd, and then it was they're full health, but I was looking, Jeff, at a different Mamoswine.
Well, in your defense, Spragels, this is probably the first time either of us have ever seen 2 Mamoswines in a competitive tournament match before.
Yeah, that's right. I'm not prepared for this. All my training, all the years of Pokemon Unite casting couldn't prepare you for a match like this, ladies and gentlemen. What an incredible game here from Astonishingly Bad. And you know, something that you said, Jeff, that I think really hit the nail on the head. The difference between Cinderace and Decidueye in that final fight was the big difference maker in that match.
Yeah, definitely. And we can see here, you know, the Decidueye was having a really good game up until that point, but this character's just incredibly fragile. It basically needs to be babysat throughout the end of that fight, and once its frontline, that Mamoswine and that Lucario and the Eldegoss were gone, it was just left exposed and was quickly removed from the fight.
Yeah, and Cinderace is an interesting Pokemon because while it is also essentially just as squishy, the level of mobility that it has puts it in a different category. So you're just able to survive longer, you're able to outplay even better, and we saw it work here in game number 1 from Astonishingly Bad. Now we're going to be moving into game number 2, and interestingly enough, Jeff, I'm coming back to our big old heads here. In game number 2, both teams could pull out some real top meta picks because we didn't see all of them there in game number 1.
Yeah, I think that might be the first time we've seen 0 Hoopas in game 1. Usually at least one of the 2 teams breaks them out.
Yeah.
So we'll see where these teams want to go. Honestly, I think if you're the team that's up a game, maybe you wait for your tryhard comp.
I was just thinking the same thing. I don't know if we're going to see a Hoopa, but then again, maybe they say, let's shut this thing down. Astral Ascendance will bring the Hoopa, and we will too. We're going to find out here as I switch these team names, and Jeff lets you know what things are looking like.
We see Hoopa being hovered for both teams here and Blissey. It looks like we're kind of going to see the opposite end of the spectrum here for the second lineups from these teams. These are the Pokemon that you would expect to see in a normal tournament match of Pokemon Unite where there are no restrictions or limitations like we see here today. Although we do have a little bit of spice from the right side team. It looks like we've got a Duraludon likely going into the central area and a Shell Bell Energy Amp Delphox playing that bottom path attacker role.
This is going to be pretty interesting here, Jeff. I love me some Duraludon, I know at one point it was overpowered, but now I just think it's very, very good. I can't wait to see what they do with it. We've got the try-hard teams going at it here.
Yeah, these are kind of two slightly different variations on the best things you can be doing. So Machamp and Zarina, both considered the two best top path melee attackers after Lucario. And then Duraludon and Dragonite, both the best central area characters when it comes to securing last hits on objectives.
Yeah, this is going to be an interesting match to watch here. I love seeing some Zarina here. I wonder if it's going to be able to outdo a Machamp who has been so dominant in this tournament so far.
This might also be the first time today we've seen a full 1-1-3 on both sides. We've had one on one side in most of our matches here, but a lot of teams have been favoring 2-1-2 composition with a lot of the lineups they brought today.
The flashy new 2-1-2 composition, and this, of course, is the traditional 1-1-3. We get a focus band taken down here on both sides, it actually looks like. Both Chanseys getting their focus bands pop, while the Hoopa needs to be careful here. And for those just joining us, that was a joke. It's a reference to earlier when I called 1-1-3 a traditional way to play the game.
We see lots of last hits going over to the left side, and that Blissey narrowly escaping here. Can Blissey escape for our left side team as well? It's looking like it.
I can't believe that Delphox missed that move. It just slightly missed hitting it there. And you saw the amazing body block there by the Bulbasaur. Now Delphox is in trouble. You better run, buddy. You're pretty deep. And they're able to go back. Wow, what a crazy fight between these two teams.
Here's the Bs coming, while not all the fives even had time to get done here. And a Hoopa has rotated top for our orange team. Can they utilize this character advantage to push up here? And it looks like they are.
Yeah, they're going to score some points right here, get some experience, grab a KO. Ooh, it's a Flash Cannon Duraludon. So they are going to use this range to their advantage, while we see Hoopa for Astral Ascendance East start to head into the central area of Astonishingly Bad and try to take some of their experience away from Dragonite.
This is something we've seen pretty commonly inside of competitive play these days. Hoopa has that hyperspace hold to take it home, so it can often get in and get out without being punished. That is not the case here as Gloxic is set back to the Pokemon Center.
Yeah, but still, even with that, I mean, I'm sure you're aware, Jeff, even with that, just making sure that the Dragonite had to take extra time to get experience is incredibly valuable. They want to make sure that Pokemon is not level 8 for this first Dreadnought.
We see Zarina really struggling in this top path. Only level 5 to its counterparts level 7 here from the Machoke.
Our Machoke here just getting some experience on this Corvish. Ooh, maybe getting ready for a little fight. That Zarina's looking a little low, looking possibly like a snack for some of these Pokemon here. As Duraludon's just putting out the Flash Cannon, pushing them away with some damage right here. Not able to take a Pokemon from either side.
We see the Bees getting ready to come up here, and Machoke is very low on life. Probably going to need to grab a fruit before they can take that engagement. There's 4 people in the top path for our left side team.
Wow, look at the damage here from this Flash Cannon. It's really doing some work. Not able to grab a secure yet, but that is going to be really difficult to deal with. We've got 3 seconds until this Dreadnought. Dragonite's not here yet. They're going to have to put down another hyperspace hole, bring it on down, and it's not even a Dragonite. It is a Dragonair, so I know Astral Ascendance East is looking to take this Dread.
We see the Dragonite getting here. Can it get a Hyper Beam built up before this objective gets off the board? Remember, you gotta dance if you want to get that big beam. And here we go, and it's gone. Hyper Beam comes too little, too late, but the Blissey locks up the objective.
Wow, really surprising. I thought that Hyper Beam was going to be thrown a lot earlier, but they were ready to secure it either way, and it looks like they are going to break this bottom path goal as well. Astonishingly Bad, putting some points on the board, and once again, looking astonishingly good.
Yeah, we see the kind of parity that was present in much of the early game get fully broken, and the characters that were a little bit behind in the case of Zarina versus Machamp get caught right back up here with the securing of that Dreadnought.
Dreadnought is so incredibly important, especially that first Dreadnought. I feel like it dictates the match in such an amazing way. The only thing more important than that objective, I would say, is Zapdos. I mean, it's just so huge right now. They're able to push this Rotom off using a Duraludon Unite move. There isn't really much else they could use it for, and they really want to make sure that Astonishingly Bad doesn't start pushing into this goal as well.
We see a fight breaking out here in the bottom path and top path as we push up on the goal zone for the left side team. This bakes exactly there, extending the purple team's lead to 174 over 99.
Wow, so that's an interesting move right there. I mean, not a huge overcap or anything like that, but they are taking these goals down. They're looking good level-wise. I think they're in control of this match right here, Jeff.
We see Hoopa ticking that important level 9 mark, while Hoopa for our right side team is only just barely 8. I do not think they're going to be able to get to that level 9 mark, meaning they're not going to have that Unite move for this Dreadnought fight that's going to happen in about 20 seconds.
Yeah, and this could be huge. This is really, really big. If they're not able to bring the team down, that means Duraludon, Delphox, they're going to need to walk the long road, but Astonishingly Bad is ready for this fight. Maybe they're going to get a little catch right here. We're going to have to see. This Serena could be a problem. However, it's getting pushed out there by that Flash Cannon. Here comes the Unite move from the Hoopa.
Yeah, if you're on Glock's side, the orange side here, you're just trying to buy a little bit of time for that. Now your Unite move is good and ready to go as this fight breaks out here on the beach.
Wow, and we've got a lot of fight ahead of us here. Venusaur coming in with a big Unite move. This Dragonite is being chased down. There's that Flash Cannon just doing an insane amount of damage, and they're trying to push this Dragonite out here. Zarina coming in looking for the Hoopa KO, and it is going to... Oh, no! It does not get it. It does not pick the KO up, and now it looks like this Dragonite getting caught here by a Fire Spin, and that is Dreadnought going down, secured here by the Duraludon.
The Dragonite spinning in a circle from the Fire Spin while its beam charges up is truly a delight here as the orange team pushes up even more aggressively into this goal zone.
They're looking for a break here. I think they're looking for the exact perfect amount. They almost had it, but unfortunately that Blissey is exactly on 29, not on 28, and they're able to get a nice overcap, but nothing crazy.
We see our team on the left side here looking to secure this Rotom, and we see the orange team be like, this Rotom doesn't really do anything for us. You can have it. We'll push it off our base later.
Yeah, not a big objective for Astral Ascendance here. They don't care too much about it, but it gives some pressure here while Astonishingly Bad is going to head back into the center area, play a little Pac-Man, eat some yellow dots, and get some experience.
As we look to evaluate how the end game could potentially play out here, we will see that the experience advantage is definitely favoring our right side team as they have 2 level 13s to 0 for the purple team just yet, although I'd wager the Dragonite probably gets there before the 2-minute mark.
Yeah, I think the Dragonite will probably be there, but, you know, you're right. It's looking pretty good here for Astral Ascendance. Right now, the Machamp is just doing everything it can to make sure that it charges up its Cross Chop, and now we've got an interesting play happening right here. Maybe looking to get a score in this top path, but it looks like Astonishingly Bad knew it was coming. We've got a fight here. Venusaur is going down, however, Machamp going down here for Astral Ascendance, as everyone is trying to be a little cautious now. They don't want to lose everything right before Zap.
You basically have one objective left here. The Dreadnought is only going to exist for about 3 seconds, which is not nearly enough to take it off the map, as we see our right side team being a little bit behind on points, getting a forward position in the Zapdos pit to hopefully keep the opposing team edged out.
And here we go. Zapdos coming up in 10 seconds. Blissey right now, just throwing a little bit of an egg, getting some experience right here, trying to get a level 13 on that Delphox. We've got members of Astonishingly Bad up in this top L bush as Astral Ascendance East is watching this bottom bush, watching the center area. No one wants to push right now. They both think they're kind of ahead. Everyone's setting their controllers down, just taking a moment to breathe.
I'm going to be honest. I wondered for a second, did I disconnect from spectating? What is just the Dragonite just like wasn't even spinning?
And here we go. This Duraludon staying far away from this Serena, but the Serena picking up a nice big KO right here, but get taken down by Machamp. 3 down right now for Astonishingly Bad as Astral Ascendance East is pushing in, looking to take the rest of this fight. Duraludon ripping this Zapdos down. You can just see how much damage it is doing while they are trying to keep this Hoopa and Dragonite away from this fight. Dragonite actually being taken down in the back there, but I wonder if this Zapdos is going to start regaining health pretty soon. We're going to have to see. Yes, it did. It did start regaining health, which means members of Astonishingly Bad could make it back here for a refight.
Yeah, and here they are. That pedal dance getting Venusaur back in here ASAP. The dashes from Zarina ready to go. 2 big stomps from Zarina could secure this objective in the last moment.
Here we go. This Venusaur trying to push in here. If they can get close enough to this Duraludon, they could survive, and it looks like it is secured here by Astral Ascendance East. They were able to take this from the claws of that Dragonite right there. It was not able to get the big Hyper Beam secure.
We see the Duraludon kind of just accepting its fate here against Zarina. I am not getting away from you. I'm just going to try and buy some time, as Zarina is hoping to get a score in here before someone can get back and jump on her head, but she is unsuccessful here as Gloxic pushes her out very easily.
Nice move there by Gloxic. Astral Ascendance East is taking game number 2, and I'm so freaking happy that we have a game 3, because you get to see the most exciting Pokemon choices in game 3 without question.
Both the teams have used their Hoopas. We've had Blissey's get checked off. Let's see what these teams are going to bring out as they scrape the bottom of the barrel for the final game in this set, and the final game in this tournament for one of these two teams, as we are duking it out in the lower bracket currently.
That's right. A great thing to point out, Jeff. These two teams are fighting for their tournament lives moving in here to game number 3. Let's take a look at some of our numbers here. Some big KOs here on the side of Astral Ascendance. That was looking pretty great for them. 10 on the Machamp.
As we head on into the damage metrics here, that Duraludon with the Flash Cannon putting up 81,000, highest metric in the game. Pretty impressive. A move you don't see a lot of. I just kind of defaulted to assuming it was going to be Dragon Pulse, but Oz putting in fantastic work there with that attack.
Yeah, not a ton of fighting throughout this match. You can see the damage numbers for every Pokemon in the game, just not entirely impressive. Even the healing from the Blissey, only 47,000 and 73,000 respectively. And when you see numbers like that, you just know that these teams weren't engaging in a lot of fights together. I'm coming back to the heads of Jeff and I as we continue talking about this. I saw some questions in the chat about the format of this, how this works. This is using a format that I call the Showdown format. It's something you may have seen on my channel that Jeff and I got to play a kind of an exhibition match in a little while back with our Stream Team Dream Team. The idea behind it is this: when your team uses a Pokemon in game 1, that Pokemon cannot be used in game 2, or if it goes to it, a game 3. So you have one game where you can use a Hoopa, but no others. You have one game where you can use a Blissey, but no others, etc., etc. This way, you get more exciting and dynamic team compositions. And boy, we've seen some really cool ones today, Jeff. What springs to mind immediately is the 3 Eevee Jungle Invade that we saw a little earlier today.
Yeah, we've seen Crustals, we've seen Flails, Snorlaxes.
That's right.
We've seen Flash Cannon Duraludons. The depth is deep here. We are no longer in the kiddie end of the Pokemon Unite competitive pool.
That's right. So you're not seeing a lot of the same picks that you would always see, and especially when you head into a game number 3, a lot of the quote-unquote best Pokemon have already been used. So what are these teams going to do moving into a game 3? What is their strategy? And that's what we're going to find out very, very soon. I think it doesn't get more exciting than a game number 3 in this, unless we get to the grand finals and they take it to a game number 5, because that would truly be wild.
Yeah, I was watching one of the teams. We watched the first round, the SteveTeamDiveTeam. They were doing some prep and they were streaming. They were like, "Oh, if we make it all the way, we need 5 compositions." Uh-oh.
Yeah, I think teams are probably scribbling down a couple ideas if you make it to a game 4, game 5. Obviously, only 2 teams are going to have to face what could be that reality when they make it to our grand finals right here. When they make it to our grand finals very soon. However, these 2 teams, Astral Ascendance East, and now I'm blanking on it because I am very, very dumb.
You could say your memory is astonishingly bad, Spragels.
No, I don't think it is. I'm trying to remember the team name, Jeff. The team name.
Alrighty, astonishingly bad is the
not my memory, Jeff. Not
Spragels'
astonishingly bad. No. We're not talking about my memory anymore. I need the team name. Stop saying astonishingly bad, referencing my memory.
Which Pokemon was on first, Spragels?
Who was on first, but what's on second, Jeff? That's what I need to know. What is on second?
That is the ever-present question here. We're waiting for our 10 Pokemon Unite players to get herded into the same area, very similar to cats, and press that start button to get us into our character picking lobby here in our game 3. And there we go.
There we go. I'm going to let Jeff break down all of this while I take the longest time possible to move these team names. Oh, one was called Astonishingly Bad, by the way.
We see our players, one of them locking in a Zoomerl there with the energy amplifier, looking to unite for big amounts early and often. Absolutely love that character. A lot of energy amps in loadouts lately, as we see Canadian locking that in on Zarina here as well. We see Cloud is bad, putting that check mark over the Delphox here, looking to amp up their attacks with extra glasses for special attack scaling. And we see a Zeraora for the second time today. Going to be interested to see, is this another wild charge Zeraora, or will we have a discharge gamer this afternoon?
You know, when I see an attack weight and a weakness policy, I think that's going to be a discharge Zeraora, but this is when it really gets exciting. This is when you see some picks that you might not always see. Interesting to see Blastoise actually making it back into a competitive setting now that it is not crazy overpowered. It's still absolutely a great choice.
Well, it's a blast of a choice, not an absol choice.
I don't get it. I don't understand what's happening.
Anyways, we see Slowbros on both teams as well. I would imagine the team fights are going to be a little bit longer in this game, with both compositions involving a little bit more durable characters here. You see a 1-1-3 for the left side and a more traditional 2-1-2 for our orange side team here.
Yes, the traditional 1-1-3 into the very experimental 2-1-2 coming out from our orange team right here. Zera in that central area, Greninja in the central area of our purple team. You know, up in that top path, it should be pretty easy for our Azumarill to get all the stacks they need pretty early, and that will be very nice for a Pokemon that stacks up really well.
Yeah, the question's going to be, can the purple side team here gain an advantage with their superior number of characters in the bottom path here? Slowbro starving here from the orange side team, but our Delphox here getting at least one last hit on these 5s.
We have something in the chat pointed out that this could possibly be a surf comp, Jeff. I don't know if we're going to see a full surf comp, but we have 4 Pokemon on our purple team that use surf. Astral, Ascendance, East could be giving us a surf comp.
We'll have to see if the surf is up as these characters hit their power spikes here momentarily. And the one thing's certain, the bees are up at the 850 mark here as we clear them out in the top path. The bulk of that experience going over to our left side team in the engagement.
Not looking like anyone is pushing that fight, although it could have happened. We could have had a bigger fight there. We've got Hurricane down here for the Cramorant, which means we could have a surf Cramorant. My goodness, this could be a surf comp.
Yeah, normally Cramorant plays its 2 moves in tandem. You either play Air Slash with the dive, or you play Hurricane alongside Surf for the double disruptive ranged attacks.
So it's very possible we have a surfing Cramorant. I think it's very likely we have a surfing Greninja. The question is, does Slowbro really do this? Does Blastoise really do this? I would love to see it.
Blastoise has taken its first attack here, and it does look like water spouts here, so... On the right side, sorry, I apologize. Our Surf Comp Blastoise potentially is evolving right now. Let's take a peekaboo here. That's a water spout as well, Spragels.
My heart is broken into a million pieces. I know this is going to be a great match, but I am crestfallen, Jeff.
We know here, again, this is usually a character where its moves are taken in tandem with each other. We can estimate that this Blastoise is not taking Surf because it has taken Water Spout as opposed to Hydro Pump that is usually paired with the Surf attack.
I'm going to freaking cry. Here we go. 20 seconds until Dreadnought and Rotom spawn. This Greninja just looking to get a big KO up here in the top path. Also, it can clear out these bees like nobody's business with that Surf. Getting a couple big pickups there as it looks like it's about time for everyone to start heading down to the bottom path for this Dreadnought fight. We might be seeing this Greninja pick up some experience, try to get to 9 before it gets there.
Speaking of 9, no one on the right side team is anywhere near level 9, with Zeraora being just over 7 here, but they're all here and they are ready to brawl. Let's see if they can combat the superior. That's a spark. Could be a wild charge there again.
We definitely could be seeing a wild charge Zeraora right here. Zarina moving in to do some work, getting a KO, maybe getting a double right here, but being taken out for its trouble. 2 down for our orange team, 1 down here for our purple team as they move onto this Dreadnought. AAE getting the secure, and astonishingly bad. You know, it's really tough when you head down to the bottom path and you don't even have your second move on your central area Pokemon.
Yeah, definitely there. And that's kind of, you know, the downside of Zeraora still. It does get its Unite move a little bit sooner after this most recent balance patch, but it still does not get its second attack until level 8, which is higher than a lot of other characters that play this role.
Wow, this Greninja is staying a long time, almost getting taken out right there, but getting saved by the Cram, getting saved by the shield, getting saved by the score animation. Really risky move by Greninja, but they are able to make it out. Right now, Astral Ascendance East looking very good here in game number 3. Astonishingly bad. I mean, they're not looking astonishingly bad, but they could be doing better.
Yeah, it's going to be interesting to see if the amount of resources they spent to get that Greninja out of that bottom path location while getting knocked out is going to be worthwhile. They spent not only the Greninja Unite, but also the Cramorant Unite here as we see some buttons get pressed for astonishingly bad as their push is looking astonishingly good.
I don't know. That was a really rough score right there. They had the ability to put in some real points in that top path goal, and they broke with almost just 1 over, I think. And I think they had a much better setup. I know in the moment, it's kind of difficult. It's easy for me on the sidelines to say that could have been done better, but I think just waiting a second there, they could have had a much better score.
Spragels, do you think you go into the tournament planning to wait a second when you pick out a team name like Astonishingly Bad?
I think so. I think the trick of the team name Astonishingly Bad is that they're actually really good. I don't think you get it, Jeff.
I've been told I don't get it before as we head on in to this engagement around the second Dreadnought here. Could catch this Blastoise a little bit early, perhaps. Looking at these two teams, we have 5 Unite moves for the left side team and only 3 for the right side team at the moment.
Interestingly enough, our left side team's not fully here. As we get a Unite move, they're trying to take this Greninja down early. We got the Delphox Unite just trying to make sure that they can't come back or they at least get the KO, but they don't. 2 go down here for our orange team. Maybe 3. Yes, 3 do go down. Purple team, Astral Ascendance East, looking very good here at this next Dreadnought. Once again, astonishingly bad, just not able to make something happen at this big Dreadnought fight.
Yeah, Zera getting its Unite move here, but a little bit too little too late. Oh, are we going to push our button? Buttons have been pushed, Spragels, but we are forced to retreat here under the weight of the push from this purple team.
Yeah, unfortunately here for our orange team, they would love to get a pickup on Greninja. Obviously, that is the target. It is a level 12 Pokemon. Not a single member of Astonishingly Bad is level 12 right now. So if they're able to get that pickup, that will be really huge for them. They threw a few moves trying to grab it, but they just weren't able to. Some incredible defense here by Astral Ascendance East, keeping their carry alive and safe.
We see here from the right side team, they have the kind of positional map advantage around this Rotom, but they don't actually have the point advantage currently. They broke with such a small over. What a surf from Blvckhvnd.
That was a beautiful surf from Blvckhvnd. Yeah, stealing that right there. I'm so sad because Blvckhvnd has surf. This is a surf comp. I have to assume that the Blastoise on Astral Ascendance East will be kicked off the team after this match. It's sad, but it has to happen considering they didn't pick surf.
We see Zarina looking to try and pick up some knockouts here with her friend, the Rotom. Is she going to go down in exchange for it? Looks like Blastoise is going to get her here and collect a little bit more experience.
It's nice for Blastoise, but that Zarina did pick up 3 KOs there. I think it was probably a pretty good trade for both of those teams right there. Looking at our experience here, Astonishingly Bad really needs to pick it up. They are behind on every single Pokemon in the match.
Not only that, but remember, Zeraora, we talked about it gaining its second attack late. That also means it gains its second plus attack late. You do not get your second attack power up until level 14 on this character, which is just not going to be possible before the Zapdos spawns.
That's right. It's a nice little pickup, too, on Wild Charge, giving you the ability to have your Wild Charge hit multiple enemies at once, but they will not have it for this fight. 7 seconds until this Zapdos. The tournament life of both of these teams is on the line right now. They want to push forward and make it to the grand finals. They have to win this fight.
Yep, we see a huge lead pop up there for our purple side team. They're up by over 100 points. The Unite moves start flying here, and the first knockout will come momentarily.
Yeah, it's going to be very, very soon. The Cramorant Unite move pushing a lot of the orange team out. Look at that Greninja just making out on a sliver of health. It looks like Zeraora is trying to take down Cram, but they're not able to do it. 3 members down, 4 members down here of Astonishingly Bad. Astral Ascendance East is in a position to take this Zapdos, but here comes the Blastoise. It goes down as well. It didn't matter that they didn't have Surf on their Blastoise. The almost Surf comp winning this fight in a big way.
Yeah, just commanding performance there. Things looked really close right up until they didn't. The first member of our orange team went down, and the rest of them fell in quick succession right after. Greninja Oz here threading that needle on their low health total excellently in the end game here.
You know, Astonishingly Bad just was never able to pick off this Greninja. I don't know if it went down in this match. Maybe it went down at some point and I'm forgetting it, but it feels like this Greninja was able to survive every engagement with ease, looking incredible. Obviously, a slightly bittersweet ending here for Astral Ascendance East because they are going to have to get rid of their Blastoise player, but they performed incredibly well in this game.
We see here, even choosing to defend this outside goal zone, one that you can typically give up, especially when you're up by a casual, I don't know, 625 points like this, but the most you can keep out, the better for bragging rights, I suppose.
I don't know how you're able to do such quick mental math with these numbers, Jeff, but I can tell you that it looks like our purple team is at least 2 times points ahead of our orange team, and that's going to be tough to come back from. They are pushing in here, though, but there are only 10 seconds left. This is going to be Astral Ascendance East moving on in our tournament.
Yep, padding up the score there a little bit at the end here. Interested to see what the metrics look like because that was an incredible team fight at the end for our purple team.
All right. Ooh, we've got some exciting matches coming up for you, too. I'll announce that here in a moment, but this is going to be a real cool one to see. Again, big congratulations to Astral Ascendance East playing an incredible game. I have to wonder who is going to be replacing Ian Wisp, considering he did not use Surf on his Blastoise, thus destroying the Surf comp. But again, they are moving forward, Jeff.
As we look here, again, just a game where both teams kind of played it pretty safe throughout the course of the game. Even though we had a number of commanding knockouts inside of that team fight at the end, pretty low damage metrics across the board for both of these teams.
Yeah, it didn't seem like a lot of brawling was happening. A lot of those Dreadnoughts felt like they were secured actually pretty easily. We just never had a position for Astonishingly Bad to fight in. I thought Astonishingly Bad was looking, as I said earlier, astonishingly good throughout this series, but unfortunately they just weren't able to put it together for this composition.
I'm really excited for our next match here, Spragels.
I know, I saw it as well. I'm very excited. I'm going to pop out to our talking heads here. We have got another very exciting game coming up for all of you. I can't wait for you to check it out. We're heading back to our winners bracket. Jeff, who do we have coming up here?
We have Nemesis versus IX Gaming. And IX, we watched earlier, these players are going to be representing North America at the Pokemon Unite World Champions in London in a few weeks. And Nemesis is another fantastic high-caliber team that was almost doing the same. And I think Nemesis, you said, Jeff, who is the most innovative team in North America? I think they would be my pick. A team of players that consistently pushes the limits of what is viewed as reasonable and competitive Pokemon Unite, and I'm really excited to see what they do with this tournament format that they're playing here today.
I totally agree with you. They're such an innovative team. I love to watch them. This is the team that made Decidueye happen, made Trevenant happen. I mean, this is a team. Of course, they have our trio, one of the best, if not the best, Greedent players out there. This is an amazing team to watch. I can't wait to watch this game. We're going to be back with it in just a couple minutes. The players are already loaded into the lobby, so seriously this time, don't go anywhere. I'm telling you, if someone is saying, help, help, I'm trapped under a car, you could jack it up. Do not leave. They will figure it out, but you will miss an incredible game of Pokemon Unite. We will be right back. All right, everybody, welcome back. Here we are, and we are ready to head into a very exciting game here in the winner's bracket, IX versus Nemesis.
Two fantastic teams.
Oh, sorry, I brought us back
region.
and Jeff was finishing snack. I'm sorry, Jeff. I brought us back and I threw it to Jeff right away like, and what do you think about that, Jeff? What do you think about that? So
I think that chocolate pretzel was excellent. Spragels, much like both of these two teams we are about to watch here play some Pokemon Unite. I think the Team Nemesis, like we were talking about before the break, definitely one of the most innovative teams in the North American region. Interested to see not only what Pokemon they bring here, but what they choose to do in terms of where they sequence their key Pokemon throughout their lineups today.
yeah, this team without question is one of those ones that you can't wait to see in this format. I mean, they already have what everyone knows is a very, very deep roster. So I can't wait to see what they bring out. If this goes to a game number 3, I mean, we are going to see some insane team compositions from Nemesis. I just know it. They are the team to do it.
IX is also a team we're watching for the second time today, so I'm curious to see if they start off the same way in this best of 3, the same way they did in the previous one, which is they kind of ran their super try-hard composition in the very first game. They used their Blissey's and their Hoopas and their Lucarios right off of the bat.
And let's head into it right here. It is popping up, and we are going to be underway as these head into Pokemon selection here. IX, your purple team. Nemesis, your orange team. These are the winners' semifinals.
We see some characters getting locked in here. We see Retsu floating on that Blissey. We see OG on the Lucario. No lock-ins just yet. Zeraora for Rin was in their second lineup last time we saw them play, so perhaps not going to see that yet. We see OG switching to that Machamp. This is the second composition that they had played in the previous round we watched.
Teams are starting to figure out their strategy here of maybe hiding their try-hard comp in game 1 and seeing if they could win a big one in game 1 with what you wouldn't expect to be the try-hard comp. Both teams not coming in with their Hoopa, but they do bring their Blissey's.
We see a Azumarill here, I assume, playing the top path. Treyu typically known for playing that top path role with characters like Greedent, adding a Azumarill to their roster here for this tournament. We see some mastery badges from these players. A lot of games on that Venusaur for Type Soul here, as well as Wigglytuff and Blissey for their players as well.
People noticing that Nemesis is spelt wrong. That's actually incorrect. You were seeing that wrong. You just experienced the Mandela effect.
As we see here, Zeraora going into the central area here. Wait, what? Excuse me?
Oh,
Spragels?
boy. Wiggly Center. Is this a rollout Wiggly, or are they just giving it some experience early? We got a Meryl heading into the bottom path. This is Nemesis. I can't wait to see what they do. Is that a solo Absol? What is happening?
I feel like Christmas has been delivered. Like, we knew it was coming. You're like, all right, these are the most innovative people. And then there was a Wiggly Center.
Yeah, a center Wiggly. Is this roll? Oh, no, it is Sing. So they're getting an early Sing on Wiggly, and then I wonder if they switch it with something. I mean, they can't give all the experience to Wigglytuff, can you? Can you?
It is noteworthy here that there's only one buff in here. I believe Venusaur did the other. Yes, they split center with Wigglytuff here.
Oh, okay, so this is a really cool play. Obviously, they need to get some experience over to Bulbasaur. They need to get Wiggly level 4 very quick, and it was really mean at level 4. Just being able to walk into path and put everyone to sleep. Retsu in trouble right here, going down to that punk rock Meryl. They fell in love with a girl at the rock show, got a KO on the way out.
You can tell Spragels is a millennial because he understood the reference he just made to that song.
What? I made a reference? I have no idea what you're talking about. I've never made a reference in my life.
All right, as we see the Azumarill going very deep here into the path, looking to invade the central area along with Blissey here. Those punk rockers doing all sorts of crazy things.
Nemesis, take my energy. I freaking love this team. They are so fun to watch. I love this strategy here, trying to starve Ren from some experience. This Blissey now turning around because he's going to have to deal with an Azumarill right now. And this is so close to going down, but Machamp OG coming in and saying, no, I will protect my friend. You better run, Azumarill.
Yeah, incredible awareness here. Rin just barely getting out. Speaking of Rin, that was a Volt Switch this time through. Are we going to see Discharge on Zero this time? Last time, Rin was a Volt Tackle gamer.
Oh boy, I cannot believe it. Escaping by the skin of their teeth. Blissey coming down, trying to get the KO, but not able to do it. The plays from that Azumarill, I mean, it's all the small things that really make that Azumarill what it is.
We see Rex there getting the Sing, getting a flash out of Bulby there. Bulby not at that level 6 breakpoint yet. Delphox not particularly great until it hits that final power spike.
Yeah, that's true. Taking a look here, it's nice that they were able to split this experience at that Venu too. I mean, look at that, level 7, ready to go for this fight. This is looking pretty good for them.
Yeah, this is kind of looking like what Zoinks referred to as the Vegas-Cup that we had seen in the past, where they're kind of looking to spread experience evenly across all of their characters, as opposed to stacking it all into one central area per se.
Here we go, fighting at this Dreadnought, and look at this right here. Nemesis just taking it down. They are looking great right here.
Really fantastic, clean rotations from Nemesis here. Very clearly understanding where they want to be at any given point. They were all in that bottom path early. They broke that point very decisively. There was no pausing to think about it. And they took that very important first Dreadnought off of the map.
I really love the play. I mean, of course, from both these teams, here comes a big Absol Unite move as they're trying to get some damage right here. Actually having to run back. Absol safe now as this fight is continuing a little bit here. Ooh, we have Unite moves coming on. Absol coming back for this fight. Here comes the Discharge right there. Getting some big work and some big KOs done. Rex trying to get out of here, but Zera, Aura taking them down. That's 4. Oh no! Here comes Azumarill. Big Unite move. Trying to get out. They are not able to get out of this fight, taken down. Wow, that Zera Aura just cleaning everything up. They are feeling this.
Yeah, Witch Charge there making the Whirlpool look a little embarrassing in comparison there. Incredible range and damage from that powerful Zera Aura attack it gains at that level 8 upgrade.
There it goes. Rotom being pushed towards a tier 2 goal. Looking very nice. And now we're going to have to see what happens in our next big fight here. Blissey just in a very odd position. I mean, are they looking for a stack? What are they doing?
I think they're just acknowledging, hey, I'm not getting away from these two. I'm just going to be annoying here and buy what time I can buy.
Yeah, I think you're right here. Level 12 Zera Aura looking pretty mean here for Team IX.
As we look towards this second Dreadnought spawning, look at the Unite moves here. We have 3 of them for our left side team, Team IX. We have 0 currently for our right side team, which is a big difference in this engagement that's about to happen. 4 now to just 1.
Yeah, this is not looking good here for Nemesis. They are able to take down this Snorlax. Here comes that huge Unite from Zera Aura, and it's just running in doing a massive amount of damage. That's that energy amplifier, and it is powered up by Blissey. Here comes Azumarill looking for a big KO here, not able to take them down. Can they get... Oh no! Caught by the Fire Spin! Not able to take it down. Fate fell short this time, and Azumarill does go down here.
Ooh. Huge Volt Switch there, getting Rin out on the Razor's Edge as Fire Spin takes down Absol, unable to escape there.
Wow, what a fight, and it's still going on. We've got Tybasol on the Venusaur pushing, trying to get something to work here, but here is Rin, that Zera Aura with the Volt Switch Discharge, putting all the damage onto Blissey, pushing Blissey back, and here comes Azumarill. It is back. Oh my gosh, the Discharge just ripping everyone to shreds with the help of that Machamp. Dreadnought is so incredibly low, and it is secured, but by who? I didn't get to see it. Zera Aura.
Discharge looking to go ahead and clean that out. This 50-point cap will put this point to 1. We're going for that 49 overcap here in the bottom path. What a huge way to increase your lead in the early game.
Yeah, just incredible over dunk right there. You've got to assume that the members of Nemesis are saying damn it right now.
We have Have Delphox here looking in the top path to probably get another Unite move off here in the next few seconds. Delphox with that super fast Unite recharge could go with it up until about the 3-minute mark here. Similar for Azumarill, though. Going to be interested to see if Nemesis wants to put some pressure on somewhere here.
Yeah, right now, I mean, Nemesis is in a tough spot, you know? I'm not sure what play they're going to be able to make here until Zap, and now more points are getting put on the board. They know they're going to have to win a big fight, and Zeraora has made that so difficult for them.
We see just that Delphox Unite pop it off for minimal value other than kind of zoning out Team Nemesis there, but also realizing, hey, this is kind of my last opportunity to use this before I have to hold it for the Zapdos fight.
Here we go. 2 minutes, 44 seconds. Zera coming in just doing a ton of damage here. Oh, Azumarill being caught out once again. Absol running in, getting a quick Delphox KO, but actually, whoa! Really late Unite on this Absol, using it to possibly survive, and maybe that's about it. I don't know if that's going to be the play, and they don't even make it out, Jeff.
Yeah, burning your Unite move at a really late moment like that and then still not getting any value out of it is an absolute worst case scenario, as we see these two players in IX Gaming waiting for the last possible second to send this Rotom down the line.
Wow, what a great play from IX. 7 seconds until Zapdos. Nemesis is in a lot of trouble right here. They're getting ready for this fight. Of course, they just let this walk. Snorlax looking for a score. Here we go. Big Unite move from the Blissey. Zeraora coming in with that discharge, taking down Wiggly very quick, chasing down this Absol. Gonna get the K. No, not getting the KO right here. Heading back into the pit to continue fighting. We still have a Unite move from Azumarill. It has not used it yet. Venusaur still looking not so healthy. It goes down. 3 down here, it looks like. Oh, yes, 3 down here for Nemesis.
Have a Unite move for Snorlax still. Remember, that just gives it some more survivability. Just 1 remaining. It was just a Wigglytuff versus the world here, as these high-level characters for IX Gaming are going to quickly take this important objective off the board.
There it goes. IX taking that Zapdos, looking incredible. Unfortunately, Nemesis just not able to put it together in that Zapdos fight. Looking a little confused and walking around saying, I don't know what's going on. Where's the Zapdos? What's my age again? What's happening?
You see lots of points raining in here, kind of that insurmountable end game score here with an almost 700-point difference between these two teams. The 500-point mark is really the okay, we're done here moment. Every single player on Team Nemesis could deposit 50 AOS energy into a goal zone and they would still not be caught up on what's the difference here.
Yeah. You're right, Jeff. That is the game. IX looking fantastic in game 1, and they didn't use their Hoopa, but of course, neither did Nemesis. Now we're going to be heading into a game 2 here, and I love the effort. I want them to push and try to succeed, but like you said, there just aren't enough points to even score.
Yeah, and you know, they're not even going to all get their 50 points in here, right? Like, they have to win a fight against characters that are higher level than them, and they just get completely aced here at the end of the game. 5-0. Thank you. You lose. Good day, sir.
They do lose, but I think this team is going to stay together for the kids. They are going to continue to fight today, Jeff. We have a game number 2 coming up, and if anyone can bring out an exciting game number 2 composition, it's Nemesis.
Yeah, and you know, again, some of these characters are used up now, but there's still Hoopa available to both of these teams. Blissey is kind of the big checkbox off on each side, and we have plenty of powerful characters for both of them to select from moving forward. Yeah,
let's take a look at some of... Ooh, look at Zeraora here, putting on a clinic. 12 KOs. That's incredible.
And the big story to me, too, is look at the assists from every character on the side of IX Gaming. They were team fighting just so cohesively as a unit. Almost every member was involved in most of the knockouts that happened here.
All right, let's see. 107,000 damage. Looking pretty beautiful there for Rin, and they were just tearing everything up. Yeah, but of course, OG, look at that. 90,000 on the Machamp.
Yeah, definitely. Big stuff here in terms of metrics. At 107,000 damage being over 30% of the team for Rin.
Wow. What an incredible game 1 here. Again, IX taking that first game, looking fantastic. I'm coming back to our heads here. Jeff, let's see, where is it? All right, we're back with our heads. Perfect, I found it.
We did it. He's a professional, ladies and gentlemen.
Thank you. Thank you very much. I can click buttons. So, I mean, not fast or anything like that, but, you know, I can click them when it's needed.
Mostly proficiently.
Mostly proficiently. That's right. That's pretty good. I might put that on my business card. Spragels.
That's a strong advertisement, Chip.
Look.
We're waiting for our players to get filtered into their subsequent lobby here so we can head on into the second game. For those of you just joining us, this is the Showdown format, meaning all of those characters on each team that we saw in that first game are out. No more Blissies, no more Zero Aura domination for Rin. They've got to find new characters to play for this second game of the set.
You know, Jeff, I don't know if you noticed, I was pretty subtle, but I was using some Blink-182 references in that last match.
Oh, were you?
Yeah, I wanted to keep it. I wasn't trying really hard to do it or anything, but I threw a few in.
I too actually didn't get asked to prom. I mean, listen to Blink-182 in my teenage years.
Oh, come on. I'm sure you had plenty of first dates. Come on, I know all the track names. Let's do this thing. We're going to be heading into game 2. This is going to be exciting. Nemesis, I think, could pull out a really interesting team composition, but it's Hoopa season. I think both teams are probably bringing it out here. IX bringing out the Hoopa so they can shut this thing down. Nemesis bringing out the Hoopa so that they can stay in the winner's bracket here.
Yeah, definitely. I think if anything, we're almost assuredly see the powerful pink hyperspace holes from Nemesis here. IX, I think, could go either way. I think there's some merit to saving that character when you're up a game for the third game when you absolutely need to win.
Yeah, that's true, actually. I mean, we haven't seen a lot of these teams play with this format yet, so I'm not sure how this strategy exactly is going to play out, but you could save your Hoopa for game 3 if you need it. That way you can pull a strategy out here in game 2 that you think could actually maybe counter a Hoopa choice.
Yeah, and we've even seen the strategies evolve as we've watched teams more than once. You know, IX Gaming, when we watched them in the round before this one, the team comp we just saw them win this first game with was actually their composition for the second game in the first match we watched. Yeah,
so we're seeing teams already react to this and start to figure out different strategies with it. Let's head into our Pokemon selection and see what they pick.
The Atreyu very quickly bounced over to that grid that they are well known for, and then predictably, we see that Hoopa lock in for Nemesis. They need to win this match to stay in this round. Now, this is our winner semifinal, so keep in mind, if you are a Nemesis or IX fan, regardless of who wins this match, they will still continue on their tournament life in the loser's bracket.
Let's see here, just getting our scores and everything updated.
We see Hoopa locking in for Retsu as well, going for, as Sprago suggested, just kind of looking to lock it down. Will we see Sylveon for Rin this time through as the character they had played? Oh, I like this. It looks like we've got Bulby on Dragonite, perhaps playing in Path this time.
Ooh, this is very interesting. We got the Charizard pick right here. We've got Zera Aura coming out for Nemesis, Rin on the Char, and then, of course, our Triu on the famous Greedent. With the fluffy tail, it could invade. It probably won't, but it certainly could.
I am in no way surprised to see that gold marker there on a Triu's Greedent. One of the best in the game with this character. Logged lots of matches, fantastic mastery and proficiency with this squirrel.
Yeah, she is incredible on this Pokemon. It looks like it is going to be... No. Oh, okay, it's heading center. I was going to say, do we have an invade? We actually have Zera Aura soloing the top path, Greedent taking the central area.
Huh, this is interesting, and I spoke too soon at the bottom, it would seem, too. Charizard from Rin being played in the bottom path and securing the last hit on the center Dino.
I mean, he is one of the original cracked Charizard players, so it wouldn't surprise me that they would be able to play this way.
Yeah, I mean, I always heave a heavy sigh when my solo queue teammate locks in Charizard in path, but Rin perhaps going to show us why this is all right.
You know, I think if Rin did it, I wouldn't have the heavy sigh. I think I go, yeah, I think they can figure something out here. However, we got a KO up in this top path. Our Triu going down here. Zera Aura trying to defend here. And actually looks like they are going to push back after scoring some points here. Zera Aura cleaning up these Apoms.
Noteworthy here, buff on the Sylveon here for Team Nemesis, they elected to split that central area with Atreyu grabbing part of it and Sylveon grabbing another.
Now the question is, how long is Charizard going to stay in path? I mean, it really is experience hungry. I have to assume, unless things go extremely well for IX, we will not have a Charizard for Dreadnought, and it looks like it actually might be going down right now, and it does.
Yeah, we see Slowbro leveraging Surf here for Team Nemesis, as well as we have now pivoted the Zeraora into taking the central area. And I think this makes a lot of sense. Zeraora is definitely the character that scales the largest, meaning it gets the most powerful with the most levels on Team Nemesis, and giving it this larger experience that these buff Pokemon provide is very reasonable.
Yeah, Zeraora just takes so long to get your moves that you really need to feed it a ton of experience. OG right here in this bottom path, almost a Zarina here. Rin going down to a nice big combo right there. OG in trouble, trying to run as Tybasol's chasing it down with a Hyper Voice. I don't know if it's going to be able to get it, though. Grabs the berry, turns around, could fight here, but instead heads towards the center area.
Yeah, I think that Zarina is really looking to grab anything, in this case, this crab in the central area, looking to hit that level 6 breakpoint before this Dreadnought comes up in 40 seconds.
Wow. I mean, this is really interesting here. Obviously, we need this Dragonite. If you are IX, you need a Dragonite for this fight. But you've got a lot of Pokemon where you want them here. You've got your Zarina at level 6. I mean, Charmeleon does get its move at level 5. So right now, Nemesis probably a little stressed out that their Zera is still so far behind.
Love that we've prioritized getting levels on the Sylveon to start here. Gets that Unite move at level 8. So while there is a Dragonite for IX Gaming, we have a Sylveon with the Unite move to try and take this team fight before the objective can be secured.
Here comes Zeraora for Nemesis, still level 7. It needs to pick up a KO or some experience to be able to get out of this. Big Unite move coming down right here. They're looking to chase this down. Hoopa so incredibly close, and it does go down, but Tybasol being pushed out here. OG coming in with the Serena and pushing back for a KO their own.
Yeah, I was a little surprised to see Regrets kind of just starting the objective in that instance, as opposed to team fighting with the Sylveon there. I felt like we really didn't have a hope to get this objective off the board for it. And a huge steal! Why does it do damage, Spragels?
I don't know. I have to ask Lush. It's so confusing, but here we go. Hoopa getting a steal here. We've seen a few big steals from Hoopa today, and we do have Discharge now on Zeraora. It's able to fight here, and it's actually, oh, here we have a Unite move coming in, but we can have one right back at him from Zeraora if they would like.
They're going to be interested to see, do they prioritize this here or not? Oh my gosh, it's chasing the Dragonite back to base.
Whoa!
Rubber bands back and forth. It is a sure hit, Spragels. It's not going to miss.
It went all the way towards base, but Dragonite came back through the portal, so it flung all the way back. I have never seen that happen. I've seen it follow someone to base, but I've never seen it come all the way back when they come back through the portal. That was wild.
Big Unite move from Charizard here, securing a couple of knockouts. Small miscommunication for Team Nemesis there when we broke that point. Could have gotten in an extra 20, but missed it, unfortunately.
Sorry, I was writing down on a notepad to make sure that I pull that moment, because that was really cool to see.
All right, we've got Pika Diff getting a little bit of action going in the top path here as we get ready for this Rotom to happen, and we break that point. So this Rotom is able to walk in at the second point to put a little bit more pressure on the map.
Jeez, look at this Charizard, level 10 right now. Being in path didn't seem to slow it down much at all.
Yeah, we see Rin. I mean, they know what they're doing when they decided to play this character in the bottom path. They made sure it got its level so it can have those powerful Unite moves again and again and again.
OG heading down to this bottom path here. We've got a level 9 Hoopa from both teams. Ready for this next Dreadnought coming up here in 5 seconds. However, positionally, it's looking a little bit better for IX. Well, actually, they lost a goal here. What am I saying? I'm wrong about that.
Pikachu narrowly missing the break on their huge stomps, taking out the Zeraora before it could do absolutely anything there, missing its Unite move.
Charizard making it up into the sky right here. Not able to do as much damage as it would like, I don't think, though. Rex trying to stay alive, staying on point, fighting this Charizard as it goes down. Hoopa able to secure that KO. 2 down right now for IX, both of them being sort of the flying dragony-like Pokemon, as we see OG coming in with the Unite move, looking to clean the entire team up. Secured here by our Treyu on the Greedent.
We talked about that Zero Aura attack being a sure hit, but one thing it cannot do is hit a Pokemon while they're in those invincibility frames. And we saw that attack from Regrets light up there on the Zarina while she was uniting someone else herself.
Getting some experience right now. Everyone just playing a little Pac-Man, Jeff. As we say, there are a lot of yellow dots on the map, and you need to eat them. No objective to fight over, so it's time to get fed right now. And it looks like not going to be able to get the big B. Our trio running back towards the center area, maybe back towards the team, because it's possible that a fight is forming here. They're all pretty close to each other in this top area.
As we look towards the levels, Zero Aura is similar leveled to Dragonite and Charizard, but remember, that Zero Aura really needs level 14 before Zapdos. As it successfully ticks over to 13, can it avoid giving that experience back here?
Whoa, just barely right there. It's a close battle. You got that right, Pokemon Unite. I mean, look at that moment right there. Zero Aura is going to be looking for that big level 14. Not as impactful, in my opinion, on its discharge, but the slowing effect is beneficial for sure.
We see Bulby getting out there, threading that needle as we look to take this Rotom off the board and send it at the second point. I'm interested to see if they hold this or if they just send it right away here. The closer this goes to Zapdos, the better. And yes, we see them kind of waiting, and then they get vision that Greedent is coming. He's like, oh, okay, fine, we'll send it now, I guess.
Once again, Nemesis is just put in this really unfortunate position. They might be able to rip this down fast enough. There's 20 seconds until Zapdos right here, so they don't. Yes, they're not going to let this push into their point this time. They're going to be ready for this, and now everyone is forming up for a big fight. 10 seconds until Zapdos. Nemesis needs a win here to stay in the winner's bracket.
We talked about Charizard being interesting in path. There's Rin, level 14 as we head on into the end game as always. There's that Unite move back up, waiting for Hoopa to pull them in should they be needed.
Here we go. A little bit of a fight happening. Everyone's still being pretty cautious here, though. Level 14 Charizard just looking for its big moment that it could pick some up and slam into the ground, and they do. Looks like they grab Zero Aura, and it goes down right away. Huge pickup here for IX as they pick up another KO and another in this big fight, looking to take down this Hoopa. They do. The only one left is a Slowbro. What an amazing fight here for IX. They should be able to take this Zapdos easily right now. Rex goes down. Full team wipe.
I missed it until just now. Charizard was Flare Blitz this game, Spragels.
Yeah, I mean, the Japanese meta is influencing everybody. We all saw those big plays from Secret Ship running the Flamethrower Flare Blitz Charizard, and now I think it's become essentially the top professional meta choice for that Pokemon.
Really interesting to see a skill like that kind of pop up into relevance, even when it doesn't get any big upgrades inside of its numbers.
Yeah, I think a lot of people just realize, like, oh, wait, this gives you a massive 1,000-point shield and is sort of a sure hit, bringing you close to enemies. I mean, it's a pretty dang good move.
Yeah, because Charizard, remember, is a melee character. You get a little bit of range as you go through your evolutions, but ultimately, it's not quite as large as some characters like Cinderace or Greninja.
Oh, there we go. Game number 2 looking amazing here. We're being asked what we want in the chat. Yeah, we'll take that. I guess so. Oops.
See some big numbers coming up here. 8 knockouts for Bulby, 5 for Rin. What did our damage metrics look like for these two teams? Rin coming out on top on the right side for IX Gaming with an almost 80,000 damage on the board.
Looking incredible here. IX is playing great. I mean, what else do you expect? They're heading to Worlds, Jeff.
And remember, if you are a Nemesis fan, they are down but not out. This was our winners bracket semifinals. They are heading down to that losers bracket where they will get another shot to climb all the way on back up here to the top.
All right, Nemesis down but not out. I'm coming back to me and Jeff Hoogland here as we figure out what our next match is going to be. I believe we're going to be taking a look at the winners finals here. Just waiting for word here from our tournament organizers. I'm going to take a look at our bracket right now. I'll talk you all through it. ! bracket in the chat if you want to see a little bit more about what's going on here. IX beating Nemesis here. Blvckhvnd, I'm not sure if they're making it to the winners finals or not, but I mean, could you imagine Blvckhvnd, IX going at it again? Sounds like regional finals, Jeff.
Man, if you're a fighting competition, you did not have an easy tournament today. You had to play against TTV. You had to play against now Blvckhvnd. I'm looking to see. Looks like their match hasn't been reported yet.
And taking a look here, moving on through our tournament into the losers bracket. Brave Birders still surviving out there. Kakuna, Matata. They're in the losers round 6. Let's see. Who else is making it on? Toplane Gamers, TOS, TTV, IXGT, all hanging out in our losers bracket right here. Could make their way back up to winners. Let's see. And it looks like we might be getting the winners finals here, but it might actually have some time on it here, Jeff. So, ooh, we got a nice super chat here. Your streams make me feel better. Not as much as Chair, but still fine. I appreciate that. I do recognize that Chair is the star of the stream, but I'm glad that you also recognize what Jeff and I are doing here. It means a lot. And I think I missed this donation from Unstable Toad. Unstable Toad, thank you so much. Have some more money, because why not? I agree. That's an incredible attitude to have towards what I'm doing here. If you want to throw money at me, I will always accept it. I don't want anyone to go into debt for it. But at the same time, I mean, I'm not the one who's going to have to pay those debts. Jeff, I think it's... Ooh, and another little tip here. Thank you so much. $5 from It's All Gucci. Thanks for the great turning. Well, thank you so much. We are going to hit you with a B right back. And when we come back, we're going to have some more exciting Pokemon Unite action for you. Jeff, any final words?
Looks like we're going to have Blvckhvnd versus IX Gaming here, our two NA competitors representing the region in Worlds later this year.
You couldn't have a better winners finals for this. This is going to be amazing. Don't go anywhere. I am serious. If your life is in danger, if a family member's life is in danger, it is not as important as these matches of Pokemon Unite. We'll be right back. All right, ladies and gentlemen, we are back coming here into the winners finals. Why don't I have a little Jeff Hoogland head here? What's going on?
Oh no,
Your
there's no
head-
Jeff Hoogland head.
Yeah, your head's gone, Jeff. I don't know what happened. Oh no. Hold on. Come on, Jeff Hoogland head. Get back in here. You're gone, Jeff. You're just freaking gone, Jeff. Can I even hear you? Nope, I can't even hear you. Oh, great. Well, ladies and gentlemen, I knew this would possibly happen. I told Jeff to come back and be eating, but instead, Jeff has been Thanos snapped and is now gone. It's obviously very sad that Jeff is gone, and I didn't want him to disappear. But at the same time, I didn't want to disappear. I, of course, wanted to stay around and live. And I thought that would be very, very important, and I have a lot of work to do. I don't know how long Jeff is going to be gone for, but clearly he is going to be gone for a very long time while we try to rebuild the world. I also want to point something out, that if you're hanging out here with me, you stuck around as well, which I think is pretty cool. I really do. Obviously, we're going to need to figure out this technical snafu. We are going to... Ooh, I can hear you now.
I cheated it over the Discord call. I sent you a new ninja link.
All right, let's see if it works. I've got a link that's just showing a camera and a monitor thingy. Uh-oh.
Uh-oh.
Uh-oh. Ladies and gentlemen, we have some technical difficulties right
It
now.
looks like Ninja is currently having load issues. That's fine. We'll just cheat me in over my audio this way, and then we'll just pretend my head is here, Chad. It's a vibe.
I feel very bad that Jeff is gone and Ghost Jeff is now casting with us, but we have a match almost ready to go here, Jeff. The winners finals between IX and Blvckhvnd. You may remember these two teams as the North America World Champion representatives. So these are two of the best teams in North America, possibly two of the best teams in the world going at it for you.
I'm excited to see what these teams bring. I'm also interested to see, does IX continue with their lineup the same way they did in the previous match, or does it change based on how they're feeling or based on what team they're playing against here?
Now, Jeff, I have to ask you, where you are, is it dark? Is there light? Is it sort of an upside down flip of our world, a la a Stranger Things? Or do you somehow exist in a realm that is neither here nor there, neither alive nor dead? I'm just not understanding what's happening.
So excited to cast this match. I have put off going in the light for at least another round.
Now, I now hear you doubled up, which means it's very possible that you're moving closer and closer to being in our reality. Will it happen? I simply don't know. But if it does, it could be pretty amazing. It really could.
Sounds good. Was it echoed? Did the ninja come back up?
Echo, I think the ninja came back up, but
Check 2, do you still hear me?
I still hear you, Jeff. We're
Okay,
heading into character
I'm muted
selection.
in Discord. The ninja must be working, and we've got a match here just in time.
Here we go. Let me get these team names up. Jeff, you handle the analysis while I try to figure out how to spell things.
We see Retsu locking on in Cramorant to start here. That's not a character we've seen out of them just yet. Pikadiff lining up that Blissey and Rin, the XP share Snorlax. I'm so confused right now, Spragels. Toon Slim showing off that Aegislash. We've seen them play in the central area a few times, and it looks like Team Blvckhvnd bringing the big guns out here in the first match. Both Hoopa and Blissey ready to go.
They're looking for an early win, I would say, with a setup like this. And yes, that's right. Blvckhvnd spelt with that little V there twice. I got to put that in there. All right, I got some work to do. I'll be back.
We have an X speed on the Snorlax as well. I wonder if XP share is for movement speed, and we're going to see an invade here. Let's take out. Let's say I'm going to follow Rin to start here. We've got 2 XP shares here for this side. Are we going for the monkey? We are just going for the monkey with the XP share split. This is a Season 1 Pokemon Unite power bottom path.
Yes, it's exactly what you would be so afraid of early on in Pokemon Unite. Cramorant, Snorlax, just so incredibly mean.
I'll be interested to see here, are these two dive Cramorants, or will we see Surf and Hurricane out of one of them?
I don't think you're going to get a player as mechanically gifted as Rin. Oh, sorry, never. It's Retsu. I think Retsu, too. Retsu's amazing. I think they're both going dive, honestly. Retsu and Curios, yeah.
Oh, man, the auto attack. Heat sinking on in here as Rin goes to deposit a little bit of AOS energy there, and there's an Air Slash for Retsu, implying that we're going to see some dives happening here.
I would assume so. Pika Diff up in our top path here. Bulby waiting in the tall grass right now. It's Zarina up in the top path here for Blvckhvnd. Machop up in the top path for IX. I got to tell you, Machamp has been a superstar Pokemon today.
It is absolutely the character that has the single biggest impact in any of these fights. As we see Aegislash cut across here, can they get a knockout?
Now, it's really cool seeing Toon Slim playing this. Obviously, we saw members of Game and Gladiators play earlier under the TTV moniker, and now Toon Slim here on Blvckhvnd. I believe he is their backup player for Worlds, correct?
I believe that is the case here, as we have Curios using those Cramorant auto attacks to attack the Snorlax here as they look to secure yet another 5. Have not seen the plus attack upgrade from Snorlax on here. I assume it's going to be Heavy Slam.
I've got to assume they're heavy slamming it, but you know, it's Rin. Maybe he wants to bully a little bit and play around with some flail. I mean, I would love to see it here. I think 2 dive crams are definitely in our future, though.
I think on Curios here, we have Air Slash powered up there already. So yes, I think likely going to see some dive shows. We have a fight breaking out with Hoopa and Zarina in the top path here. Overlord looking to get their stomp on.
Ooh, a couple from the chat. Thank you all so much. Bates, thank you so much for the donation. I really appreciate it. Love your Unite video streams, and casting makes it better. All the small things aside, keep up the great job. Thank you so much. And Help a Black Bear ate my citrus berry. Thank you so much, Radonx Fleet. Thank you.
Is there a black bear Pokemon in Pokemon?
Well, there's Ursaring, right? But that's a brown bear. I guess there isn't a black bear.
It's just seems like a missed opportunity, really.
Yeah, I think they just need different color bears without question. I mean, this is something that has plagued the Pokemon community for a long time right here. Bulby coming in. It's already level 8, and there's the heavy slam.
Slam there.
Big slam.
You see Aegislash looking to maybe make up some of this fight here, but they look pretty outmatched with Zarina waiting to come down here. Can they get in here and take a fight before this Dragonite takes the subjective out? And they cannot.
I mean, Dragonite just melts things. We're being corrected in the chat. Urshifu is black and white. Beware is pink. And Pangoro, I guess you could consider that, but that's more of a panda, right?
Pandas are a bear, Spragels.
But not a black bear. If you saw a panda and said it was a black bear, I'd spit my tea into your face.
It is technically correct, sir.
I don't know. If anything, that's like calling an orca whale a shark. I'm not here for any of this.
Fraggles only likes his traditional bears.
I like my bears panda, and I won't call them anything else. I don't care what everybody says. Cancel me for it. Back up here to the top path. We've got our Rotom up here, and it looks like these teams are dancing around, and there we do have that dive Cramorant. I'm guessing a dive from both sides. Here, Cramorant Unite coming in. But the
Snorlax block being able to push Cramorant around while it's uniting is such a fantastic feature.
It is so incredibly cool. And look at this huge move from Toon here, ripping them apart with that sword, getting a big dunk right here. 108 right now for Blvckhvnd and 24 for IX.
We see the levels catching back up here. Blvckhvnd losing that first Dreadnought, but it looking like it's not mattering after all of the team fights that they have won in the subsequent part of the game.
I gotta tell you, that sword is really doing some work here. And once again, we have the possibility of the Hoopa diff, Jeff. So Hoopa for the side of Blvckhvnd, no Hoopa here for IX. It means they're gonna have an easy time bringing everyone down. ELO is just gonna be able to bring the team down here to the bottom path, whereas IX is gonna have to make the long walk.
Yep. Hoopa with that Unite move ready to go as Spawn looking in that forward position to bring their friends into the bush. Looking at total Unite moves on each side, we have 4 for Blvckhvnd and only 3 for IX Gaming. Here going to be a little bit of an uphill battle because of this.
Nice big catch there from the Hoopa, and they're getting ready. They're just taking this Dreadnought right now, getting ready for the sword secure. They actually get it with the Blissey right there. Cramorant throwing the Unite, but getting KO'd here, and it looks like Rin is trying to get this Hoopa back towards their team so that they can pick up a few more KOs. Toon Slim, our sword, shing, 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 slicing them to bits, looking for the KO on the Snorlax. Here comes the big block, just trying to stay alive, and it looks like they do.
Yeah, that Aegis Slash boosted on it is dealing damage based on the target's max HP, so excellent at chunking through thicker opponents like this Snorlax here. A lot of wild Pokemon up on the map as these two teams start to fan out a little bit and play some Pac-Man.
What an interesting fight we've had so far between these teams. And look at the level spread across these. Everyone's gathering experience. Everyone's picking up KOs. It's not just the Dragonite securing everything. This has been a really interesting fight here. Zarina needing to back up, but at the same time, could probably turn around. I mean, it's a Zarina, right?
Yep, we see a fight breaking out here in the bottom path, perhaps trying to generate a little bit of pressure on the side of IX Gaming before this Rotom can spawn in the top path. Ultimately getting pushed off here, though.
Ooh.
Huge knockout for the Hoopa there.
Big Hoopa knockout, taking down that Machamp, and now we're looking to see if maybe we can put some points on the board here in the bottom path. We've got our sword wide guarding it, pushing everyone off. Rin's not going to be able to keep this from going down. Let's see, big score there by Zarina, 47 going in that bottom goal, while Curios is able to take that Rotom in the top path. I believe it KO'd the Dragonite as well.
Yep, has both of those buffs there from the opposing Dragonite, and we see Toon Slim and others leveraging the map pressure from this Rotom in the top path to get a push up here on this bottom goal zone, but unfortunately not going to be enough at this point.
Yeah, and it doesn't look like they're going to be able to push that Rotom in either, but they didn't really lose anything for their effort, not taking any big KOs, putting some pressure on the enemy, getting to move back and take some of these Bs as well. And now both teams are in a very odd position for this Dreadnought fight. Dragonite is down here, but there are a lot of enemies for it to deal with.
Yeah, we see people closing in around this Dragonite and Machamp, last two here for IX Gaming. If you're on Blvckhvnd side, you don't really need this Dreadnought, but you're also just happy to get any KOs here for additional experience, as well as Curios hits level 14 inside of this engagement.
Yeah, and this is going to help the rest of the team too. I mean, do we get to see a level 14 sword? I don't think it's going to make it all the way there with this Dreadnought. Everyone getting ready for this fight right here. And now they are just getting pushed out of this central area. ELO ready to bring them all in with a Unite move. The sword basing to get its health back. Unite moves up for every single member of both teams. Obviously, the score is looking great for Blvckhvnd right now.
Small level advantage for Blvckhvnd here as well, as their Aegis Slash does hit level 14. Cramorant getting bumped out there a little bit, but getting saved by the Blissey Unite and that powerful Cramorant Unite move chunking through for lots of damage here as IX tries to kite their way out of the pit.
And here comes OG with a big Unite move, looking for the Cram, able to get it. Still hasn't used its barrage of blows there, but it does hit it on the Hoopa, able to take it down as well. Machamp once again looking incredible here, but Zarina trying to clean up on the other side while it's pushing in with the sword. Machamp with another huge KO, taking down 4. I swear Machamp has been such a superstar in this tournament today, and when you put it on a player like OG, look at that, 5 KOs, ripping them to pieces.
Going, gone. Full team wipe here on the back of the Machamp, and a full 500 points going to take this game and swing the pendulum heavily into IX's favor for the start of this match.
Looking very good right here. Not a lot of time left in this match. 40 seconds. They need to score a ton, and it looks like they're going to put some more points on the board here. Yeah, 86 more points, 650 to 235. They have to make a mad dash if they're going to make something happen.
Well, notable here that Machamp is down for 30 seconds. So if there was ever a time for you to get through here, it's while their most powerful character is not up. Rin on Snorlax is going to be available to help stop a push here before long. We do have a Cramorant Unite move to try and lay siege with, but oh, they went to the top path. Interesting. The timer is running out, and this game is going over to IX.
Wow, IX looking amazing here in game number 1. Blvckhvnd with maybe one of their most try-hard comps, Hoopa and Blissey inside of it. I can't wait to see what they bring in here for game number 2.
Yeah, I feel like anytime your non-Hoopa comp gets to take the match off the Hoopa comp in this tournament style, you're like, okay, we've got wiggle room here. We kind of snuck one over on them.
Yeah, what an amazing penta there from OG. Look at that. Didn't assist in a single KO. Is that possible?
Well, the OG is the off laner. They're often working on their own here. But yeah, I can't believe that they didn't get any. I guess they got every knockout in the Zap fight, right?
Yeah, I mean, have you ever seen someone with 10 KOs and 0 assists? I mean, what are they, Raphael or something? Get with the team. Come on. I know you're cool but rude, but the rest of the Ninja Turtles need you. How does that happen?
Speaking of damage numbers, the Cramorants putting up big metrics on both teams, with Overlord ultimately taking the crown here with over 90,000 damage on their Zarina.
Wow. I mean, that was pretty incredible. What an amazing game one. As you said before, Jeff, IX wins it, and they don't use Hoopa, meaning that they have that for game 2 or possibly even game 3 if they need it. Both of these teams are going to switch everything up. We're coming back to our faces here. You see, everybody. Oh, just my face, actually. I forgot. I forgot that Jeff is still trapped in another reality. We may never see Jeff again. While we loved Jeff, we still love Jeff as a disembodied voice. So something that I think is going to be really interesting is how these teams play game number 2. Because IX does not need to bring in their Hoopa just yet. And I'm thinking that Blvckhvnd does. So... or excuse me, Blvckhvnd can't. So it's going to be really interesting to see what you bring out for game 2. Oh, I have no Jeff. Do I have no Jeff? Jeez. Life is a highway, everybody.
Uh-oh. Uh-oh.
You're back?
Your sources must be weird. I'm communicating with Discord again.
Jeff!
Oh,
you're back. You can turn off the Discord voice. Your face is back. We have you back.
Is here.
Jeff is here, everybody.
Deliver the bad news.
Oh, your face is just great. Don't you even worry. It's not massive. Our heads are not massive. If people see us in person and they think, wow, those look like bodies with big old balloons attached to them, it's not true. Those are our heads, and they actually don't look big at all.
Did you know a service that Spragels offers on his OnlyPhantoms is he will lie to you live on stream, and I always appreciate that one personally.
Yeah, today I'm using it for your head. Doesn't matter. Doesn't matter what I'm using it for today. Everybody, this has been incredible. Obviously, the chat is euphoric that you are back, Jeff. We cannot wait for this next game. What do you think? What do you think these teams are going to pull out in game 2? I mean, I wouldn't be surprised if we see that Zera Aura come back out from Rin.
I can't believe, I'm still kind of not over the fact that, like, Rin played Snorlax. The range we've seen from players in this tournament has really been in the light. You know, he's a player that you always think of as, that's the damage carry. That's like the top path player at best. But to see them jam things like Snorlax has just been truly delightful.
Yeah, it has been awesome to see. I can't wait to see what they want to bring into game 2. And I think this is one of those moments where, you know, not only are you seeing people flex their Pokemon picks, but yeah, you're seeing people flex their skills. This is the time to show off. They know they're up on the big broadcast, you know, for this for these matches. So I think it's time to show the world, hey, yeah, I might be one of the best carries in Pokemon Unite, but I'm also one of the best players in Pokemon Unite.
Definitely. I will be interested to see if, again, IX reaches for their Hoopa kind of try-hard comp right away. Say, okay, we're going to shut this down in 2 games. You've used your Hoopa. We beat you at that game. Now we're going to show you how it's done with this teleporting Pokemon. Or are they going to reach for that kind of Zera Aura configuration we've seen them play once before already?
Yeah, it is going to be really interesting to see here. We got a couple donations here. Unstable Toad with the $5. This is for Jeff returning. Well, thank you, Toad. I will make sure that I write Jeff on that $5, and it will go into my bank account. And then David, thank you so much. $1 for the KO, for each KO and the Penta. $5 as well for the super chat. Thank you, thank you, thank you. Tommy said, reminder for gifts at 2K likes, gift subs at 2K likes. I don't remember if I said that, but if I did, remind me what I meant by that. And then, yes, we had some conversations about whether or not there were black bears in Pokemon Unite. And
I believe someone in chat said they would gift you some memberships if we got to 2K likes. We're at 1,500 likes right now, and there are 1,600 people watching.
Wow.
So at least 100 of you have not smashed that button yet. I believe in you, chat. You are probably even better at pushing buttons than Spragels is.
I mean, come on. I'm pretty good at pushing buttons. Sometimes I can change the scene that we're watching so I could see, you know, team selection and stuff like that. I don't want to brag, but I'm behind the scenes here clicking one button to move us to another scene and then clicking the other button to bring us back to the previous scene. So it's not only that I'm here talking, it's not only that I'm discussing whether or not there are black bears in Pokemon at all. I am also... enough of that. All right, here we are.
Remember to click a couple of buttons and change those names around as we head on in to the second game of this match. IX Gaming up 1-0 now on the right or orange side of your screen. We've got some characters being hovered. We've got Slowbro is Slashcan. We've got some thickness here as we lock in Mamoswine alongside Slowbro.
Sorry, I'm still
Overlord
clicking buttons.
Getting that checkbox on the Machamp here, and Toonslim rotating through a variety of things. Toonslim's depth here is pretty deep. Interested to see what they end up with here. Is it weakness policy Charizard? It looks to be the case, while Rin is also hovering a Charizard of their own.
Ooh, this is interesting. A little Char against Char. Brother against brother. Bulby on the Zeraora right now. And man, we really have IX pulling out some interesting stuff here.
Yeah, I'm interested to see how they split this here. I assume OG plays the top path because that's usually their role. And then we'll have them matching Machamp from Overlord. The question from there is this 2-1-2 for either team, or will it be a solo top path character?
All right, here we go. We've got a freeze lane coming out here from Blvckhvnd. It looks like Overlord with that Machamp. You know, Machamp has been maybe the big difference maker of this entire tournament.
Speaking of Machamp and Overlord in the bottom path here with the double freeze lane top is definitely not what I was expecting heading into this on that loading screen.
I gotta say, I didn't expect this either. Rin once again playing this in path. You know, maybe now that more of these are 2-1-2, we're seeing Charizard not get punished so hard for being in path.
Yeah, definitely. It's definitely easier to justify a Charizard in path when you have only two people you're contested with. It's just absolutely pushed out in the tri-lane, but most of these games have not involved tri-lanes today.
Yeah, well, look at this. Rin getting in trouble here, but Overlord going down instead. Nice play there by IX.
I think that's a skill we see the best players in Pokemon Unite flex consistently time and time again. The way they thread that ability to get the maximum amount of value out of the least life total is huge, as Toonslim shows up here to the bottom path, a place you don't usually expect the center here at the start.
Wow, and look at that. That little healing combination keeping them alive here. Zeraora going down here in the top path. I mean, it's a freeze lane. It's tough to deal with. Slowpoke going down in this bottom path, and now they're putting some points on the board.
This is these scores can happen here. This is valuable experience. Not only does it get you that AOS energy, but it gets you leveled up. And Rin trying to step in there to stop the dunk and ultimately getting KO'd for it. That water gun trying to get that Charmeleon, but there are no super effective attacks here in Pokemon Unite. He's able to shrug that off without problem.
It's just a bigger, meaner Char able to take down Rin right there. Slash putting some points on the board here as Pillow-Swine in this top path with an experience share. I don't know how much use they're going to get out of it, though, because they're doing some work up here. A lot of experience in this top path. Zeraora coming in for a big KO.
Yep, we see that third character show it on up there. Can they get a knockout before the portal goes? They cannot, and Zeraora is probably going to finish Ninetales here. Yep.
Well, uh-oh. Here comes Toon. Oh, I thought they might go in for a big fight, but they recognized they just couldn't save them. They were behind, and they're not able to take a KO off them.
More traditional Fire Blast on Toon's Charizard here. We'll be interested to see if Rin chooses to play the Flare Blitz again or not, like we saw in their previous Charizard game.
Wow, Toon Slim just lighting him up, but now we have a Charmeleon on the other side, Rin, and almost the same level. Huge move by Curios, taking him down there with the Scald.
Taking a peekaboo at Rin's Charizard, we have them going Fire Blast this game.
Interesting. All right, well, they're switching it up a little bit. That is very interesting. And I wonder if it's just depending on the enemy team that we're seeing right here. They want to keep some distance maybe from Pokemon like Machamp. We're going to have to find out.
Yeah, and we've seen, I mean, this from Rin before. Like, we saw Rin play Zero Aura in 2 different games with Discharge in one and Wild Charge in the other.
Oh, look at this here. I mean, 2 Scald Bros, and they're able to put a ton of pressure on all of these attackers that we see here on both of these teams. So Scald could be a defining factor in some of these big fights.
See Bulby here ripping that Unite move on Zero Aura. They are discharging their way through this objective here and pushing up inside of this team fight.
You know, Jeff, watching this tournament, a few things I think, you know, as we move closer and closer to Worlds is you could definitely see some teams running Zero Aura in Worlds at this point.
Yeah, I think that that character with its latest set of buffs is very, very reasonable. The biggest downside character is you didn't get your Unite move until level 9, and being able to consistently have that powerful attack before Dreadnought kind of changes the dynamic of things for it.
We got a little fight up here at this Rotom, and I don't know if either team is super interested in taking it, but it does go down here. Charizard, both of them taken to the skies right here and fighting here above everyone else on Eos Island. Wow, huge Scald!
Knockouts.
Wow, that was big. Oh, and now they just got to figure out the right points here. Yeah, definitely get it in for the Slowbro. Slowbro now looking to pick up as close to 22 as possible without going over. Perfect. And here comes the big score here. It looks like they're going to let Toon... Nope, they're going to let Slashcan take it.
Yeah, they are waiting here on Slashcan for the last possible second to deny giving them the top dinos for as long as possible while still breaking the goal with a large overcap there. Just one of those really tiny things that you only ever see players of this caliber try to min-max.
It's really hard to do when you're playing, obviously, in a solo, duo, trio setting, of course. But the reason, of course, they're doing it is just to starve them of experience. The earlier they break that goal, the earlier the enemy has access to Audinos. And yeah, if they have little advantages here and there, they can be the difference makers in this high level of play.
5 Unite moves are up for our right side team. There are only 4 for our left side team as they start firing off in this engagement here around the important objective. Charizard taken to the skies and getting a ton of knockouts here.
Yeah, really big moves here for Char. Rin just doing some damage. OG coming in as the Machamp, but he was caught out before he got to use his punches. Unfortunately, he did get to throw him, though.
Trying their best here.
Wow, I love that play by Slowro, but they weren't able to take it out in time. Machamp came back up and got to throw those fists.
You see Charizard coming in for our left side team here and ultimately getting that objective stolen by the Machamp here. Their Charizard has a Unite move here for Tombstone. I expect we're going to see this pick someone up here before long.
Yeah, I mean, say it and it happens. There you go. Zarina coming back with a Unite of their own. It's going to be hard to take this Serena out on goal right here. It looks like it's picking up a KO, and it gets back home, healthy, ready to fight.
Yep, there's that very powerful Hoopa reset, not only providing incredible amounts of mobility around the map, but just letting you reset to full inside of these engagements that you'd otherwise be getting decisively knocked out in.
All right, 3 minutes, 30 seconds here. Both these teams faring extremely well in this game. You know, the scoreboard has Blvckhvnd ahead, but I think this match is insanely close.
Yeah, again, you don't just want to look at the score at the top of the screen. On the left and right side, you see the levels of these characters represented. Pokemon Unite is a game that is not, it's ultimately about scoring, but the easiest way to score a ton of points is that team fight at the Zapdos, and character levels play a large part into your success in that moment.
Oh, wow. Was that a Unite move?
That was a Unite move. Overlord saying, hey, there's bees here. These are worth 30% towards my Unite move coming back. So we can press this here in what would normally be a little bit late, because I'm going to get this charge right back up here.
Yeah, do not do this at home. These are trained professionals, ladies and gentlemen, that are able to use their Unite moves at that moment, but they're going to pick up all of the experience they need, all the farm, to make sure they have that Unite move back. Slash in trouble here. It does go down, getting taken out by the Charizard.
You see them looking to defend this point here. Toonslim level 14 along with Rin level 14. Speaking of 14s, we have a second on the team here for Blvckhvnd and Overlord. The question is going to be, can Zeraora farm their 14 before the end? Going to be a little bit close here.
Yeah, going to be really close. I don't know if they make it. They're almost there, though. They are really, really close.
Oh,
gave him the Rotom.
Gave the last hit on the Rotom to Bulby to give them the experience to hit 14.
Wow, this is just so incredibly close. I don't know who's going to win this. Oftentimes, it's been the Machamp that's made the difference, but it doesn't yet have its Unite move. I don't know if everyone... Oh, there it is. They just ticked into their Unite, so they are ready to fight. Looks like we have it starting a little bit here in the top.
All right, if you're Charizard on either team, your goal for this endgame fight is 1, don't get your Unite move canceled by something unstoppable, and 2, for the love of God, don't get grabbed by Slowbro once you do press your button.
Yeah, I think they're both just kind of waiting here. We have this being kicked a little bit. Oh, they're going after this Ninetales. No, and look at it get slammed.
To grab the Ninetales that Zarina had already grabbed.
Oh, wow. What a move right here. And now they're going on this
Hoopa.
That is not good for IX as Blvckhvnd is cleaning this up.
Comms are probably not a happy place in the IX gaming household.
Wow, what a play right there. You just saw it happen. You saw the swoop go in and they couldn't pick them up. I don't know what the strategy was there. I mean, obviously there was some miscommunication, but right now Blvckhvnd is taking this. Quick surrender by IX. I respect it. That's a GG.
Yep, again, 500-point differential between these teams. That's kind of the point of no return in late-game Pokemon Unite. Even if you had 2 minutes, which you generally have less than that. If it's more energy than the pockets of everyone on your team can carry, it's probably time to move on to the next game. And more importantly, a game 3 here, Spragels, in our winners finals.
I can't wait to see a game 3 between these two teams. Obviously, I mean, I'm going to call it right here, Jeff. I think Machamp might be the best Pokemon in this tournament. It seems like it's on every single winning team. It's just freaking amazing in this tournament.
Charizard's here, putting up damage numbers for both sides. Going to be interesting to see how deep we reach for the third match here as we kind of scrape the bottom of the barrel for what are your favorite 11th through 15th competitively playable Pokemon in this balance patch.
It's going to get really exciting. It's going to show how good these players are, how much they can stretch, what they can really play, how deep their roster is. And I'm bringing it back to you and I, Jeff, while we talk about this here. So, wow. Game 3 between 2 of the best teams in Pokemon Unite, the 2 top teams in North America. This is the reason we have this tournament. This is the reason we have the Showdown format right now. Again, if you don't know what the Showdown format is, every round you have to pick new Pokemon if you're facing the same team. So if in game 1 you used Hoopa Blissey, you cannot use Hoopa Blissey in game 2 and 3. By the time we get to a game 3, the teams have used kind of all of their best choices, and now they're on, I guess, what would be considered maybe their tier 2 or tier 3 picks for Pokemon to play inside of a match.
Yeah, I think there's definitely enough like high caliber characters in any given patch, and like finding 10 to put together in our 40 character roster, not really a stretch. When you get to that 11 through 15 mark, you're stretching a little bit further though.
Yeah, you are. You're stretching a lot further, I think. And I couldn't be more excited to see these 2 teams go to a 3rd game. I mean, I wish they could go to a 6th game. I want to see how they pick Pokemon when it just keeps going, keeps going, keeps going. But I can't wait to see how this turns out for these 2 teams. I don't know what they're going to bring into game number 3 here. I really have no idea.
And remember, for those of you watching at home, you're not going to want to leave even after this match, because our grand finals down the line here later today is going to be best of 5 between whatever 2 teams make there. So if you think it's interesting when we hit the third game, we could be going even deeper than that before the tournament's done here today.
Imagine if we went to a Game 5. Nothing would excite me more than seeing a Game 5 in this tournament. And by the way, we could be looking at the two teams that would be making it into the Grand Finals. They're the two teams who made it into the Grand Finals for the regional championships and qualified for Worlds. Now they're fighting here in the Winners Finals, which, correct me if I'm wrong, but I think that's exactly what they did in the regional finals too, Jeff.
I believe that would be the case, and if it's not actually the case, I reject your reality and substitute my own. It is the case now, Spragels.
I like that. I like that idea. Yeah, you know what? I think I actually made it to the Winners Finals. I reject your reality. It was pretty cool that I made it to the Winners Finals, but I decided to let the other teams go to London instead. I didn't just want to beat everybody because I was also interested in casting Worlds. Will they let me do it? We may never know, Jeff, but
Hashtag let Jake cast Worlds.
Hashtag let Jake cast Worlds. Hashtag it right now. Tweet at your local congressman. Confuse your political leaders. We're very, very close to this next game. They're getting ready here. And you know what I think is maybe taking the teams a second here is figuring out what you want to run for a Game 3.
Yeah, I honestly wouldn't be surprised if neither of these teams have played a Game 3. In fact, I'm going to look back through the bracket. I feel like these teams are used to 2-0ing their competition.
I think that's right. I think that is
exactly
this
right. Is IX's first Game 3 today.
Okay.
Blvckhvnd has played one Game 3.
Interesting.
All right. This is their second Game 3. What's it called? Fighting Composition, who we saw beat TTV.
Oh, Fighting Composition was a great team. They've
been
so
on
well
today. I hope they are they still alive down here? I'm looking at the losers bracket.
They got to be down there in the bracket. I think so. Yeah, I definitely think so. While we're taking a look at this and we're waiting for our team, I'm going to give the chat something that they are requesting. I can't believe I'm going to do this for free.
It's time for the real star, the chair. Chair, 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 chair. I'm saying chair, chair. I'm saying it weird, but I'm saying chair. The chair is the star of the stream.
All right, all right, all right. I see that our two teams are ready here. They're ready to start this thing up, Jeff.
All right, let's get them going on here for our third game. You see a player said they are ready. Let's head on in and see what the character selection looks like here as we hit the bottom of that barrel.
I am going to move some things around while you analyze what is happening down there on Eos Island.
You see Pika locking on in that Mamoswine. We saw Slashcan on that in the previous game. Mamo really seems to be the kind of third choice defender a lot of these teams have been going to in terms of what they want when we hit this Game 3 status. Toonslim jumping over a bunch of things, and Bulby looking at a double stacking Trevenant, jumping around a little bit more here. And OG finally breaking out the Lucario for Game 3, and Rin locking in the Talonflame. Love it.
Wow, Talonflame. I am so happy to see a Pokemon like that. That is amazing. Thank you so much, RC Cactus, for the support. Thanks for becoming a member. I sure do appreciate it. If you want to support what I'm doing here, I'd love you for life. If you became a member to the YouTube, you also get a cool little thing by your name, and you can use some emotes that we made. So thank you so much for the support, everybody. Here we go. Game 3. IX, Blvckhvnd, IX your purple team, Blvckhvnd your orange team. The two best teams in North America face off in the showdown format. Can you believe Lucario was not taken yet from IX?
It's honestly, I think it might be the third best melee top at this point.
I honestly think the same thing, and take a look at this. Now we've got a freeze lane here from Pika and Retsu. Overlord heading to the top path with Zeraora.
Love this play from the Zeraora here, and notably, checking out our central area. We have a Gardevoir from Toonslim, a personal favorite of mine, and a character that Toonslim has played in the past. Love to see it get broken out here for Game 3.
Yeah, have not seen any Gardevoirs here today, so that is actually a pretty cool pickup for anyone with your bingo chart of all the Pokemon. I did not know if we'd see a Gardevoir in the tournament, but Toon is the kind of player to bring it out. Oh, wow. Big fight happening here as they are chasing them down. Here comes the Talon looking for a couple big KOs here.
Oh, man. The early push from Rin here going buff, gank is just fantastic here, getting knockouts and helping secure some of these 5s.
Ooh, and look at this. We've got the Gardevoir here for Blvckhvnd, so Rin is going to need to back right here. Pika Diff going down. 4 members right now of Blvckhvnd in this bottom path.
All right, I believe we're future sighting from Toon usually. Looks to be the case. That kind of delayed big blast there. Excellent at deleting bees. I love the backing animation from this Hollow Air.
Which one? Let me see. Which one was it? What did I miss?
The Gardevoir one. Oh, he started backing for a second and then he decided to stay. He's gonna get knocked out now so we don't see it. Look at
oh,
it.
yes.
The
beautiful.
cool glow.
It's beautiful. And look up here in the top path. Oh, Overlord is getting low. Lucario looking for the... Whoa, no! He survived on 0 HP.
Just a pixel.
Wow.
That's like the amount of life, like when your friend tells you, oh, they got out on 1. They're like, no, they weren't that low. Overlord was actually that low.
He might have been on 1, but he is gone. And it looks like Rin back in this bottom path, just pressuring them with Talonflame. You love to see it. A Pokemon that you just don't see competitively right now. But here it is in the showdown.
The thing that always stands out in my mind when watching these better players play is just how infrequently they run back the same sequences in these best-of-3 matches. Even in more traditional play, where we see teams selecting the same compositions time in and time out, players like Rin here showing up to the bottom path early after just doing 2 buffs, getting there ahead of time, getting top, bottom, back and forth, game to game, keeping the opposing team guessing is worth so much in a match of Pokemon Unite.
Overlord goes down here to the tree. Tree's looking pretty mean up here. But we've got that Dad Bod Snorlax looking pretty good in this bottom path. I wonder which defender is going to be more impactful. But not to forget, we also have a Mamoswine here in the match.
We see Gardevoir hitting that evolution at level 8 now, waiting for that Unite move still at level 9 as we all kind of circle around here. Speaking of Unite moves, Rin also looking to hit that point on Talonflame here.
One little piece of experience, and he gets it. There we go. That's level 9. So he has a huge push now. And actually, yes, Snorlax actually falling asleep here on point. Just trying to put a little pressure on. Big Unite move from Toon Slim right here. But here comes the Talon Secure.
It's been so long since I've seen that satisfying Talonflame slam down on an objective and take it out. It's just such an impossible Pokemon to try and rip against. You basically just can't start an objective while Talonflame is conscious.
Yeah, it's pretty incredible. It's invulnerable. It's in the air. You know it's coming down with massive damage. Just really incredible.
Yeah, and when a player of Rin's caliber is leveraging Talonflame, you know they're almost assuredly not missing that final hit when they slam it down.
Taking a look here, they kept the bottom goal up. A lot of people might wonder why that goal is up, and the reason it is because that means experience is going to continue to spawn between it for both teams right here. Toon getting a nice hit on that future sight, getting out of a very bad situation, but being chased down here by OG.
Lucario doing Lucario things as extreme speed resets and gives it not just 1 dash, but 2 here, taking down the Gardevoir and Fly, slamming down for a knockout there. Rin prioritizing the slightly lower point score there, but notable that they are playing Talonflame with attack weight stacks, meaning they need to get that built up because they weren't playing in path to get those free ones early.
Oh, and a nice another score there by Rin. Huge Unite move coming out, probably just to escape here, but they're not able to do so. All the stuns, and they go down.
We see the Rotom in the top path here, looking to apply a little bit of map pressure. I assume OG is going to be backing away here, as we see both of these teams are Hoopa free, the way to be in 2 out of 3 games, and they have to walk down to this Dreadnought that's getting ready to spawn.
It might not even be second nature to them even more to make their way down to Dreadnought. That moment where someone on comms has to say, hey, remember, no one can bring you down for this. We all got to go down. And here they come. Nice big catch there by Toon. Big future sights. Oh boy, Ninetales is in trouble right here. Nice Unite move there from Tree as they are actually pushing towards Blvckhvnd.
We see a fantastic Eldegoss Unite there, keeping their team alive, slamming down that only deal a little bit of damage and push people around, but heal the team back up. Really decisive team fight so far for Blvckhvnd here as they crunch on into IX Gaming.
Wow, this is looking great for Blvckhvnd. Able to get that secure, I believe. I don't know who took it. I missed it. I
believe it was Zero Aura that did, but either way, that Unite move from Zero Aura just tearing through the opposing team as we get a couple of dunks in here. At least one, 40 in, not bad.
Yeah, now the scoreboard is not close, but that was a great fight for Blvckhvnd right there. And, I mean, I have to wonder how this match is going to continue to play out. This Talon has been really impactful, but they shut it down very early in that fight.
Yeah, I'll be interested to see, does IX choose to engage in a team fight at the end, or do they simply try and take the objective off the board because they have the last hitting advantage that a Talonflame can provide? As far as levels are concerned right now, Blvckhvnd is up here. Zero Aura looking to perhaps be 14 for the endgame fight, and both Venusaur and Gardevoir looking to be 13.
And that's pretty important. Rin using a Unite move to survive and maybe even pick up a big KO here. He does. You're able to do that with Talon very, very late. Talon has a great recharge on its Unite move as it picks up a couple big KOs and is going to be able to walk out of here just fine.
Yep, waiting for the cooldown on those moves to come up to get to go ahead and escape here. Gardevoir and Overlord getting knockouts here in the top path. Can Lucario return the favor here is the question. Hyper mobility, huge future sight, dodge the knockup, and another knockout is going to mean Overlord is guaranteed to be 14 here.
Wow, that is huge for Overlord. A level 14 Zero Aura. It's always tough to make sure you get there, but it's big if you can do it. Nice little pull there, by the way, by Overlord. Able to pull that Rotom to their side using Volt Switch and using Discharge to actually pull it back. A very difficult maneuver to pull off.
Yep, we see this Rotom not providing a lot of value here, but again, the real value was the knockouts we made along the way. As Curios is level 13 now, we've hit every important breakpoint on basically every character for Blvckhvnd. They are ready to get in position for a good endgame team fight here.
Here we go. 2 minutes on the clock. The big yellow bird is on the map. Curios is level 13. We've got the level 14 Zero Aura.
You know what that level 14 Zero Aura is missing, those Spragels? There is no yellow dot above its head. We do not have a Unite move yet for this character.
It just popped, but you're right. They just got it back. Here comes a huge Unite from Talon, but it missed. It was not able to pull Zero Aura the way it wanted to right here. OG looking for a KO, but is in trouble right now. It's throwing a Unite move of its own, trying to take down Overlord, and here comes that sure hit. Boom! They are gone! Deleted, and now Bulby is in so much trouble right here as Blvckhvnd is trying to rip them to shreds. Zero Aura still alive in the center, and here comes
the Talonflame is still up. Can you take the objective while the Talonflame is up there, chasing them out of the pit? There, the bird goes down. Both birds go down. Talonflame is down. The Zapdos is down. Let the points rain in. Blvckhvnd might be heading to our grand finals here.
It looks like it, but this match is still incredibly close. They're trying to stop Toon right here, and they actually might be able to do a great job. The huge icicle stuff, and no, he's still able to score.
Second. Can Snorlax get in middle? X-Speed says, yes, we can.
Wow, here we go. 408 to 213. This match is not over, though. 40 seconds left. They need to try to make a play here. IX is behind, but not out.
Yep, this is a less than 200-point difference, but that timer is ticking down. That Zap fight did not start until like the minute and 30-second mark because Zera had been missing its Unite move.
And interestingly enough, they're trying to make a play here at this bottom path. There are 3 members here of IX. Oh, but the Unite move.
It's
yeah,
over. Stick a fork in it, Spragels.
They just ripped them apart. I'm trying to stick a fork in it. I'm destroying my monitor here, Jeff. This was horrible advice. Why did you tell me to do this? I can't see anything. Why am I still sticking a fork in my monitor? Jeff!
I'm just impressed that Spraggles is still conscious and his stream is still on despite the fork in his screen. It's really impressive, all things considered.
You know, I just learned that the monitor really doesn't control anything. It's just a display. So the stream is still here, even though I have a lot of forks stuck in monitor 2 here. And that is a big win there. Blvckhvnd taking game 2. They will move on to our grand finals. IX heading down to the losers bracket. I mean, is this going to play out exactly like regional finals? Wow.
It could very well here. Overlord looking really impressive on that Zera aura. Really just a menace of a character after the most recent balance changes. Fantastic to see it broken out and get flexed here today in the tournament.
Yeah, Zera is looking really, really nice right here. And don't you just love seeing a match with no Blissey, no Hoopa? I mean, these teams have to play something different. It's so cool to see.
There's no Slowbro either. We've got Mamoswines and Snorlaxes as far as the eye can see, Spragels.
Yeah, Mamoswine actually getting some play is very cool. Both you and I love some Mamoswine.
It is one of my favorite defenders that does not quite get enough love.
All right, we're going to be coming back to our big old heads here, and we're going to find our next match. This tournament is far from over. We have got a lot of teams still down in the losers bracket, but right now, Blvckhvnd can kind of hang out for a sip on some margaritas, maybe some Moscow mules, perhaps some old fashions. The point is they have time to get drunk while they wait for their next match, Jeff.
Are we allowed to say that on a Pokemon stream, Spragels? I guess this is your channel.
Oh, thank goodness. They're not going to get me for Pokemons here. But that's right. We need to be careful with stuff like that. Ladies and gentlemen, don't go anywhere, not even to make yourself a mojito. Stay exactly where you are. We have some incredible matches coming up here in just a sec. I love you all, and I'll see you all very soon. All right, everybody, we are back here. The Summer Showdown continues. We've got two amazing teams in this next game, Brave Birders versus Nemesis. So we saw Nemesis.
Sorry, I misspoke earlier. It's actually NemeStepSis.
Great. Are they opening up an OnlyFans? Is that what this is with a NemeStepSis?
Actually has Yeet fan playing on it, it looks like, who had previously played with Nemesis, so I assume that's why they have the play on the name.
Okay, I am not smart. I now understand this is NemeStepSis, of course, against Brave Birders. Brave Birders known for playing the Talonflame, but they only get to use that in one game here, Jeff. So this is going to be interesting to see what they pull out for a possible game 2 or 3.
For those of you at home that are a little disappointed we're not watching Nemesis again, Nemesis is actually playing the winner of this match in the following round in this loser's bracket.
Are you saying we could have Nemesis versus NemeStepSis? Are you seriously saying that's possible?
NemeStepSis, Spragels, and I've been told I'm going to have to fine you if you get it wrong again.
NemeStepSis? No, hold on. I can get it right. IXGT. Dang it! Okay, that one was further off. Okay, fair enough. Hold on, let me read it. What is it? I actually don't know it now.
It's camel cased if you look on what's it called?
NemeStepSis. Right?
That was worse.
What? I got it worse? How would I get it worse? I'm reading it. Oh no. Come on. I read it from the chat. Let me read this.
Maybe I'm wrong too. Is it NemeStepSis? Because it's Neme. And then step, and then says it might be NemeStepSis.
I think it's Nemes. Dang it! Now
the second E silent.
It's the second E silent. What language is this in? NemeStepSis. Instead of Nemesis, it's NemeStepSis. It's got to be NemeStepSis. I don't know any way we could solve this. And also, there's no way the chat could explain it, like which side they're on. They just keep typing NemeStepSis, and we would never know what it is. But either way, this is going to be a pretty exciting match, Jeff.
We have waiting for our final player. I promise we're not just spilling because we're bad at the English language chat. We're waiting for our final player to jump out into the lobby so we can head into our first game here between the Brave Birders and a team that's it's honestly impossible to pronounce correctly.
We're never going to figure it out. I would actually love it if they kept saying that they were ready to go and we kept telling them to hold off so that we could for a longer and longer period of time discuss their team name until the point where they got very upset. I would like that. But no, we are waiting for the players. That is true. We're getting close. We're getting close to this next game here. I'm taking a look at our bracket right now. We're coming down to the end of this whole thing here, Jeff. I mean, fighting composition is still going to be fighting in the losers bracket as well as Nemesis. We have Brave Birders right now against NemeStepSis. God Squad down in the losers bracket, who we have not seen on our broadcast today. And oh, it looks like unfortunately TOS got dropped out of the tournament. I'm not sure what happened there, but it says they DQ'd. That's interesting.
I believe they decided to bounce based on waiting for their position in the lower bracket.
Okay. I understand. Sure.
So when you make a deeper run in the upper bracket, you have to wait a little bit. In the lower bracket, like Nemesis, for example, is waiting for the winner of this match, which honestly I'm biased and I hope is the Brave Birders at this point based on pronouncing team names.
Yeah, I mean, Brave Birders does have an easier team name, but NemeStepSis and Nemesis going at each other, what an exciting matchup that would be. And that sounded worse than I thought it would be.
For those of you at home wondering, people wondering how long the tournament is going to be, we give you a more definitive answer at this point. It looks like we will have 4 more best-of-3 rounds here in our lower bracket, and then a best-of-5 grand finals as someone jumps back up to the upper bracket to try and challenge Blvckhvnd's dominance.
Yep. That is correct. Could it be IX? It definitely could be. Could it be Nemesis or NemeStepSis? Could it be Brave Birders Stepsis? We don't know who it is going to be right now, but our teams are loaded in, and hopefully they are going to ready up here in just a sec so we can get this thing started. I appreciate that before I brought us back, Jeff said, you know, they're not all in there. It could take a second, but oh, actually, here we go. All right.
All right, Colin defaulted to that Talonflame and is quickly switching off. Perhaps we're not going to get their A-tier composition from the beginning. We have Sneaky Snake locking in the Blissey here on the right side for the Brave Birders. Have a little bit of a Dragonite off here, it would appear, with Yeetfan locking in their signature Decidueye with a Float Stone, it would appear. Very typical to see triple attack items on Decidueye. And after you play Muscle Band and Attack Weight, your options are Razor Claw and Float Stone. And Float Stone, giving that little bit of extra flat mobility, does have value on a squishy character like Decidueye.
I love seeing a Decidueye in here. Yeetfan, I feel like, is the Decidueye hero. They are the player that brought it to prominence, so it's really cool seeing it here in this tournament, especially in a game 1.
0 Koopas, 1 Blissey. Both teams loading up what are probably their B-tier lineups to get a feel for who they are playing into here in this match.
I'm taking a look here. Oh, our chat is saying that I can't believe I'm giving them guff after the Stream Team Dream Team, but I think that's an easy team to understand. Stream Team Dream Team. What's hard about that?
Stream Team Dream Team is a tongue twister, not phonetically weird to pronounce.
And to be fair, who cares? We're all having fun here. All right, getting ready for this first game. Our orange team, Brave Birders Stepsis. Our purple team, NemeStepSis.
The number one thing to point out here, Spragels, is I don't think Pokemon Unite's Eos Island can handle having 2 sheriffs in town, as we see a Zeraora loaded up on each side here.
That is interesting. This town might not be big enough for the both of them, but we're going to have to see if there's enough experience to go around.
Seeing who's going where in terms of splits, we've got Dragonites in each central area. We've got a 1-1-3. I am interested to see how Yeetfan plays Decidueye into a path where they are down a character. This feels like a recipe for disaster.
I think it could be pretty tough. And yeah, I mean, that Mamoswine, I feel like, is the thing that could make it the most difficult, right? I mean, just being able to dash right into it, freeze it. That's exactly what I thought could happen.
Slash X speed getting Yeetfan out here. And now Yeetfan, to their credit, did get the last hit on the first contested Audino in the middle. Zeraora, huge knockout here. This is exactly what you expect your 3-person path to be doing early.
Yeah, just dominating down there in the bottom path, making sure that Decidueye can't get any experience, can't stack at all. They're going to be behind. It's going to be tough for them.
And we're going to be interested to see now, as we head into this Bees engagement, can Nemi get an advantage in the top path since they've given up some value early in the bottom.
Here come these bees. Big Sing coming in here from Asnable as they push towards them right there. And it looks like they're able to get a whole lot of that, although Blissey coming up here for Brave Birders.
You see, that Sing from Wigglytuff can Focus Band get them out. It doesn't look like it. Can they get a return knockout? That's huge. Looks like Dragonair in the top path narrowly escaping as well for Trainer LGC.
Wow, I mean, these have been some brawls in these two paths. And right now, we can see YeetFan just trying to get some of this experience here. Mamo, the only one down there to stop them. And it looks like Slowbro is going to be able to help push this away.
Yeah, really excellent zoning from Slowbro there, saying, okay, I'm going to wait for YeetFan to be close to last inning here. We'll provide some CC at that point, so that way the kind of medium last hitting Rowlet has the best chance to grab that experience.
I love seeing this Wigglytuff, by the way. I mean, that's just such an interesting pick. No Hoopa from either team, and only a Blissey on Brave Birders.
I would like the record to point out for today that while spragels has been happy to see a lot of Blissies, we have yet to see a Mr. Mime even in our bottom of the barrel game 3s.
Huh, I wonder what that means. Maybe these top pros aren't actually very good. They don't understand what's going on with Mr. Mime.
As we see a brawl breaking out here in the top path. Trainer LGC getting low, and so is the Zeraora. Zeraora gets out, but the higher level Dragonair goes down otherwise, which is not great. Can Simp get any knockouts here? They cannot. What a disaster in the top path.
Yeah, Brave Birders looking great in that top path right now. Zarina just stacking up at will. This is looking really nice for them. They're ahead on score, they're ahead on level, and they should be set up, wow, for a great fight here down at Dread.
We're looking to see who's the sheriff in this town. It's not big enough for the two of them. And so far, Natser here, a full level up on the opposing character of the same type.
All right, we've got the Dread now. Ooh, Trainer LGC level 9 here. Getting ready, coming on in with a Unite move, pushing them back, looking for a KO on Colintang, not able to get it, getting frozen right there. Wiggly is standing there as well, trying to put some people to sleep as Trainer LGC is backing up now towards this Dreadnought. Huge
Focus
beam.
Band on LGC procking here. Which Dragonite? Dragonite plus the arrow there, securing that first important objective. Can this get turned around for Team Nemi?
I mean, this is big for Nemi right here. You've got to assume that with two huge securing moves, they're just going to be doing that a lot. However, both of them going down right here. Yes, YeetFan almost with the arrow. It looks like Zeraora being caught right there. So close, and they do go down.
Unite move from Slowbro being necessary to secure that KO here. Looks like we've got Zeraora looking to grab some levels here for our left side team.
I see in the chat a question about what's going on with Mr. Mime. It's one of the lowest picked Pokemon in the game right now. It is clearly a little underwhelming compared to other choices. It's also a Pokemon I love to play when I'm playing with Jeff, so he is using this as an opportunity to make fun of me.
Gosh, Spragels, it sounds so mean when you explain it.
Well, look, if someone was playing Outraged Dragonite, well, of course they're not, even though Jeff loves it. So, look, we can go back and forth with this all day.
Speaking of Dragonite plays that are outrageous, that Unite move getting in here to try and defend this point against 4 people. Can Colintang do it? It looks like on the back of this Arena Unite move, it might be successful.
You know, let me tell you, Nightmare, I've been watching, this game the whole time, and we have not mentioned too much about Nightmare. This Arena player is crushing it right here, making some huge plays.
Yeah, we see a great point break there. Another knockout go down. Big arrow for Decidueye here, but not ultimately able to seal up any of these knockouts here.
Now, I've got to assume, I believe I saw an attack weight on Decidueye, and I don't think they've been able to put any stacks away yet. This Pokemon scales better, I believe, than any Pokemon in the game. Almost 400% on their arrows, or more than 400%. Isn't that right?
It's actually upwards of 600% once you hit the level 11, if you're also getting the passive bonus of dealing extra damage from things that are far away from you. It's incredible.
Yeah.
And for people who know what scaling means, that means for every 1 extra attack you gain, you get 6 extra points of damage with the Decidueye.
I gotta say, that arrow there and that Unite move on that Zeraora was brutal. They were able to shut that down extremely well, and now they can just start ripping this Dreadnought with 2 huge secure moves. It's either the Hyper Beam's gonna get it or the arrow's gonna get it, and they are able to take it down with the arrow.
Yeah, and being able to just be like, okay, we're going to fire off the Hyper Beam before you can, and then I'm going to secure up with the arrow is just so fantastic.
Looks like Zeraora trying to get a little KO here, but goes down. Jeez, trainer LGC and able to juke that Hyper Beam as well. Here comes another big Unite move looking for the KO. Dragonite trying to get out of there, not able to do it.
Yep, big knockout here. That was a level 13 Dragonite for our right side team, giving up a lot of experience as Zeraora bounces in and out. But in the top path, that Zarina we were talking about walks this Rotom in and gets a dunk here. Level 14 at 3.5 minutes, but going to give up some experience for it looks like here. Might
take a KO. Might actually be able to get out with this move speed, though. Look at that. Nightmare. Beautiful plays by this Zarina this game. This Nightmare has been a star.
We see a lot of Zarinas favor that Grassy Glide for the capture it has, but Drop Kick looking super impressive there on Nightmare with the escape. Not only does it dash you further than Grassy Glide because there's no kickback, but that sparkles it leaves on the ground are not just for show. They slow any enemies that walk through it, making you almost impossible to catch.
Yeah, it's a really nice escape move. You can also, of course, use it to make sure that enemies have a hard time getting away. There's some incredible things you can do with it. You can't catch as well, but you can make some different plays. Wow, speaking of catching, they have just been catching this Zeraora over and over and over again.
We've talked a lot about how Zera needs level 14 for its second plus attack over the course of the games today. You also need 12 for your first plus attack. So can Zeraora hit that point before the 2-minute mark here? It doesn't look like it for Natsur.
They have been shutting this Zeraora down, but they have not been shutting this Serena down. Almost a level 15 here for Zapdos. Yeetfan is now on level 13, so they should be very, very strong here for this fight. If a couple arrows find their mark, this could be big for NemeStepSis. But at the same time, Brave Birders can get onto that get onto that Decidueye pretty easily.
There is a Unite move in there for the Dragonite. 2 are down for Brave Birders. All of the sudden, NemeStepSis using this Unite move to try and box people out or perhaps get this objective started. Decidueye does not one-on-one this Mamoswine particularly well. The objective's getting low here as we gear up for some last hitting with Yeetfan and the Dragonite. Huge arrow.
Huge arrow, and that's what you would expect from Yeetfan, one of the best Decidueyes in the game. The person who popularized it, Yeetfan, is the player who put Decidueye on the map. Ooh, gonna get a catch right here too. Big triple KO, and you know, catching Zarina at the start of that fight, shutting it down right away, it was over for Brave Birders.
We have a ton of points raining in here. Not quite at that 500-point differential mark, but we're far enough away and it's going to take long enough to get across the map here that I think this game... Is that a level 15 Slowbro?
I guess so. Zuko, level 15 Slowbro. I mean, can you KO it? How many members of Brave Birders will it take to KO a level 15 Slowbro? I don't know. Can they do it? They've got 45 seconds. Let's see them give it their best shot.
And you see Slowbro here kind of acknowledging, hey, I'm not getting out, so I'm just going to run as far into your side of the map as I possibly can. And Zera's like, enough of this, you're going to get knocked out.
Yeah, they had to take the KO at some point. Still 30 seconds left here, but they are quite a bit behind. We see a big Unite move coming in from Zeraora, 662, 272. Right now, there's just not enough time, not enough points. NemeStepSis taking game 1 here.
Yeetfan lining up some more arrows, stacking in those 2 and 3K shots here at the end a little bit. And another one chunks the Zera and a beam with a nice dash out of the way here. And we're heading to a game 2 here.
Game 2 coming up, and it's going to be pretty exciting. Neither team used their Hoopa here in game 1. So it's going to be really cool to see what they want to bring out in game number 2.
I think so far on the day, we're 100% to see teams that don't Hoopa in 1, Hoopa on 2. We've yet to see anyone save that powerful character for the 3rd game.
Yeah, I think Hoopa is just so amazing that you definitely want to get it out there at some point. Taking a look at our damage numbers right here. Colin Tang, known for their Talonflame, but their Dragonite looking pretty mean at 105k, while Yeetfan's over here with 90k damage on their Decidueye.
Yeah, Decidueye got bullied around really hard in the early game there, but every one of those late game arrows, those attack weight stacks, does 2,000, 3,000 damage, and chunking through the opposing team adds up really quick with this character.
Yeah, absolutely. Really cool seeing a Wigglytuff make its way in. And this is the kind of format where it can happen. And it was pretty useful. I mean, they set up some amazing, huge sleeps on the enemy team with that Wiggly. Of course, also great seeing a Mamoswine here in game 1. I gotta say, hats off to Nightmare, that Serena player. If they weren't caught in that last fight, I think it would have went the other way.
Yeah, they were on the ball and a lot of points throughout the course of that, but that's all it takes when you don't have a Hoopa on your team. Pokemon Unite is so much more punishing when you don't have this get out of jail free card. You step into the wrong bush, you don't have vision on the opposing team, and suddenly, just like that, you've put your team behind in the most important engagement of the match.
All right, I'm coming back to you and I here, Jeff, so we can talk a little bit more about what we saw here. NemeStepSis is ahead right now, looking pretty good, and it feels like they didn't use maybe a lot of what would be considered top-tier picks, so they're going to be pretty confident, I think, heading into game number 2.
Decidueye is top tier in my heart, Spragels.
It's true, and it might be top tier on YeetFan as well. I mean, that player is unbelievable on Decidueye. Again, I think the reason you started seeing Decidueye permeate all of the content creators and all the other teams was how well they did in the March finals? Am I right about that? Or was it, yeah, March, right?
Listen, I'm not saying I signed off from broadcasting that tournament and immediately fired up Pokemon Unite and played Decidueye, but that probably happened.
I'm not saying I did that either, and I actually don't think I did. So what am I saying exactly? We've got these two teams coming back at each other right now. NemeStepSis looking to send BraveBirderStepSis home, but I think BraveBirders has not pulled out that Talon yet. They still have the ace up their sleeve if they want to play it, Jeff.
Yeah, and they would not be the first one we've seen break out Talonflame today. Rin on IX Gaming earlier today, breaking out that character to secure a number of objectives over the course of their game to good effect.
Yeah, so we could definitely see them do that. Here, moving into game 2, oftentimes the teams are ready a little bit faster, so we could hop into character selection here, Pokemon selection, and we could see what they want to bring in. I would be shocked if we don't see some Hoopas.
I'm definitely expecting at least a Hoopa from our team that is down a game here in the case of BraveBirders. And it's, as I said earlier, it's been the case that at every single point over the rest of this tournament, when they load up for game 2, there's a Hoopa there if they haven't pulled the trigger on that character already.
Yeah, it feels like saving your Hoopa might be one of your big plays, right? You kind of want to feel the enemy out, see if you can maybe take a game off them in game 1. Maybe they even brought their Hoopa out in game 1 and you get a nice win there. That could be pretty huge. We're getting ready here for game number 2. BraveBirders, NemeStepSis here in our losers bracket. Again, if BraveBirders loses this one, they are going home and NemeStepSis is moving forward.
Yep, from here on out until we make it to the grand finals, every team you watch is playing for their tournament lives. This are not quite the quarterfinals, but the just outside of that. So that means we got, what, 16 teams or so left? Something along those lines in our bracket, and they are looking to make it all the way back up to beat Blvckhvnd in that best of 5 grand finals.
Please don't ever ask me how many teams are left or how it all works. I don't have the answers, but I do have this game number 2 starting up as I move these team names around and Jeff breaks down what we're seeing.
Sneaky Snake immediately locking in the Hoopa and Colin Tang bringing it on the Talonflame. We see Nightmare playing a different melee character in the top path, and that is Machamp, who's easily been the all-star of the day. I think if you ask me to pick out one character. Someone in chat was just asking why no Aegislash. Well, Blvckhvnd made it to the grand finals playing Aegislash in one of their matches, and here's trainer LGC firing up that character as well now here also. We see YeetFan not quite locking in anything just yet. Hopefully they're here and just discussing with their team what they want to be doing. See Natser swapping around here really bit at the last minute too here. Some disruptive attackers as YeetFan locks in Lucario here. Quite the switch from Decidueye in the first game.
Yeah, that's going to be really interesting to see them play Lucario. But as you can see, they've got that blue emblem. Apparently, this is a Pokemon that they know very, very well, Jeff.
Yep, added in the most recent patch, we see green icons there for some players as well. Green, blue, and then gold. Does everybody know that's the colors the Olympic medals go in for how proficient, how many games and points you've played with a character, with green being the least and gold being the best. Really thick team here, looking at what Nemi is bringing to the table, with Lucario being the least durable character in their lineup.
I am seeing a question in the chat about boost emblems, and do they ever show them for the players playing? In this mode, boost emblems are not enabled, so none of these teams are playing with emblems currently. I have to assume once boost emblems are brought into tournament mode, we will see something, at least maybe the colors, you know, 7 black, 6 green, something like that.
I would wager they need to create some kind of system where, for those not familiar with Tournament Pokemon Unite, all item levels for players and trainer licenses and items are automatically unlocked regardless of what you own on your account. So I have to venture to guess they're going to do something similar for boost emblems, where in tournament play, it's an even playing field.
Oh yeah, that's a great point. I hadn't even thought of that. I don't even know how they would set that up. But here we go. Trevenant in trouble here. Simp having to run in this bottom path. YeetFan scoring a little bit here and stacking as Lucario.
Yeah, Lucario in the bottom path for YeetFan. Not a place we usually see this character, but it is a location where it's pretty reasonable to be 2 versus 3, because Lucario is pretty decent at last hitting, he says, as they miss a critical last hit here.
They miss a last hit. They do go down. Simp now trying to get some experience from this Apom right here. As we can see, Brave Birders putting some points on the board here in the bottom path. However, in the top path, we saw some points raining in for the NemeStepSis.
I'd like to call it a play here from Sim, because it's one that doesn't feel very good, but it's very good in technical play. And that was, we saw them kind of pull off their point there to avoid being knocked out when they got pushed up, kind of acknowledging, hey, I can't stop this. I'm not giving you the experience from getting me as well.
Oh, wow. YeetFan once again just getting bullied here. I mean, Pikachu with that Electro Ball doing so much damage right here, and they're just putting more and more damage onto Simp.
Yeah, remember that Electro Ball is what we refer to as an execute. That means it does more damage the lower the life total of the thing that you're targeting. YeetFan getting an attack weight stack here is huge, and that extreme speed ready to pop off here as it dashes around the opposing team. I
mean, this is just so difficult to deal with as a Lucario, but then they...
Lucario things, Spragels.
Lucario things, as soon as they are able to... Ooh, wow, huge pickup! Huge pickup for Trevenant right there. I was going to say, as soon as they got that extreme speed, things turned around, but dealing with that Pikachu early was brutal.
Yeah, and we see just the value of knocking out Pokemon that are higher level than you. That Trevenant went from a Phantump at level 4 to almost a level 6 Trevenant.
And here we go. Trainer LGC looking fantastic. Already level 8 here on the sword. They are going to be ready for Dreadnought at level 9.
Yeah, definitely. We don't have the second set of bees spawning yet. We see Blastoise pushing up here in the top path. Looks like a spin spouts Blastoise, as is often the case. And it looks like we see Nemi kind of pushing down into the bottom path here to position themselves for this first objective.
They're ready to go here. There's that level 9. The question is, when do they throw this Unite? Do they use it for a secure, or some of these KOs? They don't even need it. Here comes Colin Tang on the Talonflame, but he is so outmanned. I don't know if he can continue to fight this. Really nice fly and a nice escape right there, but Brave Birders are in trouble and no one is here at Dreadnought.
Yep, we see coming in here, they need to make sure they box this Talonflame out. Colin is an expert here, and the Talonflame swoops in, showing the incredible proficiency with that character's secure.
Look at that Talonflame, and then Pika with that Electro Ball pickup. That's a double KO for the Pikachu. Triple KO for the Pikachu. Put it on the board. Oh, wow. What a play for Brave Birders.
Yeah, I don't know if you caught that too, but the Aegislash from Trainer LGC actually wound up to try and secure with its Unite move, but it was just too late. So not only did they miss that objective, but they burned a Unite move for essentially nothing in the process as well.
And here we go. Tree goes down right here. Look at this Eldegoss getting pretty low. And now, ooh, fun play right here. Able to reset and come back with a full health Trevenant in that bottom path. Nightmare on the Machamp. If they're as good with Machamp as they are Zarina, this is going to be a nightmare for the enemy team to deal with.
We see Nightmare in that top path, getting that Rotom in single-handedly. Big push here in the bottom, countered by this powerful Unite move from the Trevenant. We see those leaves go above your opponent's heads after you. That means they take additional damage from every attack on your team while they have that debuff on.
Wow, nice plays here by the Brave Birders. They were having a tough time early in this match, but they're looking great here right now. We're at about the halfway point right here, and I think Brave Birders are in control a little bit.
Yeah, that's definitely like the upside of the Talonflame. We talked about this when we saw IX play this character earlier. Anytime you start an objective while Talonflame is still conscious, it's just a huge liability. As this point goes down, removing the forward positioning Brave Birders could have for the second Dreadnought.
Let's talk about this Pikachu. Nat Sir just cleaning everything up, looking fantastic in this match. And what a perfect setup here. Leaving it at 1. That is so nice. I almost wonder if they want to actually take that down right now so that the enemy doesn't have an easy speed zone. But it looks like they are keeping it up right here. Hoopa ready to bring the team down with a Unite move. Brave Birders, it feels like they're in a great position here for this fight.
I actually disagree with that, Spragels. They only have 2 Unite moves here, and there are 4 available for our right side team. Brave Birders, I think, is favored if this objective goes to a flip because of Talonflame, but in a fight-to-fight here, and there's LGC securing with the objective, and yeah, they are dominating this engagement.
Well, you're right, and I was wrong. I thought it was looking great for him, but I guess it was not. The Unite moves were the difference maker there. I assume with the Hoopa bringing everyone down, they'd have a good shot at that, but they were pushed out of that fight pretty intensely.
Yeah, those Unite moves just so incredibly powerful, whether it's an energy amp or a buddy barrier popping off to give you a little bit extra advantage after you push it. Just the biggest impact you can have in Unite with those moves.
Here we go. Trainer LGC once again going down here. This Pika Talon combo has just been incredibly mean here. I see in the chat, it looks like Toon is asking me, why do you not want me to sleep today? And the answer is, I don't want anybody to sleep. I think it's a waste of time and we need to stop sleeping as a society.
Sleep is for the tired.
Exactly. I couldn't agree with you more.
We see Nightmare pulling the trigger on their Unite move here, kind of last opportunity to get it. Only a single knockout here, not a whole lot, but it's a whole lot better than nothing.
Nightmare 13 charging up that cross chop, just getting a ton of attack right here. I swear Machamp has just been such a huge playmaker today. We'll see if it makes some of the big plays later in this match, as it looks like they got a big pickup here from Talonflame.
Yeah, we see knockouts coming across the board here, pushing into this tier 2, a little bit of an ambitious play. And yeah, I like this from Brave Birders backing on out here.
All right, they are backing now. 1 minute left. We've got a Dreadnought coming up here, but this is one of those Dreadnoughts that everyone's like, you're going to get it? No, you can get it if you want. Well, you're already here. I mean, you could get it. It's just not that important.
Yep, we see some teams closing in on these Bs here as well. It's one of those objectives where even if you don't secure it, you just like don't want to give it to the other team for free, but you're also like, oh, this could be the zap fight. I don't want to use the Ignite move here, so like, let's not really fight. Let's just pretend fight.
All right, here we go. This is just going down without much to do. And
Sneaky Snake gonna get caught?
Yeah, this is not too good for them. They're trying to get out right here, but it looks like, yes, Hoopa is going down in this moment. Pikachu trying to stop something there, but Pikachu almost goes down as well. That's a nice pickup for NemeStepSis.
Well, all things considered, that was a very short respawn timer on the... Are we ripping in the face of the Talonflame?
I guess we are, but you can't do that with Colin Tang around.
Talonflame?
I'm not sure. I don't know.
I have never been more confused in my life, Spragels.
And it looks like maybe they were, going for a play that definitely would not be expected. I think the Brave Birders probably wouldn't expect that they would rip it with a Talonflame around to secure. They did, and now it looks like Brave Birders are going to tie this thing up.
Yeah, Colin Tang's like, all right, thanks for the game. Let's play a third.
It's a GG right there. GG from NemeStepSis, and we are heading to a game number 3. My favorite possible game, game 3, where teams really pull out some exciting picks.
Yeah, and That's the way the big bird crumbles sometimes there. MVP next to the tree, but we all know Colin Tang, that first Dreadnought and that Zapdos at the end, just instrumental in winning this game.
Yeah, I mean, Colin Tang with the amazing secures, and that's something that Talon brings to the table that, I mean, essentially no Pokemon can, maybe outside of Decidueye in kind of a different way, is this secure that you always have to worry about.
Yep, if you have to know where the Talon is on the board at all times before you consider taking an objective while it's there.
All right. I'm seeing Crashy in the chat. What's up, buddy? I'm hearing that NemeStepSis is the team that knocked his team out, so they are rooting for them. That's not how I would work, by the way, Jeff. I would hold a grudge forever.
Oh.
Yeah, you like that? Yeah. I'm good at it. I'm good at holding these grudges. I'm coming back to you and a couple of talking heads here while we wait for game number 3. As I've mentioned many times, my favorite game number 3. I think it is so incredibly exciting because we have the most varied choices and the Pokemon that you probably wouldn't consider top tier being used to fight against each other. I love that teams are clearly, as this tournament's going on, figuring out when they want to bring in their maybe A tier and not S tier Pokemon. But by the time you get to game 3, you've got a weird team composition, to say the least.
Now, I'm really interested to see what Colin chooses to play in this game, because they seem to favor characters that can secure last hits, Dragonite into then Talonflame here. So is there a third attacker in their repertoire that allows them that axis of play?
I'm going to move these team names around, and you can tell everybody what's happening here.
We got Trainer LGC locking on in that Greninja. We got Yeetfan playing the Shell Bell Cramorant. And we've got Colin currently hovering the Charizard here. We've got Simp locking in that Blissey. And oh, you're right. We haven't seen Hoopa from Nemi yet, have we? This is our first Game 3 Hoopa of the tournament here. Can Colin Tang and the Brave Birders take down both Hoopa and Blissey in what is honestly the most try-hard comp we've seen from Yemi so far?
Here we go. I mean, this is looking pretty interesting right here to bring Hoopa and Blissey into a game 3. NemeStepSis really looking to win this one. And of course, Trainer LGC on that frog. I mean, they are known for that character.
Okay, we have Nightmare here on what is largely seemed to be the third best solo top, and that is Lucario here behind Zarinas and Machamps from what we've seen today.
Wow. I mean, this is really interesting. And I think this tournament is proving it when you sort of have a tiered system of choosing Pokemon, and Lucario is always making it almost as the last pick for an all-rounder.
Yeah, definitely. We have Slowbro looking good as the pink defender on the side of the Brave Birders here. Is this character enough to stand up to what Blissey and Hoopa are able to bring to the table?
Let me tell you, Machamp is the Pokemon to watch. Coming out of this tournament, one of the biggest things I've recognized is, gosh, Machamp is so freaking good right now.
Yeah, I think we're going to see, I would bet we will see far more Machamps and Zarinas at Worlds in a month than we will any Lucarios.
Here we go. Yeetfan heading to this bottom path here with Cramorant. Another Pokemon that's just rocketing forward in popularity. This Dive Cramorant is really doing work.
Yeah, they put a little bit of power back into Cramorant's Unite move, and it was exactly what the character needed to rise back to competitive prominence.
Here we go. Yeetfan looking to secure something out of this. It's going to be hard, yeah, especially when you've got that Slowbro on the other side.
You see a fight breaking out in the top path here. Colin Tang getting in with the Charizard a little bit early. LGC working their way up the central area there. Lucario getting a snipe there, it looks like, on that valuable experience.
Here we go. We got a little Machop doing a little work. That Karate Chop so incredibly powerful. As we get ready for a fight here at these top Bs, we do have the Eldegoss coming up from the Brave Birders, and we'll see if that's enough to deal with the 3 Pokemon here from NemeStepSis.
Gossifleur, sir, has now finally evolved into Eldegoss after securing a B there. these wild Pokemon are quickly deleted from contention, with Machop looking to get its first evolution into Machoke here.
Here we go. Now that it's Machoke, it's really, really scary. Look, Lucario and Machamp both become extremely scary at level 5.
Yeah, can they get the reset, or will the knockout happen first here? Huge escape. Just the power of Hoopa. Not only mobility, but also inside of these team fights, getting you in and out and fully reset.
It can heal you, it can KO enemies, it can bring the entire team to a location, it can stun the entire enemy team with a single move. It's pretty good.
See that air slash from Cramorant here, almost assuredly going to be joined by the dive attack, giving you a good amount of mobility and burst damage on this blue bird.
YeetFan just looking for that level 6. Such a big break point for Cramorant once it gets that dive. Just waiting for it right here. Zuko doing pretty well in this top path at parity here with Lucario. Looks like it might get caught out right here. 3 members of Brave Birders up in the top path, but we do have Trainer LGC pretty close.
In that kind of purgatory state of the early game here, while we're waiting for that next set of bees that'll be the contention point to spawn at the 7-minute and 20-second mark here. Both teams looking to get in a position to give themselves an advantage in this engagement.
Right here, Trainer LGC and Zuko might be in a little trouble here. They are outmanned, but it looks like they're almost able to, yes, almost able to get the KO, but not quite. And there it goes. Trainer LGC goes down Colin Tang with a huge pickup.
And the Zuko's going to go down 2 here. The portal is too little, too late, and they don't have the ability to get this objective off the board before the rotation happens here, I don't think.
Wow, this is going to be pretty tough right here. We'll see if they can get a steal. 3 members. Wow, the egg takes it for NemeStepSis.
All right, just the power of having a Hoopa, or in this case, the lack thereof, from our right side team, not letting them rotate. They won that top path fight, but at what cost, Spragels?
Well, here we go. Nightmare just cleaning it up. I swear, Nightmare is just playing these all-rounders to perfection today, as this Venusaur is getting pretty deep right here. Let's see if it's able to make it back. I don't know. You're getting pretty close, buddy. You could get taken out by this frog. Everyone goes down.
Yeah, we see Surf Seer on both sides, although Slowbro being a little bit thick, taking a while to go down here.
4K.
Why does it deal damage, Spragels?
Why does it deal damage? We'll never know, but a huge pickup there for Trainer LGC, now level 11.
I think Nightmare has secured every Rotom over the course of this match.
Nightmare,
like every time we finish a Dread fight, I look up and Nightmare has finished a Rotom.
Nightmare is playing exceptionally well, and it's a player that I did not know a lot about here on Brave Birders. I just think they're playing so well today.
Yeah, definitely on point, playing these melee brawlers to perfection, as we have another fight breaking out here on the bottom path. If they can get YeetFan here, this would be a huge amount of catch-up experience, level 11 Greninja.
Oh, wow. Wow, the jukes.
Oh! Slowbro gets it, and then gets a Unite move for another knockout immediately as well.
Wow, they pick up 2 there. Didn't even need to use the Charizard Unite move either. They're in a great position here for this fight, but of course, we do have a Machamp Unite on the other side. Cramorant still has their Unite. They didn't want to waste it in that skirmish. They knew they could be back in time for this second Dreadnought.
Speaking of looking at Unite moves across the board, we have only 2 for the Brave Birders, and we have 3 for five for Nemi here on the left side. I mean, they are going to be at an incredible advantage inside of this fight.
Hoopa bringing them in right here, positioning so they're pushing everyone out. Here comes that nice Cram Unite move, and they are just really stuck outside of this fight right here. Machamp coming in with a huge Unite. Charizard goes down, doesn't even get to go to the air. I have to wonder if its Unite was canceled somewhere inside there. You know, you can cancel it on that Machamp's dynamic punch, which can be very frustrating.
Nemi has definitely seemed to have been saving the best for last year. We talked about saving Hoopa and Blissey, but saving this Machamp for the final match as well. Big power play here, giving them a lot of flexibility in the game that decides their tournament life.
Yeah, they're looking great here. I mean, Trainer LGC is just such an amazing Greninja player. They are at home on this Pokemon, level 14 at the 4-minute mark.
All right, we see Charizard coming in with the Unite move. If it can chase down this Greninja, that would be huge. We see it trying to smoke its way out here. Can they defend this point? There's a Unite move from the Venusaur as well. This would be huge if this Trainer LGC could go down.
Looks like Trainer LGC, fortunately for them, able to back out of a very, very bad fight that was really close. A level 14 KO is huge catch-up experience.
You see Colin Tang hitting that level 13 break point on Charizard. Venusaur also in a good position to do the same before this match is over. In fact, I think we might see Venusaur going back to clear the central area. Nope, just looks like we're jumping bottom here, looking to prioritize getting Charizard's 14 here, it would seem.
And Charizard's 14 is very important. I think that Venusaur must be close enough, they think, that it'll get to 13 no matter what. YeetFan pulling out of this fight a little bit, using that air slash to get some space, get some healing right there, picking up a nice KO, trying to get one on Nightmare here as well. Trainer is so incredibly low.
He can't keep getting away with this, Spragels.
It's incredible. What incredible plays from Trainer LGC. They did need to back. They might be able to actually get a nice little KO here as Colin Tang gets a massive flamethrower, picking up maybe, no, Colin Tang going down.
And another one bites the dust. As we head on in here, we're going to glide across. Trainer LGC looking to set up for that 15 before the end of the match here.
Trainer LGC at 14, but you know, we've got a 14 Charizard on the other side right here. Nightmare maybe in a tough spot, maybe getting picked out right here. Big double KO turned into a triple.
See a portal going up on the ground here for potential reset. Looks like we see the Brave Birders giving up this objective, which makes a lot of sense, although it is going to put them even further behind in experience heading into this final fight.
One big fight is going to decide this thing. NemeStepSis and Brave Birders fighting for their tournament life right here. The big yellow bird has made its way onto the map. They are poking it here from NemeStepSis, but they are looking for a fight. This is level 15 Greninja. I mean, you want to get a massive KO on the enemy here.
We got level 14 Machamp and level 14 Cramorant kiting around the edges of this fight as well here as things really start to break out for us.
Here we go. Big Unite move from Greninja, but Greninja actually getting pretty low, getting pushed back a little bit, heading back home to heal. I don't know if they meant to do that. They were out of the fight maybe longer than they wanted to be. One member going down here of Brave Birders. Trainer LGC. Oh, no way.
He finally goes down. 30-second respawn timer here is forever as a fourth member of the Brave Birders goes down.
There we go. Big triple KO. Wow. Huge moment here. NemeStepSis takes that fight. Finally, Trainer LGC goes down, but it wasn't enough to stop them, and now points are raining in. YeetFan scoring up here in this top path. They're trying to make sure that they can't make it home, and we'll see if they're able to do that, as it looks like they're actually able, yep, to pick up that KO as well.
Okay, we're not quite at the 500-point differential. If they can knock everybody out here, maybe they have a shot. No Unite moves for the orange side, but Venusaur is down as well. It's going to be a tough push. There are 3 members of the purple team still alive here.
Yeah, this is going to be very, very difficult. We've got some huge timers, but at the same time, it's just so tough to make a repush like this without all your team ready to go. They have sent Slowbro bottom to get a score in there, but they need to score a lot of points. 20 seconds left on the clock. Slowbro is scoring. Eldegoss is going to start, but they're going to get jumped on by the Cramorant right here. Cramorant trying to push them back. There just isn't enough time on the clock. Canceled a Unite move there, and Brave Birders are going home. NemeStepSis is going to win this thing.
Really fantastic play in and out of them. First time we've seen today a team hold kind of their best composition for last and winning a team fight at the end there in a very decisive and commanding manner because of it.
Looking incredible, and of course, all the chat can talk about is what is a buddy heart? Everybody needs to know, Jeff. What is a buddy heart?
It's actually a Pokemon-related thing. So I have a Pokemon Go quest right now, chat, that I have to get a buddy heart 30 days in a row, which means I have to log in and do a thing every day. And believe it or not, I've been failing to do that for the last 2 months now.
Okay, all right. I don't know if the chat is going to believe you. I think it's very possible that that was just a reminder for Jeff to say that he loved me, but we'll never know if that's the case. Taking a look at our damage numbers right here, YeetFan and Trainer LGC going off, both around 100k damage, but some big numbers on the Brave Birder side. 86,000 damage from the Venusaur, 71,000 from Colin Tang. Incredible series between these two teams.
Yeah, Cramorant. I think if you asked me to pick a character that was second to Machamp as far as like a bust out for this tournament, Cramorant's metrics have just been really impressive all day.
Yeah, Cramorant is doing incredible work here. Obviously, this Pokemon is rocketing up the viability list, up the tier list, all the way possibly up into the S tier. I'm coming back to Jeff and I's talking heads right here as we get ready for our next game. We're going to find out what that is here in one moment. Until then, we're going to take a short break. Don't go anywhere. While we are gone, I want you to spend your entire time thinking of nice things that you can do for Crashy. He's in the chat. It would be nice to say something nice to him. If you go anywhere, I will be mad at you for 6 weeks. We'll be right back. All right, everybody, we are back. Yeehaw to you and yours. I recognize I have not gotten enough yeehaws in this broadcast. Very, very sorry about that. We are ready for our next game. You asked for it. You begged for it. You pleaded for it. You threatened for it. You kidnapped people and held them at ransom for it. But in the end, you were doing it for the right reasons. You wanted to see Nemesis versus NemeStepSis. And honestly, Jeff, I can't blame them.
It is going to be quite the battle here. We've talked about Nemesis innovating quite a bit, and NemeStepSis has players that have played with these groups, so we should have probably some of the best lineups we've had today over the course of this tournament, and that's saying something because we've had quite the lineup so far.
There are some incredible teams going at it in this tournament. I want to thank everyone for hanging out here. I know these tournaments can be long and arduous, but in the end, the journey was incredibly worth it. I really appreciate it. We have seen some amazing games of Pokemon Unite today.
Definitely. Oh, looks like our players are having a little bit of trouble with the lobby, so it might be just a second here, but that's okay. We got a fantastic audience. Remember, if you're just joining us and you haven't done so already, make sure you tap that like button for spragels. Help our content here reach that many more people so they can all see these fantastic matches of the SHOWDOWN Pokemon Unite format.
It's true. We're almost at 2,000 likes, and I believe we can get there because I believe in the power of us. Here we go. I'm going to mess with these names. Jeff, you let us know what's happening.
Well, we have Nemesis and NemeStepSis, and I'm sure Spragels is going to make sure both of those names end up on the right side of the screen here on the first try. We have Atreyu cycling through some characters here. We've seen them play both Azumarill and Greedent so far today. Trainer LGC hovering that Dragonite that we've seen them play earlier, and Simp looking to lock in that Zeraora again, perhaps. We see Rex on that Wigglytuff. Something we saw out of Nemesis earlier today was Rex actually splitting the central area with Wigglytuff while Type Soul played this Venusaur. I wonder if we'll see that opener here again in this match.
Ooh, this is gonna be a fun one right here. I love seeing this Azumarill, Jeff. I think that's one of my favorite things is seeing this punk rock Azumarill.
Yeah, we see that character really having a big impact inside of a lot of these fights. Not quite as popular as things like Machamp and Zarina that we've seen in that top path melee brawler role, but very impactful in its own way, being able to snap to opposing carries and quickly delete them out of any engagement.
And this is interesting, Jeff. Obviously, we've heard about how the Civil War was brother versus brother. I mean, that's classic, but sister versus sister, this could be even bigger than the Civil War. Nemesis versus NemeStepSis.
We see Rex going into the center with that Wigglytuff here. Last time we saw them clear the pup, and then we saw them clear this hot buff while Bulbasaur here comes back into the center to split this other one with them. See, chat, when you are splitting that center with your solo queue teammate, you're not griefing, you're just executing a high-level strategy.
You know, I couldn't help but notice that you didn't even think about my Civil War comment, making me assume that it was so good you didn't even have to remark on it. As we watch this Blissey get pushed back here, they've got to try to find a way home, but they're looking for the secure, and they are not able to get it.
Atreyu actually playing the bottom path. I forgot that we saw them do this earlier. This melee character playing the bottom path. Not something we see frequently, but something that does happen on occasion like we have here.
Ooh, Simp is in trouble right now. They are looking for this KO, but Atreyu is diving deep, able to pick it up right there. Pick it up, pick it up, pick it up. That's a Ska reference. Let's go.
Very small stun on Azumarill's tackle being instrumental in securing the knockout on the Slowbro and then a knockout on the Cramorant, but it's a good thing that they are ahead in the bottom because they are behind in this top path here.
Looks like our little Froakie looking to become a Frogadier.
Froakie sent the monkeys ahead that the opposing team was able to secure.
Oh, that's a sad moment. That's a regret for SKT regrets. Thank you very much. I'll be here all night.
We see this center path invasion as the Dragonair just happens to walk through the bush and catch the Blissey here as another pink blob walks in to try and secure here as well. we see them buying a lot of time while Azumarill and Venusaur are kind of just left to their own devices here in this bottom path.
Yeah, you know, obviously they're looking to make sure that that Dragonair does not become a Dragonite for Dreadnought, but at this point, it's a level 7. That ship has sailed. It is almost a Dragonite already, in fact, with those KOs.
Yeah, and I mean, the downside is they bought time there, but they both fed themselves this powerful central area character ultimately.
Here we have the big level 8 Dragonite already here, coming down for these bees. Going to be able to help the team secure this. Trainer LGC looking very fed here. They're trying to get a pickup on this Pokemon here, but that Hyper Beam just sends them back to base.
All right, can this Dragonite go down? No, it is the level 8 Ivysaur for our right side team that goes down instead. Dragonite securing its Unite move for this first engagement, and that combined with Hyper Beam makes this first Dreadnought almost assuredly a favorite for our left side team.
That's right, NemeStepSis looking very good in this fight. A level 9, halfway to 10 Dragonite right here, and all they have to do is zone them off, give them enough time to secure this, and they will be able to get this. However, looking for the KO, here comes Greninja and Azumarill. Huge beam, takes Dreadnought.
Not only takes Dreadnought, but takes knockouts on several of the opposing team here in combination with this this Lucario here, breaking that outside goal zone early, looking to push up here and steal some of these Audinos they gave him.
And this Sleep is setting up some insane Hyper Beam combos right here. Greninja coming in with a big Unite move, though, and this could actually be very, very bad for Trainer LGC. Huge KOs there for Greninja, cleaning everything up right now. Ooh, boy, Greninja goes down.
Lucario is here looking to play the role of janitor, but here comes Azumarill, just knockout after knockout. And I have to say, that exchange definitely favored our right side team here, who had previously been behind in levels.
That's right. Whenever you're behind, if you're trading KOs 1 for 1 or something like that, you're always getting the better end of it. Pokemon Unite has so many mechanics that allow the team behind to catch up. And one of the big ones is if you're behind on level and KO a higher level enemy, you get a ton of XP.
You see these bees getting secured before the Rotom has even looked at the experience from Blvckhvnd and her brood, way more potent than whatever Rotom is going to provide. Can Venusaur get out here? Unite move from Wiggly helping ensure that it does.
Tybasol pushing up here, going to try to take this Rotom down. Well, they actually are pushing towards this goal, looking to break possibly here before this Rotom goes in. Not a big overcap, but you know what? They're looking to get a positional advantage, send this Rotom at the enemy so that they can walk down for this Dreadnought.
Yeah, this Rotom is just worth so much more if you have their second goal zone open. And like Spragels said, look, there's 4 members of our left side team here, and there's no Hoopa here. There is no hyperspace highway to open up and unbound some rings to bring them all in. They're just running down to this objective, and they're looking to take a fight on the point versus. Interesting to me.
Wow, this is really surprising. I did not expect this to be the play here from Nemesis, but yeah, they took a fight on their point, looking to take some KOs while they were at a Pokemon disadvantage on the side of NemeStepSis, but it did not pay off. 3 members of Nemesis going down, and now NemeStepSis pushing forward, able to probably take this Dreadnought without a fight, and yes, they do.
Yeah, and see that beam go down handily, getting a ton of experience from not only that objective, but also everything that they knocked out there inside of that engagement, not giving up much of anything on their side.
NemeStepSis feels like they're in control of this match. While these teams are very similar in level, very similar in score, it just feels like NemeStepSis has had the upper hand in a lot of these big battles.
Yeah, definitely. We see the Dragonite not only securing objectives, but also getting a lot of really key knockouts here. They're a little bit behind in terms of positioning in this top path, but ultimately that doesn't matter. It mostly just means you push Rotoms off your second point.
Here we go, just cleaning up this central area right now, making sure there is as high a level as possible. We have Rotom spawning in about 25 seconds here, and it's a much more valuable objective for Nemesis to secure, but at the same time, NemeStepSis doesn't want this pushing towards their tier 2 goal.
We see kind of positioning in and around this here. Trainer LGC wanted to make sure they don't get knocked out here. Again, that catch-up experience. They are the highest level character in this game. If they get themselves knocked out, they're going to catch up the right side team very quickly.
We had a big KO in the bottom path. Looks like Venusaur went down to Lucario, who is off laning right now. This Rotom is almost assuredly going down to this Dragonite's Hyper Beam, and it does. It also picks up a KO on the Greninja and a Zoomerl.
Yep. And look how little this Rotom was worth. It was an 18-point overcap. If anything, it was a detriment, because now they don't have an outside point you can put 100 into at Zapdos.
Possibly, you are right, but they did get a massive double KO there. Trainer LGC inching their way towards level 15 here, getting ready for this Zapdos fight in 30 seconds.
You might have a Dreadnought fight before then, as the turtle objective gets ready to spawn for the 3rd time this match in the bottom path.
Here we go. Dreadnought all alone with NemeStepSis. They are going to be able to take this down and put them in a commanding lead experience-wise. Right now we see Nemesis positioning themselves up in the top L bushes, ready to fight at Zapdos.
Yeah, I really like this when the rest of NemeStepSis realized that they didn't have anybody contesting there. The rest of the team, other than the Dragonite, walked up into the center to get a forward position in the pit so they weren't behind and pushed out.
And here we go. Zapdos kind of just being poked at a little bit, but I know NemeStepSis would rather fight here. That's a level 15 Dragonite. They're able to get some big KOs. Obviously, they are being jumped on here by the Azumarill, but they are not able to take it down. Instead, a KO goes the other way. Blissey going down. Another one. Double KO. Azumarill going down here. NemeStepSis cleaning this up right now, but Greninja coming in, trying to take some KOs of its own. It looks like another down here for Nemesis, as this fight is not going their way. However, if Regrets can take down Trainer LGC, this would be huge, and they are not able to. Venusaur pushing in, and they go down.
Level 15 is just so big, Spragels. Egg Bomb. Oh, so close. It looks like we're going to have a refight here, but everyone's expended all of their powerful attacks at this point.
All the Unite moves are gone. We do have a refight starting here. 2 members of Nemesis are still down. There's a minute left on the clock, and this match is within, I don't know, 12 points?
Yeah, we see LGC clearing these wild Pokemon here, looking to farm their Unite move back up, and there it is. That could be the edge they need to win this fight. Dragonite, when you Unite in place like this, it only uses half your Unite move charge, letting you do it way more frequently than anybody else. Huge beam here.
Huge beam, and that's 4 members of Nemesis down. Greninja is the only Pokemon left standing, and they're being pushed out of this thing, looking to stay alive, looking to see if they can get this secure here, but it's going to be extremely difficult to out-secure a level 15 Dragonite, especially when you're KO'd, Jeff.
We have 5 members of our right side team down. There's going to be probably 200 points going in here. Going to take this being slightly behind to secure a massive lead. 300 points as Cramorant makes it into the central goal zone as well.
Wow, what an incredible game 1. So close. They actually were behind if it wasn't for that Zapdos there, but they had a great fight. That level 15 Dragonite, just impossible to take down. Big GG.
Yeah, not only just the level 15 on the Dragonite, but the fact that it got to Unite in the first Zapdos engagement and only spend part of its Unite charge was such a big deal, letting it have it again for the refight there.
Great first round for NemeStepSis right here. Whoa, the Lucario with 15 KOs. I saw it was popping off, but geez.
Look on into our damage metrics here. Big numbers from all of the damage characters on every team, honestly.
Yeah, I mean, everyone was doing a ton of damage in that match. Obviously, they wanted to shut down that Dragonite, but it's just so incredibly difficult to do when it is such a high level. They were able to keep it alive, and because of that, NemeStepSis takes game number 1.
We see Slowbro being no slouch in terms of the damage that it was able to take there. Not every character on your Pokemon Unite team needs to be dealing damage. Characters like Wiggly and Slowbro excelling at walking into that front line and giving survivability to the rest of their team.
All right, we're going to come back out to a big old head of Jeff and I as we talk a little bit more and get ready for game number 2 right here. Nemesis versus NemeStepSis. I think it was you, Jeff, who said that this was similar to the Civil War, and I happen to agree with you here. Sister against stepsister. This is incredible.
We have 2 teams that are both used to working outside the box, trying to get into the same box here in this match and duke it out. We have Dragonite used up there for trainer LGC. Be interested to see what central area character they reach for in the second game of the set.
Well, of course they could rock that Greninja. I mean, they were incredible with it in the last series that we watched here. Neither team pulling out a Hoopa in game 1, maybe saving it for game 2, but it's also possible that NemeStepSis decides not to pull out that Hoopa and wait for a game 3 as they did last time.
Something else that sticks out in my mind is that Yeet did not log their kind of signature Decidueye yet in that first game. Perhaps we'll see that from them as we head on into the second game of this match.
Yeah, that could be a really exciting pick for them as well as our teams get ready. Obviously, these are the moments where it's just a lot of different team combinations bubble into our minds. And you know, something really interesting about this setup, this isn't the most scientific or best way to figure this out, but if you were to take every match in this tournament from these top teams, I bet you could easily order a tier list of Pokemon based on what they picked and what won inside those matches. Now, of course, a lot of things are tough. You're seeing mirror matchups. When did they pick the Hoopa? But I think strategically, you could look at what has happened here today and have a good idea of competitively where Pokemon Unite is at.
Yeah, definitely. If anything, you know, I think it's the best measure of which characters and movesets probably could use some love at a minimum. There's some characters that just haven't seen play even in this deep pool. I think especially if our grand finals is one to really dissect if you're someone that's looking at Pokemon Unite Balance, say, okay, each team needed 25 characters. Which of the 40 didn't see play in this final match?
Yeah, that is really interesting. And there have been some Pokemon that we have not seen today, even though we have the ability to see a pretty deep roster here. Just taking a look at our Pokemon list here while the team's ready up. We've really not seen Absol too much, even though we have seen it a little bit. I'm kind of surprised we've not seen more Absol. Blastoise has seen some play, but some Pokemon that are really absent would be things like Garchomp. We did see one Gardevoir game. Mr. Mime has been completely absent. So there are definitely Pokemon that you could see with this format that are quite undertuned.
Definitely. And some of those too, I think, are also just a symptom of how they fit into compositions as well. Like, for example, I would say Eldegoss is probably a little bit undertuned in the general Pokemon Unite pool, but it's just like the third supporter that's kind of playable. So like when you scrape the bottom of the barrel, you're like, oh yeah, there was some Eldegoss down here. I guess we'll use that.
Oh wow. Well, what's all the way down there? Is that Garchomp? It's under the barrel? How? I mean, yeah, so there are some big Pokemon that we're seeing a lot of, and then there are a lot of Pokemon that not seeing a ton of. One that has really fallen off, and I was very curious how this was going to work competitively, is Absol. I think Absol, you know, it got nerfed pretty hard. It got this weird buff and then got nerfed pretty hard. And now all of a sudden, I think we might be seeing a World's Championship with very little Absol.
Did it get nerfed pretty hard?
I mean, the tale of the teams is, where is Absol? Where is Absol? If you have 3 games to pick it in sometimes and no one is picking this Pokemon, I don't know.
So I'm usually not a fan of this line of discussion when it comes to power level, but Absol is almost assuredly a very specialized character, right? Like, I feel like the skills to play Absol well aren't particularly transferable, which is why usually when we see strong Absol players, it's like, yeah, all they do is play Absol.
The skills to pay the bills, if you will.
That is a variation of what I said, almost assuredly that rhymes.
Yeah. I mean, well, when something rhymes, it doesn't make it more true, but it makes it more palatable. And that's what I'm here to do. I'm here to take these ideas that are maybe a little complex and give them out to the world in a way that they can understand it. I'm just a little surprised that we have not seen more of it, to be fair. But yeah, really not a ton of it. And you know, Sylveon, I feel like, even though we have seen a good amount of Sylveon, I'm kind of surprised with how prominent it was competitively that we're not seeing more teams run it.
Actually, you know, I think the character that stands out to me as the one I'm kind of shocked is I think a lot of these teams have not given enough time of day to Icy Wind Glaceon. Obviously, there's a bug with Icicle Spear right now, so if people are playing that Pokemon, they can't take that skill, but Glaceon is legal, and Icy Wind is a very competitive skill on that character in my experience.
Yeah, you put out a lot of damage with it. Without question, though, it doesn't get the benefit of the Unite move. We are heading here into game number 2. Here we go. Let me move these team names around, and Jeff will tell you a little bit about what we're seeing.
I would like to think that Rex had hovered that Mr. Mime briefly at the beginning purely to mock Spragels during the start of this character loading screen. We see Yeetfan locking in their Float Stone, stacking Decidueye here. Yuko changing over to the EXP share on Snorlax. That's something we've seen very commonly. And LGC readying up on that Aegislash yet again. We're going to see Atreyu here playing their kind of signature Greedent. They have a gold medal on their character, on their account. They have played an incredible amount of this, arguably one of, if not the best Greedent in Pokemon Unite.
All right, taking a look here. I'm liking this setup here from NemeStepSis, and they are not bringing out that Hoopa. Pretty interesting to see. If they're able to win this thing, they will send Nemesis home, and NemeStepSis will be one step closer to the grand finals.
Yeah, and we saw this in the previous match as well. They did not break out the Hoopa until the final game of the set. And it looks like that's their plan here as well, if they can't just shut this down as we head on into the second game.
All right, Simp on the Zeraora. Zeraora seeing play in this tournament might be one of my favorite things, where it doesn't look like it's the top pick of any of these teams, but it's extremely competitive.
It's been very impactful inside of every game that we've watched. The Zeras that hit their power spikes in the late game have been really impressive. And we see here our left side team executing that split center again here. Greedent taking the Lillipup and the top buff, while Sylveon grabs a couple of lane monkeys and then heads on in here to grab the bottom buff for their level 4 power spike.
Yeah, and what a big power spike it is to give to that Sylveon here. Just fighting 2 in the bottom path, but soon in a second here, Sylveon is going to be running in there with some Hyper Voice, and that's going to be so incredibly tough for Decidueye and Trevenant to deal with.
Something to remember when we're looking at Yeetfan's Decidueye in the early path, there's no focus band on this character. There's no buddy barrier. There's no durability of any sort. You've got the life pool that shows on the character, and that is it before you get knocked out.
Here comes that Hyper Voice, just pushing them back a little late to pick up a KO, but then again, they can push in again. Decidueye barely making it out, and now this Hyper Voice is coming down to try to finish the job.
Yep, and we see here again, this is a play that I think enough players... Oh, why does it do damage, Spragels?
I don't know. Nobody knows. And our trio going down here in this top path. So while things were looking very good for Nemesis in the bottom path, not so good when they're outnumbered in the top path.
Yeah, and this is kind of the trade-off we've seen Yeetfan execute on this Decidueye in the other games. You're like just accepting that they're behind in the bottom and knowing that they're going to get this character to scale up in the mid to late game and still be a force to be reckoned with.
Boy, I think that this Sylveon here, already level 6, the highest level Pokemon, almost thinking level 7 now, the highest level Pokemon in the game. Sylveon just so incredibly mean early, especially if it's able to get a very early level 4.
We got a blue buff on the Eldegoss here, Spragel. Successful invasion, it would seem, as we see the right side team continue to push their advantage in the top path while getting further and further behind in the bottom, while Sylveon is getting ready to tick to their level 8 here already.
And here we've got the sword coming in. Missed a big sacred sword there. Wide guard pushing the enemies back right here, but they're actually pretty comfortable. Don't even need to take the portal home. Might be pushing forward to try to take out Yeetfan. They do get that KO, but boy, if they trade a level 8 Sylveon for it, it's definitely not worth it. Trainer LGC pushing even further and getting a massive pickup right there. Might even be able to clean up the rest of the team here.
That is a big reset and a bigger knockout here, ultimately trading their Sylveon for a level 4 and a level 8 here as the bees are spawning yet again. And our right side team looking to maybe try and push their power into this bottom path so they don't fall further behind you.
It looks like our Zeraora staying possibly in this top path. Both of them not level 8 right now, so not incredibly impactful for this Dreadnought. Walking down towards this bottom path. Yeetfan right now, our Decidueye still level 6. It needs its level 7 to get its Spirit Shackle. Otherwise, it also is essentially a not super useful Pokemon for this fight. Trainer LGC at 9, ready to try to steal this thing if they need to.
You see Yeetfan sneaking around and getting a sneaky score in there to hit their level 7 breakpoint, pulling the opposing team out while Aegislash gets in here around this objective, healing with those boosted autos from the shield mode. Huge Unite move, and ultimately that boosted attack cuts across and secures that important objective.
Beautiful play right there, throwing the Unite, putting a lot of damage on the enemy, but also just setting them up for a quick boosted secure there. And I think probably most of the enemies didn't expect that to be the play. I think they probably thought the Unite was the secure move. So it chunked it with more damage than you might expect right there. Big Unite move coming in from Yeetfan as they're trying to push him off this goal, get some KOs, and put some points on the board.
Speaking of KOs, Atreyu ripping that Unite move on the green. Yeetfan is not a particularly durable character here, as we see a quarter or more of its health go down with every big belly belch from this green.
Look at this right here. This would be an amazing score for them. A really nice overdunk if they were able to pull it off, but they are being pushed back right now by NemeStepSis. Our trio really putting in work there. Huge triple KO, but might not make it home, and they don't.
You see Sylveon here looking to try and clean up this Aegislash in exchange for the knockout that it got. We're going to see a push on this point here, and there are a lot of our right side team players here for Orange.
And here we go. This discharge. I mean, these Zeraoras are really picking up some great KOs. Just that quick jump in with Volt Switch, some huge boosted attacks, and then the damage from discharge is able to really pick up some of the squishier Pokemon like Decidueye and KO them very fast.
You see Yeetfan playing in this top path, looking to clear these wilds for some levels, unable to get another score in, unfortunately, with their pockets very full, but able to at least achieve level 11 here.
It looks like they might be starting this Rotom here with a big Spirit Shackle. Tybasol looking to put the damage onto Yeetfan, scaring it away there with a big Hyper Voice right now. Dreadnought coming up here in 10 seconds. Yeetfan defending against Greedent here a little bit. They've got no Hoopa on the side of NemeStepSis, so they are not going to be down there for this fight quickly.
Yeah, and if anything, this is something we've seen out of Yeetfan before, where they just kind of play the off path during the second or first Dreadnought, so they can try and get some scores in to get their attack weight working. Does that go over to the right side there with the sword again?
It
yes,
did.
Huge secure from the Aegislash. One of the things this character is excellent at.
They essentially used, ooh, it does go down. They essentially used 3 Unite moves to shut down the sword. They had a Slowbro Unite, they had Hoopa, and then they used its Unite to stun them. And then they also had a Zeraora Unite. None of it was able to stop the sword from securing that Dreadnought.
Yeah, the sword, remember, while it's an aggressive damage dealer when it's in that sword mode, it is so durable when it gets that shield mode going.
And here we go. Simp up in this top path, just getting as much experience as they can. We have a Rotom up here, but it hasn't been a huge objective for either side. A level 13 Decidueye right now, just throwing its Unite move at the enemy team right here as Simp continues to try to get itself farmed up. It wants to hit that level 14 breakpoint, but it's unlikely it will do so before Zapdos.
The characters on our right side team here just scale so incredibly well. They're all getting levels and they're getting fed, and I have to imagine there's an incredible advantage as we head on into this endgame team fight for our orange team here. Whoa! Good! Bye, Decidueye.
Goodbye, Decidueye. Big KO, taking out the Zeraora as well, trying to pick up something else, but having to walk away from that tree, because let's face it, you can't KO a Trevenant no matter how hard you try. However, they're going to stop this Rotom. They're going to pick up a KO on the sword, the Zeraora, and the bird. Pretty nice play there by Nemesis.
You see Zeraora like, maybe I can score here. We can't knock you out, and they do eventually get that in. Huge arrow from Decidueye here. Whoa! And another one bites the dust, Spragels.
Jeez, Greedent trying to stop this, but you know, I love the play there from Yeetfan, just pushing forward.
Sniping.
Boom, boom, boom with those arrows, letting them fly and getting massive KOs.
There is another vat of experience from that Eos Energy deposit, and more importantly, another attack weight stack for the Decidueye. Zeraora only level 12 here, but this is a point where if they get a knockout on one of these larger on the opposing team, they could make their way to 14 inside of this fight.
No Unite move for Decidueye here on NemeStepSis, but not that important of a Unite move in the grand scheme of things, and it looks like they're getting ready for this fight. Hoopa has a Unite here, of course, for Nemesis, so they can bring the team in. They can start with a big fight. Greedent jumping in here with a big belly flop, trying to do some damage, get some displacement, push this Decidueye out of this fight right here. We can see Eldegoss taking to the sky. As this is happening, Greedent goes down. All the effort was on that Decidueye. They needed to take it out right there, and they do. 2 down here for both teams right now.
Yep, okay. We have a pretty even team fight, and we still have a Unite move up for Trainer LGC. And we have a Unite move for Decidueye up as well, if they can get back into play here. With the point lead favoring our right side team, just buying time here in the center is definitely upside for them.
Ooh, this does not look good for Sword right now. It's going to need to get away from this Zeraora. Throws a big Unite Moon, is actually able to pick up a KO. No, it goes down. Excuse me. Oh, wow. Wow, that Zeraora narrowly avoiding that Spirit Shackle right here. Zapdos is getting low. It's at about 1/3 of its health right now, and nothing can secure it better than that Decidueye just getting ready to take the shot. But of course, Nemesis is doing everything they can to stop it right here, as that is secured by the Sylveon on Nemesis.
We see here some points going in. They're going to get up to 360. So we need over 100 points to counter score here. Can this Sylveon jump on Yeetfan before they get in? They can.
Wow.
This is huge.
Wow, that was the last second. That was that was less than a second. Those points were going in. Huge play right there. Nemesis is going to take this game just narrowly.
Well, if you're the Decidueye there in Yeetfan, you can at least sleep well at night knowing that even if you had deposited that 94 AS energy, you still would have been about 6 points short at the end of the game.
Here we go. Wow. Still, incredible finish. 6 points short. I didn't know that because I didn't do the math. Because you know what? I didn't feel like it.
You see MVPs there for Sylveon and Yeetfan on Decidueye. As we take a look at the battle data here, really strong knockouts on both sides. Team fights swung in both directions in this game for sure.
Yeah, some incredible fights by both of these teams. I really do think Sylveon felt like the difference maker early and late. They were the Pokemon to watch in this battle, and we were just talking about maybe not seeing as much Sylveon as we expected. But yeah, this was big.
Yeah, the big thing that stands out to my mind at that end game engagement that we saw there was when Atreyu and Sylveon kind of teamed up to push Yeetfan out of the pit to the right and ultimately knock them out, removing one of the most impactful characters from the fight.
Yeah, they essentially threw 3 Unite moves at one Pokemon, and you know, the thing about it is there really isn't that much that Yeetfan or the team can really do in that moment. Even if they're trying their best to push them off, it's just so much damage coming at them with a Pokemon that has very little mobility, and they knew that they needed to shut it down. Take a look at our damage numbers right here. 87k on the Decidueye.
87k, almost 80,000 for Trainer LGC, but pretty even spread on the other side of the board as well, with about 65,000 for all 3 of the damage dealers for our purple team here.
We're heading into the ever exciting game number 3. We're coming back to the old talking heads here for me and Jeff. This is when the rubber meets the road. This is when another expression like that makes sense. This is when a third expression that's just like the rubber meets the road is used to really hammer home the point that this is where the rubber meets the road, Jeff.
Speaking of third things, what's the third character Atreyu plays? They play an incredible amount of Greedent, as we saw their expertise of the character there. We've seen them as Zoomerl a couple times. We've not seen them play a game 3 yet.
Wow, I wonder what that's going to be coming from them. I mean, they're an incredible player, and they like Pokemon like that. Disruptive, round, hard to KO, fairly annoying. What are they going to play?
A lot of
Snorlax?
mobility seems to be something that they enjoy too. Both those characters get around the map in a pretty slick fashion.
I can't wait to find out what it is. And as we head into game number 3 here, if you're just joining us in this tournament, again, this is the showdown format. This format means that a Pokemon you used in game 1 can't be used in the rest of the series. Same with the Pokemon used in game 2, meaning by the time you get to a game 3, if you get to a game 3, you have gone through 10 Pokemon that were kind of your top choices, and now you are scraping not the bottom of the barrel, but the middle of the barrel for Pokemon that you want to bring into a match. There's a lot of strategy around when you bring out certain Pokemon and what team compositions look like when you can't pick the same Pokemon over and over again.
Well, and speaking of Pokemon that haven't been used yet, Yeetfan and co still have yet to use Hoopa, right? If I recall correctly?
I believe so. I think they did this exact same thing last time, right? They saved their Hoopa. Did they save their Blissey this time as well? This could be another Hoopa Blissey game 3 for them, which proved to be very powerful. It's almost a war of attrition for NemeStepSis as they let the enemies pick all their favorite Pokemon. They stay in there and then come in with the team composition that wipes them out in game number 3.
Yeah, they're like, this is the team composition we would be playing in normal Pokemon Unite, where we're just all picking our favorites that we think line up the best here, and they're saving the best for last, which is the opposite of what we've seen almost everyone else do in this tournament.
It's also a saying I've never heard. Saving the best for last. You might want to trademark that because it sounds pretty good. These teams are almost ready for game number 3 right here. Nemesis versus NemeStepSis, as Jeff has dubbed it, the Civil War of Pokemon Unite. This is going to be a barn burner of a game number 3. The winner of this moving on possibly soon to the grand finals.
I just want you to know that I do have a ticker here for every time you say a barn burner, so you do make sure the proper royalties get paid to Dubesnacks after the fact.
I will make sure I let Dubesnacks know I used barn burner, but to be fair, I don't have to pay the hefty price of saying a Donnybrook. So a barn burner on one hand, I can afford. Donnybrook, I simply can't. It's too rich for my blood. It looks like our teams are just about ready here, Jeff, as we head into game number trays. That also means 3.
Does it? I did not know Spragels had such linguistic skills.
Do your Duolingo, okay? That's all I'm saying. Do your Duolingo, and you will understand there's more than just one language out there. And no, I'm not talking about that weird language that you can use with unknowns inside of Pokemon. Blvckhvnd, by the way, thank you so much for being a member. 10 months, they say IX for the win. They want IX to take that thing home.
Well, I speak multiple languages as well. In addition to English, I also speak Python.
I don't know what that is. I'm guessing this is a computer term. It feels like a computer term, and I'm really not happy that we're using computer speak as part of this broadcast. I don't want to shut the whole thing down because I have a lot riding on this, but I just might. Let's see.
Our players say they do need 2 minutes here, and I've got them on a timer, so we're going to make sure we get them right on in at that mark.
Yes, perfect. We will start hounding them at 2 minutes if they are not ready. Look, I mean, this part of winning a tournament like this is being able to fight for an extended period of time. So these teams have been playing Pokemon Unite for a long time. We've been talking about Pokemon Unite for a long time, and they have been playing Pokemon Unite for a long time. I don't know which is more exciting given some of the team compositions we've seen today. Of course, the one that sticks out in my mind, I've seen it mentioned in the chat so many times, but it was that 3 Eevee Jungle Invade, maybe the highlight of my day so far. Just such an exciting match to watch.
Yeah, definitely awesome to see something that completely unique come out of the woodwork and actually secure the match. And it wasn't like they just flipped an objective at the end of it. They were ahead at basically every point over the course of the game, taking the advantage that they got from putting the central area character behind and pushing it all the way through to the end.
And these are Pokemon that, you know, they spike in power really early, so they didn't give up too much. Let's head in here to game number 3, Jeff.
All right, we see our players mousing over their characters or tabbing through, depending on how you look at it here. Atreyu cycled through a few of them now at this point. Oh, we're stopping on a Zeraora for perhaps a little bit longer. And this is exactly what we expected from Blvckhvnd & Co. on the left side of your screen. This is their try-hard composition. This Hoopa, Blissey, Machamp, Greninja, these are all high-tier, powerful, competitive Pokemon Unite characters, and they are looking to run down this last game in a commanding fashion.
I gotta say, that's just such an extremely dangerous team composition here from NemeStepSis. I love what Nemesis is bringing to the table. We've got a Freeze Lane. We've got a Zarina, which I didn't know what our trio would be playing, but a Zarina is an amazing choice. Dragonite as well. There are some big hitters on this team.
Okay, Spragels. There is a Float Stone
yes.
and an XP share on the Snorlax and X Speed. Is this an Invade Snorlax?
This is set up to be an Invade Snorlax. That is the build to invade with Snorlax. You have an incredible amount of movement speed. It's a very mean Pokemon when it invades because early on its tackle and boosted does some incredible damage and secure. So we could see this Snorlax race across the map and fight for that central area.
I think we're going to see Dad Bod Snorlax here in his Hawaiian shirt do the best impersonation we see of someone reaching into the fridge and taking the leftovers that aren't theirs here as it races through the speed zone, jumps up over the top, and looks to invade this Froakie as the X speed gets tapped.
Now, this is something I gotta see how this turns out. Obviously, this is so frustrating to deal with if you're this Froakie. Huge secure here from the Snorlax, and they don't get it. Trainer LGC.
Yep.
Wow. Wow, what a move there. I cannot believe they weren't able to secure that. I thought they had it for sure.
And here comes the Hoopa, and we see that tackle get pushed out. They're going to go in the bush, and we're going to take a quick nap here. One of the reasons why Snorlax is good at this invade is it has this self-heal built in. As it gets the KO, it's like, no, that was my buff.
Wow, what a move right here. And even though they did take Snorlax down, now at this point they've wasted so much of Greninja's time, and it's just such an amazing play when you pull it off. Obviously, when you don't, it can really hurt your team, but I thought that was definitely a net positive there for Nemesis.
We're going to see the first bees come up here. Not quite enough time bought, I don't think, as we see both Greninja and Snorlax get to these top bees here. Big push here as we get these tackles with these stuns and damage going.
Wow, this is really scary here for NemeStepSis. I mean, this Snorlax is just so incredibly tanky and difficult to deal with. And then you've got a Zarina and a Dragonair near them. I mean, it's just a really, really tough situation here for NemeStepSis. They're definitely behind in that top path.
We've seen a lot of Snorlaxes today, and I absolutely love that this character has been competitive in this format. Just an absolutely delightful character when it comes to bullying in these early game situations.
Snorlax is one of those Pokemon that I feel like is very, very close to being top tier competitive at times as a tank, kind of the most stereotypical tank inside the game. And now, yeah, in this format, we're seeing it a lot because there are only so many Pokemon that you want to put in that role. Oh boy, is it going to be able to catch Zuko here? Here's the X speed. There we go. Big moves. Oh no, but a little bit of a juke there. Didn't expect them to run back down. And now Frogadier is going to come in here and try to stop them right now. And they may be able to get the KO. Let's see if they're able to do it. I think Snorlax is going down here. Wasting a lot of time.
Snorlax has pivoted into buying as much time as I can moment as Atreyu thought about helping them there and ultimately bails on out here.
Ooh, maybe it didn't bail fast enough though. Might be going down actually up in that top path. Oh, wow, yeah, turning to fight because they knew it was over. And look at these scores up here, putting the goal at 23. They didn't want to break, though. They had the opportunity to break even, and they decided, no, we'd like to let our Machamp stack some more.
Yep, not only get the Machamp stack, but just not give extra catch-up experience, you know? You break that outside goal top, and then all of a sudden, the opposing team is able to have those extra Audinos. That slam, keeping them from teleporting down, giving their team the opportunity to rip this objective largely uncontested.
Wow, big move there. Little early on the Hyper Beam. There wasn't a ton they could do to steal it, though, but just slightly early. They are able to get that secure, though. Dragonite almost going down to a Machamp that is punching it right in the face, but it does make it out of there, and that's a nice secure for Nemesis.
Yep, we see them get out of there, more importantly, not with any knockouts, but able to secure that objective and not utilize their Unite move. So they'll have that for an additional fight here, likely as they rotate up to whatever this Rotom is going to be doing.
Yeah, you always have to wonder, what are they going to do at this Rotom? That Dreadnought went down pretty quick, so we have a little while before these bees come up, and fun to see a Solar Beamasaur as this Mamoswine just gets beat up. Oh, wow, Greninja in a tough spot. Are they able to make it out? Just barely, it looks like, and now they are coming back into this fight, trying to chase down YeetFan right here, as our trio able to pick up this green, but Dragonite is in a tough spot, and it looks like a big Solar Beam could take it down. Let's see.
Oh, the Unite move just misses. What an incredibly disappointing Unite move for Venusaur there, not getting essentially any value out of it.
Yeah, unfortunate, really close. You saw the target they were looking for, and it just barely misses that Dragonite right here. Interesting to see YeetFan on another, you know, snipery kind of Pokemon attacking with tons of damage at range. Something that they are clearly very good at.
Yep, we see Snorlax here doing what these defenders do best and trying to buy time. Gosh, if it can get the knockout on YeetFan, unfortunately it does not.
Big scores
missed an
here.
8-pointer there.
Missed an 8-pointer, and you always wonder in those moments, is it going to matter? A lot of times, truthfully, the answer is no, but every once in a while, boy, a match comes down to just a few points, and you can think back to moments like that and say, ah, if only we would have.
Well, it's not even just that, too, but it turns into a little bit of experience as well, right? Like, that's not just the difference between points, but you get that little extra XP jump as we see our teams walking down to this Dreadnought here, one having a Hoopa and one not.
Oh, wow. Greninja. No way. Okay, I was going to say there's no way Greninja makes it out of there, and they do not. Big Unite move from the Ninetales right there to pick up a KO on the Machamp, and this is looking pretty good once again for Nemesis, as they're in a position just to secure this with a big Hyper Beam, and they do.
Yeah, the team without the Hoopa here in a pretty commanding spot here as we head on into the mid-game.
All right, it looks like they are pulling back here, just trying to keep themselves safe. We have our trio in the top path continuing to get some experience right here. Taking a look at our experience numbers, these teams are actually really close here, Jeff.
Yep, score favoring our left side team a little bit here, but anything that's less than 100-point differential, it's like that's just one cap inside of overtime, so it's not too big of a deal. As we see our left side team perhaps looking to make a push on this outside goal and extend their point lead.
Let's take a look. A 5 would be really nice here from Machamp. They're backing up here. They don't want to get eaten up by this Dragonite. Just moving back to base here, and it looks like Trainer LGC deciding not to head back up here. They might just be leaving Zuko. Sorry, buddy, but I don't know if you're going to make it. Oh, no way. Look at that. The Jukes breaking ankles all over this place. Snorlax coming in, looking for the heavy slam. Can they get it? They do!
Man.
And look at the dance.
I love the little dance at the end. They're like, yeah, you get that crab, bud.
Oh, wow.
Slam on in.
There they are, the big dance. They're up on the Jumbotron right now, and they knew it.
Solid catch here. Big fight breaking out here at the 3-minute mark. Their Unite move from the Venusaur, putting up some damage numbers, but again, ultimately not getting any KOs here.
Wow, Snorlax making some plays here in this match. Score-wise, things are pretty even. Looks like we got a fight here at the bottom path, and Ninetales is going to put in 50 in this bottom goal. That's going to be really nice here for our orange team as this game gets a lot closer.
LGC smoking out again. They can't keep getting away with this, Spragels.
Trainer LGC is an escape artist. They are Houdini. You just simply can't KO this Pokemon. They can get out of just about any situation. Rotom right now being started here. Looks like they're just going to take it. Well, maybe slightly early Hyper Beam, but it's okay. No one's around to stop them.
Yeah, I like this, just taking it off the map. It gives you time to do exactly what we see here, which is rotate through your central area while your teammates, I guess we're not looking at the Rotom, the Dreadnought bottom. LGC looking for their level 14 here. There's a Dragonite for our right side team. I wonder if we're about to see this Zapdos get ripped on spawn.
I feel like it's a rip moment right here. There's only 4 seconds left. They're going to take this really quick, but the enemy is positioned around the pit. NemeStepSis is not exactly where they need to be. This could be a full-on rip. It looks like they're poking it, but no, I think they're backing and getting ready for a fight right here as Dragonite goes in. Can they get Trainer LGC? That's what they need to do. It does not go down. Where is this Greninja? How did it get out of that?
I was like, it's caught by the block. It's got to be gone. And there he is, Spraggles, inside their central area. Can this take... Gosh, he can't keep getting away with it. A full team wipe with a little froggy dance afterwards.
Oh,
Man.
the dance. I mean, Trainer LGC is a magician. They are able to get out of anything. Incredible plays right there. And a dance just for good measure. I mean, let's face it, they were danced on earlier when Machamp got taken, but now Machamp throws 100 points in the main. That's going to be a GG. NemeStepSis moving forward. Nemesis is leaving this tournament. What a series.
I'm not confident, but I believe NemeStepSis assumes the Nemesis name, kind of an osmosis, we've beaten you and I become you type scenario here.
Ah, there can be only one, a Highlander situation. That is very, very possible. But now, does Nemesis become NemeStepSis? What happens to the timeline here?
As we see here, not a lot of damage for LGC inside of that game. Minimal amount of knockouts as well, but the positioning inside of all of those fights was just so important. Not a lot of damage at all for anyone this game, really.
Yeah, I mean, there wasn't a ton of fighting to be had in this match. You just had a lot of situations where Nemesis was setting up some great blocks for their Dragonite, and then on the other side, you had the same kind of secures being set up for NemeStepSis. That final fight, though, it all came down to whether or not they could take out that Greninja, and somehow, miraculously, it survives. I don't even really understand how it did. I think that's going to be analyzed like the Sabruder film. People will have no idea what actually happened on this day. I assume conspiracy talk will commence.
Yeah, and the big thing that really I take away from watching this happen is NemeStepSis' strategy of executing their best comp at the third option. It seems really interesting and serving them well here.
It really is. And they're coming into these game threes. If they have to go to a game three, they're coming into game three and they are securing some massive wins. Coming back out to Jeff and I's big old talking heads as we are about to head into our next game. This tournament is wrapping up very, very soon, everybody. We've got a few more matches and then we're going to be heading to the grand finals. We will be right back very shortly with our next game. Please don't go anywhere. Even if a family member who you haven't seen in 20 years, someone lost at sea, is knocking on the door. They've made it back to land somehow, but they're dehydrated. They need water immediately. Don't answer that door. Don't take the agency away from them. This is their journey and they will make it if it's meant to be. You stay right here for more Pokemon Unite.
It's time for the real star, the chair. Chair. I'm saying chair. I'm saying it weird, but I'm saying chair. The chair is the star of the stream.
All right, everybody, we are coming back here. I am back. Jeff Hoogland is back. We almost have our next match ready to go. Everyone is loading in. This is the losers finals. The winner of this headed to the grand finals to face off against Blvckhvnd. We actually had NemeStepSis drop from the tournament. They could no longer play. After defeating Nemesis, they kind of became the Highlander, and there was no more tournament for them. So right now, who do we have going at it, Jeff?
We have IX Gaming, one of your North American world champions, coming up here against Toplane Gamers, who has a number of names that you're probably familiar with on it, including Gatlu and SteveTeamDiveTeam and Explain, who are EU gamers that will be heading to Worlds as well.
Yeah, this is going to be a really exciting matchup right here. I want to thank everyone for hanging out and watching Pokemon Unite with me all freaking day. It's been amazing. I want to thank all the players in this tournament. I know tournaments like these, especially with a best of 3 in the losers bracket, can get a little long. So I appreciate everyone hanging in there. It means a lot. Thank you so much. And we are coming up here. These are our losers finals. Then we have our grand finals, and we are going to crown a showdown winner.
I have to make a confession here, Spragels.
Oh.
We've been live for almost 8 hours, and I've been listening to the Pokemon lobby menu music for a good majority of that time, and I think it might be driving me slightly insane.
Jeff, you're not actually speaking right now. You're just miming to the camera. Is everything all right? Are you there, Jeff? Oh, I knew it. He is going crazy, and he recognizes now that Mr. Mime might not be so crazy after all. Our players are hopping into this lobby right here. Gotlu says we're doing some 4 a.m. gaming. Well, I appreciate you hanging out, Gotlu. One of the best to do it in here at 4 a.m. If you think that's late, it's 7:30 p.m. for me.
You know, it's funny. Gotlu had actually invited me to join a lobby, and I was like, no, Gotlu, I can't play right now. I'm casting a tournament. I didn't realize he was one of our players.
Yeah, I mean, it all kind of adds up now. It all sort of makes sense. We're very, very close to shutting this thing out. And again, especially players from all over the world, I really appreciate you being here. I recognize that time zones can be a little messy. And we have been talking behind the scenes. Full disclosure that probably next tournament we wouldn't have a best of 3 losers. We would have a different setup just so we could make sure that players who are entering from all around the world aren't here until 4 a.m. Although, I'm not going to lie, I do like watching a lot of Pokemon Unite.
Yep, different solutions for that too, especially if you want to make it more EU friendly. Perhaps we kick the start time up too. Lots of ideas to think on there.
Yeah, and we are getting very, very close. Still 2 players left for IX to load in here, but we're really close to starting this match off. Oh, I'm glad that you're having so much fun, Drawn 54. I have been having a great time watching this as well.
Waiting for 2 of our players to file on in here, which makes me wonder, we're missing players from the NA team. Are they perhaps waiting out the EU players going, oh, they have to play this at 5 a.m. Maybe we'll be better off.
It is smart. They're loading in slowly right here, and I think they are just hoping that Gotlu is going to fall asleep. But if I know Gotlu, he will not be asleep at the wheel. I see Cowlin in the chat saying, let's talk some highlights. There have been some big moments throughout this. Some highlights for me. I loved watching the strategy from our last team that we just watched, NemeStepSis, who seemed to save their best for game number 3. Obviously, if they lost game 1, they could slot something in, you know, that strategy in game 2, but they were winning their first game and then playing a strategy that was solid, but maybe not their best in game 2, and then bringing in a powerhouse combination for game 3. I thought that was a really impressive strategy by NemeStepSis.
Yeah, I'd be interested to see, you know, if this was something that was done more and teams were known for how they were running their lineup, would other teams start trying to mirror them in that matchup, specifically saying, okay, we know these folks saved their Hoopa and their Blissey for game 3, so we need to save one or both of those pieces ourselves for that.
Yeah, that would be interesting to see, especially the more you play this, the more you're almost I know that you know that I know that I could pick this, so you're gonna, you know, there's a lot of strategy to that
The
rather
metagame's
than...
like an onion, Spragels. It's got layers.
Yeah, I think it's more like an apple, you know, and that it's got a core to it that's very important, but it has layers. More like geez, what has layers? A layer cake.
Cakes have layers, Spragels.
Exactly.
And for everyone at home that understands that reference, I'd like to remind you that that movie is old enough to buy alcohol in the United States.
Well, then, I mean, cheers to it, but you know, it doesn't have to drink if it doesn't want to. Sometimes we might celebrate liquor consumption a little too much, but we've got our teams loaded in here, and it looks like we're just about ready to start this thing. This is going to be an incredible losers finals. The winner of this is going to head up to those grand finals, a best of 5 series against Blvckhvnd, a team that couldn't be beat in the regional championships and has not been beaten here today.
Yeah, these players, a number of, you know, Pokemon Unite's a very high skill cap game, even in a format like this. I think this is arguably a higher skill cap format than what we normally see, where players really have to reach deep into their pool of characters that they can play. And it's by no accident that the 3 remaining teams in this tournament, a bunch of these players are competing in Worlds next month.
Yeah, you know, something that you said to me that I think about and reference a lot is that the top players in this game, so let's say the top 5% of players in this game are all very good, but the top 1%, 0.5% of players in Pokemon Unite are so incredibly good that they make even the top 5% look like not so great in comparison. There is a very high skill ceiling to this game, and it's the reason that a team like XIS, or I believe Cheese Gaming in Brazil, is able to win every single tournament they had. It's the reason you see a team like Nouns Esports take down almost every single final. You see the same names popping up again and again and again, and there's no coincidence there. It's because they are that good at this game.
Definitely. All right, our players have readied up, and we are heading on in to our first character selection screen here for our losers finals, the last best of 3 match in this tournament before we head on into a best of 5 grand finals.
I'm going to move these team names around, and Jeff is going to break down what you're seeing right here.
I am hoping and a praying that this Mr. Mime is being hovered purely to break Spragels' heart. Although if anybody was going to do it, items are changing on the Mime. Don't do this to me, Blaine. I need to be able to needle Spragels about Mime not being playable with it not appearing in this tournament.
I have a good feeling that this is the ultimate fake out. But if it's not, Blaine is a hero. And then, of course, that would make Jeff Hoogland the villain.
I would like to say at least my favorite character, Decidueye, got some screen time from Yeet Fan already, as we lock in 5 melee characters and 3 all-rounders here for the top lane gamers. And I think I understand their team name now, Spragels. Realistically, all of these characters could play the top path, right?
I mean, I think Mime could compete with Lucario for sure.
And we see here gold badges, and not only our Lucario player, but also our Garchomp player for the top lane gamers.
If you haven't seen Potato play Garchomp, it really is a thing of beauty. Probably the best Garchomp player in the world, I would say. I have a video on my channel. It's a little older at this point of Potato playing some Garchomp, and man, they are just incredible on that Pokemon.
All right, we have what looks to be a Lucario and a Gible heading into the top path here. We have Machamp in the central area. We have Mr. Mime and Absol in the bottom. Can we get this score in? We can, just right in their faces. The berries aren't up yet as we're trying to steal, and there they go. A little too late as we see Rin playing Charizard in the bottom path here again.
This has been a strategy that they've implemented a few times here. I mean, I don't know if this is going to be something that they try to bring permanently into some of their tournament play, but it's working out extremely well. Even though he is in this bottom path, he's still making it into these final fights at level 14.
We see Machamp coming out of the central area at level 5, looking to help clean up in the bottom. Our right side team getting pushed around a little bit in both of their paths here to start this game.
Yeah, taking a look here, Gotlu is just trying to set up a little bit of an ambush for them right now, jumping down into bees that are not yet there. It is 4 a.m. where Gotlu is at, so they are fighting demons right now, shadows that we cannot yet see.
We see the top path getting pushed up here yet again as IX gets a bunch of Eos energy deposited, extending an early lead for themselves.
Obviously, this Garchomp here, only level 4, it is behind. It really struggles early, maybe more than almost any Pokemon in the game. It has such a tough time until it finally evolves.
Gible is looking to fight here as Sixties comes up on the Absol, hoping to help push them on their point as Gible is just trying to find some scraps. Nobody will let this poor tiny Pokemon eat.
Now, something I want to see is what level, or excuse me, what moveset this Gabite takes. I wonder if we're seeing a dragon or if we are seeing a ground Garchomp. I feel like ground is gaining some ground and prominence, but dragon, the more popular build for a long time, and it is a dragon Garchomp.
You see Garchomp making its way downtown to the bottom path here, looking to help out Mr. Mime and gain some more levels. The rotations have been all over the place for our right side team. Really hard to predict where their characters are going to end up at any given point so far.
And right now, we are just getting ready. Ooh, nice fight happening up here in the top path. Gotlu getting extremely low, and so is this Lucario. They're going to have to back off here. OG coming up, and they could get a big KO here. Nope, able to take that berry. Blaine able to push them off right here, but they wouldn't have got it either way. Gotlu able to heal.
We see Gotlu looking for their level 9 in the top path while they're getting pushed up here in the bottom. With this Dragonite in the bottom path, they might just take this objective off the board before they can get anything going here.
And look at that. We had this Charizard start in the bottom path, but it's almost 9 by Dreadnought still. I'm telling you, no one can farm better than Rin. I think he's missing his calling as a Stardew Valley streamer.
We see a big knockout here on the Dragonite, but Gatlu is just forever top here, meaning their team is not going to get this experience objective in the bottom.
No, it doesn't look like it. Mime coming down for a possible steal right here. It's going to be tough, but Confusion does a lot of damage. Rin coming in with a big Unite move, saying, nice try, buddy. However, that does leash the Dreadnought right now. There's the secure.
Despite that leash, they're able to take it off the board very quickly on the back of the damage from that Charizard's Unite. And I don't think our right side team is going to be able to defend this this goal zone here.
We've got a big Unite coming in for Machamp, just doing a ton of damage. Gotlu coming down, though. They have the Machamp Unite on their side. They might be able to pick something up here, and here it comes! Massive Unite coming in, picking him up. Double KO, and it looks like he's going to turn that one into a triple. What time is it there, Gotlu? You're taking us into another galaxy, my friend.
Yeah, Gatlu's like, I gotta get this cleaned up. I need to sleep. This thing's gotta be 2-0.
The clock is ticking. Let's get these KOs.
You see the top lane gamers here looking to put some experience up on the board as Gotlu is almost level 12 here as we head on into the mid game of this Pokemon Unite match.
Machamp, I think, is better than anyone even has recognized, and this is a Pokemon that is currently getting a lot of praise heaped on it in the meta. I don't know. I think Machamp is the real star of this tournament, and I would be shocked, unless something changes, that we don't see it really shine at Worlds.
You see a decent overcap here of 26 points. No Dreadnought timer yet, so not a huge onus from our right side team to get down there as they lay siege to the second point. The jump pad's about to come up here, though.
Well, I like this play. Mime coming in with a big Unite move. Blissey using a Unite to kind of push it back right here. Mime looking to get a little bit of a KO, or at least looking to push them off, as here comes the Absol trying to pick something up right now, getting pushed back by Pika Diff. Says, get away. My Horn Leech is going to send you back to base. Lucario throwing a Unite, but not able to get much done. It goes down right here. OG, two Machamps fighting each other, and they go down. Huge barrage blow. Rin going down.
Man.
Gotlu is cleaning this thing up. He says, I need to get to sleep, so I'm putting you all to sleep. KOs all around.
There's Garchomp's Unite move reckless but powerful, swinging all over the place there. We see this character incredible amounts of lifesteal here, but eventually going down to a massive beam from Dragonite.
Wow, Dragonite's Hyper Beam once again getting that huge secure right here. Ooh, little bit of a fight, but it looks like a seismic slam being thrown down on that Absol. They are going to go down, and Rin is going to be all alone securing this Rotom right here, sending it towards top lane gamers.
We see lots of wild Pokemon up on the map here as these teams spread out to play a little bit of Pac-Man. Rin looking to be level 13 by the 3-minute and 30-second mark. Really impressive for a character that started off in the bottom path there. Dragonite seeing a similar level as well here.
I'm telling you, I mean, you know, the thing about Charizard, Jeff, is they are incredible at taking wild Pokemon once they become Charizard. So as soon as you get there, they can just clean everything up. In fact, even Charmeleon is so good, incredibly mobile with Flamethrower.
Speaking of mobility, we see Garchomp dashing around the map here, grabbing people with it as those boosted autos get built up to start healing. But Charizard coming in to play cleanup on this dragon.
We've got a Mime here, and it could throw a Unite move. It has a really low timer here, but it looks like they're deciding not to, as 4 members of top lane gamers are down right now. 3 minutes left on the clock. Zapdos will be up soon, and it looks like they're going to need to do something here. IX feels like they're taking control of this match.
The last couple of team fights have gone really solidly into IX's favor here, and our top lane gamers are going to have to try and get something together here if they want the Zapdos fight to end up different.
Potato just trying to get its level 13 for its next power spike. Same with Sixies right here. Looks like they're chewing some of these core fish here. Although we do have a level 14 Machamp in Gotlu here. Gotlu, obviously, the Pokemon and player who's just picking up so many KOs this match. Looking incredible.
Potato getting ready to tick over their 13 before this mark. Sixies nowhere near it, perhaps hoping to get a score here in double time to give them a little bit of an XP boost. There are no Hoopas in this game. Sixies is going to have to walk to the central area after they make this Eos Energy deposit.
Right now that they see that, there could be a fight here. Mime coming in with a big Unite move. Gotlu coming in, trying to take down OG, but not able to do it. Potato getting caught right there, and it looks like that Garchomp might go down. Eject button pulling it out right here as they are fighting around this Zapdos pit. Gotlu looking for possibly this Dragonite as soon as their moves are back. However, this is getting extremely low, secured by the Absol here from top lane gamers. OG peeling off to try to get a score right now. 1 member of top lane down, 2 members of IX down. We're going to get a big score right here, and we have multiple members of top lane pushing towards that center base.
Love Gatlu just being like, you know what? I'm low enough that I'm not going to get in here. I'm just going to base and keep your 100 out because that's just as good as getting my 100 in.
Very, very big brain moment right there, especially with 2 standing on that top goal. 339 to 555. And either of these teams could honestly win this at this point. We do have 3 members of IX ready to push this bottom point right here. 2
Charizard
members
has a Unite move here, Spragels. That's the big thing that stands out in my mind. That character is ready to pick someone up and start burning here inside of this engagement. Here we go.
Here we go. Big Unite move coming down. And another Unite move coming down from Bulby right here as Garchomp goes down. This is not over. Another big KO. 2 down right here as more are going to land on this point. Big Unite move here from Mr. Mime, stopping them from attacking, also doing some damage and pushing them off. Looks like Sixies might be in a bad position, but they do pick up the KO on the Charizard. They are going to throw some fists and throw some Psycho Cuts in.
Right,
Gotlu with the Unite.
From Gatlu, like almost every game we've watched today with Machamp, that's going to close it up here, I think. We are heading to a game 2, and IX Gaming is down 1-0.
Machamp, the difference maker. Gotlu putting them to bed, trying to put himself to bed, let's be fair.
And you know what here, Spragles? I think Gatlu doesn't want to go to sleep. They want to win this match, and they want to win this tournament. And you know what's more impressive when you consider all of that? My ping was green on the spectator client, which means our EU folks that are playing at 4 a.m., they're also playing on ping for this match against this NA team.
What an incredible match right here. Taking a look at some of our data. 10 KOs for OG, 9 for Gotlu. I assume we have a ton of damage coming out from both these teams. Felt like a fight was happening here. 106K for Gotlu.
Yeah, really impressive stuff there as we as we head on into our second game. And while we wait for the players to step up here, Spragels, I'm going to be honest with you. There's pizza sitting outside my door, and I'm going to grab it while we wait for them to queue up.
Are you telling me that if I switch to 2 heads, people are going to see chair? Wow. I think that's the case. We're going to find out right now. We got Jeff Hoogland chair right now. Chair, 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 chair. Okay, we get it. Jeff Hoogland's chair. I know people are excited. People are very excited. We also saw a Garchomp in that last game, and that was pretty huge. We have not seen a Garchomp come out today. Potato rocking that Garchomp, doing pretty well in that match, but of course, you would have to say, you know, hats off to the Machamps on both teams. Absol putting in some work there. Mime that Jeff doubted actually was able to win that thing. But boy, oh boy, I think the Pokemon of the day is Machamp by far. By far.
Yeah, really impressive showing, not only in that match from Machamp, but in almost every other one that we've played. Consistently excellent.
Now, the chat is asking what kind of pizza you have, Jeff. I think this is going to be a big moment for you right here because you could win a lot of fans, but you know, pizza is very decisive. So let's find out what it is.
I am unfortunately only eating plain cheese pizza that my wife found buried in the chest freezer in the garage. But
Jeff,
I would like to break some hearts and just let people know that there's 2 types of people in the world when it comes to pizza chat.
oh no.
People who enjoy pineapple on their pizza, and those of you who are wrong.
Wow, I didn't think this is how this stream was going to go, but when you stream this long, people start to get a little wild. I want to apologize for my co-caster Jeff here. I know he's not in his right mind, and while I respect Jeff so much that I will say he is delirious at this point and just saying things to get a rise out of all of you. So let's not go crazy. There's nothing wrong with pineapple on pizza, but some of the comments made by Jeff are borderline. They're borderline. Let's say that. That's how borderline they are. They're so borderline that they come right up to the borderline. And these 2 teams are almost loaded in here, getting ready for this next game. I'm going to let Jeff eat some pizza if it loads up pretty soon, and I'm going to tell you a little bit about what these teams are doing. I won't be switching the names right away. Why? Because I'm a pro. One of the best in the world. I think, look, I don't often brag about myself, but if I need to talk about nothing for 3 minutes while someone eats some pizza, I'm at least top 5 at doing that. I'm not saying I'm Kevin Hart levels of talking about something, bringing the energy or something like that. That's not me. I'm not that guy. I'm not going to sell out a stadium because I can fill 3 minutes of time while someone has a slice of pizza. But can I talk about a slice of pizza for a little while? Yeah. Can I talk while someone eats a slice of pizza for a little while? Absolutely. Can I ask myself questions while someone eats pizza for a little while? Unclear. Still to be found out. It's not clear if that's the case, but it looks like these 2 teams are almost ready right here as we are going to head into game number 2. I really like the composition we saw from Toplane Gamer, so I'm not sure what they're going to pull out in game 2 because they had some wild picks in game 1 and they were still able to secure a big win. It's going to be something to see which team is able to take game number 2 as we head into our Pokemon selection screen right here. I'll switch the names here in a moment. Toplane Gamers, your purple team. IX, your orange team right here. We've got a Cramorant locking in, Shell Bell Energy Amp. Let's freaking go. We've got a Buddy Barrier and Energy Amp as well on Bulby, playing the Zeraora. Pika Diff bringing out that Hoopa right now. We see possible Zarinas for both teams as Gotlu is on the Greedent, one of their staple Pokemon. Potato switching over from that Garchomp carry to a Hoopa right now as we see Sixies moving around the board trying to figure out what they want to play. Let's take a look. It looks like OG is going to be locking in that Zarina, and Rin once again on the Snorlax, a Pokemon we saw them dominate with earlier in this tournament.
Did Sixies get a 3rd held item?
I don't think they
Hopefully
did.
that's just lag on our part. I saw Muscle Band and Focus Band fill in there, but I did not see a third.
By the way, Vera May, thank you so much for the donation. I really appreciate that exclamation point donation. If you want to see how to support what's going on right here, I'm going to move these team names around. Are you ready, Jeff?
I am ready and good to go. We've got Hoopas on both teams in the second game. We've got Rin back on that Snorlax who was in the bottom path last time. Let's see these players go, go, go. The Dragonite is on the other foot with Sixties having access to that powerful securing Pokemon here as we see a 1-1-3 being executed for our top lane gamers here. The Slowbro looking to last hit some of these Pokemon in the bottom. And this is Arena, a melee character, attempting to stack in the bottom path.
All right, I got it all saved up here. Thank you so much, Jeff. Here, please continue.
See Gatlu in the top path, trying to, and missing the last hit there, but getting in some of its attack weight stacks. For those of you that are new, these stacking items mean why we see these players scoring aggressively in the early game. Every time they deposit these Aeos energy bits, their characters get stronger and stronger for the rest of the match, up to 6 times. We see Snorlax doing a similar play in the bottom path here, stacking a cookie and glasses, I believe.
Ooh, that Scald, I swear, is just such a brutal, brutal move, especially against Pokemon like Zeraora and Zarina, who do not want their attack to be lowered. If you are unaware, Scald not only does a ton of damage, puts out a slow, but it lowers their attack by 40%. It is brief, but at the same time, it can really shut down something that's trying to maybe throw out a big stomp and get a KO.
We see Hoopa from Potato rotating into the top path here to match 3-3, so that way they are not outnumbered in the path where their damage carries are present. We see Gatlu getting yet another score in here for a stack and some experience that propels them into Greedon, as we see an invade starting here with the Demon Squirrel versus the Zeraora.
The Demon Squirrel indeed. Gatlu looking pretty with that bow on the tail right here. Whoa! They actually left. They let him take it. I think he's going to make it all the way home.
Yeah, that portal, taking the portal back there for both the players when the buff Pokemon was as low as it was quite the decision, as Gatlu secures yet another buff here. And can they get out? Covet's coming. We are resistant to hindrances.
Wow, what a play. I mean, I think Gatlu needs to figure something out and change their sleep schedule, because whatever they're on right now is insane. I can't believe some of the plays they are making right now.
I would again like to remind everyone watching at home that Gatlu outlasting those players was also done on ping.
Wow. I mean, this is just insane. Gatlu is playing the games of their life right now. I have to imagine that they're barely awake, partially asleep, and at points entering a dream world where their body is almost taking over mechanically because they've done this so much.
They're just playing on pure adrenaline, Spragels. They're awake by that alone, and they're twitchy, and they're hitting all the buttons at exactly the right moments. Or perhaps the fact that they're playing on ping makes their sleep-addled state make everything line up perfectly.
Oh, yeah, that makes a lot of sense. As we actually take down this goal, look at this Serena. Boom, boom. 999 with a huge KO right there. This is being secured right now by top lane gamers. They're playing some fantastic Pokemon Unite today.
Yeah, we see a little dance there from the Potato. Like, we've got a charge coming up, and we know exactly what we're doing here. As Dragonite looks to launch in here with the Unite move and get blasted. All
right, here comes OG trying to push Sixties off right here, who may or may not have a third held item. I would love for someone to check Unite API to see if they actually were able to get a third item in here. But here come the stomps. Here comes the Greedon Unite. This is secured, and it's pushing towards this top goal.
We're going to see this walk on in here, allowing us to get a 40 from Gatlu and a 20 and a 24 for a nice 35 overcap here in the top path.
If
again,
they break
kind
it.
of waiting. Oh, are they just not breaking at all? I feel like they're waiting till the end, right?
I think so. They put a 1 in there, and now they're going to break it.
Well, the Snorlax is stacking too, right? So I think they're trying to just get an extra stack there and also delay these catch-up Audinos spawning slightly in the top path.
That makes total sense. Yeah, I mean, the longer they take to spawn, the less experience they give him. Zarina coming in here with a big Unite. OG trying to pick something up here as both of them are kind of hyper overpowered from their Unite, and it does go down.
You see Snorlax being like, yeah, I'm here. I've got amnesia. You can't have the point. Good luck. Godspeed. And we see everybody on IX even being like, yep, not pushing a Snorlax off that, or Slowbro off that point.
25 seconds here until Dreadnought is spawning, our second Dreadnought of the match, and Toplane Gamers playing a phenomenal game of Pokemon Unite. Both teams, however, looking pretty solid for this next fight. Lots of Unite moves to go around, and both Hoopas ready to bring the teams to this fight.
This team often kind of sets the tone for the team fights. This is the first kind of almost late game team fight. Everybody's got Unite moves here. How do these team comps line up into each other as we battle here? And it looks like it's incredibly close, he says, as multiple members of Toplane Gamers go down.
That's right. Toplane Gamers not getting the best of this fight right here. It looks like they were the second one to use the Hoopa Unite, and because of that, they were able to get the stuns earlier, IX was, and that looked like to be the difference maker for them. However, the Dragonite comes in with a massive Hyper Beam. Are you kidding me?
Volbeat goes down there, I believe. Nope. Oh, there we go. Finally, can the Cramorant go down, or will it get 60s first? The 60s making it out on the Dragonite at level 12 there is huge. As you then getting a little Hyper Beam on the bees on the way out there.
Coming from the chat, Grand Theft Dreadnought. That is the case, I am strong. Absolutely. What a steal here. They were around long enough for Dragonite to get all the way down there and pick that up. This Rotom actually might be taken away from Zarina right here, however. Well, Hyper Beam coming in. Never mind.
60s is on point here. No ping, no problem. Let's go ahead and secure every objective last hit with this Dragonite here this evening.
My chat is saying I think actually they are not on ping. They are a purple team, correct? Do we have that right?
Yes, our purple team is playing on ping.
Oh, I thought they were not playing on ping because they're purple. I guess I don't really realize how the bar works.
So the sides of the map are based on who's the top or bottom of the lobby, and who gets on ping versus not is dictated by the total number of players in the lobby and some hidden calculation thing. But essentially, if my spectator client is green ping, it means our EU friends here are going to be on bad ping.
Smart! I didn't understand it. Now I do.
We see a fight here for IX Gaming, pushing them up into the top point. Rin super low on the Snorlax, but staying in with the shield that their block gives them here. Will they finally go down? They grab the berry, which still heals a good bit at that point, thanks to Snorlax is passive.
Wow, I can't believe Snorlax makes it out of there. A real borderline moment there, and things have already been pretty borderline today, and now it is heading back to base. Final Dreadnought coming up. Possibly the final Zapdos for IX Gaming. They have got to win this one, or they are going home, and Toplane Gamers will be heading to our grand finals.
This is the lower bracket. They lose, they are out. They don't want to be third place, they want first place. IX Gaming needs to win this match and the next one to move back to see Blvckhvnd again in our winners finals.
Here we
winners
go.
Grand finals.
It looks like 5 seconds left until Zapdos. Both teams pretty ready for it. Blaine actually getting caught a little bit by 2 Pokemon right here, using a Unite move to hold Zarina. I'm wondering if they're buying enough time so that hopefully their team can rip, but no, it doesn't seem like it. Oh, wow, they're actually scoring right now. They're moving into their base to score. Currently, Dragonite scoring in the main. Gotlu scoring in the top path. They're not even looking at Zapdos right here, as it does go down to IX, but points are already on the board. A ton of points here for Toplane Gamers.
Yeah, we see 424 to 145. Rin is walking across here, 317, but they're still down by over 100 points. Are we going to see, is this our first Zapdos and lose game of the day?
It might be our first Zapdos and lose game. We're going to have to see. Right now, Potato heading home. They still can put more points on the board, but they're about to find out in 10 seconds that they are way, way ahead.
Yeah, I mean, the Zarina got a couple more points in the center here, and we're going to have to see IX Gaming put something together here, or their tournament is over.
Wow, what an incredible play here from Top Lane Gamers. They recognized they were way up and they could just go score. IX couldn't do anything about it, and they couldn't take Zapdos fast enough or get enough points in after they did.
Yeah, and this is a point where they could even potentially give this outside point, depending on how the points go in, and still be ahead. We're up by over 160 points here on the left side for these players.
Wow, and here comes a massive fight. Snorlax pushing him off. Big Unite moves coming down. We have a Zeraora Unite putting some damage on the board, but it looks like Gotlu just spinning and winning here in this fight. Look at this Greedent trying to pick off Hoopa for the KO. 3 members down here. 4 IX, 4 down. That's going to be the game. Top Lane Gamers are heading to your grand finals. IX Gaming is heading home. There's the spin. Gotlu is ready for bed, but not until they win a grand finals.
Is Gotlu aware that they have to play best of 5 for the grand finals and might be awake for another hour?
Gotlu wants this, Jeff. You could see it in the way they're playing. Top Lane Gamers. Did we ever find out if Sixies had a third held item? I'm very, very curious what happened with that. I really, really want to know if someone could check Unite API. Taking a look at the damage here. Just such an impressive round once again from Top Lane Gamers. IX, an incredible team. They fought their hearts out, but it really felt like Top Lane Gamers were in control of that whole thing.
Yeah, and just incredible damage numbers across the board for almost every player in this game. Even Pikadiff on Hoopa for our right side team, putting up 62,000 damage inside of that game.
Yeah, Gotlu needs some sleep, says Narrator 4 in the chat. I understand it. They need sleep, but they can't stop winning. They will keep themselves awake because they simply cannot lose. And now they are heading into a grand finals. This is going to be really exciting here.
And we're guaranteed to see at least 3 games here in this best of 5. We're going to see 15 different Pokemon from each team, possibly 20 or 25.
All right, let's take a look here. I'm going to pop back out to our 2 talking heads, Jeff. We are just about ready for the grand finals here. Our teams are raring to go. Obviously, Blvckhvnd has been put on ice for a little bit here, so they need to get back in this and win some games. We have Top Lane Gamers ready to win this thing. I am going to hit you with a quick BRB. Do we have a lobby already?
I am looking. I do not have a lobby code just yet.
Okay, almost. We are almost at our grand finals. Stay right there. If you leave this stream right now, you will regret this for the rest of your life. There will be a moment with your family surrounding you on your deathbed, and they will look into your eyes, and they will ask where you are. Where are you? Are you still with us, Grandpa? This is what your family is saying to you right now, but you can't even be present with them because you will regret this moment so much. Wow. We'll be right back. All right, everybody, yeehaw to you and yours. We are coming back here, and we are just moments away from our grand finals. Thank you all for hanging out. What a day of casting Pokemon Unite. We've got our lobby ID. We have a ton of you here. We did hit 2K likes in the chat. I truly have no idea what we were going to get for 2K likes, but I really am happy we hit it. Thank you all for liking. I appreciate it. Whoa, Tommy with the 10 gifted memberships. What a freaking hero. Thank you, thank you, thank you. We are doing this here. Our teams are loading in, Jeff. I cannot wait.
I am excited to see what these teams bring, not only just because they're excellent players, but there's a good chance we see 4 or 5 games here for our grand finals. And like 15 Pokemon is a lot more than the 5 that you usually play with. 25 Pokemon is almost 50% more than that. And if we were at the bottom of the barrel before, when we were at 15, man, there's like Mr. Mimes and Garchoms and all sorts of unmentionables lurking around on the ground underneath the barrel to get to 25 selections on each team.
Jeff, I'm doing the math here, and it looks like 25 is actually bigger than 5 by perhaps even a factor of 3 or more. So it's very possible that these teams, like you said, are going to be scraping the bottom of the barrel. Now, does that mean they're going to be playing Outrage Dragonite? Almost assuredly not. But they might play Mr. Mime. You're correct. A low tier choice. This is going to be amazing. Top lane gamers against Blvckhvnd. And you know, this isn't the exact setup, but these teams are kind of possibly going to face off at Worlds. And this is a little bit of a preview of what they could bring out, not only with some of their best Pokemon, but maybe some of their tier 2s and 3s.
And 4s and 5s, you know, depending on how deep things go here. And perhaps one of these players will realize during this tournament that they do in fact like slamming with one of these characters, and we'll see them play them in a different setting that's less restrictive even once they get a feel for things.
Something that I always love is seeing one of the best players in the world play with some of these Pokemon that people think are not so hot, and then they can show you against other players who are the best in the world what they can actually do with them, and it changes the way people view these Pokemon.
Spragels, I have to interrupt you because Tommy has upgraded their membership to Jake 4 Most Evil tier. What makes tier 4 the most evil tier?
Well, it's the Jake 4 tier. It's simply the most evil tier, and I have multiple tiers of my membership, and if I'm remembering correctly, and I might not here, the most evil tier is the top tier that you can achieve, it being the most evil. It being sponsored by Jake number 4, Jake who wears a cape, who we have not seen in a very, very long time. We don't know what has happened to Jake number 4. It is a mystery. And I also believe if you're a tier 4 member, you can get all the perks of the previous tiers, like playing in members only streams, connecting on social media, and then I believe you also can send me a gameplay of yours and I can give you a review. I believe that's tier 4.
I have to ask because you implied now that there is a Jake 4. Does this mean there are also Jakes 1, 2, and 3?
Yeah, there are Jakes 1, 2, and 3. Wow. So there's a lot of lore here, Jeff, that you might not understand, but so here's the situation with the Jakes. At first, there was Jake 1. At least we thought it was Jake 1, but it might have possibly been Jake 2 all along. At some point, Jake number 1 or 2 got a little conspiratorial and was murdered by Jake number 3. Jake number 3 ended up being one of the most conspiratorial of all the Jakes. They had to send in Jake number 4 to deal with Jake number 3. Eventually, the two of them had a showdown and they came out to an uneasy alliance. The real question is, who is pulling all of the strings behind the scene? What is going on with all the Jakes? Why are they put in here to make content? All that matters is that they're cowboys for content, but why? Why churn out so much content? Where is the actual Jake number 1? And then recently, Jake number 1 returned with a yeehaw so powerful that it could change the dynamic of the world. What does this mean for the other Jakes? What does this actually even mean for Jake number 1? I don't know. But then Jake number 3, who I forgot to mention, had disappeared for a while, came back. And it seems that Jake number 3 has no memory of what has happened to Jake number 3 before. Jake 4, still missing. Jake number 5, by the way, liked Mediterranean food. That was his only characteristic.
Now, I might regret asking this question after hearing all of that.
Sure.
Which Jake are you?
Currently, it would be reasonable to assume, it'd be reasonable to assume I'm Jake 6, I think, right now. I think.
Okay. So Jake 6 is the Jake that I know, and there were many before him.
If I'm
Or
wearing
maybe
this hoodie,
after or parallel to him, depending on how this multiverse works.
if I'm wearing this hoodie, I'm Jake number 3. This is clear, okay? The rest of it's very confusing, but
Okay.
I hope that explains my membership tiers at least somewhat.
Oh, right. We were talking about membership tiers. I understand where we started.
Yeah, right now the chat is saying this is the 4 a.m. talk. This is our 4 a.m. talk,
I would like the record to reflect that it's not even 9 p.m. where Jake 3675 that is currently speaking to us is broadcasting from.
Yes, according to the chat, Chris Evans will play Jake 1. That's true. Chris Evans will play me in the Jake movie, but it won't be as well received. People will always like more sort of the more cheerful Jake movies where, of course, you've got Tim Allen and you have Tom Hanks teaming up to be 2 different Jakes. Now that was an exciting pairing.
I've got 5 players on each team teaming up in this Pokemon Unite lobby as we are getting ready to start our grand finals here. Press the button, friends.
Ooh, we got a request.
That's a stack.
We got a that's a stack there in the chat. There you go, everybody. Quick request. There we are. Boy, oh boy, we are ready. Our grand finals is happening. You are now the leader, it says in the lobby, Jeff. So I think they're just about ready to do this. Blvckhvnd versus the Toplane Gamers.
Sure, we have all our players here. It's probably 5 a.m. for the folks at the top, so I want to make sure they're mostly awake and not just drooling on their controllers.
Yeah, right? Here we go. Best of 5. Huge games coming out here. We've got that's a snack in the chat. True. That's a snack. Jake first drama win. Yeah, I know. We need some Jake. Oh, I don't know what K-drama is. I think I know what that is, but I don't know what it is. Jeff, it feels like you know things. What's that?
What's a K-drama? Spragels, I was born in the 1900s. I don't know what a K-drama is.
I know. Both of us were born in the late 1900s. Think about that. Okay? That's how they're going to talk about us.
That is. Those crazy millennials as we head on in to our character selection screen for our first of potentially 5 games of our Pokemon. What are we calling the format again? I guess I'm going to be
a showdown.
Showdown format here as our top lane gamers begin locking in their top lane characters.
Here we go. I'm getting the team name set up if you want to let everybody know what is happening.
We have Mime from Blaine. We have Garchomp from Potato. We have Gatlu hovering the Greedon here, and Sixies. Will they get 3 items on their Pikachu this time through? They only had 2 on the Dragonite. We've got 1 on the Pikachu. No, Sixies, pick quickly. Quickly, Sixies. We have 3 items on Sixies, Pikachu, and Gatlu locking in that Machamp looking to carry.
I was told, I guess Gatlu said that they did not have a 3rd item here, but take a look at this. We've got Toon on that Gengar. We got a couple of ghosts down here for Blvckhvnd looking pretty fresh. And then, of course, Mime and Garchomp. They said it worked for us last time. Let's run it back.
We've got 3 spooky ghosts and a Halloween Lucario. Look out here. We have folks setting up a haunted house here in their Pokemon Unite team.
Here we go. Top lane gamers, your purple team. Blvckhvnd, your orange team. These are the grand finals of the summer showdown. It has all come to this. These final, possibly 5 or maybe more if there was a bracket reset, games to figure out who is the best.
We see the 1-1-3 execution here with 3 characters for Blvckhvnd on the right, getting kind of an edge here as they push up with the Phantom and use that distraction to secure the first of these 5 Audinos in the bottom path here.
And take a look at Slash right here, coming back in. Blaine just getting pincer attacked right there, but somehow making it out, and it looks like they are all going to make it back, even though it got very close to one of them going down here. Slashcan still getting pretty low here as it pushes up and fights towards this Pikachu. Curios just continuing to secure some of this experience here.
A little bit more conservative play in the bottom path. They don't want to get pushed up too much as we see a Lucario going down perhaps here. Can Focus Band get them out on a razor's edge with the last pixel? They escape before these bees come up.
Ooh, and Gotlu here looking mean, heading up to this Corphish. Looks like it won't be ready. Oh, no, coming right back down for these bees. Toon Slim coming in here, and it looks like they're going to be saved.
Gengar?
Oh, it's a Hex Gengar, baby. Hex Gengar is the new way to play.
That is exciting here as we see Lucario and Hoopa dancing around in the top path, spreading their characters out a little bit, starting with that 1-1-3 composition, but splitting into a 2-1-2 to match their opponents here as another fight looks to be breaking out in the top path here.
I'm going to let you cast for a second, Jeff, while I set up a poll for our chat. Looks like people want to vote on who's going to win this one here.
We see Overlord hitting that level 5 power spike on their Lucario first. Still have yet to see an extreme speed or a power-up punch as things start to get extreme here. And Overlord is pushed out of the Hoopa portal and then subsequently escapes on a sliver of life. This is such a greedy cap. Going for 20 on a sliver and then getting out with the Hoopa portal. There is no justice or punishment in the world, Spragels.
Taking a look at Potato right here. I mean, this is just once again the story of this Garchomp. They need experience, and it's really hard to get as that little Gibble as Overlord continues to stack up in this top path.
We see Lucario on power-up punch, it would look here, from RSG, if I caught that correctly here. Yep, power-up punch, likely into a close combat, looking to be able to secure objectives here in this game with their Lucario.
And they got some nice objective secure here on top lane gamers. I'm not sure what the Pikachu is running, but if it has Electro Ball, we've got a lot of secure. Overlord showing them why you play extreme speed.
Yeah, extreme speed, much worse at securing objectives, much better at cutting across multiple people in the team fight. Only 2 members in the top path for Blvckhvnd here, but one of them had extreme speed, so that really didn't matter.
Ooh, taking a look at here, we've got Toon already level 9 coming down here for this Dreadnought, looking to pick up a KO on Blaine. Just looking for that poor Mr. Mime all alone down here in the bottom path as they are getting ready to secure this Dreadnought, and really no one's there to stop them.
On interaction, Gengar's jump resets if it hits a target with a status condition. That includes something sleeping from Wigglytuff, right?
I do not know if that is actually the case. It feels like it should be, but I don't know if sleep counts.
That'll be something to maybe watch for here as Gengar gets, good Unite move here. Are we using it to engage or just to escape as Gengar runs around the map?
And here it is back, taking down this Pikachu right here, fighting Gotlu. Looks like it has no more escape right here. It's going to have to turn and fight. Able to take down the Mime. No, just barely getting out of there, but the poison takes it down.
Huge knockout there for them after the fact. Our Trevenant here using a Unite move to take down the Lucario, maybe start pushing the edge that they have to start here. Hoopa looking to get their level 9 before that Dreadnought spawns here. Gatlu kind of threading the needle's edge here. Can they get punished? And they do. What a big knockout here for our Hoopa.
Yeah, that might have just been a little too much for Gotlu right there. Bit off more than they can chew. I have a donation that says from Cam, Jake 1 is Tobey Maguire, Jake 2 is Andrew Garfield, Jake 3 is Tom Holland. Change my mind. Well, the question is, are we going to change their mind? I don't know if we will, Jeff.
I think Tom Holland sounds like an excellent choice to play someone who loves Mr. Mime. Who doesn't love an underdog story played by Tom Holland?
Oh, of course. I mean, look, he's an amazing Spider-Man. I wasn't sure at first, but then you see that first move and you recognize this kid's got it. That undescribable thing. Here we go. Potato pushing towards this bottom path goal. Looking to maybe do some damage. Just steal a berry here. And it looks like Potato looking to push possibly this Hoopa out. Wow, what a heads-up play there by Potato.
Yeah, something to note here. this Hoopa can bring in some friends, and all of our blue team does not have a Hoopa to pull them in here, and all of Blvckhvnd is here, and they are looking to push their advantage. They're not even going to have to push their Unite buttons here to secure this objective.
Blvckhvnd is looking fantastic here in this match, just doing an incredible job dispatching top lane gamers right now. So we're going to have to see if top lane gamers can get back in this thing. Overlord here already at level 11. Wow, this is a huge pickup though. Big KO.
We're going to see some Unite moves popping off in this engagement top path, I would wager. We're at that 4-minute and 15-second mark. So this is the last point a lot of characters can use their Unite move and still have them back again for that zap fight at the 2-minute mark.
I see Compton in the chat saying, someone explain Gotlu. Is it 2 people? I don't understand. I don't understand. And I explained the Jake verse lore. I don't know what that means at all.
You see Wigglytuff getting out on the thinnest of margins here as Gatlu's only level 12 here. Used to seeing Gatlu at a much larger level than that, but they have just not been able to get KOs inside of any of these engagements from this game.
And here we go. A big fight happening, and there's that Unite move we looked for, but it does not find purchase. No one goes down. They're leaving on a sliver of health right here. Overlord actually maybe staying possibly a little too long. If they can find a power-up punch or this Mime Unite maybe coming in, looking to pick up a KO right here, chasing it down, but not able to make it happen. Still looking for it. Overlord so incredibly low. Toon now dealing with this Mime as it gets confused and thrown into a wall, but here come the hexes and Mime goes down.
Yeah, I thought the Mime might be able to juke Gengar there, but Toon's an excellent player with phenomenal micro, not going to get taken out by that.
All right. Overlord. Oh, still here.
What?
Still, wow.
Okay.
Okay.
You're just like, this one's a sure hit. It's gonna get you.
We gotta take you down here. Toon looking incredibly strong. Level 14 Gengar right here. Pikachu looking for this KO. This could be a big one. Trying to run it down, but not able to take Toon out. Obviously, a level 14 KO would be massive.
Yeah, in fact, speaking of knockouts here, it looks like Pikachu is going down here. They're going to be low enough level that they will be respawned for the Zapdos with plenty of time. And Blaine and Wigglytuff here just break it off for each other. Slash had kind of acknowledging, hey, you're going to confuse and get me if I keep chasing you here.
All right, Slash looks like they're making their way to the center here. We've got our first Zapdos of these grand finals. Couple Unite moves down. It looks like Gotlu's Unite still charging. Nope, they just got it up right here. 3 seconds until Zap, and they did take this Dreadnought here. Blvckhvnd in a really strong position for this fight.
Yeah, a lot of level 14s from Blvckhvnd. They're up almost 200 points on the scoreboard. They just get to chill here for a little bit. Can Gatlu make a move with their Unite? That's going to be the biggest thing that could potentially swing this. Is Gengar getting caught here?
Oh, possibly. Wow.
Deal.
Gengar makes it out, uses its Unite move to escape, but coming back in to re-engage, and
man.
that is secured by top lane gamers while they push this Gengar out. It looks like they were able to take this. However, one player going down. We do get a score here from RSG999 in this top path, but they go down as well. Not a ton of points being put in. 4 members right now of top laners down.
Yeah, we're going to see some of them start to come up here, but there's a lot of them here. The Mime is their best character to have left here. It buys a lot of time and is durable, and it looks like this fight is about to pop off from the top. That's a big reset here.
Wow, huge reset. This match is so incredibly close. Mime saving the day. Jeff admitting that they were wrong about this Pokemon. This match has everything you could want in game 1 of these grand finals. Right now, 253 to 224. Top lane is up, but not by much.
Yeah, very small differential here. The 11 points in the pockets of the Gengar could be the make or break difference here as they get up to, 22. Not quite enough, I suppose, here. They got to grab a little bit more Eos energy. 16 would do it if they can get in.
Pikachu goes down, but now Toon has more Eos energy, so they might not be able to score the way they would like to. This fight continuing here at this bottom path. No one able to put points on the board.
And this game is over here as our EU players playing on ping yet again look to be up in the first game of this grand final.
Wow, incredible right here. Top lane gamers taking game number 1 with a Garchomp and a Mr. Mime.
Yeah, really fantastic showing there.
Incredible from Top Lane Gamers. What a match. And I mean, just ripping that Zapdos away from them after they were able to push that Gengar out of the big fight. What a play right there, secured by 999.
Score there, fantastic extra score from Blaine at the end, kind of acknowledging, hey, they might get a push and be successful here. So rather than just defending, I'll go and get some extra points on the scoreboard for ourselves. Ton of knockouts from Toonslim, but ultimately getting caught out in that engagement in the Zapdos pit at the end, allowing our left side team, Top Lane Gamers, to take that important objective off the board and ultimately win the game because of it.
Wow, take a look at that. 19 KOs, 105,000 damage. That Hexgar looking insanely brutal in that game. And of course, some big plays, like you said, by Blaine on the side of Top Lane Gamers, the Mr. Mime. Damage all around looking pretty solid, but a really, really big match here damage-wise for Toonslim.
Definitely. We're waiting for our players to get us on into a lobby code for our second game of this series. And our lower bracket players are the Top Lane Gamers, right? So if they manage to win this set, we have a second one?
That would be correct. I believe those are the rules. I do not remember, but I believe we have a bracket reset if they are able to win this thing. Popping back out to our two talking heads. Here we are as we're getting ready for game number 2. And boy, this best of 5 series, I think, is where it's going to get the most interesting by far. We're at least going to see 3 games. At least. We could see 5. And if we see 5 games, we are going to see some crazy, interesting Pokemon selection from these two teams. Already pretty exciting, where we have a Mime and a Garchomp in game 1.
Not only do we have Mime and Garchomp in game 1, Spragels, but the Mime Garchomp Hoopaless comp just broke down the Hoopa comp from Blvckhvnd to start in the first game of the series.
Yeah, that's true. And each team will get a Hoopa, each team will get a Blissey, each team will get a Machamp. But boy, I mean, is it the Machamp diff once again? I mean, Machamp is just the Pokemon to see here in these games.
I don't even know that first game was necessarily the story of Machamp like we saw. I think the big thing that stands out in my mind was just Toon getting caught out of position in that endgame fight and then being forced to retreat while they were able to take that objective out.
I totally agree, and it looks like our competitors are loading into the lobby. We have game 2 coming at you here in just 1 second. I want to thank everybody for the donations, for becoming members. I really, really appreciate it. Our grand finals, here we go. Jeff is checking to see if everyone is ready, and we're going to be heading into game 2. I'm seeing that someone in the chat's losing steam. They need to watch out. We need a watch out gamer moment. This is going to be a watch out gamer match, everybody. Watch out gaming is in full effect right now in our grand finals. What a series of games. We are 8 hours and 30 minutes into this series. Incredible. Into
this
tournament. That's a way better way to word it.
The series is about 15 minutes in at this point.
No, I think we've been watching these two teams go back and forth for 8.5 hours. And you can't convince me otherwise. Let's see what we got. Looks like they're ready to go. And we're moving in here to game number 2.
Fire it off.
All right. Taking us into our Pokemon selection screen. I'm going to mess with names, and Jeff's is going to break this whole thing down.
All right, how many top lane Pokemon do we have for the top lane gainers to leverage? Lucky for them, Zeraora was recently brought into playable prominence here. We see Overlord locking on in that Machamp, just easily the story of the tournament so far. Elo locking in a Ninetales here. Probably going to see that Ice Path in the bottom that we've seen from them before with that Mamoswine plus a 9. Toonslim floating over a few different things here for the central area pick on Blvckhvnd.
All right, taking a look here. Overlord on that Machamp. Could be the Machamp diff. We got the Krusty Boy coming out. We've got the Zarina. We've got a double stacking Slowbro. Let's freaking go. That's the exact build that I love. Stack it up, Sixies.
When you pair your Hoopa pick team with the Slow Smoke Crustal Spragels, that's when you know the 5 a.m. gaming has hit in full effect for the top lane gamers playing from the EU this evening.
Without question. I'm getting a question in the chat, though. How have we not seen more Delphox today, asked Tyler Melton. I agree. I thought we'd see way more Delphox.
Yeah, it's a character that is still relatively new to competitive play. You know, it wasn't legal in the regional tournaments that were the last big tournament that happened before this. So I think a lot of this style of tournament where you need this deep character pool definitely comes from players' comfort with whatever they have to play, because they're playing such unique mixes of things they don't have a lot of experience with.
Here we go. Overlord. It looks like getting ready to fight here in this bottom path. Interesting place to see a Machop doing some damage to Potato, pushing him back right here. 6 he's looking to score. Of course, they are double stacking, so they need these points.
Overlord getting the last hit there, but narrowly escaping to get that berry. There's definitely a danger to playing on your opponent's side here as Blvckhvnd gets Zarina out on the Razor's Edge.
Wow, really, really close fight here in this bottom path. And now we see Absol actually making their way to this bottom path here. We're going to have 3 members of Blvckhvnd top, and they're just going to be fighting a Crustle, it looks like.
Looks like Toon kind of acknowledging, hey, Absol's not here yet. I need to get bottom to help my friends out. Can they make an impact, though? There are so many people here. Toon, back it up here a little bit. This is a lot of folks, even when you're on your point.
Ooh, big catch here on the Absol. It missed its first Night Slash. It was not able to get out of that situation right there. Zarina is going to go ahead and evolve, but that was a really nice catch by Toon onto that Absol.
We see, despite its wonderful hat, Crustle is a little bit behind in this top path, which is kind of to be expected. These two characters, Ninetales and Mamoswine, are some fantastic early game bullies when it comes to the amount of stuns that they provide.
Yeah, the freeze lane is just so difficult to deal with here. Blaine not able to get much done, but again, like you said, it's just a Crustle all alone. They knew this was going to be the case.
Yeah, you're accepting that Pokemon Unite is a team game, and sometimes you're going to be ahead, and other times you're going to be behind, and you hope that your teammates are able to pick up the slack when you end up in a position where you're put behind.
Oh, this is what my solo queue players are doing. They know I can hold the lane by myself. That's why they're all leaving.
We see a narrow escape from the Hoopa there, who chooses to go back in. They get a dunk, but I have to imagine they're going to pay for this with getting knocked out here.
I would assume.
And they get out again.
No way.
Pokemon?
No way.
It comes back again.
I can't believe it came back. Oh my gosh. Jeez.
When you get away with it the first time, you're like, no, that's got to be it, right? You stay out this time.
Oh, there goes the Zarina. Toon just doing some work here in this bottom path, but you know, only level 7 coming into this Dreadnought here. That is not good for Charizard. Charizard wants to be level 9, or at least as close as possible, so hopefully it can unite here at Dreadnought.
I mean, everybody's kind of low level, right? Like, Absol has just ticked level 8 here for our top laners team.
I guess Toon's picking up some experience here, making it to 8.5 by the time Dreadnought spawns, so they knew that they could hang out in this bottom path and get it done. I wonder if they're going to peel off to try to get 9. It looks like they are, moving back towards their center area, trying to get 9, and they get it. Ilo giving them that little chew on the Ludicolo, and here comes a big Unite move onto Gatlu. They're going down.
Slam him down and knock him out here as we see Charizard and some heavy breathing commence here for Blvckhvnd as Charizard pushes them out of the pit, so their team is able to secure this Dreadnought largely uncontested.
Yeah, nobody's here. Ninetales gets that big secure right there, and things are looking very good for Blvckhvnd right now. Toon with a huge play. I think that was exactly what he needed to do. Peel off from the fight, grab some experience, become Charizard, and then just dominate.
You see Machamp here getting some extra stacks on point while the top lane gamers live up to their name, being in the top path and ultimately losing this Rotom still.
Oof. Blaine at level 8, very close to a Unite move here, but not quite, as they are getting pushed around by Slash here on that Mamo. Top goal, Rotom going in. The question is, how many points do they want to put in? Do they want to break it? What do they want to leave it at? And who is going to be the one to score?
You see some smaller points going in here, and the point eventually breaking there before the end. Top lane gamers pulling the trigger on some Unite moves here, looking to get some catch-up experience with these knockouts here. Clash Can, huge stuns along with damage from Charizard, ultimately escaping with this very durable character.
Wow,
Zarina
incredible. Incredible. Wow, big double KO there from Slash. That did not go top lane gamers' way. Game 2 looking very good for Blvckhvnd.
As the two Slowbros telekinesis and scald and heal on each other. What a silly engagement.
Overlord taking a little bit of that, being picked up into the air right here, but it looks like neither of them really want to take this fight right now. Ninetales messing around with that Slowbro a little bit as well. Gotlu putting some more points on the board and getting caught out there. It looks like they are going to... No, there's no way they make it out of this. Okay, they go down.
Look at these defenders. Just absolutely delete the Absol. Definitely the types of characters that are best into these big burst style plays that Absol is capable of because of their incredible durability.
All right, we are heading...
Ooh, that was a great catch.
That was an incredible catch by Curious, and they're getting punished for it. They're just getting stomped on right here. Unite move coming right back. Overlord coming in to clean this thing up as they're trying to stop Toon Slim from making it into the air, but they are not able to do it in time, and now it is a Charizard in the sky burning everything down around them, taking down the Slowbro. Dreadnought is at 50%. Gotlu getting the KO on Char, possibly coming in for another, but getting picked up by Curios right here, and it looks like 4 members of Blvckhvnd are going to secure this Dreadnought.
Really just commanding game so far for Blvckhvnd. They're ahead on score by almost 100 points. They're up on levels. Every measurable metric currently sliding in the path of Blvckhvnd. Getting to break this point for top lane gamers means that this Rotom has a little bit extra value, though, for them.
All right, big ice dropping down onto Sixies right here. Slash just playing such an incredibly mean Mamoswine in this game number 2. You love to see it. It's just such a powerful Pokemon in this tournament when you have to move around and select multiple defenders.
Yeah, definitely a character that's looked really good with its pushes, allowing people to get put out of those Hoopa resets that they're trying to get. Whoa! Oh my gosh! Zarina Unite grabbing them there and giving them exactly enough time to all escape through the hyperspace hole there was incredible.
What a play. I mean, what a play on both sides. Potato going down. Sixies barely making it home, and this Rotom, no, coming back. They're coming back to fight. They want to continue to put the pressure on right here at this Rotom, or maybe they actually just made a mistake and didn't want to come back.
Yeah, I can't tell if this is the 5 a.m. hitting or not. There's a button. I need to push the button on that bounce back there. Definitely ambitious.
Here we go. 999 getting that level 12 right here. Level-wise, it definitely looks like this is Blvckhvnd's game. They are ahead of top lane gamers, which just means they're more ready for this final fight.
You see Unite moves for not Zarina or Crustle on the right side. And I believe that Zarina Unite might be at risk of not being back up here because of the late usage to save their players from that Hoopa hole we saw a few moments ago.
It was quite late. Crustle down here at a Dreadnought that is not going to spawn, so I have to assume they're looking for a sneaky score here in this bottom path right now. It looks like Blvckhvnd ready to fight right here. Nothing happening yet. Crustle not able to make the score happen. Ninetales sees it and pushes them off.
You see Toon Slim getting caught here a little bit, perhaps. Looking to, drop down and slam so they don't get caught out by people walking through this giant hyperspace hole as we see the Charizard burninate the countryside here, dealing lots and lots of damage.
Yeah, dealing a ton of damage right here. 4 going down, actually, for top lane gamers, and this is going to be a secure on this Zapdos for Blvckhvnd. Looks like Blvckhvnd is going to take a solid game number 2 here if they are able to score, which they should be. That's a GG from top lane gamers. We're heading to game 3 with the series all tied up.
Yeah, that means we are getting at least 4 games and at least 20 Pokemon out of both of the teams playing in this series in our showdown format.
Oh, I cannot wait. I cannot wait. This is going to be incredible. Game 3 already is going to bring some amazing picks, but Game 4 is when we really start to see the showdown format shine. These teams are playing their hearts out here. Blaine, you can see the Crustle pick only putting up 19k damage. I assume they wanted a little more from this Pokemon, but they did leave it alone for quite some time.
Yeah, Blaine had a really tough time in that top path, was left 2-1 against one of the meanest 2-player paths in the game with Mamoswine and Ninetales, so not really too much of a surprise that it struggled to really gain any traction in this game. The number that's really a surprise to me is Gatlu, only getting up to 32,000. Just no profitable engages at all for top lane gamers throughout the course of that.
Yeah, it looks like this just wasn't top lane gamers match. They just didn't have a combination that worked well for them. They had some moments at points throughout this where they looked like they had some decent setups, but overall they were just definitely taken to task. And I gotta say, the Pokemon I was most impressed by, wow, it is the MVP too, was Slash on that Mamoswine. I thought that was really incredible. Heading back to our talking heads here, Jeff, I thought that Mamoswine was just brutal throughout that match. It really impressive from Slash.
The stacking on Mamoswine, especially with that Icicle Crash burst, really lets it deal a surprising amount of damage. Characters like that and Trevenant, they're classified as defenders, but if you play them well and kit their items correctly, they're capable of putting up points.
Yeah, absolutely. We've got our next match coming up very soon right here. Game 3. This is where we start to see these teams pick some really interesting Pokemon. Obviously, if you've used Zarina and Machamp, you got Lucario back there. And of course, any of those three, we could still see that all-rounder combination happen. But we're heading to at least 4 games right here. So the question is, what do you want to bring into game number 3, knowing that you at least have a game 4? Pretty interesting from these two teams. I can't wait to see what they bring out in game number 3. Have we seen a Blissey yet?
I don't believe we have, no, because we didn't see Hoopa or Blissey for them in the first game, and we didn't see Blissey in the second game from them. We don't even see Blissey from either team yet, right? I'm looking back. We've been taking screenshots to log in checks. I'm going to be honest, by the time I get to game 4 or 5, I'm going to be delirious and forgetting who has played what already. But yeah, Blissey available for both of these teams still as we head on into the third game.
Well, I feel like we could definitely see a Blissey here, but knowing this is heading to a game 4, you might want to save it. I'm not sure. This is a pivotal game, though. You really want to win this one, give your team the momentum, pushing their way through this best of 5 series. So we're just going to have to see what these teams want to do here. It looks like we have a ready here from our team Blvckhvnd, and we don't yet have it here from top laners, but we should very, very soon as we head into a game 3. I'm hearing from Narrator 4 that it's 11:52 p.m. I appreciate you hanging out with us still, Narrator 4. I know this tournament's a long one, and of course, I appreciate the players as well for hanging out. Jeff, I appreciate you most of all.
As Narrator 4, does that mean there's Narrators 1, 2, and 3 as well, similar to our Jake mythology?
There's a lore there. Heading into our Pokemon selection screen, I'm moving names around, and Jeff's breaking it down.
We have our players kiting through a bunch of different things here. I'm not really going to comment, I think, until we see some green things lock in here, although I don't believe Overlord has played... Yeah, it doesn't look like Overlord has played Zarina yet, so I'm kind of expecting that to be a lock for them, even though we don't have a check mark yet. They basically always play the melee brawlers on their team. Slash can locking in the Blissey. We've got a Wigglypoof, perhaps, from RSG here. Potato loading up the special attack stacking Blissey here, along with Energy Amp, looking to get big bursts with that Unite move. And Sixie giving us a check mark and not on Talonflame. What a tease. Flip it over to the Sylveon here at the last minute.
All right, we got the Sylveon coming out. We actually have the Espeon from Curios. I believe we saw them run Espeon earlier. I can't remember, but I know that I have seen Curios play this Pokemon before. Something they are very, very solid with, playing it in that attacker role in the bottom path. Toon on the Dragonite, Gotlu on the Dragonite. We're going to have dueling Hyper Beams here in game 3.
I'm actually a little surprised to see both Blissey and Eldegoss for Blvckhvnd going into this game, because they're like out of supports now, right? Like,
I think you're forgetting about Mr. Mime, Jeff.
I believe they still have Wigglytuff available to them. Yeah, but I mean, like, jokes about making fun of Mr. Mime aside, it's not really a support character, right? Like, there's a number of characters in Pokemon Unite that are kind of misclassified in the game by default, and the role mine fills on teams is really more of a defender rather than a support class.
That's absolutely correct. It is absolutely more of a defender. It's interesting because some supports fall into this category essentially of a tank Pokemon, which feels a lot more like a defender. And you look at a Pokemon like Greedent and you would say, well, I don't really know what to call this, but I wouldn't really call it a defender.
Yes, Greedent, I always make the joke that Greedent is the 5th speedster whenever people talk about there only being 4 speedsters in the game still.
Yeah, I mean, it makes a lot of sense. Crustle, another one of those speedsters in a lot of ways. And here we have fight here in this bottom path. Blaine looking,
man.
Whoa, big catch
Huge
right there.
knockout.
Big catch. Blaine now level 4, and they can now push onto this Audino here. Just make sure that Curios cannot secure. Oh, actually, heading into it a little early.
Avalanche Ninetales Spragels. We could see some Blizzard action going on here for the top lane gamers.
I think so. And now we've got Curios on this Espeon, who does have some problems in the game. One of the lower win rate Pokemon, but also put into a team that knows how to play with it with these massive stuns and secures, an incredible Unite move. This could be a big, big Pokemon for them.
Yeah, I mean, and we see that secure coming across. I think Espeon has the best range secure in the game at this early game stage. It's rivaled in general only by Snorlax, I think, and that's a melee secure.
Yeah, this secure on Espeon is really amazing. I mean, the damage is crazy, the stun is huge, and you could see it kind of bullying Blaine here, actually pushing a Ninetales back.
Yeah, and for those that aren't familiar, when we say the character has a secure, that means it's capable of doing a big burst of damage all at once, allowing it to get the last hit on a wild Pokemon almost assuredly.
Oh god, I thought it meant social security. Oh no, who have I been giving my number to? It doesn't matter, it doesn't mean anything. All right, here we go. Sixie's going down. Big double KO from Overlord here, putting some points on the board as well, stacking it up. Gotlu trying to stop them, but both of them standing on point means they cannot. Grabbing a berry right here and then peeling out his Toon Slim is now standing trying to put some points on the board. Gotlu going down to another stomp. Overlord cannot be stopped. It can be stomped. There we go.
On me, Zarina. She is crushing this top path here as we take a look at the bottom where the top lane gamers are having a little bit better time where they are 3-2.
Wow. I mean, what a fight there for Blvckhvnd. Looking great. Heading down to the bottom path here with a Dragonite, a level 8 Zarina. Curios making their way to level 7 right here. They've got great secure for this Dreadnought right here. Let's see if they're able to get it because it's going down right now and they secure it with the Psyshock.
Secure from the Espeon. Espeon, the best secure on these objectives too. In addition to the burst that Psyshock's able to provide, the Psybeam also does damage based on the target's health, meaning it does a lot to these high health objectives.
Look at that, just putting some points on the board too. I mean, this is what we talked about with this Espeon pick. You know, when Espeon first came out, I was pretty excited about it, Jeff, especially because that was around the time that we were practicing for the tournament that we played in, and we all saw a lot of value in this Pokemon. I was surprised that more teams didn't try it out.
Yeah, Espeon is one of those characters where I look at its overall kit and you're like, this is good. It is one or two small numbers tweaks away from being a mainstay tournament Pokemon and even the mainline competitive format, I think.
Yeah, I absolutely agree. Taking a look here, Overlord just stepping on them, as we have mentioned before. This Zarina from Overlord is amazing. I believe this is the play that won them the North America Regionals as well, right? When they switched on to the Zarina and just started dominating.
Yep.
Yeah.
Swing and a miss there. Can't get them all, even as Espeon, as the Rotom gets walking at Blvckhvnd's outside goal here. Not really a big deal to push off here. Going to do that with plenty of time to spare, I think.
Blvckhvnd looking very good here in game number 3. Nice Unite move here from Curios, pushing them off. They're just trying to stop this Rotom from going in, but at the same time get some big KOs here onto top lane gamers. They are able to take that Dragonite down. Rotom goes down as well, chasing down Potato, seeing if they can get a KO on the Blissey, chasing down Wiggly right now, just trying to get some big KOs here as they push them back towards their goal.
No Hoopa on either team. We've got a Dreadnought getting ready to spawn in the bottom path, and we see Overlord and ToonSlim booking it down there. These two characters able to output a lot of damage and have secured they are going to rip this objective off the map ASAP.
Wow, looks like this is going down right here, and game 3 is really going in favor of Blvckhvnd right now. They're solidly in control of points, solidly in control of levels, fighting a little bit at this top path here. I don't know if they're going to be able to stop them, as they have I think every single member except one of Toplane gamers in the top lane. What are the odds?
We have Hyper Beams coming across here. Can Zarina with her Unite move come in here and clean things up? It's looking like the answer is yes.
Whoa! Not only was it Zarina, as soon as it landed, that Psy Shock from the Espeon. Really cool seeing Espeon absolutely pop off in this game. But I mean, Overlord is just Overlord and is just
popping
overlording.
Up and down. The stomps are happening. Doesn't care about these blizzards. Gatlu's coming up here on Dragonite. Does not. It gets the knockout finally on the Espeon, but at what cost, Spragels?
Wow, I mean, Overlord is just going crazy in this match. Playing insanely well, picking up KOs all over the place, coming in with some more big stomps. There's another one for Overlord. I mean, I think Overlord's going to start taking Gatlu's bell and start ringing the bell themselves.
You can see another knockout here. We see a Unite move from Espeon, just looking to get some value out of that here as these two characters continue to stomp and stomp and stomp. And finally, Overlord goes down, but not before ToonSlim and the rest of the squad push through and secure 4 knockouts in exchange for the Zarina.
Wow. I mean, if this is a tale of what is about to happen in a big team fight here, I'm very worried if I'm Toplane gamers, because this Zarina is taking control of everything.
We have that final and third Dreadnought of the match getting ready to spawn here in the bottom path. We see Slashcan pushing up to get vision with the Blissey here. Be interested to see where Zarina and Dragonite go here. They're clearing their central area. I have to imagine this Dreadnought's going to be a little bit of an afterthought here.
Yeah, I have to assume so as well. 2 minutes, 45 seconds. There's a good amount of time on it, but I mean, they're a very high level already. If they don't get it, it doesn't really matter, but they're going to. Oh, wait, actually, a little play here. A very late Unite move and a miss there from Gatlu. I gotta say, I'm scratching my head at that one. Maybe they're looking for a KO after the fact, but it just seems like they lost their Unite, didn't get a ton of value for it, and got pushed out pretty hard.
Yeah, remember, Dragonite's Unite comes up more frequently than other characters, but how much percentage you use determines on how far you jump, and that was a pretty long jump for Gatlu. They are definitely not going to have their Unite back when this timer hits 2 minutes.
Oh, wow. This is going to be interesting. Zapdos coming up in 5 seconds right here. The question is, does Blvckhvnd want to rip this to pieces? They must know that Gatlu does not have a Unite, trying to push it out right here. Toon chasing it down, having to peel back, head back towards the Zapdos pit, and here comes that Serena picking up a big KO right there on Ninetales. Right now, 1 down here for Toplane gamers, as this fight is just kind of being skirmished around. A lot of kiting happening right now, and no real commitment to this fight.
Yeah, looking for that first big knockout as Blissey cuts across real large here. 60s perhaps looking to initiate a flip here, attacking the objective.
And it looks like Gatlu still does not have that Unite move, as it's taken up into the air. Ninetales with a big catch there on the Blizzard, but not able to get enough done with it. Zarina getting a double KO, now moving in for a triple KO, looking for the potato. Can it get the 4 KO? Dragonite secures here, and Blvckhvnd with just a dominant game number 3. They looked amazing here, and as long as they are not stopped from scoring, they're going to win this one.
Okay, now this is the game I'm interested to see. Game number 4 is going to be coming up here, Spragels. Overlord has played Zarina, they've played Lucario, they've played Machamp. Who's their top path character we go to next? Do we see them play Greedent? Do we see a Azumarill? Who do they reach for here?
I mean, I wonder the same thing. I've got to assume that Azumarill is on the table for sure. Zeraora also something that we see into the top path from time to time. Sword's always a possibility, but I know that's something that Toon plays extremely well. So I can't wait to see what they do here, as Blvckhvnd is now up 1 more game and they win the Summer Showdown Grand Finals.
17 knockouts for Overlord, 11 for Tombslin. Just absolutely dominating team fighting and damage dealing performances for these characters, with Kyrios putting up almost 6 digits on the Espeon.
Wow, take a look at that. 124,000 damage. I mean, the damage numbers here from Blvckhvnd are insane. And, you know, when you look at it, I feel like they really dominated that match. You felt it the whole time. Coming back to our talking heads here, you really felt it throughout that match. I felt like Blvckhvnd was in control of that entire thing. I can't wait to see a Game 4 and these team comps. We haven't seen it yet in this tournament. We don't know what teams are going to run when we head to a Game 4, as we talked about. A lot of the Pokemon that you expect are already taken. The Slowbros and the Blissies and the Hoopas, Machamps, Lucarios. Game 4 is going to be really interesting.
And remember, this is your tournament life if you are rooting for the side of the top laners here. They're coming up from the lower bracket. They are down 2-1 in this best-of-5 series. If they win this, they tie it up and we head to a 5th game. But if they lose, we are done. The tournament is over and we have our champions in Blvckhvnd.
I wonder what's going to happen here in game number 4. I know that the top laners must be tired. They have to be, but at the same time, it is time to turn this on. We're letting the players know that we are ready when they are. I'm sure there's a lot of conversation right now, right? About what exactly you are going to play in a game number 4, because this is a situation that realistically, heading into this tournament, you don't need to have much discussion about. When you're going to head to the grand finals, if you make a game 4 and 5, what are you going to play? This could be a moment where everyone needs to sit down and talk.
There were like some loose notes written down in a Discord chat at some point after you signed up for the tournament. Like, yeah, we can make the grand finals. And these are some fun ideas if we do. But these are not compositions that these teams likely spent time testing on the ladder, because they were only going to be relevant if they made it to this point at the very end.
This could be our final match, Jeff. If Blvckhvnd wins this, they close this series out. They win the Summer Showdown. And I mean, not only does it show that they're an impressive team inside of this format, they're also the representatives from North America making the regional finals champion win right here. This just shows that Blvckhvnd is a team to be reckoned with worldwide, and they can play a lot of different Pokemon.
I mean, if anything, I think the top laner's performance throughout this set, the fact that they got past IX Gaming in the lower bracket finals playing on Ping, is just honestly a monumental accomplishment.
I totally agree. Yeah, they are fantastic. It looks like our teams are ready as we are heading here into game number 4. I cannot wait. Oh boy, we've just got to have them hit the button, and we're going.
Give me the Azumarils, give me the Decidueyes, give me your... Gosh, what are other crappy Pokemon that people don't play? We haven't seen Delphoxes yet this series.
Yeah.
We haven't seen Glaceons.
You know, we could definitely see a Duraludon making its way into that center area. If you want someone who secures very well, you've got a Pokemon like this. According to Potato, I'm seeing the chat. They say that they are dying. Here we are heading in to this next game here. I'm going to change the names. Jeff's going to tell you the story.
Gatlu, speaking of Duraludon, Gatlu hovered Talonflame for a second there. I have to imagine that's a character that's going to be in their repertoires. They're locking in Greedent very quickly, or you're right. We haven't seen them play that yet, and it doesn't surprise me to see Greedent lock in here for the top laners in the match that decides their tournament life. This is a character they play really well, and they've played a lot of here. As we see Slashcan locking in items on the Crustle, we've got Toon Slim hover in the Garchomp, Overlord reaching for that Zeraora as their 4th top laner, Kyrios on the Venusaur. We see RSG99 locking in that Azu Potato on the Aegislash and X-Plane. And there's a Decidueye from Sixies. Let's go, friends.
Here we go. Blvckhvnd is up 2-1. Top lane gamers have to win this to stay in the tournament, but they've got Gotlu on the Greedent. They have Potato on the Sword. They have 999 on the Azumarill, Blaine on Cinder, Sixties on Decidueye. Can it beat Blvckhvnd? And Toon Slim coming out with that Garchomp pick.
Something noteworthy here, too. The only character in this match that has a medal of any sort on it was Gatlu on that green. They played a ton of this character here, and they have an incredible mastery with it. As we see Cinderace going into the bottom path here with Sixties playing center on the stacking Decidueye.
Here we go, heading down into this bottom path right here. We've got this Crustle Gotlu making their way to the bottom here, fighting with a Cinder. This is going to be pretty interesting. This is some weird pathing, Jeff.
Yeah, definitely. And I mean, even just Gatlu playing bottom path in general is not a place we typically see this. And I mean, like, just looking about, we see the invade on Toon Slim. I feel like they lose this pretty hard with Toon Slim having built up boosteds here.
It looks like they have lost that one. And Blaine, now we're seeing why it's so hard for Cinderace to play in path. You know, this is something talked a lot about this Pokemon, is just that it has a lot of trouble in path. And it's really because it can't secure last hits as well as many others. And now it's getting taken down right there. Gotlu may also see the same fate here. Whoa.
Ooh, that is a rock tube, Crustle.
Whoa. I don't know. A Rock Tomb Crustle. Here we go.
You see all of these stacks getting put in the top path here. Remember, it doesn't matter how much you deposit, just that you simply deposit here as you deposit Eos energy. As we see, can Decidueye get in yet again? And they can. They're going to get knocked out here, but they're fine with that. They got a bunch of attack weight stacks in there. Their Spirit Shackles are going to be boosted for the rest of this game.
Wow, this is just wild what's happening here in this top path. Top lane gamers getting all of their Pokemon stacked up in such a massive way. Another stack here. And these are so valuable early. You know, later in the game, they're a big advantage, Jeff. But early, it's like having multiple levels ahead of your opponent.
We're at 8 minutes into the game now, Spragels. This looks like one of my solo queue games. I'd look down at the bottom path and sigh and go, ugh. The Cinderace still hasn't evolved from a Score Bunny. This is why you don't take it into anywhere other than the central area, but this is what you get when these are the scraps of the characters you have left to pick in Game 4 of the Showdown format.
Take a look at Sixties right here on the arrow already. Going to take out Slash, and they finally get the evolution there with a nice KO on that Crustle. Big arrow coming in from Sixties, and this Pokemon is pretty stacked up right now. These arrows hurt.
You got to be careful, though. There's a Garchomp here. If that character Dragon Rushes on top of you, you are not long from this world as this squishy bird here. Looking to line up an arrow to secure some last hits here, even with the Garchomp pulling him away. 60 still grabs a little one there.
Looks like we got a little flare happening, too. We got a spin every time they shoot the arrow, and I love that play right there. It just shows that they're confident. They're still having fun with this thing. I have to wonder if Rock Tomb was a misclick. I just don't know. It's just not a move we ever see played.
Mr. Mime Advocate suggests that Rock Tomb could only be taken by mistake. Spragels, maybe they're just here to have a good time.
They might be here to have a good time, but I mean, I don't know. Maybe they're here for a long time if this build does not work and they're not able to win this thing. Garchomp coming in here, trying for the secure, but it is secured by that Greedent. However, all the Pokemon disappear when this dragon goes wild.
Yeah, deleted, absolutely taking all of that experience right on back here as Crustle gets a little dunk there as well. Again, we see them leaving these points up in the bottom path, so that way they are able to continue clearing all of the wild Pokemon down here.
So interestingly enough, I mean, we had the secure here for top lane gamers. That definitely felt, though, that this fight went the way of Blvckhvnd.
Yeah, definitely. Commanding performance from them in terms of knockouts, even if Greedent was ultimately able to secure that objective in the hands of Gatlu. And there we go. The Decidueye stepped up a little bit too close. The Rock Tomb pulled it in. Tactically, strategically chosen Rock Tomb. As we see a Unite move eliminate the Cinderace, or at the very least, push it very far out.
Yeah, pushed it far, far away from the situation. Overlord kind of dominating a little bit in this top path, as they are known to do. Here comes a Unite move from Gotlu, looking to do some damage here, maybe take down this Pikachu. It does go down here in this top path. Gotlu in trouble now, though, going to get KO'd for their trouble, as this Rotom is very, very low and secured here.
Yep, and that Rotom giving a little bit of healing here, and again, Sixties steps up, Sixties gets to lead it, and they're kind of just trickling in here from the right side team here. The top laners kind of feeding themselves over slowly but steadily.
Yeah, unfortunately for top lane, there just isn't much happening in this top lane for them. One by one, they're just heading in and getting KO'd by Blvckhvnd.
All right, that's a pretty decent knockout for Sixties here. They're going to narrowly miss this other one on Slashcan. Look at the strafing back and forth. It's like, no! But it makes it just slow enough that they're able to get knocked out by an auto.
And there we go. Overlord picking up the Decidueye there. Stepped a little too far forward, looking for that score. Toon all alone right now at this Dreadnought, but here comes a sword and a mean squirrel. We'll see how this fight's going to go.
As a somewhat of a Decidueye main myself, a Zero Aura switching out of a bush on top of me is actually my nightmare.
Oh, here we go. Toon just getting a big KO right here. They're kind of ready to just rip this apart, and we've got actually the Rock Tomb to push them out, and it looks like no one is going to be able to get in there. Unite move coming in from Cinder. It does take down that Venusaur. However, the Dreadnought is secured by Blvckhvnd.
You see Cinderace trying to get away here. Can they do it? They are not able to. The passive from that Crustal's Unite move getting some damage in there. As 60 gets a 50 cap in the top, stacking their attack weight a little bit more and playing catch up in terms of points a small bit.
Right now, 231 to 128. This game is still in anyone's control score-wise, but level-wise, it is looking really, really great here for Blvckhvnd. Nice move from 999, but at the same time, it just got, you know, counter-united there by the Pikachu. Oh my gosh, look at this.
Venusaur just running them down here as Decidueye rips their Unite, able to pick up a KO on that Zero Aura for a little bit of experience to be head on in this objective in the top path here, getting ripped. Level 14 for Toon here at the 3-minute mark.
And they are able to steal that with the arrow. Toon is in a bad position here. It is level 14. If it goes down, it's going to give a ton of experience over here to top lane gamers, and it does go down.
We see Blaine jumping all the way up to 12 with that knockout. That's the beginning of a comeback here, Spragels.
Yeah, it absolutely is. Level 14 Decidueye, level 12 Cinderace, Gotlu here at level 12. The only question is, what is the front line here really for top lane gamers? Basically, I mean, how can they stop someone from getting into this Cinderace and this Decidueye? It feels like it's going to be a real tough thing to do.
Well, both Greedent and Aegislash do have small bits of CC in their kit as they jump in on people, especially if Aegislash can be in that defense mode with its boosted autos. But I agree with you. The lack of a traditional defender, you know, a Snorlax, a Trevenant, a Mamoswine in this composition definitely feels like a little bit of a miss to me.
Here we go. We got 10 seconds now before possibly the final Zapdos of this series. A game 5 would be amazing, but Blvckhvnd wants to shut that down. They want to win this thing right now. We've got a level 15 Decidueye right here looking for a play. We've got a Unite move coming out, and it looks like they are going to be attacked here by this Pikachu, just throwing a ton of damage here onto the Zapdos, but it isn't enough. Blvckhvnd is going to secure this Zapdos and secure 3 KOs. This is going to be hard, if not impossible, for top laners to come back from. I think Blvckhvnd might have just won this thing, and they do! GG!
We have our Summer Showdown champions in a 4-game set in our best of 5 grand finals. Blvckhvnd are your victors here today.
What an incredible series. Blvckhvnd takes it to a game 4 and is able to shut this thing down. Pikachu, your MVP. Sixties, your MVP here from Top Lane Gamers. What a series. Your North America Regional Finals champions also able to take the crown in this event.
Excited to see this team play again next month when we get to the World Championships, along with a number of players from our right side team here as well.
What an incredible series, Jeff. I mean, all these players playing their hearts out. Again, I want to thank every single person for being here watching. I'm coming back to our heads. I want to thank you, Jeff Hoogland, for casting alongside me. I want to thank Zoinks and Excellund for casting a ton of matches all day on the Unite Mike's Twitch. I want to thank Ultimate Esports for their involvement in this and helping with the prize pool and making sure that we could have a great event. I want to thank our organizers, Gamma, Telestrio, Meskwaki. I'm sorry if I'm saying that wrong. I apologize. Thank you all so much for all your hard work. Thank you to the players. Thank you to Gotlu. I know it's like 5 of you. You're asleep as I'm saying this. Thank you, thank you, thank you. Thank you to everyone who has been a part of this event. It's been a real treat for me. I really do appreciate it. Jeff, I'd like to hear some parting words from you, my friend.
Thanks everybody for hanging out today. Just to re-echo what Spragels said, we wouldn't be able to be here without having an awesome audience to do this for. This video smashed through 2,000 likes. If you haven't tapped that button again already, make sure you do that before you leave. The VOD will be up, and we had a number of excellent highlights that I'm sure Spragels is going to clip out for his channel here as well. If you're not familiar with myself, I stream full-time on twitch.tv/Jeff Hoogland, playing Pokemon Unite and card games and a variety of other things. And I also have a YouTube channel here at youtube.com/Hoogland Unite, where I post character highlights 7 days a week. So if you'd like to hear more of my analysis and see some of my gameplay with a bunch of different characters, be sure to check that out. I'd love to see some of you stop by.
Awesome. Again, thank you, everybody. You watching makes something like this possible. Every single one of you. It matters, the community that supports a game. A game dies without it. But I can see there's so much excitement around Pokemon Unite. So I really appreciate it, and I really appreciate you. A little chair from Jeff. He's giving it a little spin. I'll give you a little before we go. I love you all, and I'll see you next time.
It's time for the real star, the chair. Chair. I'm saying chair. I'm saying it weird, but I'm saying chair. The chair is the star of the stream.
The chair's the star. Congrats to Blvckhvnd. There are your winners. I love you. I love you all. Goodbye, 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 goodbye. Bye, everybody.